This land is calling.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sandstorm and I'm here with AKT and MG from Team AlQadsiah. Have a little chat about their journey making it to the Esports World Cup. Gentlemen, welcome. First time in Riyadh. First of all, talk to me about that. How has it been?
A estrutura é muito boa, muito grande, supera todas as expectativas.
Talk to me a little bit about your journey, qualifying to the Esports World Cup under a new organization, AlQadsiah. How's that been for you guys?
Então, nosso time já é o mesmo do ano passado, é a mesma formação, então a gente apenas manteve o trabalho duro e continuamos trabalhando até chegar aqui.
Now, speaking of that hard work, you guys managed to secure second place in the most recent World Championship, or 2024 rather. Talk to me about coming into this new season. Are you guys hungry for that first place spot? Is that the first target and the only target on your mind, or what's the goal for this tournament?
A expectativa é ser campeão. É isso.
Estamos confiantes para esse campeonato para ser campeão.
I like that attitude and I love the confidence, boys. Now, talk to me about any kind of like challenges or issues that you face. And
Acho que é ter a disciplina, né? Acho que o mais difícil de tudo é a disciplina, é todos os dias querer treinar, ter a vontade de treinar, que tu não vai ter a vontade todo dia, mas disciplina é isso.
when it comes to like Vasco Esports, what has stayed the same and what has changed since moving from Vasco to AlQadsiah?
Eu acredito que não, acho que não mudou nada, acho que a gente é o mesmo time do ano passado, acho que muito mais maduro e a energia é a mesma.
What was the team's reaction? What was your reaction after you qualified to the Esports World Cup and knew that you're going to be coming here to Riyadh?
Com certeza, desde que foi anunciado que a EWC entraria no CROSSFIRE, foi o nosso principal foco. Não que não tenha foco nos outros campeonatos, mas com certeza era um objetivo 100% da equipe estar aqui na EWC.
A gente pensou todos os dias nele quando foi anunciado e graças a Deus a gente está aqui.
And that's the mentality that I'd love to see in teams. And speaking of mentality, how do you guys mentally and strategically prepare to play against some of the strongest teams and the international teams coming into this competition?
Nossa preparação foi focando bem no nosso jogo, porque a gente sabe que a gente é um time forte, nós somos um time forte, então a gente jogando nosso jogo, a gente está entre os tops. Então, por mais que tenha bastante time forte, a gente sabe que nós também somos, então nós vai fazer o nosso jogo e focar no nosso jogo.
Sim, a gente não pensa muito nisso, a gente pensa mais no nosso jogo, em corrigir nossos erros e aprimorar nossas técnicas e é isso.
Now, speaking of those opponents or competitors, is there anything that you'd like to say to them before you get into the competition?
No.
No.
Or like that? You know what? Well, I think they're going to let their gameplay talk. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. We wish you the best of luck in the upcoming days. We'll see you guys in the next one.
We're shining, no different than light or diamonds. It's just who we are, no stopping us. Supernovas don't burn out. Just listen, if you feel like there's something missing. We live only once, so live it up. Time won't come back around. We don't need four-leaf clovers, luckily to be living in the time of our lives. Let's get go a little too right. Illuminate the room like 1,000 stars. Running like a river through ya. Feeling you can't describe. You've no time to waste, so try not to wait too long. Yeah, you make a wish, you get it. Closest thing to heaven's right in your hands like
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Rush. Hold. Short. Tunnel. Connector. Catwalk?
Hey. Give me that. What you guys doing on my stage?
We're getting ready for CROSSFIRE here at EWC, and it's time for day number 1.
We've been waiting a long time for this moment, and it is finally here. It's CROSSFIRE at EWC 2025. CROSSFIRE, it's exciting. A lot of fans out there. Of course, they're going to be watching the best of the best play on the Boulevard here in the S&B Arena. It's going to be an electrifying 5 days, and it's going to be a lot of fun. You're going to be joined by each and every one of us throughout each of those days. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful crew. We've got Neo, we've got Sneaky coming into the mix from CROSSFIRE, and probably familiar faces you all know and love. Neo, how's everything going, man? We're here.
Oh man, what an exciting time, right? This is such a big event, and for CROSSFIRE as a game that continues to grow year on year, what a time. First kind of debut year at EWC as well. I'm so excited for what this can bring.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sneaky, great to see you, man. Loving the pants, by the way. The style, you got me outmatched, and that's hard to do at times.
Yeah, I had to go gray this time because, you know, me and my other shoes are unfortunately unavailable, so we did decide to go with this outfit. But man, I cannot wait for this one to start. As someone who's been a fan of CROSSFIRE for multiple years now, this has probably been the most prestigious event that we have had in terms of, you know, the scale and everything. So I'm just so excited to start, man.
Yeah, and excited to hear what this event means in terms of CROSSFIRE in general. We, of course, have our Jamil Motorsport player arrivals. They stepped out into the Saudi heat, and they said, well, it's a bit hot out here, but it's going to be hotter out there on the battlefield, of course, talking about when they're competing. And, of course, we have some very notable players that start to walk in. And tell me, man, Saudi, you've actually been here at least once, but the heat, man, it hit you.
Yeah, last time I came, it was in November, and it was still pretty hot, but I mean, we're talking like 35 degrees being the peak. Now we've got, I think yesterday, 45 is what we got. So pretty hot, but thankfully, I will say it's dry heat compared to the UK's humid heat.
Sure.
So honestly, this feels more manageable.
Yeah, more manageable. Well, hey, I think we were talking about it, I believe, for China, right? First time like being on like this big international stage, at least at this point in time. So hopefully they're going to be well adjusted to whenever it comes to the heat. CROSSFIRE, it's brand new to the EWC scene. We're happy that it's here, but for you out there, maybe you don't know exactly what CROSSFIRE is. Well, let's get you caught up to speed with what the game is all about.
This isn't just another FPS. One bullet can shift the tide. One player can dominate the battlefield. Now, CROSSFIRE takes its global esports stage to the next level at EWC. CROSSFIRE is a team-based military FPS played by over 1 billion users across more than 80 countries. Two teams take turns attacking and defending, pushing each other's strategies to the limit. Blacklist plays offense. Win by either eliminating the enemy or by planting the C4 at site A or B and letting it detonate. Global Risk plays defense. Win either by eliminating the enemy before the C4 is planted or by defusing it in time. Each round is worth 1 point. The first team to reach 10 points wins. After 9 rounds, the sides switch. Offense becomes defense and the strategies change. But if the score hits 9-9, overtime begins. 3 more rounds. First to reach 13 points. No second chances. In Crossfire, a single round can change everything. A perfect flash, a split-second peek, a 1 versus 3 clutch. This isn't just about aim, it's a battle of nerves, mental strength, and surgical precision. CROSSFIRE eSports spans the globe. China's living legend N9 from BaiSha Gaming, deadly sniper Gokhan from Team Liquid, Vietnam's calm killer Shady from Team Falcon, the West's clutch king Snare from ROC Esports, and the Philippines' rising star Yobib from EVOS Esports. Now, the strongest teams and players from each region clash at EWC. Pride, skill, honor, all on the line. First time watching Crossfire? No problem. One match is all it takes. Where fans roar, players rise, and legends are born. EWC Crossfire. Your first watch could make another history.
There it is, Crossfire. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I hope you enjoy the action. And speaking of action, Crossfire, it's been around for quite some time. I think coming out in 2008, tournament started in 2009. It's got a lot of history. But speaking in regards to that history, now EWC enters the scene. What does that mean for Crossfire?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about Crossfire, which we have domestic leagues for all the regions, but we've always had 2 major events every year. And EWC now kind of takes the place of what was the Summer Championships last year in Vietnam. But this is a whole nother ball game. The kind of the way it used to be is the Grand Finals end of the year, that was the big event, more teams, bigger prize pool. Now we're talking about EWC, where it's a bigger prize pool, but also a big international event. And Summer Champs is no longer seen as sort of a secondary event to the Grand Finals itself. It's arguably even bigger.
Yeah, for sure. It is very prestigious, right? I mean, you have a $2 million prize pool, similar to what we saw from the years prior. And it's the fact that it's the mid-year tournament. We've had such a huge upgrade. There's so much prestige now, and there's so much on the line. And not just that, who doesn't want to be the first team to win the first Crossfire EWC, right?
There's only one opportunity to do that, all right? There's only one chance to be the first winner at EWC for your specific and respective title. Obviously here, being Crossfire. And man, lifting that trophy is going to be something they're looking forward to, putting their name on the totem. There's been so many heartbreaking moments, but also elation from others. Of course, those who place their keys on that very totem. In fact, we only have 3 more games left for this year's EWC. Crossfire is one of them, making the run for the club championship trophy that much more impactful and important for the certain orgs competing throughout Crossfire today. But it has been a lot of fun. I'm serious. I've been watching the fans. The fans have been having a blast. The Boulevard has been full with not only competitors, but also supporters of each and every team. And that's the beautiful thing, boys, when it comes to EWC, right? Is the cross-pollination of so many various different games, maybe games you don't know about. Now you get to discover them here live, watching the best of the best compete.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is kind of the beauty of tournaments like this. It's the culmination of esports as a whole. You know, we're so used to having our own individual events and our own specific esports. Now getting them all together simultaneously across a 7-week period. It's a beautiful time for esports as a whole, which keeps growing year on year.
Yeah, and for you, Sneaky, right? First time, I believe, in Saudi Arabia, at least whenever it comes to, for sure, right? And maybe one of the biggest events you've actually been a part of, at least at this scale. I mean, it's hard to beat EWC.
It's really hard to beat EWC. I mean, in terms of the scale, I mean, 20 plus games, plus, you know, the trophy lifting, and plus the history, every single thing. I mean, the wall with the keys. I mean, history will be made in this tournament, and I'm so glad to be part of it. Despite being my first time, I'm having quite the great time.
Yeah, it's fun. And have you boys had a chance to go to the Boulevard yet and actually explore it?
He did.
Not this time,
but last time. This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Club championship race has been intense. We're talking 7 weeks, 25 different titles, 3 to 4 finals each and every weekend. $7 million for first, and this is how you get there, by earning those club championship points. 1,000 going to the winner, and it goes down from there. Just securing a top 8 finish is so impactful, so you can take advantage of the club championship points that you've earned as an org throughout your runs in various different titles. Of course, Team Falcons, the winners from last year, this time around, they've got competition.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously Liquid not too far behind, and the fact that also Liquid very competitive in Crossfire 2, same for Falcons, makes things very, very interesting. And then you've got actually a really interesting kind of middle of the pack. AG.AL can make a decent run in this sort of game. Times could be quite interesting. There could be a real shake-up in this first page.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's going to be very competitive between Liquid and Falcons, to be specific, because Falcons has something to prove. Liquid definitely has something to prove as well. They want that trophy. Falcons obviously wanting to regain that glory that they had in Vietnam and also here in Saudi. So going to be looking forward to that.
And even for the teams who may be on the second or even third page, a chance to come back is possible. Of course, only 3 more games remain. For Na'Vi, they've got a chance to potentially earn up to 1,000, which puts them at 1,900, elevating themselves up to the second page. I mean, boys, I mean, we're talking literally just going from third page to second page is potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars.
It makes such a big difference, right? You place well in one of these kind of last tournaments, and it could make a whole world of a difference for just overall how healthy the org looks, right? So I think you're spot on. Na'Vi, I mean, even Gaming Gladiator also in Crossfire 2. Who knows what can happen?
Yeah, dude, $7 million for first. It blows me away. The fact is $27 million on the line, and, you know, Sneaky, the beautiful thing about that is $7 million goes a long way when you're trying to expand your org.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, a fun fact, the team right ahead of Na'Vi, GK-eSports, I mean, Na'Vi's the reason why they're not here in the first place. So might be a takeover happening, a few 20, maybe even $100,000 on the line. But man, the prizes are insane.
Yeah, the prizes are incredible, not only from game to game, but also for that club championship race, which is tied at the top. Top 3 might as well be tied at this point, right? Especially given the fact that they all 3 are competing in Crossfire, making this tournament that much more impactful. And well, whenever it comes down to it, though, the players are also playing to protect their keys, right? The keys, they don't want them to get crushed. That's a big thing, and they don't want their competitors using their keys for their own benefit. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let's get you caught up to speed.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Keeping those keys intact is important, and for good reason. We also have our prize pool, $2 million, $750,000 up for grabs for first. The drop-off from first to second is pretty crazy, to say the least. So getting first place is big up, but $2 million, what does that mean for Crossfire?
I mean, it's a huge thing. We're talking about not only where for organizations, that means improvements at bootcamp facilities, but also we're talking about roster moves, right? You know, you get that kind of injection of money, upgrades on the team, if even needed, and especially with how competitive the top end of Crossfire is. even just one player move could be the difference. One good finish here could be enough funds to secure exactly that. So this tournament makes a really big difference, not only just for here, but for the next couple of years of CROSSFIRE.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, having that much resource as a team, especially if you are a team from Vietnam and from the Philippines, that's going to be a big injection for you. You could, buy better PCs, buy better facilities, maybe, get more coaches, more analysts in order to make the team a whole lot better. But you do have a point with the player acquisitions, because BaiSha already did that already last year, right? With YDSS, bought them out. Now they're the best team. So a bit of cash wouldn't be too bad, man.
That's right. $750,000 can go a long way. I know I would personally want that, but I just can't play as good as those guys. Hey, check it out. It's going to be a long run, though, to be a champion. We're talking multiple days of competition, and it's going to be grueling, but the competitors must go through it if they want a chance to, well, become champion. Let's get you caught up to speed with our format.
For the first time ever, CROSSFIRE steps onto the global stage at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. 16 of the world's best teams have qualified for this historic showdown. From August 19th to the 23rd, 80 players will clash for pride, for glory, and a share of the $2 million prize pool. The battleground begins with the group stage, starting August 19th. 4 groups, 4 teams in each, and each group plays in a GSL-style double elimination format, with every match being a best of 3. There is no room for error. Only the top 2 from each group will survive and advance. The 8 survivors will march into the playoffs beginning August 22nd. A single elimination bracket awaits, where every match is do or die. The quarterfinals and semifinals remain a tense best of 3. But for the ultimate prize, the stakes are raised. The grand final on August 23rd will be an epic best of 5 clash to crown the first ever CROSSFIRE eSports World Cup champion. A final battle for bronze will also decide the 3rd team to make the podium. This is CROSSFIRE's biggest international moment, and this is its debut at the Esports World Cup. Who will rise? Who will fall? And who will make history? One game, one world, one champion. Let the battle begin.
We start in group stage. We have 4 groups of 4 teams, Group A, B, C, and D. Best of 3 all the way through. For those who end up winning throughout the winner's bracket, they only have 2 games. For those, though, who end up losing early on, they'll have to, of course, travel the long road. 3 more games for them. We do have playoffs. That'll be our top 8 teams. Single elimination, which is going to be pretty wild. You want to talk about pressure. Best of 3s into our grand finals, which will be best of 5. If you forget any of that, that's okay. We'll be updating you each and every day. It's going to be a long tournament. And man, regional battles, right? That's what CROSSFIRE is all about, it on the global stage. And we've got so many different teams coming into the mix. And even for today, right, we've got a total of 4 games taking place. We also will have our B stream, but at least for Stream A, we'll be starting off at the top. And then for our B stream, well, you can also catch these wonderful teams competing throughout the day, which is pretty cool, man. I mean, 2 streams taking place. A lot of games don't even get that. So the fact that we have 2 dedicated streams for all your teams, well, Neo, nobody's going to be missed out.
No, exactly. I mean, this is kind of the beautiful thing. First and foremost about the format, right? Just having that second chance, it goes a long, long way. But also the fact that 2 simultaneous streams, while games are going on, there could be real shakeups in the group. If upsets come through as well, it could have big ramifications for the game happening in the stream. So it's kind of the best thing about this. It really does spice up how this tournament plays out.
And talking about the tournament in general, again, going back to that regional discussion, you have so many regions who compete on the online stages, now meet each other on the global stages. What regions would you say is probably the best? I mean, obviously China definitely gets up there, but you do have some local favoritism.
Yeah, I do have some local favoritism, of course, with the Filipino team.
Bias, you know,
bias is what some people call it. But if I would go with my analyst brain with this question, I would say second best region, no brainers, Brazil.
Agreed.
Like Brazil, probably the closest region to actually beating China. We already saw that in CFS 2024, where Vasco, now AlQadsiah, almost beat Evolution Power in a 5-game series. So I think Brazil really has a realistic shot. And it's not just Alcad, Liquid might have a shot too.
Team Liquid, AlQadsiah, it's going to be 2 great teams. Let's take a look, actually, at all the rosters competing. We've got several coming into the mix, coming into the fold. And again, for multiple rosters, they're competing for the club championship trophy. Naturally, you look right in in the middle. Team Falcons right next to Team Liquid, who are embroiled in this battle for the #1 spot for that $7 million prize. They're going to be competing, but don't forget Na'Vi also in the mix, along with Twisted Minds, VIRTUS.PRO, Rock Esports, right? So many orgs going for that club championship trophy. AG.AL. Let's take a look at Group A, though. Group A is where we're going to be starting the day, of course, with AlQadsiah versus KINGZERO-eSports. It's going to be pretty fun. Now, when we look at this group, obviously we'll be focused in on the top. But what about Twisted Minds Gaming Gladiators? How do we think that could possibly go?
I mean, it's a really interesting time. I think Twisted Minds have got to come in as the favorites for that one. And this is a pretty important tournament for them, even in just terms of the club rankings, right? They could really skyrocket with a decent run, make towards playoffs, and who knows? And I think they have a decent chance there themselves.
And Group B, man, coming into the fold, again, 4 wonderful teams. Now, mind you, throughout these groups, only 2 teams will advance to playoffs. We'll be losing half of these groups once group play ends up concluding. But as we take a look here, I noticed Team Liquid up there. How do we think they're going to fare?
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid up against one of my boys, which is EVO's Esports, unfortunately. But I think EVO's might surprise Team Liquid, and that's not just a bias talking. Yeah, I feel like they had something to prove ever since they got dropped in the first round in ACL.
But here's Group C, and from what I'm hearing rumblings of, Group C might be a bit deadly.
This is the group of death, without a doubt. You've got Team Falcons, who are the reigning summer champs. You've got Evolution Power, who are the reigning major champs. And you've got BaiSha, the best team in the world. All 3 of these could win the event, and no one would bat an eyelid. So this is a crazy group. The fact that we have to say goodbye to one of these teams in the group stages is insane. And man, I've got to feel so bad for Inner Circle.
Oh, Inner Circle, they're going to probably go through the blender. But hey, when it comes to EWC 2025, I will say upsets have been happening. Inner Circle could be one of those upsets. We take a look at our final group, Group D. AG.AL also in the mix there, but against VIRTUS.PRO.
I think AG.AL definitely, if we had just had the group of death, ironically, Group D is the group of life. I mean, AG.AL definitely is a team that can just sweep aside VIRTUS.PRO. Right now, in my opinion, I think AG.AL is only focused on beating BaiSha. Yeah, so they're really just trying to tear through this group and get out of this as fast as possible. But the one thing you want to focus on in Group D is Team Stallions.
Let's talk about them. Yeah, they're going against
Stallions,
Na'Vi.
baby. I mean, going up against Na'Vi, I mean, Brazil got into the semifinals in ACL. They beat KingZero, who was the first seed at that time, actually took EP to 3 games. So Stallions probably, in terms of international play, despite being the 2nd seed from the Philippines, they have been more impressive in terms of international play.
Well, talking about impressive, let's talk about our impressive teams we expect to make an impact with our Aramco Power Rankings. We'll start off, of course, with our favorites that we think could go all the way.
Yeah, I mean, either of these 4 could win the event, and like I said, no one would really be too surprised. You've got EP, of course, reigning champs from December in the grand finals. You've got BaiSha, best team in the world. You've got AG, 2nd best team in the world. And you've got AlQadsiah, the best team in Brazil, and probably the biggest hopefuls as well. They've been trying to prove that they can stay at the level of the Chinese teams, and they're getting mighty close. Every single major event that we have, they get closer and closer, and it feels like this could actually be the tournament in which they finally prove that we are actually on the same level.
For sure. I mean, AG has been chasing BaiSha Gaming for quite a while now. I mean, ever since last year, I think ever since they won 2023, they've just been chasing BaiSha Gaming this entire time. And with the form that BaiSha is having, no one is even holding a candle to them. But we do have the dark horses too.
Yeah, dark horses look fun. Obviously, Team Liquid, Falcons have to be thrown into the mix. But Rock, I was watching them throughout the qualifiers, had a bit of a stumble, but I do believe the boys from Rock can make a bit of an impact.
Yeah, and sort of our justification for dark horses is teams that actually can make a good playoff run, right? The sides that we would hope would actually be able to make deep runs. We're talking like top 4 kind of vibes. The only issue is when you look at Falcons, is just because they're in that group of death, it's actually can they make it out of the group? With EP and then BaiSha being in our favorites, it puts them in that top spot. But if they can pull off a quote-unquote upset and make it out, they can make a run.
Well, I loved how you guys framed this, because you were the ones who picked the names, I believe. You got big underdogs, Twisted Minds being up there, VIRTUS.PRO. But who do you truly feel, Sneaky, who can potentially make it out as one of those big underdog stories?
Honestly, if KZ can really get it together as a team, I think they can make a run in this tournament. Because KZ, for the longest time, they've just been struggling with their system. Granted, they have a new AG.AL now with How being gone. If they can figure it out with the amount of talent that they have on their roster, I think they can make a run.
Well, CROSSFIRE, it's going to be a lot of fun, and we're about to get it started. Let's go ahead and go to our stage to start day 1 of CROSSFIRE EWC 2025. In a world where every millisecond determines a victory, where every bullet decides a legacy. Welcome to CROSSFIRE here at the Esports World Cup. Great to have you here with us. My name is Adam Savage, and this natural wonder is the almighty Sandstorm.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final week is upon us. The hunt for the last champion of the SNB Esports Arena begins today. With another first, CROSSFIRE's debut at the Esports World Cup, and the hunt and the search for the inaugural CROSSFIRE champion at the Esports World Cup begins today. And not only do we crown the CROSSFIRE champion at the end of this week, we also crown the 2025 Esports World Cup Club champion. So, I think it's time we introduce the teams. I don't think I can wait any longer. I want to get the show on the road. I want to start this tournament.
So do I, and I know you guys at home do as well. First up, we have BaiSha Gaming. Ruthless and relentless. China's BaiSha Gaming charges into EWC CROSSFIRE as AG.AL champions with fearless aggression and a promise: we never back down. They've come to EWC not just to compete, but to conquer. The battle begins for them now.
Up next, it's VIRTUS.PRO. Once known as Akrilla Esports, now carrying the banner of EVOS, they have ruled the Philippines with an iron fist. Champions of the CROSSFIRE Masters in Philippines, their rise from local LAN halls to the global stage is the stuff of dreams. From underdogs to kings of their region, this is VIRTUS.PRO.
Next up, Team Stallions. Straight from the Philippines, the pride of Cebu enter the Esports World Cup like a lightning storm. High energy, wildly unorthodox, and impossible to predict. They're here to shock the system and redefine what winning looks like. Can they go all the way here at EWC?
Up next on the stage, it's VIRTUS.PRO. Born in Vietnam, reborn under a legendary name, they fought their way through the Vietnam League with grit and fire. A third-place finish was enough to launch them onto the world stage, and now they arrive ready to prove their new identity to the world. This is VIRTUS.PRO.
It's time to welcome AlQadsiah. Hard work, smart plays, full send. From Brazil to the EWC stage, they play with brains, they train with grit, and they charge head on. If there's a fight, rest assured, they will never, ever back down.
One of the pillars of the esports community around the world. Welcome, Navi! The Brazilian roster stepping into the unknown for the very first time. They wear their colors at an international event. Their third-place finish in the Brazilian League was enough to earn them this one shot. And they come hungry to prove that their debut will not be forgotten.
Oh yes, next, it's Team Liquid. An unbreakable chemistry, rock-solid defense, and a mindset built on playing the map, not just the fight. Every move they make has purpose. Liquid holds the line. But will they rise to glory here at EWC? We'll find out.
Speaking of rock solid, here comes Rock Esports. The pride of Egypt, the first local champions and the undisputed kings of the Western League. With back-to-back titles at home, now they step into the world spotlight. From Cairo to Riyadh, this is Rock Esports.
Next up, we have Gaming Gladiators, a team from the EU MENA region that charges into EWC like a pack of wild wolves.
chaotic, aggressive, and hungry for the hunt. Unleashed, they're unpredictable and have the potential to be unstoppable. The gladiators are primed and they are ready to contend.
Here comes Inner Circle Esports. A European mix built on firepower and fearless aggression. From 4 nations, they now come together to fight under one banner at the Esports World Cup. Unpredictable, explosive, and impossible to contain. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Inner Circle Esports.
Here we go. Let's welcome in Q9. Like a panther stalking its prey, they move silently in the shadows. Patient, fearless, and ready to pounce at the perfect moment. Masters of stealth, kings of the strike. Can their roster of new and veteran players pull off a true underdog story here at the Esports World Cup?
One of the hometown organizations, it's Twisted Minds. A full Vietnamese roster with fire in their hearts. Twice they came close, and twice they finished runners-up in their league. They fell just short of the crowd, but consistency earned them this chance. Their very first international test, hungry and unrelenting.
Next, Evolution Power Gaming. Flexibility, a deadly dual sniper team. They enter the arena fighting to prove that true strength comes from unity and constant evolution. The goal is clear, to surpass their limits and claim their place at the top of the world's CROSSFIRE Elite.
One of the dark horses of China, it's KINGZERO-eSports. Capable of felling giants, their legendary lower bracket run proved they could take down BaiSha, Evolution Powers, even AG. Now, with the little experience that they have, but endless ambition, they arrive on the world stage as the ultimate wildcard. This is KINGZERO-eSports.
And next, AG.AL come our way. From China's rich legacy of esports, this team steps into the arena built on bold tactics, unwavering dreams, and the hunger to turn heritage into glory. The 1-2 combo of precision and tactical mastery. Will it be their moment to make history here at EWC?
And finally, the reigning club champions of the Esports World Cup, it's Team Falcons. Vietnam's finest, champions of summer, and one of the most beloved teams in the scene. They proved they can conquer the very best. Charismatic, fearless, and dangerous. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Team Falcons, and they are on the hunt for a win. 16 teams have joined us on this stage, Adam, but only one can rise above.
That's right. You can see the trophy right here. Who will insert that key and walk away as EWC CROSSFIRE champions? We're going to find out very soon because game 1 is imminent. Let's head back to the desk and get ready to roll.
All right, thank you so much, Sandstorm. Adam Savage rocking the stage. The players are getting set. Our first matchup is about to be underway for Group A. It's going to be AlQadsiah versus KINGZERO-eSports. Brazil versus China. Who is going to take the win? A monstrous matchup, I think, more so for KINGZERO-eSports. Can they pull the hat trick and maybe upset the world of Brazil by taking down the fan favorites, or at least the fan favorites when it comes to Brazil? Let's talk AlQadsiah, right? The most prominent team from Brazil, Brazilian pride. I mean, regional, right? When we talk about the regional fave to win for themselves in their region for EWC. Who is AlQadsiah? Why are they such a tremendous team and potentially a favorite?
I feel like for me, AlQadsiah are a side that have really been trying to stray away from the standard Brazilian meta. Tempo changes have become a big part of their play. They've got the individuals that can really shine as well. And they're sort of now building this real super team. They're kind of plucking the best from the best, becoming this team that becomes so difficult to play against, even just domestically. But I feel like they're one of the few sides that we've seen from Brazil that are now shaking off this thing about actually being able to compete with China. It's always been a thing with it's sort of been second best for the most part. It's always been coming into every tournament. You can sort of make the gamble and say, right, China should win, generally speaking. Doesn't matter who, right? But now we can, for the first time in a long time, quite confidently come into a tournament and say Brazil have a real contender, they have the individuals to shine, and they have the playstyle that can make China feel uncomfortable.
All right, well, talking about making them uncomfortable, MG is going to be looking to do that this entire tournament.
MG is literally a human turret. Like, you place him on a site and give him a sniper rifle, he doesn't have to move too much, he's just going to be the rock, the wall on one side of the map. And MG, he can go toe-to-toe with the best, whether it is Du, whether it is Xiao Xiao. I mean, he can go up against anyone on a good day, honestly.
I want to actually ask you, up against anyone, MG Gouken, I've heard there's kind of some relation between the two. Now, hold up. Now, MG Gouken, who wins that one?
Well, I will say with this, you're talking about kind of like potential GOAT versus potential future GOAT of the region, right? So that's where I think the big debate comes. I mean, Gouken's just been around for so long, but he's always been the what if, right? With Gouken, no trophies, no championships. And same for MG, sure, but it feels like maybe Gouken's time's passed, right? But MG's he's young. He's still got a real bright future ahead of him.
See, I'm new to the CROSSFIRE scene. I didn't know if I was going to hit a heart chord with that or not. Maybe I should back up a little bit, not get as spicy. Let's talk about KINGZERO-eSports, the competitors, of course, going opposite of AlQadsiah. KINGZERO, a team that is representing China, but from what I'm hearing, rumblings potentially gifted their spots in this tournament.
In all honesty, I really want to say really nice things about KZ, but man, their spot is literally was just blessed because BaiSha Gaming won ACL. And KZ, granted that they're a good team, they were the first seed in ACL actually, but then right after ACL they just crumbled apart in CFPL. Lost very early in playoffs, had not so good of a group stage showing, and I feel like they just eked through this 5th place spot, and honestly, they're just probably grateful to be here.
Well, let's talk about that because China is the best region when it comes to CROSSFIRE. So even if they eked through, right, even if they were blessed their spot, they still are part of the best region in the world.
For sure.
Yeah, you've got to be really just generally, I think, quite cautious when it comes to even the 5th best Chinese side. You do have to be a little careful because they play against the best week in, week out, and that makes a huge, huge difference for them. So even though KINGZERO are the 5th best in the region, they might be better than the 2nd best in other regions.
Well, here we go. It's going to be a best of 3. The bans are in. What are we noticing, boys?
New Mexico out the way immediately. Ban Brazil, right? That is Brazil's home turf for every team, whether it's Liquid, whether it's your Navis, and of course, whether it's the boys or AlQadsiah, you get rid of New Mexico. It's such a region favorite here. The port pick's a little wild. And then they're going to go for the sub base on the flip side. Now, KINGZERO are one of the few sides who actually domestically play sub base. It's actually not really that popular of a map in China. Generally speaking, they actually lean away from it as a whole just because of kind of, in specifics, the guns they use in China. Slightly different to what we have the setup here. Ankara as a decider, though, that worries me. That, for me, has been the map in which China have dominated on internationally.
Sure,
and it's a map in which, yeah, despite as a decider, you actually got to lean KINGZERO a little bit there just because of the reps they've got.
Yeah, well, we have 2 great teams, 2 wonderful regions, Brazil, China. Get loud for who you're supporting out there in the chat. They're going to need your energy. Our first official matchup to take place at the Esports World Cup of 2025. This is the first chance to become a champion for CROSSFIRE, and this is where it starts. Group A, match number 1. Who wants an easy route to playoffs? It won't be easy, but I mean, it's going to be easier than going down to the elimination bracket. Let's get it started for Group A, AlQadsiah versus KINGZERO-eSports.
Nothing is granted. Everything is earned. This is the rule we live by at the Esports World Cup. The fight for the $2 million prize pool begins today in the SNB Arena, Adam.
It does. You're giving me goosebumps here. Butterflies in my tummy. And that's right, because we're getting ready for that first matchup here. Just taking a moment to embrace the calm before the storm, because it's about to go down right here. I reckon it's time we meet those teams, buddy.
I agree. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the first team to join us on the stage for the first match. It's AlQadsiah. From Brazil to the world, a team forged in consistency. Champions of the CROSSFIRE Brazilian League, runners-up at the CFS Finals last year. They've been chasing glory ever since. Now, under the bright lights of the Esports World Cup, they begin their campaign to turn potential into history. here in Riyadh.
And their opponents, KINGZERO-eSports. Robust, steady, and always ready to fight. They have the capacity to be giant killers, the reigning rebels of precision. Can they turn EWC from a championship into their coronation? All hail the Kings! As they take their seats and get themselves ready, folks, we get set for this first matchup here at EWC. It's over to our casters.
Welcome on in to game number 1 of the Esports World Cup Crossfire. KINGZERO and AlQadsiah. Laz and Elfish Guy here, of course, and we are looking forward to getting underway with EWC. Obviously, Laz, it's a big tournament, bigger, obviously, than what we've had in previous years as far as the mid-season tournament is concerned. We obviously had Nao on the desk there talking about things at the Summer Championship over the last couple of years in Vietnam, and now we're here in Riyadh, and yeah, bigger and better is the big takeaway for me.
It really is, yeah, and there's a lot of really good points the desk brought up and saying, you know, this is the first time, you know, this is about the first winner potentially of EWC, and this is a big achievement here for CROSSFIRE, and there's a lot of great teams across the world that have been able to get themselves at this given moment, but man, I feel like we got gifted with this one. This is a really good opening matchup. This is an interesting one with, you know, China taking on Brazil, arguably, you know, KINGZERO being a pretty dominant force. Are they still going to be dominant? We don't know yet.
Well, it's the classic, isn't it, right? When you talk about China versus Brazil, those have been the two top regions in the game over probably the last, 4 or 5 years?
Yeah,
I mean, definitely you can go back a little bit further and you can throw the West in when there was some top Western teams. You could throw the Philippines in when Pacific Makta was around still as well. But certainly in more recent times, it definitely has been dominated by China and Brazil. Now, this does feel like a little bit of a mismatch, even if regionally speaking, these are the top 2 regions. You do have the top team from the Brazilian region, which is AlQadsiah, of course, up against KINGZERO, who, as Sneaky put it, were maybe just a little bit lucky to even make it here to EWC. You know, they were kind of gifted that extra slot courtesy of BaiSha winning at ACL. And I think they'll obviously have a lot to do to kind of win some hearts and minds over here in Riyadh, because they're definitely not one of those favorites, KINGZERO. They are obviously from a strong region, yes, but as a team, we have yet to see them have a lot of success internationally.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because I guess the biggest thing for KINGZERO, like, I think everybody's putting a lot of eyes on them, because we're saying, like, look, online we know they've been able to win a CFPL elite, you know, season for themselves. They were able to do the reverse sweep. They were able to get themselves in a, you know, a trophy that way. But when it came to like an international experience or the LAN environment, they crumbled, right? I mean, they lost to, you know, some of the Filipino teams and things like that. There was a big upset for them, so they really just did not perform themselves the way they should. And that's where I think the comment about, yeah, like they got lucky and gifted this opportunity. This is a redemption moment. This is a moment for them to figure out, okay, look, like we had a bit of a blip at one time. It wasn't the greatest. Now we're going to try to, you know, be a whole new team, a whole new monster to see what we can do here. But AlQadsiah is definitely a team where, I mean, look, I put them as one of my favorites personally, because I think this team has a ton of potential. There's so much firepower behind this group. So, I mean, this is the bar burner we all wanted. And to get this for the first...
I think we really saw the potential of this AlQadsiah team last year when they were Vasco, when they were playing at the CFS Grand Finals at the end of the year in December, and they did manage to take top 2. And look, frankly, that this was a team that actually could have won that tournament. With how close that Grand Final went all the way to 5 maps, went to OT on map number 5. You know, they were really barely a round or 2 away from being crowned world champions, and I think that's going to be their goal once again for this year. And obviously, the sort of the menial task has been done in that they've managed to get through their domestic competition. For Vasco or for AlQadsiah, they have higher expectations for themselves. So I think this is kind of the beginning of their year, really, if that makes sense, right? I know we're already in August. We're quite deep into the year as far as CROSSFIRE is concerned. But we've done with the regional competition for the most part now, and now it's time for the international competition. And this will be the first test for AlQadsiah in that respect, internationally speaking, to see how are they going to be able to handle 2025 CROSSFIRE. Are they going to be able to do it comfortably against KINGZERO, which is probably a nice ramp into the year for them internationally speaking. You know, it's not like you're going up against one of the top teams in the world, one of the favorites. So I think expectations definitely very high for AlQadsiah. But then on the other side of the coin, KINGZERO, well, can they manage to do something impressive for their region as well and start to kick off EWC quite nicely for the Chinese CROSSFIRE teams.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the piece that I'm kind of looking at and putting a lot of focus on is for, AlQadsiah, the fact that they have played so much international competition, have been able to play, the distance, for last year's, major in the final, for 2-3 record that they went against EP, which, that was a pretty amazing feat. The fact they got themselves in second place. And then, like you said, I mean, the summer champs, that was a little bit different. But look, we could talk and ramble about it all we want, but we're finally going to be able to get this thing underway, which is going to be the first map of Port. And this is going to be the pick here for AlQadsiah to see what they've been able to do in the little bit of the off period and see if they got themselves some preparation.
Yeah, very interested to see how this one plays out. Obviously, picking into Port, always a bit of a scary prospect. It means you're typically going to be starting on that blacklist side, which, again, as we know, Port has generally been considered a little bit more GR-sided, probably the most GR-sided map in the pool outside of maybe the previous Mexico, although that has changed up in more recent times. So there is some risk in picking into this one, though I will say in the more recent seasons of CFWL, at least for the West League, we've seen actually quite a bit more success happening on that blacklist side. Now, whether that's come from teams just getting better on the blacklist side, maybe some of the weapon changes as well, can't really put your finger on it necessarily, but I think there's definitely a lot to be said for AlQadsiah picking into Port here and coming in with a strong BL side. If they can do that, that's a real gauntlet that's going to be thrown down, not just for KINGZERO, but for all of the teams watching this game, knowing that they'll have to face AlQadsiah in the future.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because really, like, both these teams, like when you kind of just talking about their, domestic leagues and like how well they play on this map, like it's actually dead even. Like we're talking AlQadsiah sitting at a 5-5 record.
Right.
We see that KINGZERO sitting themselves in a 4-4. And like, again, there's a lot of argument you can make in this, right? Because I think we all agree that, the CFPL is definitely the more fierce competition and high level play, but I mean, I can't take anything away here for Brazil. Like, I mean, Sneaky made a really good point. Like, it is one of the best, second best region in the entire game. But things are getting underway. Now we're finally down to the 46 seconds remaining on this, and you can see that AlQadsiah is kind of finally getting themselves ready to go for the plan of attack. MG does find that first opening duel finally. So now KINGZERO shaking a little bit in the boots, and they got to make a little bit more of a heavy lifting here, Jordan, because they're already down a player.
Yeah, MG going to be an important factor here for AlQadsiah, the sniper for this roster. They're going to stand tall on the international stage. That entry attempt comes through, and VNC goes down quite early. Nice crossfire setup for KINGZERO, and they are just wiping the floor with that attempt from AlQadsiah, who will be disappointed with that round. It's not every day that you get an opening pick on a BL round, so you really want to be converting on those kinds of rounds, but, they don't really do anything too special in that one, do they, Laz? They get that opening pick, 40 seconds left on the clock, they just hit B, and kind of get wiped the floor with. They didn't really try to push and pull the rotates. They didn't really put too much pressure on KINGZERO in that respect. So good response from KINGZERO. First round on the board on the GR side.
Yeah, a little bit of a disappointment though, but for AlQadsiah, so they're going to try to finally react a little bit better now. We're starting to see the kill feeds loading in their favor, so they finally put that little bit of frustration into work, and now they get themselves 3 players down, just leaving it down to 9U and now YF. This is now the last 2 remaining players here for KINGZERO, and they're already just bombarded here with smokes and utility. They're getting pushed back. They have nothing to work with, and look at all that HP that is just completely just gone away, and that's going to be a nice little bit of a kill. But Jordan, I mean, this is just feeling like you're really just shooting in a barrel. You're really just hoping to find something in this moment.
Yeah, much nicer round out from AlQadsiah. They get that pick and immediately they're sort of already out onto the site. There's the retake attempt here from the remaining couple of KZ members, but as you can imagine, it's not likely to be happening. YF very low, almost just playing for the KD at this point. He's not interested in going for the retake, so keeping that 2-0 scoreline alive. Knew that round was over and done with, but yeah, I think AlQadsiah / Vasco, if we're going to continue to talk historically speaking, have always been an interesting team in terms of the maps that they've liked to peek into. Nao was kind of highlighting a little bit on the desk there that they were a team that often liked to go towards Mexico.
Yeah.
And that was part of the reason why KINGZERO had banned that map away. And I think Port, to an extent, is the same kind of mentality. It's not a map that most teams necessarily love to play. When you think about the CROSSFIRE map pool as a whole, you look at Ankara and Black Widow and Compound probably being like the more standard maps. A lot of teams like to play sub-base as well. But Port's definitely out a little bit more on the extremities in the same way that Mexico always was, in the same way that maybe AG.AL is too. So I think, having this in your map pool is a good one. You can pick into it quite comfortably, knowing that a lot of teams aren't super keen to go onto it. And it has that same mentality in that, you know, you're going to go, well, we're going to pick the map, we're going to play the weaker side, and we're going to do well on that weaker side, and that already is going to set the tempo for the game. So I think that's the same mentality for AlQadsiah as picking into something like a Mexico. And we're getting that already. I mean, a 1-1 scoreline to start things off here for AlQadsiah is quite acceptable on the BL side. And KingZero will have a little bit of work to do. You know, you're typically looking for something, you know, maybe in the realms of a 7-2 half to start off on the GR side. So long way to go for KingZero. Maybe 6-3 you could get away with.
Yeah.
But 6-3, 7-2 is where you want to be hitting as the GR side. So it doesn't take much for AlQadsiah to get a favorable half out of this one.
Yeah, honestly, if they could be able to put themselves in, you know, that little bit of a buffer and then transition over to the GR side, that's just going to make them feel so much better, especially for this being their map pick. But now you can see they're getting themselves onto the on the catwalk. They're going to be able to get themselves dropped off on this. YF's just playing a little bit of the off angle again, allowing him to have that opportunity for that first shot onto the long, but also maybe even to get the flick of the wrist behind the player on the box. But they're waiting things out. They're really just, again, playing this very slow, very methodical. They don't want to go too antsy on this. They're really putting a lot of thought into this one. They don't want to overexert themselves, but again, we have to talk about the time. There's 30 seconds remaining. They have to get things underway. Now the flashes get thrown. Utility is just raining, but look at this shot. Beautifully done. KingZero being able to find themselves the first opening too. But is that going to be enough? And indeed it will. You can already see MG all the way in the back lines. There's nothing here. So now we're going to see KingZero once again putting up the barricade in a fantastic hold here for the GR side.
Yeah, AlQadsiah, they were almost there in that round. You know, like they actually half pulled the rotate. You could see just as the execute was starting on the A side, a couple of the KingZero members were kind of rotating back through GR spawn. It was MG that was trying to throw the fake over towards B, but I don't think he really committed enough to it. You know, he threw a smoke, he threw maybe a flash, and then he started to work his way back over to A. It's not going to be enough to fool these teams at the top level of competition, right? You need to be doing a little bit more than that. So if they're going to try and fake them out, I think you at least need MG to actually walk out warehouse, maybe in an ideal world, find an opening pick, and that would really start to sell the fake, and then those rotates are going to commit. But those rotates really only committed for maybe like 1 second, half a second. They were like half thinking about leaving, and then immediately they recognized we go back over towards A because that's where the real hit is coming through. So a pretty heads-up play from KingZero, obviously not having too many issues on the stage so far, whereas it's a bit tougher. The going's a bit tougher here for AlQadsiah. I think, you know, the first round where they got the opening pick courtesy of MG, weren't able to convert it. That's obviously a less than ideal moment for them. And then even this round here, right, like you see the ethos, you see what they're trying to do in the round, but it's just not quite hitting in the way that they'd like it to. Maybe, you know, going up against stronger level competition, like that might work in Brazil against the domestic competition. You know, a domestic team might over-rotate knowing that they're up against a team like AlQadsiah. They give them that respect, whatever. But maybe you're not necessarily going to get that when you're playing at an event like the Esports World Cup, where you do have the best teams in the world. And again, granted, we're talking about KingZero as being the 5th best team in China based on the most recent run of, you know, CFPL results and how they qualified to this tournament and whatnot.
Exactly.
They're the 5th seed from China here at Esports World Cup, but that still puts them probably head and shoulders above a lot of the domestic competition that you're going to be facing. So some adaptations are going to be required, certainly from Feifei as obviously the in-game leader, but also from AlQadsiah, the rest of the roster, as they once again try to work their way into that international competition in 2025, and we talked about the context of how things played out in 2024. I think definitely a team to keep an eye on this year.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and honestly, the one thing I've kind of noticed so far, and this is when we get to, you know, the clashes of the different regions, right? Like we were talking about this, you know, Brazil versus China. You know, I think we always see a lot of these, you know, Chinese teams that do have an aggression. They like to play very, you know, in your face and get aggressive. But we also see that once in a while from Brazil as well. I mean, they do typically like to play slow. They like to kind of wait things out. But if we talk about even just this game right now, we're only a few rounds in, but we see, you know, AlQadsiah, like they're able to get that initial following round after they actually put a little bit of acceleration into it, right? They actually started to put a little bit more pressure. They won the round quite convincingly, but it's now when they're playing a bit too slow, that's what I'm kind of wondering if maybe it's just not the right game plan for this. So I do hope that, you know, there will be a bit of a conversation with the coach to go, okay, look, like maybe we really do need to just kind of not like just hold W and, you know, go frag, but like kind of in some sense, like try to find those opening duels, and that's what they were really successful about before.
Well, it's funny that you should mention that because there is a pocket strategy that AlQadsiah likes to run.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, we got some information coming through from the team themselves, and one of the strategies that they sort of highlighted was it's called X5, which I imagine is just like kill 5, like get rid of, delete 5 players. In Brazil, they call it X5 when they play without tactics and they just press W and kill everyone.
Well, there you go.
So
that's exactly it.
That's what round 2 was it not? Like it was like we got the opening pick in Warehouse. We're gonna just send it into the B bomb site and we're just gonna kill everyone.
And that's what I loved. Like honestly, like because that we both were kind of like scratching our heads on the first initial round because MG was able to get the first shot with the sniper. We're like, okay, this is good. They're able to get that first opening duel. We thought that was going to be easy for them to get themselves in that B site, but then they kind of just played this very weird, slow peeking out of the house, and we were like, hey, what are you doing? And it just kind of, again, this overthinking, and we got to talk about nerves too, right? Like, I mean, these guys are all experienced, but I mean, again, this is some of the biggest stages of their lives, so this is still a lot of pressure for them. And like just getting yourself underway and just trying to get a little bit more comfortable, I think we are going to see a little bit of those nerves. But thankfully, we don't have to worry about the tech issue too much longer. We're back into this game, but KingZero were able to get that previous round very convincingly. So now we'll see if this little bit of a gap is allowed AlQadsiah some time to figure out their game plan a little bit better.
Yeah, certainly. You'd hope so. I mean, they probably weren't allowed to talk during that tech timeout, or that tech timeout, I should say, but would have given Feifei at least a little bit of time as the in-game leader to have a little bit of a think about where do I want to go with this next round? How do we want to approach this one? I think there has been a bit of a tendency so far from AlQadsiah to, like you say, play a little bit too slow in some instances. And now it looks like they're going to change that up. They're going to try and take a bit of space early on in the round. So working their way in towards middle, which is reasonably undefended by KingZero. I'd say it's a fairly standard setup, though, from KingZero. They do have a bit of a heavier stack over towards A, but not anything too out of this world. So we'll see how AlQadsiah is able to react to that as VNC will make the drop unspotted by YF up on the site. But this is a pretty menacing-looking crossfire being established by KingZero.
Yeah, it really is. And even now, the fact that 9U is actually pushing through, look at that. That's so much info. Even again, just getting that one kill, that's a ton of info because now the rotates are going to come through. And just like you said, this crossfire is perfect right now. And XN, the fact that he's able to activate the rifle of the MG, it's just becoming a problem after a problem here for AlQadsiah. Ooh, hang on though.
Not over yet though. 2-on-2 action, very low, but unable to get back out, and he's disappointed by that. You could tell that he knew if he was able to get out, that round was on. But now that he's down, C4's been dropped on long. YF will be just jiggle peeking that line and keeping an eye on these things. MG though, not a bad clutcher himself. He's known for it, and in the clutch here, again to highlight something that was said on the desk, Neo. Kind of comparing MG to Gokun as the GOAT and the GOAT-to-be of Brazilian sniping.
It's a bold statement.
It's a bold statement, certainly. I'm not sure that anyone's ever going to really live up to Gokun personally, but MG does have that same kind of clutch capability as what we've seen from Gokun in the past, or at least he tries to.
Yeah.
And this is an opportunity, but with 14 seconds, it's going to be too much to ask. That's a 3-1 lead for KingZero. You saw the tack timeout potentially coming through there as well. I mean, the pause came through. So I'm imagining this will be, it looks like a tech timeout again for AlQadsiah, but I mean, still a lot to talk about here, obviously. Again, just breaking down the setup there from KingZero. They had the perfect setup on the A bomb site, just to make sure that they had the defenses that were required when AlQadsiah hits that site. You see the 3 players there. I think typically you're probably only expecting 2, and that's why the player at the boxes is able to get himself such an easy double kill, right? Like when that hit comes through, VNC is the first player to go down. He's the guy that dropped. He spots 9U on the push. Then as he goes down, there's a sniper shot that comes through from the site. You say, okay, those are the 2 players that are defending the site. There'll be a rotator coming from mid and 2 over towards B. So they don't actually properly clear the site as they're trying to make their way forward there, AlQadsiah. And inevitably, that nice timing really comes through from that extra player on the bomb site, the unexpected player. And that's ultimately where that round kind of falls apart. MG gets a lot of space on the clutch, on the 2-on-1, but he doesn't get a kill. So he wasn't really anywhere close to actually closing that round out. And yeah, this is definitely a rough start for AlQadsiah, one of the teams that we had high expectations for in this tournament. And, losing to KingZero could be a really big problem for them. I mean, this group, you do have Twisted Minds and Gaming Gladiators. So I think at least in the case of Gaming Gladiators, we probably don't have a huge amount of hope. maybe even you could say the same for Twisted Minds, but these are two teams that could cause an upset here or there. So you have a bad game against KingZero, you know, you're all of a sudden, if you drop to either a Gamer or a Twisted Minds, you may not make it out of this group.
Yeah, exactly. Did we all agree that the, you know, when we talk about the 4 groups, like, did we all agree that Group C was like the group of death?
Group of death, yep.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, I really, you know, that one.
That's cooked, yeah.
That is the most cooked group ever. I mean, you'd have Team Falcons, BaiSha, EP, like, man, Inner Circle, you know, for them getting an international debut, like, yeah, talk about a dark horse. That,
it's you know, like, Inner Circle's like the little fish in the big pond here,
oh,
right?
100%.
Like, you're just like, where am I?
Yeah.
How did I get here?
Yeah, a little bit of a Finding Nemo kind of situation, I think. Yeah, going into the wrong area, but we'll see. I mean, that's where maybe the big storyline will come through, but we'll wait until we get there. But I do agree with you. I think the one interesting thing about this group too is, you know, just kind of shifting over for the other game of Gaming Gladiators, you know, taking on Twisted Minds. We both kind of, I think, are agreeing that both these teams are, I would say they're very evenly matched. I probably would give a little bit of a leg up onto Twisted Minds, but you know, for Gaming Gladiators, they have Spoxy, arguably, in my opinion, probably one of the best snipers or top 5 snipers in the world. Like, he is very good. It's more about him just getting that international experience, him playing on the big stage, playing a little bit more like he does at home online. So we'll find out. But, I mean, that will also be a very, very good matchup to see because, yeah, like you said, depending on how this one goes, I mean, you're not going to have an easy one to line up for the second game.
Yeah. That is for sure. Great info gathering from 9U in that round.
That was such a nice play for them.
But we're back in. 3-1 is the scoreline, and AlQadsiah need to do something pretty quick about this half. If this starts to run away from them, KingZero will get that confidence and be a problem for AlQadsiah. So this time, certainly not making any secrets of where they're hanging out. That is a lot of util tossed in on the A side of the map, and KingZero responding accordingly with a grenade of their own. That's going to give Feifei a little bit of a tickle.
Yeah, the one thing I'm really happy about what they're doing here too for AlQadsiah is the fact that they're not just playing everybody on the catwalk anymore. This time they're actually a little bit more spread out. Again, just kind of, you know, spreading around the map and playing a bit more defaulty in the sense of just waiting to see if KingZero are going to try to overextend a little bit, because that's what happened previously. That's where 9U was able to find that 1 kill. Even though it's 1 kill, like we said, there was so much impact just because of information, and then they were able to get those rotates. So that's really important that AlQadsiah has kind of been able to go, you know what, okay, look, let's go right back down to the basics. Let's not overcomplicate this. Let's just wait things out, and now they get the opening duel. That's the most important thing. But right now, this is going to be important as well. Because right now for YSH, he's able to get that 1 kill, but my goodness, it's just a little bit of a back and forth, but the bomb is dropped here. This is not good here, Jordan, because now they got to fight.
That mid-fight is huge. Feifei getting that kill, it's allowed him to walk all the way in and around onto the B-bomb site. Like you said, though, getting the C4 is actually the priority 1 right now for AlQadsiah. This round has been thrown into a bit of a loop, fox among the henhouse, so to speak. That's another crucial duel or 2 going the way of KingZero. YF and Bin stepping up. Double for Bin, and it's just Feifei left alive. That's another really bad round to lose for AlQadsiah. They had so many advantages, so many opportunities, and they're not able to close them out. So KingZero looking fantastic. You've got, by the way, Harlan, who is a world champion in his own right, as the coach of this team. Won back in 2015 with AG.AL. That was actually the first CROSSFIRE tournament that I ever worked on, so shout out Harlan one time for that. But he was in that AG.AL roster between 2011 and 2018. Really renowned roster in China, obviously, and so someone with a lot of experience. He's been around CROSSFIRE for a very long time, so having him in this roster, which is, look, let's be real, a bit of a fresher face on the international stage, KingZero, I think is a really massive bonus for them to have that kind of experience coming through, and certainly seems like it's shining nicely. Now we've got the boost from AlQadsiah in mid this time around. MG looking for his opportunity, but can't quite see XN over the smoke. Does eventually get a bit of info, but ends up actually copping more than he gives. So overall, the opening favoring KingZero so far for round number 6.
Yeah, and the one thing we didn't really even get to talk a lot about too is, you know, like for us in the CFWL, like we were talking a lot about the guns, right? We said that this was kind of, again, the new shift in the meta. We were kind of wondering how some of these teams were going to adapt a little bit to it. I mean, I think there's always a lot of argument about it. I think it's definitely created a lot more conversation with some players that are probably going to be a little bit more beneficial, like statistically with some of the guns that have been added back in, which makes a huge difference. But right now, I mean, it doesn't look like that's the case for AlQadsiah, but oh my goodness, that is beautiful from XN. Just goes for a big swing, able to find this double. And again, they just annihilate everything in their path, and AlQadsiah, they don't seem to have any sort of an answer, and it's just Feifei all by himself, just again scratching his head in the big water going, what's going on, boys?
Yeah, I mean, this is starting to become a bit of a disaster for AlQadsiah. They were expected to be a really big contender at this tournament, and suffering at the hands of KingZero at the moment. Now, the one saving grace, of course, has got to be they are playing on the BL side, right? And the BL side is not expected to do phenomenally on this map, but a 5-1 deficit is starting to get a bit egregious.
This is really, really nerve-wracking now for them. Like they have these rounds have not even been close. Like I think we've had 2 rounds in a row now that are going to be essentially flawless unless XN, you know, goes for the big swing. He just tries to go for information here, but I think for AlQadsiah, they're going to have to figure something out really quickly here. Like they've done nothing that's been impressive. They've just been getting swept the entire time. It's going to be one little bit of a gimme kill here, but they know exactly where he is. There's no time remaining. A 5-1, Jordan. This is very impressive from KingZero. I had a lot of being very skeptical about them just because of what we saw at ACL earlier on this year. But this is already looking like a new and improved KingZero. I'm all for it.
Yeah, most definitely. The thing is, though, it comes with the disappointment of AlQadsiah, you know. And I think if I had to choose one, I probably would want AlQadsiah to be at their best.
Yeah.
Because they're a team that really felt like they could contest with the best and potentially be the best. And maybe that peak has already fallen. Maybe that opportunity is a one and done for this core of this roster. Who knows? You know, we set up all these storylines around how they could come into 2025 and make amends for the second place finish in 2024 that would have felt so painful in the OT. But the way things are going at the moment, that's potentially a conversation for later on in the week. I think right now it's just get it together, boys. Bin here to try to defend again. Can't get anything done this time around. And so KingZero, a massive gap opened up on that B-bomb side, is going to allow AlQadsiah back out. XN can only get himself one before falling. And this is the best opportunity for AlQadsiah to find themselves another round. Got to get that plant down. They are attempting to do so quickly. There'll be 3 players to retake from GR spawn. KingZero not messing about at all. They're just running them down. It's a 1-4-2 though, and that is not at all what KingZero needs. YF to try to clutch out the 2-on-1. What a shot. How is he still alive? Oh, no. Hiding inside that smoke. There's no way. KingZero have just won that round. AlQadsiah are being put in the dirt, and KingZero are running away with map 1.
You've got to be kidding me. There's no way that he should have been able to find himself in that kind of a position to be able to get those kind of kills. Again, this is where we just kind of sit back and go, like, what is AlQadsiah doing? Like, this is, they had it in the bag. They had themselves a 3v1 post-plant. Everything was looking good, and they just thought, you know what, who cares? We're going to be able to frag him out. What an amazing amount of shots and work right now from YF, just putting himself, sitting at a 10-0 nonetheless as well. My goodness, just what a way for AlQadsiah to be just getting deeper and deeper on the scoreline.
Yeah, that is just not a round that you can afford to lose as AlQadsiah. That is a mental breaker, and that could potentially lose them this entire series if they can't recover from it. And it doesn't look like they're recovering from it. This is heading in the direction of a 7-1, though there is at least a trade that does come back through from Silver. So 4-on-3, not impossible to win for AlQadsiah, but the deck is stacked against them at the moment.
You know, and the one thing we noticed as well is, like, for AlQadsiah, they were putting themselves in positions where they were able to find those opening duels. And even when they were, it still didn't even mean they were converting the rounds. And now we're seeing KingZero, they're the ones that are just finding the opening duels, and they're just mixing everything up. Like, they've completely mixed the playbook. They've mixed everything up for AlQadsiah. They don't have any idea. Like, they have nothing to work with. They don't know what the first ingredient is for making this recipe happen.
If you are AlQadsiah at this point, you are just hoping that KingZero have an absolutely shocking second half here.
Exactly.
They've got to be, basically they've got to be awful on the blacklist side, or they've got to completely throw their map on subbase, and, you know, maybe you go to Ankara and win that, because this is not looking salvageable at the moment for AlQadsiah. Look, if they get the second and they start the second half well, you know, maybe you can start to make a storyline there, but AlQadsiah are just looking completely out of it at the moment.
This is really concerning, because this is definitely not the performance that we were expecting, and this is very lackluster from them. Like, I was expecting a lot out of them. This is, again, the performance just, like, these rounds haven't even been close, Jordan. That's the thing that's, I think, you know, really, really surprising. Like, if this would be down to, like, 2v2s or the 1v1s, that's a whole other conversation. But, like, the fact that KingZero you know, with so much, you know, confidence, they were able to win these rounds just tenfold. Like they've essentially had so many flawless rounds. Like I just, again, you got to give a lot of kudos for them, but also you kind of just sit back and go, like, what's going on here?
No, you're definitely right. I mean, the rounds that KINGZERO are winning have been clean, and the rounds that AlQadsiah have almost won have been clutched out by KINGZERO, you know? So you're either winning rounds comfortably as KINGZERO, or AlQadsiah is kind of like losing the rounds that they're supposed to win. So it's a lose-lose for AlQadsiah and a win-win for KINGZERO. Once again, they're going to try and shift their way towards B. You do have a bit of warehouse control and mid-con control for AlQadsiah here. But it looks like KINGZERO are happy to let them have that for the moment. Just a quick flash into mid there from, I think it was YF, who's holding GR spawn. Oh, it was XN. A little bit of info being gathered by XN. You do have a big stack over on B, which, you know, it's a read really from KINGZERO more than anything. They haven't got any info that would indicate that this should be a B hold. Now they're kind of wondering, okay, have we made the right decision? So they'll pop a little flash forward there for YSH to have a look into warehouse. He doesn't see anything, so now that rotation shifts its way back into middle, but again, KINGZERO with the read that this is going to be a B finish, and they are going to be proven correct.
Yeah, again, these opening duels for them, just, this has really been a nice little bit of a turning page for them. So now we're going to see AlQadsiah. They're finally going to try to accelerate into this. But look at that, man. They just run right into a blender. Nothing. Like, they find one kill. That's it.
Yeah, it's just such a great read again from KINGZERO, right? Like, they've had the stack on the correct bomb site multiple times in a row. Remember the round on A, where there was a player hiding behind the box that comes out late. In this instance, they have their 2 players, obviously plus the one that initially died, on that site as well, which makes it so much more difficult. And they already had kind of a pre-rotate already coming through for KINGZERO. So just perfect reads, basically, on this GR side, stacking the right side every time. 8 1/2. I mean, that is... It should be unsalvageable right here for AlQadsiah. I mean, never say never, obviously, but coming back from an 8-1 deficit, even on the GR side of Port, I think is going to be a really tough ask.
Yeah, that is asking a ton out of them right now. But look, like you said, if they're able to get this first round, maybe get things moving around, you know, a couple rounds, that might just allow them to kind of build things up. And then we're talking about a closer game. But again, this round is really going to be the telling point, because if they can't, then this just really puts KINGZERO on the map point already. That's a nice little bit of an opener here from KINGZERO. So now Feifei's already been dropped. Now Silva's trying to get aggressive on his own, but he goes by himself. He has nobody there to help him with reinforcements, and they're just falling apart one by one, putting this still for a 4-on-2 advantage right now for KINGZERO, and they are just completely getting themselves in a good position. But now, AlQadsiah, what are they going to do with this? They're going for fights in the smoke.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that was what you want, actually, if you're AlQadsiah. YSH giving the 1v1 over to VNC, but VNC's not hitting anything at the moment, man. You know, you don't like to highlight a poor performance, but he's really, really struggling, and he is typically one of those players that is on the front foot for AlQadsiah. He's the guy that's sort of like the enforcer. He's a more aggressive player, and if he's not getting it done, then you know, that burden goes on to other players, and, well, Action is one of those, and he now has to win a 1v3, which is going to be impossible. And we are now 1 round away from KINGZERO essentially sweeping AlQadsiah on their map pick. It might as well, at this point, be a 10-0 the way things have been going, because this has been an utterly dominant display.
Yeah, like AlQadsiah, the only round they won was the 2nd round in this game, and then everything's just been full speed ahead here for KINGZERO. So yeah, I think the analyst desk is going to have a lot to talk about when we get to the end of this, because, I mean, this map is definitely not what we were expecting. Finally, MG getting himself right back in a little bit of fighting form, finding that first opening duel. But again, he's sitting in a 3-8. Like, he's not putting himself sitting pretty with the scoreline, but that's what they need. We now need to see some activation out of him quickly.
Yeah, I think MG's a great point here. Obviously, being on the GR side of Port, it is typically a very sniper-centric map, so MG does need to activate, and if he can, that is the way back in here for AlQadsiah, but it's going to have to be perfection now for them, as KINGZERO are going to try their hand at an A hit. Some util going over the top. It's not quite worked out for them. Action getting rolling in middle there. That one pretty routine for AlQadsiah. I think more of a probing attempt really from KINGZERO. They know, look, we don't need to work too hard to finish this map off, so let's just throw, you know, basically some dummy executes and see if we can get it done. You know, let's not try and give away too much on this BL side early on in the tournament. We'll just pop a couple of flashes over the top. If they're bad enough to lose to this round, great, we finish the map off. If they're not, okay, well, we've still got plenty left in the tank. So I don't think KINGZERO is too concerned about that one at all. That was a bit more of a default take than anything else. And they were down 4-5 in that round as well, so that made matters a little worse. So a second on the board for AlQadsiah, but it's definitely not anything worth getting excited about just yet.
No, definitely not. I mean, that, like you said, it's them just kind of preserving the strats and them just kind of doing whatever with it. They have a lot of room that they can work with. But the one thing that's interesting, too, for AlQadsiah is the fact that they're double snipering. So Silva's actually the one that's going to equip it with MG. So they're going to try to mix things up a little bit here for the GR side. The pause is already being called, so this is going to be interesting. I'm imagining maybe that was from KINGZERO potentially, maybe just to kind of clean things up a little bit, but yeah, this round's still going to be into effect. This round is still commencing, but ATK is trying to get a little bit aggro, but this is dangerous because he's trying to get some intel, but if YSH was actually going to commit to the swing, that could have been a free opening duel here for KINGZERO. Ooh.
XN spotted him.
Definitely spotted the top of his head.
So now that you know there's a forward hold, this is where the long players actually do come into play. Because if you can maybe pick the player up on the site, action is just completely dead. They're going to try and crunch him, and XN wins the duel anyway. So goes from bad to worse, really, for AlQadsiah, as now it is just a solo hold on the site. Silva hanging on with that secondary sniper, the TRG in his hand. He's not going to be able to connect with that one. It has not been given many opportunities either. Util landing on his head. And 9U to finish it off. Gets the second entry onto the bomb site as well. Feifei down. He goes for more. Will be traded out by YSH. And I think that might be map 1 done and dusted. It is down to MG to try to clutch this one out 1v4. And it is not going to happen. A 10-2 for KINGZERO as they throw the gauntlet down. They slap the gauntlet in the face of AlQadsiah and say, what about that one, lads?
Yeah, honestly, really stellar performance here for KINGZERO. There was a lot of question marks out. We were all talking about saying, like, look, are we going to see the same KINGZERO we saw earlier this year where they didn't do really well on the maps? No, it's a very different team, revitalized. You can tell that everything looks a lot better and improved. So, man, oh man, whatever they did in the lab, I'm more than impressed right now because that is a star performance. A 10-2, and the fact that all your players essentially were, you know, playing the full abilities, that's what you need. It wasn't just like a one-man or two-man carry. This was a full team effort that allowed them to get this map pick that was AlQadsiah's. Let's not forget that point.
Yeah, you certainly could not ask for a better start to the tournament here at EWC than what has been achieved by those 5 players right there. I mean, a 10-2 on your opponent's map pick. In theory, it should get easier from here. You know, you're moving into sub-base. That's your choice. You're feeling good. But then again, one thing that I would associate with AlQadsiah is mental toughness, tenacity, yes, right? They are the team that pushed Evolution Power all the way to 5 maps, all the way to the OT in the grand finals of CFS 2024. So let's not count them out just yet. They are definitely down, but they are not out. We'll find out if they can, you know, figure it out here in this, you know, 10-minute break that they're going to get between maps. They've got a lot of talking that they need to do. You can see actually here, still having a chat at the PCs, and KINGZERO taking a step away. So the question is, Laz, will they be able to come back here in map 2, AlQadsiah? Well, we'll find out when we come back for the second map.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Welcome back to Esports World Cup Crossfire, as we are right now underway with our very first match. And Laz, I have to say, it hasn't really been much of a match so far.
No, it really wasn't. It was a good start performance here from KINGZERO. A 10-2 was the final scoreline, but boy, oh boy, yeah, 3-minute break. I don't know, AlQadsiah, like, is that going to be enough time for them to really figure things out? Because now we go into the map pick of Subbase, which is here for KINGZERO. So like you said a little bit earlier, when you win your opponent's map pick, that's always going to feel really good. But now AlQadsiah, they are a team known for the, going through the grit and going through the grind. But boy, oh boy, it is going to be a grind to get themselves up a map like this.
Yeah, certainly, certainly. I don't even know if AlQadsiah left the stage or if they were just
I don't think they did.
Talking the whole time.
I think they all sat there and were talking. And honestly, you know what? I don't even hate that either, because I think
tension.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, like a little bit of a conversation, and yeah, we're not having a break. You guys are, you guys got to dial in. Like that was, they were absent. They were shells of themselves. That was not even remotely close to a performance we've ever seen from them. Like nobody found activation. Like we saw MG getting these odd kills, but really nothing from him. VNC, like he didn't find himself anything with a rifle.
No.
It was just disappointing all around.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's brutal sometimes, right? Especially on these opening days of the tournament, or if you're playing the first game, something like that. You don't get necessarily a lot of time to acclimatize. I don't know exactly how long the players have been here, and I did have a couple of the Vietnamese teams actually on my flight in to Riyadh, so they would have arrived 2 days ago, which was the same as us, obviously, but, maybe the Brazilian guys came a little bit later. You yourself were the same evening that I arrived at 8 a.m. You arrived at more or less like 8 p.m. So that gives you 12 less hours, obviously, to acclimatize, and, you're straight into the games. Basically, everyone's still kind of like trying to find zone and whatnot. That's obviously not necessarily an excuse, but
it does play a factor.
It can play a factor, and to be fair, can you use it as an excuse when the team coming from China also is suffering what, like 7-8 hour time difference? It's not unreasonable to expect them to struggle as well, but they come out and absolutely dominate. So don't know what's going on for AlQadsiah here, but certainly hasn't been the start that we had hoped, and not the one that they had hoped either. But that does not mean that it isn't over and done just yet. A Subbase does await, and we have seen this team playing a bit of Subbase in the past as well, so hopefully they'll have a thing or two for us ready to go. Otherwise, this is going to be quite a quick first match.
Yeah, this could be a really, really quick one. But again, both these teams, respectfully, like, in their domestic leagues, like, they have very strong records. Like, even for a team like AlQadsiah, like, they're sitting themselves at a 16-3, win to loss ratio. And, for a team like KINGZERO, 15-9, which is, again, still a very strong performance. But again, we kind of compare the regions a little bit. KINGZERO is also playing some of the best teams in the world, like, AGs, the BaiShas of the world, like you name it, like EP, like the list goes on. So the competition definitely is more of an advantage for them. So I think it's interesting that they did go for this pick. I mean, they've proven that they have played well on it, but again, we're gonna have to see if that little bit of a break allowed AlQadsiah to get themselves back into hitting shots and getting the motor running, so to speak.
Yeah, that motor is going to have to get running as we are about to get underway onto Subbase, and it is not traditionally a map that is super associated with the Chinese teams, but again, KINGZERO picking into it, so you do have to give them the benefit of the doubt for this one. I mean, at this stage, I have to predict a 2-0, Laz. I feel like there's no argument really against it.
Yeah, no, honestly, I don't even blame you for that, because I just think the way we saw AlQadsiah playing, I don't know if maybe today is just very much an off day, like you said. So I definitely think there's a huge conversation here for the 2-0. Would I love to see it go all the way? Absolutely. But even then, it'd be Ankara that would be the third decider, which is even more madness to think about as well.
Oh, and this is aggressive already from KINGZERO. You can see them really trying to set the pace, the tempo for the map. Nice push down into wood from 9U. Does actually get caught out by Feifei, but the intention is there at least for KINGZERO to continue to dictate how this game plays out.
Yeah, no, that is the one thing that's interesting, because now KINGZERO, again, like you said, getting a little bit more aggro. I think they're feeling it, right? That confidence, they're starting to feel, you know, pretty good about getting a 10-2 victory on the first map. So maybe a little bit of overconfidence, but it's also just kind of seeing how AlQadsiah is going to be, you know, formulating their game plan. I think they were just trying to experiment, and I don't even hate this. So, but the point I brought in the first map going into this one too is the fact that even though AlQadsiah was still getting those first opening duels, it didn't even mean they won the round. It was actually not even a benefit for them at all. It actually would just be a 5-on-4, you know, advantage for them, and then they would just get clobbered anywhere they went.
Big nade stack over into lockers.
Perfect stack once again too. Like, look, 3 players are just committed to this B side. Like man, they've done some homework.
That is true.
I love it.
Yeah, it leaves quite a lot on the shoulders of XN, because he does have to spot in through the double doors just to make sure no one's actually crossing into A. But he's also got to be aware of the vent drop into his proximity as well. But a slower approach from AlQadsiah. And again, if you take into account how Port played out, these slower rounds typically didn't work for them. And again, as mentioned, big stack over on this B-bomb site. And guess where AlQadsiah are headed? YF hits the first shot with the TRG. He spots an extra couple of players on his exit as well. And so KINGZERO not going to be moving any bodies off of this site, apart from those of AlQadsiah. They are just sending them packing at the moment. Another great hole from KINGZERO. And AlQadsiah, once again, they just walk into the trap.
Yeah, and like the thing is like they're not even trading. Like there's not, you know, throwing bodies into the situation. Like they're just kind of going one by one.
Yep.
They're kind of just going for these really awkward encounters, and they're just allowing KINGZERO to just kind of go the 1-2-3 combination and just getting themselves in a huge amount of effort here for the round. So AlQadsiah, I don't know, like again, this little bit of a new game plan is not really working out. Look at even that, you know, 3 kills within, you know, 10-15 seconds of the round. They got nothing. So this is not looking good at all. Some decent shots now, a little bit more coming out of the riflers, but they're going to need a lot more than that.
They don't have the C4 though. They have the site, but they don't have the C4. And KINGZERO is about to find it. 9U is about to find the C4. He's got the C4. Oh, he's lost both of his teammates. What's going on? Action. He's popping off. Okay, there's some life here for AlQadsiah. I've got to make sure they win this round. They cannot afford to lose the 2v1 against 9U. They know that he's got the bomb. He smoked it off. They know that he's got the bomb, but they've got plenty of time to find it. This round is mad. I don't even know.
Yeah, this is awkward because 9U is still in a position where he easily could win this because he doesn't have that many angles he has to clear. And look at him now. He's actually going to kind of overextend on this. He's not going to just kind of tuck away. Good. This is huge because now if he gets this 1 kill, he's turned this into a 1v1. So, they're going to group up together. This is good.
Yeah, if he would have got his timing right, he might have been able to wrap in behind them, but still a possibility.
Wow, he's going for a gamble here.
He's going for a big wrap all the way into the A site. I mean, the problem is, and this is obviously something that is inherent to CROSSFIRE with the round timer. You have so many options with a round timer that is that long, right? Like we saw 7 players dead in, like 30, 40 seconds in the round. Minute 44 left when it was 2v1. So with 1 minute and 44, AlQadsiah could probably run around the map like 4 times. You know, so they at that point, they could be literally anywhere. And 9U, he's got no idea. He's got absolutely no idea where these guys are. He just has to gamble and hope that they come to his site or to his position at any given moment. And in this instance, he's gambled incorrectly, so he's going to have to retake the site 2v1, and that severely diminishes his chances now of winning this round. Time ticking away. Going to try and make his way in here from AG.AL. Has spotted out Action, but doesn't know exactly where VNC is. And Action's playing it nicely. Very, very passive. 9U not going to clear the rafters, and so that will be the first round on the board for AlQadsiah on map 2. Probably shouldn't have gone to them, given how things started there, but at least it's a sigh of relief, you know, that they can pull that one off. It was, I think, a 5v2, so you'll take that.
was all down to action too. He was able to find himself, if I'm not even mistaken, I'm pretty sure he was the one that got the quad kill that round.
Yep.
And single-handedly just put that, into favor for them. So really good work from him. That was somebody that we were kind of highlighting a little bit in the beginning of this, and the desk was just briefly talking about is like, look, like he's one of those guys that can put up some decent numbers, but he was absent on the first, finally get a little bit more. But look at, again, the GR side, like they're just kind of pushing through radio. They're getting themselves tons of information. They're just trying to push these guys back, and they are just sitting back, waiting things out just a little bit. They're playing very scared right now. Like they know, like these deep smokes, like now there's a lot of question marks. They don't know what to expect out of this, and it's all just a ruse because KingZero, they make it seem like they're playing aggro, but now they're just playing a turtle setup once again.
Yep. I mean, in saying that, it's not the worst thing for AlQadsiah here. They haven't used really any of their util at all, only Silver throwing a nade. And again, like I said, you have so much time in Crossfire that you can afford to just sort of give space for over a minute, wait for those smokes to dissipate, and then start to take that control, which is exactly what AlQadsiah are doing. Now they have Machine Room. Bit of presence in toward lockers as well from them. They're going to rotate their way back in towards middle and have a bit of a think about where to go. KingZero, for their own right, have not moved.
Not ever since they did that, deep, a little bit of smokes and things like that. Like really, they've just kind of been turtling up this whole time. So it's that, like I said, AlQadsiah now with knowing how aggressive they were, now they're being very cautious. Like, okay, where could they be? Are they going to play this cheeky little bit of an aggro aggression? We don't know, and that's why you're kind of seeing them again clearing every single corner because they're so worried about what's going to happen here. Now the execute's coming through. This is now where they're going to try to make something happen. Flashes galore. Now the defense, can they be able to react to it? But YSH, he can only find that one kill. Really nice execution here from AlQadsiah. The fact they can get this bomb down, a 4-on-2, surely not, Jordan, that we see them throw something away this time, because YF, he is alive, but is short-lived.
Yeah, much better from AlQadsiah. The flashes were great. You could see the players on the site were really stuck in a bit of a spot of bother. YSH just having to tuck himself in the corner, waiting for that flash to dissipate, and by the time he was really ready to fight, he'd already lost one or two of his teammates. YF without really much of a chance, and maybe we can start to get rolling here in map 2. AlQadsiah given a little bit of a reprieve winning the previous round, right? They should not have been able to pull off a 5v2. That seems to have given them a bit of a second wind. Missed grenade will keep Feifei alive.
They know he's there.
They do know, but they can't seem to dislodge him.
Get out though, they have this good reposition.
Yep, he's out.
Not bad at all. Actually, 9U in this position is strong too, because again, AlQadsiah, they'd have to clear it, and assuming this, but they finally get themselves that opener, so Action's going to be able to get something done here, take down XN. That's a nice little bit of a pickup.
Was that in the vent? Was he just trying to get in the vent?
I think so.
I think he must have been, right?
Yeah, it looks like from the angle.
So, again, an aggressive maneuver from KingZero, if that's the case. They're definitely not trying to shy away from these engagements. And another B stack. Some concern perhaps on the behalf of KingZero as that pause does come through at the end of this round. Imagine it'll be an attack timeout from KingZero, which they might like to take back if YSH can do that. A nice double in lockers, and all of a sudden this round falls apart for AlQadsiah. Re-aggression from Bin. He catches Feifei. Now we're down into a 3-on-2. There is still problems all over the map. Silver, a crucial duel to win, but he might get caught. Bin is on the way forward. He's been spotted out by MG. A shot is missed, but the second connected. And Silver and MG now in a 2-on-1 against YF, and they might just struggle their way through another round here, AlQadsiah.
Yeah, a little bit of a deja vu though, right? I mean, this is where YF was able to get himself that 1-on-3. So maybe he can have himself another big moment like this, but again, Silva critically low on the HP. MG's already lost about half his HP already. But they got themselves together. They got themselves the bomb this time. They're not fighting for that C4, which has kind of been a lot of a nuisance for them so far in this best of threes. But not the case here. They're actually going to commit towards the safe side. But look, YF is there. He's got himself in the perfect position.
Yep.
He might be able to find this first opening duel. Oh, no, a shot missed. Oh, not like
Time's
this.
a factor. Time is definitely a factor in the grenade. It's not quite going to catch Silver, but it will go the other way. Oh, if he would have hit that first shot and had the grenade in hand, he'd won that round because you would not be able to plant that bomb.
That guy turned everything.
AlQadsiah are just getting their way through a lot of these rounds. Attack pause coming through.
Yeah, nice little bit of utility, but I'm liking, again, this, a little bit of a timeout we saw from AlQadsiah. They're looking a lot better. They're starting to play more as a team. Even the fact that the previous round we saw that MG, even him missing that first shot, in radio, he's able to kind of get a little bit of revenge back and then putting themselves in a 2-on-1 advantage against YF. Not bad, right? So there's good things that we're seeing from them. It's starting to look like they're on a relatively similar page right now, but let's not make it, it's still plenty of game left to go through, though.
Yep. Just for anyone wondering, again, confirmation that's a tactical pause. Tac pauses in Crossfire typically a minute and a half. You get 1 minute and a half tac pause per map, which is a little bit longer, I think, than most people would be used to coming from other titles.
Yeah, a lot of conversation, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of time. Definitely different than what we've seen, but it really does, create a lot of good conversation about like how much can change like from the tac timeouts, and given a minute and 30 is a lot you can talk about, and even just kind of, have a little bit of a mental reset. Like even right now for KINGZERO, like this is a good opportunity where they can just kind of, reevaluate their game plan, considering things are not quite working, but they're making these rounds close. Like it's, again, not the same situation on the first map where they were winning every single round flawlessly. Like now this is becoming competitive. This is kind of what we were thinking should have been on the first map. No doubt.
Yeah, I think that's probably the mentality as well coming through here for AlQadsiah. It's like, look, let's just keep on doing what we're doing. A lot of these rounds are close, but we are starting to pull away. Granted, it is on the blacklist side of Subbase, which is expected to be favored. So just to set those expectations again in a similar way to Port, we'd be looking at, I think, maybe a 6-3, 5-4 lead for the BL side on this map. So AlQadsiah doing a pretty good job of upholding their end of the bargain. It'll be a little scary if KINGZERO can put, a couple of rounds quickly together right here off of the back of that tac pause. Once again, that'll start to put some pressure back on AlQadsiah.
Yeah, a lot more respect for this round here, too. You can even see that KINGZERO, again, playing a very passive setup. They're not going to throw any deep nades. They're not going to try to play any mind games. They're playing a little bit more aggro in some retrospect in lockers.
Yeah,
nice little bit of a double stack.
That's a very forward hold. I like it. The high-low setup is always going to be a tough one to break.
It should be almost guaranteed you get the instant trade.
At least
right?
one, yeah.
At least one. So that's the nice little thing about a setup like that.
Trouble is, it doesn't look like AlQadsiah are going to head in that direction, at least not right now. Action has found himself another opener as KINGZERO send a player forward. YSH just going hunting for a bit of information there into Machine Room, and that has been a pretty reoccurring trend. AlQadsiah here have been able to get a lot of opening picks and close out these 5-on-4s, which they were unable to do on Port.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be 9U, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he's going to be the sole anchor on this here for the A site, if that's where they decide to go. But you can still see they're in Woodroom. They're kind of making their thoughts, kind of figuring out what they want to do. They're actually going to slip away through this. So now, like I said, he might not be ready for this. He's got himself that nade, but
I think they know.
He's got himself a good reposition here.
They know, or at least they have a suspicion that they've lost that control. You can see the retake on the stairs side, but problems there as well, as MG is just watching for it, and XN gets found out as well. So KINGZERO just getting themselves into all sorts of trouble in that round. Attack timeout has not worked out for them. KINGZERO needs something big to get them back into this map. They are really looking, I guess, kind of like what AlQadsiah did on map 1. They're just kind of all over the place, not really having much success at all. A couple of clutches going in the opposite direction, and seems like KINGZERO have just completely deflated.
Yeah, this is again, this is the AlQadsiah that we were kind of expecting to see, right? Like, putting a lot more better decision making, better connections with the shots. This is exactly what we're starting to get. Like, and now everybody is contributing almost equally. Like, now we're seeing action. He's starting to get himself playing a lot better than what we saw before. But it's kind of interesting because KINGZERO, again, they had themselves a decent start, and then it just kind of feels like you said, gotten a little bit flat on it. So the fact that we're seeing a 4-1 score is not what I was expecting on this. Like, I was even kind of, in the mindset of this could be a 2-0, no doubt, but I'm starting to second guess this one a little bit here, Jordan.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. Look, again, we'll just have to wait and see until we get KINGZERO on their BL side, because that will be the real tell. But you do have to give yourself a little bit of a base, a stable base to work off of with this first half. So at this stage, KingZero kind of just have to hope for 3, I guess. You get the like a 2-2 split for the last sort of 4 rounds of the half here. 6-3 scoreline. I think KingZero could be happy enough with that. But the fortunes have definitely shifted away from them. You know, they were even earlier on in the half, you know, nice stacks again on the right side of the map. That kind of thing here. You can see it's a little bit more of a default sort of spread. They're not reading the game in the same way maybe that they were earlier. The confidence is rattled a little bit. AlQadsiah finding a little bit of an easier time working through the map as well.
Yeah, and they really haven't played that aggro too, right? Like, I mean, like, this is like what you said, like, it feels like they're kind of just going right back to a basic approach on this. Like, they're playing such a hard defense right now. So this makes me wonder a lot what's going on in the comms here for KingZero. Like, are they a little bit rattled right now? Or are they, you know, kind of just all over the place? Like, is the comms even really that clear? Because look at how well that we're seeing AlQadsiah. They're able to get this real estate again for free. And now they're actually going to swamp right through this. It's just easy, a little bit of a 1-2 combination. They get themselves this bomb down. Now we're talking about a retake.
I don't think it's going to happen. Not the way that KingZero are playing at the moment. It's looking pretty rough for them on this GR side. We'll talk in a minute about what they can do to change that, but see how this retake goes first. They need a little bit of magic, and I don't know that they're getting it. Bin down to below half HP. He'll be an easy one to finish off, and that's, again, another easy one for AlQadsiah. So I would like to see KingZero maybe change things up a little bit, try to take some of that map control early on in the round, right? They've been playing very passive on their sites, you know, making good reads on the GR side from port into the early stages of subbase, but that's not working anymore, right? And they are losing a lot of opening duels. I think try some aggression somewhere, send 2 or 3 players forward, see if you can find an early fight, trade down effectively, throw a bit of chaos into the round, rather than allowing it to play out default. Because, well, as we've seen, if it plays out default, AlQadsiah are winning those. But again, standard setup from KingZero. And they're just going to allow AlQadsiah to walk in and take wood control.
Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering why they're not actually trying to go for something a little bit more, you know, a little bit more risky or a little bit more ballsy, just because, I mean, KingZero, like, right now you're down by 4. Like, at this point, you need to do something different. You can't just play the same setup because it's clearly not working. So for them, I would have liked to see them do something a little bit more adventurous, like fighting for wood control, or maybe even just trying to push through, you know, radio. Just trying something at all just to, again, put AlQadsiah back in the position of them guessing, because right now it feels like we really just turned a whole new tide on this, because KingZero, they're just giving a ton of respect, and I don't even know why, considering they won the first map with a 10-2. They were able to get the first initialing round. Like, I just felt like they were in the best position in the world, and all of a sudden they're kind of letting this one slip right beneath their fingers.
Well, patience a virtue in this instance for both teams. At the very least, as far as KingZero are concerned, they can say, we're not in a 4-on-5 right now, which has been the case for a lot of these rounds on the GR side. So that will help them as they try to hold on to what I assume will be the A-bomb side here. See where AlQadsiah end up going. They could still divert through to B, but it is going to be towards A that they're going to head. XN and Bin able to find a crossfire up there in control room. This is going better for KingZero. I mean, the difference that it makes to have that extra player on the defense when the execute is coming through has been shown. Now, they just have to close out that 2-on-5, which was a bit of a trouble earlier on in the half, and it could be again. MG down alone now is action. 1v3 with 12 seconds, I think. Probably impossible, but if he would have killed YSH there, it was doable.
Look at this free plant, though. That might give him a little bit more time to work with here.
Oh, he's just got to swing him together. There it is. Nainu finishes it off. So a second round for KingZero. The half's not yet done, Laz. If KingZero can put together another 2 quick rounds right here, all of a sudden, the story changes completely.
It really does. Yeah, that's a really, really good point you bring up, because really, if they can be able to find themselves these last 2, making it a 5-4, I mean, that's going to be a really good scoreline considering how this game has been going. Like, it just feels like AlQadsiah has been the one that's been in the driver's seat, at least for KingZero. That would allow them to get themselves in a better position here for the offense going into the BL side. So we'll wait and see. getting closer and closer to the end point of this first half. But, you know, if AlQadsiah could be able to get themselves even a split of a 1-1 or, you know, a best case 2, like that would be magnificent just for them to get themselves a lot more of a jump. But we'll wait and find out. KingZero once again kind of playing the 2 and B very passively, just leaving 9U by himself here anchoring. So right back to the same setup. But this time we're noticing that KingZero, they're putting a little bit more of attention towards Widor. They realize that, you know, AlQadsiah has been able to get themselves slipped through those lines. So it's good that they've figured something out, but they're going to have to do more than that, though.
Well, AlQadsiah typically were one of the teams that played a little bit of a slower style back when they were Vasco. If you can remember going back to CFS last year and, you know, Summer Champs as well, typically brought a little bit more of a methodical approach, let's say.
Yep.
And that is still reminiscent here at EWC. YF, though,
shot.
He is happy to wait patiently, and he gets his prey. So VNC down early. And this is where a third round could start to come into the conversation for KingZero. And at that point, it's anybody's game. AlQadsiah are going to move their way over towards A. 4-1 split from them. Going to leave someone to have a little bit of a fake over towards lockers, but looks like KingZero have got the forces over towards A that they need. MG, an important opening pick. That is huge from them. And now the rotate is going to start scrambling over for KingZero. They need to clear out Silver, which they've been able to do, but it's a 1-for-1, so a 3-on-3 for the retake, and you've still got action on the other side of the map, keeping YSH busy.
Yeah, this is important now. But again, for, you know, someone like, I think that's Action, he's going to have to get himself a little bit closer to his teammates. He doesn't want to play too far away. So now he's finally getting himself back into a little bit more of a fighting conversation here. Again, this position, if he can get himself dropped into radio, oh, this could be perfect. They might not expect this. YF was kind of, you know, again, a little bit of a spidey sense. Oh, he's got a full read on it, but this is all about timing. This could be everything. The timer's already halfway through, well over that. So now KingZero, they have to get moving. They can't wait any longer, and they think this is going to be it. And look at that. It's a free, easy kill. YSH, he's just going to get himself a little consolation prize, but that is it. And AlQadsiah, they're going to be able to get themselves a 6th round on the board.
Yeah, I'm not sure why KingZero takes so long there to try the retake. I think they just get themselves into a bit of a tangle, you know, trying to wrap that extra player around to the stairs position. You kind of just had to go at a certain point, you know, and well played by AlQadsiah, has to be said. Very patient in that post plant. So final round of the half will be a really big difference maker. A third round for KingZero, it feels like it's going to be doable. With only 2, that's a tough ask to come back from. So a lot resting on the shoulders of this round for KingZero especially.
Yeah, they desperately need this. Like, I mean, if we see a 7th round game here for AlQadsiah, that's just going to be tragic right now for KingZero fans. Like, this just, again, a map where I was thinking that this was a good position for them being on the GR side. I thought surely this was going to be good enough for them. Not looking like the case. It's a little bit of a turn of events that we weren't even expecting. I mean, technically, this, you know, KingZero team is better on their GR side by, you know, 54%, but we're seeing Bin finally getting himself a little bit of action here with the AK, gets that first duel, but again, we need a little bit more than that. Somebody else has to be able to find another kill to put themselves in that nice man advantage here.
I mean, remember, this is more or less exactly how the last round started. It was a sniper kill rather than a rifle kill, but it was on that same line. It was 5-on-4, and then AlQadsiah were able to still find themselves a way back into the round. This time they're going to take a different approach. They're going to work their way into lockers. It's been smoked off, so YF can't see anything.
Just over a minute remaining, so MG getting ready for the lineup here. Actually back out of this? Yeah, he is. Oh, this is good. AlQadsiah, they're going to actually mix up the playbook a little bit. Now they're going to regroup together. XN, oh, actually, it was actually Bin that's able to get. I was going to say, man, XN, he looked locked in right there.
Yeah, XN also spotting Silver out in the vent, so no funny business this time around. And it's just on 9U to ensure that he does not go down for free this time. He died to MG in that position last round, and that lost the round for KingZero. This time, Flash is around the corner. Again, not going to put MG off of his line, and now it's XN's job to try to just anchor this site, but the kills are coming through from AlQadsiah. This is illegal.
What?
KINGZERO, you cannot be losing a round like this. They've got those two players back up into control room action, trying to cross in onto the site, but the frags are coming through for AlQadsiah, and YSH falls as well. Another great recovery from the Brazilian squad, and KINGZERO, I mean, gone are the days of map 1 where it felt like they were going to sweep this series. We feel like we're going the distance now.
Yeah, it really feels like it. But again, like, you know, even just highlighting a player like, you know, Action or, you know, AT or AKT, right? I mean, like, that's somebody that's putting up some big numbers right now, double digits, put himself at a, what was he, essentially 14-4.
Yeah.
So he was somebody that was not able to find anything, and now he's starting to put up multi-kill after multi-kill. Now we get to see KINGZERO finally getting themselves a little bit more activation.
Ooh.
Look at how easily they do this. All 5 players still alive. They take everybody in their path, and they finally get that opening round back in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to wonder where was that in the second half, you know, or in the first half, right? Like, the talent is clearly there. The ability is on our screens, but I don't know. It just didn't seem to work on the GR side. Got into a bit of a fuddle. That's kind of what I'm saying, though. Like, the fortunes can change quite dramatically, but you're basically asking for a near flawless second half here from KINGZERO when you've lost the first half 7-2. If you go down 6-3 or 5-4, like, you've got a lot of room to work. But you're going to need to see that round almost every round from KINGZERO here, and that is a tough ask. Triple sniper setup from AlQadsiah, by the way. So they are really playing for those picks. KINGZERO going to try to work against it by bringing a faster playstyle. They do flash Silver off the line. He can't see anything, but VNC for the triple was completely disregarded by KINGZERO. And, well, first round looked fantastic. Second, not so much.
Yeah, and again, we were giving a lot of criticism for, you know, a player like VNC. I was like, look, he was doing nothing on the first map, and look at that. Even just right there, he puts himself in a quad kill. And now he's right back on the board, and they get themselves 8 getting onto sub-base right now. And this just might be the tale of both these teams maybe taking their opponent's map pick away and then taking it all the way to Ankara, which I didn't even have that on my bingo card. Not even close to that in this match.
No, not after map 1. I could see a third map between these two teams, like before the series,
absolutely.
if that makes sense. But after map 1, certainly didn't expect this.
Just the way it's been going, I didn't think it was going to be that kind of a case, right? I thought maybe they'll win their respective map picks and then we'll go to the distance, but boy, oh boy. It made things very interesting to start this day off. Let's not forget. So this is day 1 already. So, and I mean, the fact that we're going to get matched, game 1, day 1, everything. Yeah, so might even get ourselves a 3-mapper to get things going. I don't even hate it. That's great.
Well, that would be very much in line with what we've seen over the last 18 months of CROSSFIRE. I've talked about it quite a lot when we've been, you know, doing analyst desk segments and stuff like that. That there's a certain level of parity now that comes through with CROSSFIRE internationally that we never really used to see. I think in the, let's say, pre-COVID era of CROSSFIRE, it was very much dominated by the top teams, and you'd constantly have really quick matches, easy wins, these kinds of things. But it feels like even the weaker teams, quote-unquote weaker teams, have kind of like caught up. And there is a sense that we really do get a lot of competitive series now. Maybe we're getting another one here. I mean, this is Seed 5 versus a Seed 1. And it's, you know, you could still go either way.
Ooh, this is a good reposition. They might not expect him to be here. They are throwing about a bunch of utility to clear him out, but if he wants to recommit to it, that actually could be detrimental here for KINGZERO. But actually, they're just going to fall back. They're going to retreat this plan, reconvene, gather new thoughts. They're just deciding, look, this isn't the right idea. They're now going to group up back into Wood Room. They might even try to test here for VNC once again. I don't know why you want to, because considering he was the one that put up the quad kill, but that's going to be the plan. That's what they want to go for. They're going to just try to send this in with 35 seconds remaining. He's not going to play the same spot this time. He's going to play behind Missile. He's going to try to play that position where at least he can find a kill, maybe burn some time, allow his teammates to get to rotate through. But they are just trying to swarm him, and they do. But now Silva, thankfully, is here for reinforcement. It's been only the 1 kill, but Feifei! That's not bad at all. He's able to find this double, and now the HP is getting low.
Yeah, that was pretty bad from 9U. Bit of a whiff. And that has given AlQadsiah the chance back in this round.
Feifei needed to die. He needed to go down faster.
Oh, they're getting loud. They're
unable
getting
to find that entry that they need there, and this is, yeah, it's definitely looking like map 3 on the cards right now. AlQadsiah have responded quite nicely for their second map.
Well, it just goes right back to your original point, Jordan. I mean, you said, look, like this is a team, you know, a lot of tenacity. They're able to get themselves, you know, like through the thick and thin, and that's exactly what we're seeing, right? Like we already had them a bit of a write-off. We were like, okay, maybe an off day, maybe not the day for them. They'll have to bounce back a little bit later in the group stage. No, like they're still here. They want to compete, and the fact that they, you know, are putting up a 9-3 scoreline, definitely not something we were expecting. But Action once again finds this double kill. And look at how quickly they just sweep the floor. And now it's down to a 1-on-3.
Yeah, it's just like a non-contest. YF stuck again in a 1v3. He's been spotted out, and that is that. AlQadsiah, they respond, and they take map 2. We are going to be going all the way to Ankara, which felt like it was an impossible task after map 1. But that is how quickly fortunes can change in a game like Crossfire. And, well, now the shoe's on the other foot. KingZero are going to be the team that's going to have a lot of thinking to do in the break that is upcoming.
It really, yeah, that's really true, because again, just the thing that was really impressive is just that we see like players like VNC, Action, those guys, you know, the riflers being aggressive as they are, they finally got their footing. They finally got themselves right back into fighting form, and that's what I love. Like, we thought this was, you know, their backs were on the boards. We thought this was it. Not even the case at all. They brought up a good fight. They were able to get a couple uppercuts here and there, and they put themselves back into the conversation of now a third and final map here for the first opening of the group stage here for Group A. But my oh my, KingZero, I don't even know what the conversation's going to be, because that was just a poor performance from them.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the flashes and the moments, though, where that could have been something. So, I don't know. I think the first half, it kind of got a little bit away from them, but you can still see that the ability is there for KingZero. So hopefully they'll be able to find that as we take a short break, obviously heading into map 3. We'll find out if KingZero or AlQadsiah will win their opening game at the Esports World Cup. Welcome back into Esports World Cup Crossfire as we are underway with our first match of the day, and it has gone the distance. Map 3. Weren't really expecting that after the first map. It was looking pretty comfortable for KINGZERO, but AlQadsiah have arrived. They took a little bit to wake up. They seemed a bit sleepy in map 1, but map 2 definitely dominated. And yeah, certainly raises a bit of an eyebrow for where map 3 is going to go. Ankara, it's traditionally associated with being very strong for Chinese teams. So maybe we'll see a little bit of a resurgence here from the KINGZERO lads. What's your take, Laz? Where are you going for this one?
Yeah, you know, I was trying to think about that a little bit on the break, and you know, it's hard because like the analytical brain of me wants to go, you know, there's like a bit of a lean here for KINGZERO, like you said, a map that is theoretically the better portion here for the Chinese teams, but I'm still really impressed with how we saw AlQadsiah playing. Like, I really think the fact that we saw an entirely different team on that second map, it makes me a little bit more convinced. I think I'm on that copium a little bit, so I'm going to say these guys might be able to edge it out.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Where are you going?
I'm definitely leaning AlQadsiah.
Okay, so we're both on the same page.
Yeah.
Dang.
I think, you know, you do have to just back the favorite in these kinds of instances. A lot of the time when I'm looking for an underdog victory, an upset, something like that, I often feel that it needs to be clean, right? You need to win that first map and then you need to win the second map. Agreed. Because as soon as you open that door back up, you know, the favorite kind of goes, all right, we are better. And I wonder if AlQadsiah have recognized that and they're going to go into map 3 here and just say, yeah, we are definitely better. MG getting a lot of work done as well with the sniper. You know, even in those disadvantageous moments when you're down 5-on-4, it feels like MG can be relied upon to get that pick that's required to get you back in the round. Well, at least we saw that on sub base. And I think he'll be a big factor here on Ankara as well going forward. So, look, you know, jury's still out. Obviously, KINGZERO is a team that have shown the ability to beat AlQadsiah, but I think we do have to just back AlQadsiah at this point.
Yeah, and the one thing that, you know, for me, like, again, I feel like the stats and everything is just not going to be the factor in this matchup. Like, I was really, like I said, trying to be the analyst in this situation, but I'm kind of throwing that away. But the one thing I do want to bring up is that, like, it is a very strong map in the Chinese region, but the one thing that does make me a little bit nervous here for KINGZERO is the fact that they do have, like, a 13-13 record on it, which it's not really a strong winning map for them. It's, you know, not great, but it's not bad. So I just wonder if that's going to be a problem, whereas, you know, a team like AlQadsiah, that is definitely more of a favorable one, like one of their higher portions of the map win percentages. So that's what I'm wondering, if their aggressive style might be a factor on a map like this on the outside.
Well, it's time to find out as we head into map number 3. Ankara here, of course. It's a classic, probably the classic of Crossfire. I think if you had to think about one map that you associate with the game, at least for me, it would probably be this one. We'll see who's going to walk away with the victory. KINGZERO starting off here on the GR side. AlQadsiah on blacklist. Double sniper coming out for AlQadsiah already. That's something that you can expect to see probably maintained throughout the course of this map. YSH though, it's a freebie onto Action, who's kind of just gone wandering through a smoke into a middle. I don't know if that's a great sign from AlQadsiah. If that's what you're going to be bringing out in your first blacklist round on this map, the strat book might be pretty dry.
Yeah, that's not a great sign, because that's, you know, there's an argument that, like, yeah, maybe he was trying to get a timing. He was hoping he might be able to get a cheeky kill, maybe be able to fall back, and then AlQadsiah put themselves in the position to have that 5-on-4 instantly. But yeah, it was a little bit too quick for me, and I think a little bit lackluster. Like, they didn't really support him or throw like a pop flash for him at all. Like, it really just felt like a bit of a dry swing. So now this is more of an awkward setup, because you have VNC and Feifei. They're going to just kind of commit through the same main. They're just going to try to send it. And somehow VNC actually does win that opening duel. So now there's a player right behind Green Box. But again, Is he going to be able to stop things out? Is he going to get cleared an XL? Oh man, he's got the M14, and that's the problem with it. You get that gun up close and personal, and look at what you can do.
That's illegal. I mean, XN should not be getting away with the double there. I guess they just didn't know that he was there at all. I feel like they had a read on it, but that round a little bit too easy in the end for KingZero. Typically, if you're stuck behind that box and you're the solo hold on the side, like, you're doomed.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do. You're going to get naded, someone's going to creep up on the line from distance, maybe you're going to get flashed out. It's literally unplayable.
Yeah.
Unless you catch them off guard, which is exactly what's happened here for XN. Typically, that position would be used as like a trade fragger or like a second point of contact, which it wasn't really in that instance. He was kind of just trying to hide, but
yeah,
it's worked out.
I think the fact that he actually recommitted out of that box and went for the swing was really important.
Yeah.
Like you said, typically when you see a player there, they just kind of tuck tail, they just try to go for that one-on-one trade. That time he's like, you know what, no, I'm just going to swing, I'm going to see what I can do with the M14, and he was able to find himself a double kill. And that's where I've really noticed, like, KingZero, they've really put a lot of emphasis here for that gun. Like, for us in the West League, we see the HK all the time, right? Not the factor here for the Chinese team. So that's been the one thing that's been very interesting in terms of that gun meta that I kind of just talked about very briefly in the second map. But not a bad round here for KingZero to get themselves on that first round on the board. But now it's a question of AlQadsiah. Can they be able to go right back into that? Because that's what we've seen before, right? It's the one team gets the first, and the bounce back comes through, and then it's like, hey, where do we go from here?
Well, the bounce back, not quite happening just yet. KingZero finding the opening pick in this one. AlQadsiah just trying to show a bit of presence outside of A at the moment. Gives some time for Silver to work on the other side of the map. He finds a pick. That's the difficulty of playing GR side on this map, is that there is a lot of space to cover. There's a lot of 1v1 duels that can be taken, particularly on the B and middle side of the map. And that's what Silver has been able to pick up. And so we're back to 4-on-4. Action. Waiting for the re-aggression from KingZero. He won't actually get the kill onto 9U, but XN goes down as well. So interesting round playing out here. KingZero, they find the opening pick, but they're kind of just letting it slip away. YF gets a leg shot. He will be able to finish off Silver, but he needs more than that, and he can't quite get it. Shot in from Action, and it's on to 9U, which is it's a not impossible clutch. A 3v1 here, two players very, very low. He could make this happen still.
It's very doable. And he's got a PC utility that he could use if he wants to. But the fact that both these players are low, that's a really important factor, because again, it just might take one, if not maybe two shots to take them out. But they know where he is now. Flash a little bit deep, but either way, they're going to get it done. MG's going to put the sniper to work, and yeah, not bad at all. And this is exactly what I said. One team gets the round, and then the other team just bounces back, and now I'm just kind of going, where are we going with this? Like, how is this game even going to happen on Ankara?
Yeah, a bit of back and forth. Early days, though. Early days.
Early days.
Deep smokes this time from KingZero. They want to just keep AlQadsiah from taking any space. They're going to go aggressive out of A main.
Ooh, this is good.
Look at the three smokes that KingZero have thrown. They want to take space in this round.
I like it, though, because, again, that was the biggest criticism we were saying. For Subbase, we were saying that, for them on the GR side, they were playing so passive. They were just playing the standard setups. They weren't really doing anything. They weren't experimenting. They weren't really utilizing a playbook or defensive playbook, if you will. Now we're starting to see it. The fact that they put this much pressure on AlQadsiah, they essentially have to park the brakes, and now they have to kind of reconfigure a game plan. Like, they are the ones that are re-fighting for map control, which is not a good position for them to be in.
No, but a lot of time left in this round, so got some time to work. And you've got MG and Silver still holding the double sniper setup, so picks are on offer. But perhaps more so for KingZero. There we go. That's exactly what they're looking for, actually. Just would have ideally not wanted to lose a player. So it's still kind of a bit of a stalemate after that one. That one-for-one trade doesn't really do much to shift the bar. This, though, 9U kind of getting caught out, needs a bit of help, and he's not going to get it in time. Bin looking for the double, gets it with the pre-fire. Feifei just walking into that headshot. And KingZero stabilizing themselves somewhat in this round. Seems like they've got a pretty good idea of where MG is as well. So they are going to give him the plant.
Yeah, this post plant's really, really important though, again, because right now with him being, you know, a 1-on-3, he has to get aggressive. This is where he has to go for that fight. He has to be able to bully somebody. But right now, KingZero, they're playing this as a 3-man unit. This is perfect because, again, with the rifles, in theory, this should be the instant trade. But we've seen this position before where a sniper is able to get himself a 1-on-3. Can MG do it? Oh, that's not going to help. That is definitely not going to help. 2 strikes, and in this case, you're definitely going to be out.
Yeah. Well, defuse comes through, 2-1 for KingZero. I feel like we're just sort of going through the motions at the moment. The early stages of this map, both teams kind of feeling each other out a little bit. You know, we're I don't know if we're not necessarily even really in the eye of the storm, you know, because that would be under the understanding that we've already had part of the storm. I don't think we're quite at that point just yet. I feel like, you know, it's like the calm before the storm. Let's just go with that one.
I like it. I do like that.
Feels pretty relaxed, you know, but maybe the wind's picking up a little bit. You can smell it. And here it starts to play out a little bit earlier in the round. A bit of a contest over middle, a 1-for-1 with YF and MG going down. I don't think you'll hate that if you're KingZero, though. I would definitely be quite keen to get rid of MG early in the round. They've been able to do that. Good start.
Yeah, because MG's been playing he always plays the role where he's just sitting back. He always kind of finds that, you know, kind of annoying little bit of a pick where he's been able to just, you know, sit back in the outskirts of mid and just getting a duel. So the fact that he's gone early, that's a nice little bit of an advantage here for KingZero in some degree. But the snipers have been removed here from both these teams. They're going to go for a vent swing. This is interesting. 9U in a really good position. Oh my, he's still not able to find this. XN once again, he's in this position. He's going to play behind the green box, trying to buy as much time as possible. But now, does he swing or does he go? No, he's just going to sit back. He's done and removed. And now, AlQadsiah, they put themselves in a good position here to get themselves right back to a 2-2, Jordan. And even, you know, ISH, he's just going aggressive. He was trying to do a little bit of a heroic play by himself, and it blunders.
Yeah, that's probably how it should have gone the first time as well for XN. You know, he was talking about how normally when you play behind that box, you kind of just get deleted. And that's what happened. That's what happened this time around. So 2-2. Even scoreline. I guess now's probably a good time again to set the expectations for the half. I've always felt that Ankara is a bit of a 50-50 map. Maybe you lean a little bit towards the BL side, but I think you can get it done on both.
I agree.
I'd be looking towards a 5-4. It typically is, of all the maps in the pool, the one that you most often see like 1-1-1-1-1-1 tit for tat kind of rounds.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I couldn't agree with you more. This is a map where I feel like it's pretty even. It really is, like, as cliche as it sounds, it's about the teams that you're watching and their style, right? So like we see teams that are very aggressive on the GR side. Yeah, there's a lot of argument that, you know, there can be some GR, you know, a little bit of favoritism, but I feel like in the most case, yeah, I would probably say the same thing, like a bit more of a lean on the BL. This is where now I like that AlQadsiah, they're going to play this all together. This is more like it. I wasn't loving the like little bit of lurking kills and, you know, really just trying to see what they can find. This time they're kind of making the right decision. They're going to all play together. They're going to try to find man commit to this.
Well, 9U, again, in a good position. This time, he's at least good for one, but XN gets taken down before he can strike. That will still give AlQadsiah a good opportunity to sink their teeth into this round. It's 3-on-3. They have cut KingZero out of this site. And they're getting that plant down as well, AlQadsiah. So you'll take this 3-on-3 post plant. I think you'd be happy with that.
Oh, and they're all going to commit all the way around here too. So they're going to try to go through A main. So this is going to put a little bit more pressure here for MG. He's the one that's going to have to do something big. Goes for a swing, but oh my gosh, I can't believe he's still alive. He's got 19 HP to spare. But now Action, he's going to have to put a little bit more of a distraction. That's not bad. Together, they're going to just be able to find themselves at 3 kills. Action, again, look at how much he's just been able to like rise like a phoenix. Like the guy was a ghost, like nothing. He was in the Ashes first map. Look at what he's been able to bring for the second and this third.
Yeah, and AlQadsiah are really firing up now as well. That's a trademark, I would say, of the Brazilian rosters typically is the screaming and shouting. And they were very quiet in the first map. Not actually that loud in the second map, but now that push is coming to shove, they're starting to make some noise, which is a bad sign for KingZero. There's an opener as well for Silver. Could this map start to run away from KingZero? Well, certainly could be possible if this ends up at a 4-2 scoreline, which is where we're headed.
Well, again, even the fact the opening duel, I'm loving that we're starting to see that plan out a little bit nicely here for AlQadsiah. The fact they get this duel, that's a good start. And that, I think what we've seen the difference from the first map to now all the way to here is that it actually is putting up a little bit more of a win percentage for them. That is putting them in a better position. And right now you can even see that these guys are mixing the playbook. That was something I said in the second. We're now getting it here again. They're mixing things up. They're keeping it very much a guessing game. And this is where KINGZERO, being down the man, they have to do some investigating. They have to kind of explore some new options. And they're kind of going for a 3-man stack at this A site. So they're really gambling it here, Jordan.
It's an incorrect gamble.
Yeah.
At least so far.
That's why they call it a gamble.
See what YF does, though. If he's able to get that kill, yeah, all of a sudden, that starts to piece the puzzle together a little bit. KINGZERO will be thinking, okay, someone was headed towards B. Now he has to be a little aware of a push into Hotel himself. It's been smoked off. I mean, the game is up. They know KINGZERO where this bomb plant is going to be headed. So they are going to pre-rotate their way over towards B. But they're not going to be able to do too much about it. You actually need players in the site for that to really make a difference, and they weren't quite that quick. So you're going to have to now wait for those smokes to go down. They do lose YF on the backside, which will be obviously less than ideal, brings it back to a 3-on-4. And a 2-1 split as far as the retake is concerned. They're out in front of the smoke. Feifei's got to keep a bit of an eye on that one. VNC falls, so too does Feifei, and now it falls apart for AlQadsiah. This is not how it should have gone at all. Bomb's not planned for action. I think KINGZERO just kind of caught them on a timing there.
Yeah, it really was, because you could see there was a deep smoke getting thrown in long A. I was thinking, okay, look, if they would have thrown that 1 or 2 seconds earlier, that would have really put, you know, KINGZERO in the fact that they would have had to go through smoke, double players out of that A main. That would have been a problem. But the fact that they just beat the timing of it, like you said, I think they were called a little bit with their pants down. They had no idea. They weren't expecting that at all. So good, a little bit of work here from KINGZERO. Like the fact that they could use the timing and put that right back into a tie game, it's not bad at all. You got to take advantage of like the littlest of margins. And even, man, that peak and that angle, not bad at all from YF. A little bit of a pixel angle. He's able to find that engagement, takes down MG quickly, but action. He's able to retaliate back. He's able to find that engagement. So now things are getting a little bit more uncomfortable here for KINGZERO. You can already see Actions put himself in the GR spawn. Everybody's grouped up here. But look at XN. He's going here for the backstab, and he's able to get that bomb dropped as well. That has been a problem time and time again here for AlQadsiah, and it's going to happen right here and right now for round number 7.
Yeah. I mean, it's just such a back and forth game, isn't it? It was looking for a moment like we would be at a 4-on-2 lead for AlQadsiah, and now all of a sudden KINGZERO is going to be the team that's going to pull in front again. Feifei will be doing the classic, the Feifei pause. If we've talked about it so far here at EWC, but certainly something that, you know, it's actually, I would say, fairly unique in CROSSFIRE. We don't really see a lot of teams using this. But Feifei definitely quite well known for just, especially if he's the last player alive, just doing this.
I don't mind it.
Taking a tack timeout, but you're basically taking a free tack timeout, which is, I think it's quite intelligent, because you only get 1 tack timeout a map. You know, that's critical, man. So, you know, he's had a bit of a chat, figured out what he wants to get across to the team. And now it's been spotted out as well. So KINGZERO actually on the hunt a little bit. Yeah. Feifei pause.
Yeah, I like it, because again, it just allows them to clean things up, like you said. So even if it's for, you know, 10, 15, maybe even 20 seconds, it doesn't matter. It still adds just a little bit more, just clearing up the communication.
Yeah.
And then they don't have to burn that timeout, because we're still in the first half, right? There's no reason to have to go for it. This is a bit of a gimme. And again, you're talking about a 1-on-4 where, you know, he didn't even have the bomb in his control. Like, nothing was in a good position for him. So, like, look, why wouldn't you just have that conversation with your team?
Yep.
I'm all for it. Smart play. Yeah, and he's done a really good job calling a very good second map, and also into this third, putting the scoreline this close. Shout out to the AG.ALs here.
Well, forward hold from KINGZERO has not worked out. They've gone aggressive on both sides of the map, and they've lost players all over the place. That is
Silva,
a horror of a round, really. What has happened there? They do lose the C4 here, AlQadsiah, but 9U surely can't pull off a 1v5. It was getting interesting. I was starting to think, okay.
Yeah, and Silva was low too. Like, I think he only had like 1, maybe 2 HP. So if MG would have gone down, like that could have been like the 1v5 ace clutch. And I don't even know, man. I would have just been putting my head on the desk and just being like, you know what, Jordan, you can just take the full round. I'm gonna have to digest that. But look, didn't happen. We're right back into this last round of the first half right now. And it's a big question here, who's going to be able to get that, you know, little bit of a boost, who's going to be able to get the 5th round in their favor. But I think at this point, like, I don't even know if I'm overly convinced, like, it's going to make a huge deal on a map like this, just considering on how these teams are playing right now.
Triple sniper setup for AlQadsiah.
Yeah, they've done that before. They're doing it again.
I mean, this is the map to do it, really.
A lot of long-range fights you can have. Yeah, it definitely is not ridiculous if people are kind of wondering. It's reasonable. It's a little bit more of a move. It's bold, but why not?
Well, one of the other things is that you can trade that weapon out as well. You know, if you don't get the opening pick, if you don't fire a shot, you can go back into the BL spawn and get yourself a rifle. So you typically will see it at the start of a round. Maybe you have a bit of a look. If you don't see anything, you're going to have at least one of those players go back for a rifle, potentially 2. In this case, it's just 1. A little bit more standard coming through from AlQadsiah now as they just try and make a contact play in toward middle, and that has largely gone unnoticed, though. XN, perfect timing, catches Feifei. Didn't get VNC, who was the first player across, but gets the information that mid is gone. He gets a kill for it as well, so Zero not in a bad spot for this round. With the map split in half, it is going to be making it difficult for those rotators to come across and assist the bomb site that does actually get hit.
Yeah, a little bit of a good strangling kill here from YF, and yeah, look at him now. He's just finding himself some strong footing. He's able to find that double kill, now leaving it to MG on a 1-on-4. Bomb dropped again, and this is, again, the biggest thing that I've given so much criticism on is the fact that they're always refighting for that bomb control. That has always been the biggest problem here for AlQadsiah on their BL side, which is really hard to watch. Like, whenever you're in that position, you're going to have a bad time.
Yep. You can hear the Jiayos and the Pialiangs coming through from the Chinese squad. They're very pleased with that round, happy with that half.
They should be. That was very, very good.
And I would say I'm pretty happy with that as well. Like a 5-4 lead coming into the second half. You're moving on to BL side. Feels like a good spot to be in. See if KingZero can uphold their end of the bargain here on the BL side and kind of like maintain that story that we've been telling about Ankara and Chinese teams.
Yeah, it is going to be a good feeling for them too, because that's where we were kind of saying a lot here for the BL side, you know, the CFPL league where, you know, it's a very, very well played map and a very well known amount of work that they put on it. So this is where AlQadsiah, they're going to have to showcase a little bit more of how good can their defense be. And Silva's actually going to equip the TRG as well. So they are going to double sniper this. I actually feel like Silva's been playing a lot better than MG has so far in this series. So for him to be sniping, I like it. MG typically is the strong sniper point, but that's not been the case here for game number 1. Oh, and KingZero, they actually might just go for the full A-pop here.
I mean, it's a standard, really, isn't it?
It really is.
The flashes over the top. Try and hit the side. They do take the space under the stairs quite nicely, though. VNC holds on for 1. The trade does come through. Crucial to be getting these trades quickly, though, because the rotate will be making a big difference for KingZero. And that timer starting to tick on the behalf of KingZero. They do find themselves the entries that they need. But here's that rotation that I was talking about. MG just not quite prepared for YF, who's on a bit of an off angle here, frankly. Brings it back into the 3-on-1. Silva spotted out, and that'll be that. KingZero, I was a bit concerned, I got to be real, with the entry there. It took them a long time to find the actual openings that they needed. And if it takes you that long, then that's when that rotation, that wrap comes in. You've got a player behind you or an extra player to come in from the GR spawn, throw a flash over the top, something like that. And that then means, well, a defended bomb site. But not the case this time around. KingZero up 6-4. The lead grows.
Yeah, it's definitely growing. And right now, the triple TRG setup once again. That's what, you know, AlQadsiah is going to go for. And MG does trying to get a little bit more aggressive. He's trying to put a little bit of the hero play, but it's only a 1 and done. So now action He's trying to see if he can get himself a little bit of a trade back, but he's kind of just hesitating on the swing. He's trying to play this a little bit more tactical. And he's got the HK, so again, a little bit of a tapperino, but he can't seem to find more than that one kill. So again, these trades back and forth, right down to an even Stevens here with a 3-3.
This round's going to slow down, though. KingZero not going to push their way or attempt to push their way into the A-bomb side. They're going to go for a wrap back around. Just trying to toy with the GR side. And it seems to have worked. VNC wrapping off of the B side over towards A to reinforce Feifei. And you got Silver, who's more or less splitting his attention between mid and B. So you'd imagine Zero should get in here cleanly, and they very nearly get Silver on their way through as well. That should have been a massive bonus, but they've got their forces on the site now. They'll be able to get a plant down, smokes up. So 3-3 on the retake. That has worked out nicely for KingZero so far.
Yeah, that's a good bomb position as well. That's really, really well, because again, like, there's a bit of an opening there. Makes it really tough here for the GR side to go for the defuse. Some good utility getting thrown. They're actually going to try to go through the smoke, but oh, it's a little too late. There's a player like Feifei, he's been able to cross into the back box, but that's just not going to be enough. And now Silva has to find something magical, but again, it's only a 1 kill. Now KingZero, they're starting to cook.
Yeah, well, we could be getting our first upset in the very first game of Esports World Cup. Crossfire is a funny game, though. I mean, you do tend to see these kinds of things happen. I mean, especially more so since 2024. I think we went into 2024 expecting the dominance of China to kind of continue, and then that was where All Gamers and BaiSha both had a really, really disappointing year. Now we come into this year with some expectations preconceived after last year, and they may be getting thrown out the window pretty early on in the piece. We'll see. 7-4. It's not over and done with just yet, but KingZero definitely in a good spot. Re-smoking is Silva. All right, AlQadsiah not going to be able to keep KingZero at bay for long.
Yeah, not for long, but KingZero putting themselves in a really good, again, manipulating the map and just kind of like toying with different ideas. They were kind of, again, going through B door. They were trying to just, make it seem like they're going to go there. But now you can see all these players once again going right back for the A hit. This is going to leave VNC and also Feifei. They're going to be the two singular players that are going to have to play this buddy system as best as they can. VNC's just tucked away, Feifei's above, and VNC can't seem to find the kill. So now Feifei, he's got himself a tough task. He's got the M14, but he's got his teammates close on by. They've gotten the rotate here quickly, and now action. Oh man, Feifei's able to find that double. And him in action together, they're able to get everything done. Even a little consolation prize for MG, not bad at all. So good read here from the Brazilians that they get themselves still in this game.
Yeah, it's kind of the worst. It's the worst of both worlds, though. You've got the round win that you want, but then you've already called the TAC timeout. I always kind of wonder, why do they call the TAC timeout so early in the round, right? You could call it with 10 seconds left on the round and still have it be valid. But you get that TAC timeout through, and then you win the round. You're like, well, do we really need the TAC timeout now? Or can we just roll with a bit of this momentum? Well, unfortunately, now the momentum doesn't necessarily matter anymore. Still gives you the time to chat. There's obviously some benefit to be had, but
there is, and I mean, that's the other thing for people that aren't aware with like CROSSFIRE. Like, this is very much a momentum-based game. Like, it really does kind of get rocked all the time. But I do think that it plays a significant part of a game like this, where all it takes is, a little bit of a timeout. You can get, yourself a couple rounds in favor and then full steam ahead, or maybe not, right? Maybe a big clutch might just turn things all, on its head essentially, and then we're kind of going right back to square one where we don't even know what's going to happen here. So there's a lot of back and forth many times, but like you said, I think the fact they won the round, they got themselves here for the TAC timeout. I don't hate it, but yeah, I don't love it either. But at least now they can kind of clean things up a little bit here, considering they did a pretty good job here holding things down on that GR side.
Yep. Do you like thinking music, lads? You reckon this is thinking music? Would this help jog your memory?
I feel like it make it
doing
worse
some
for
study.
Me. Like if I was like talking to my team and I could hear this music,
Lo-fi beats.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know if I like that. I'd just be like, this is too much pressure for me.
Puts the pressure on.
There's already enough pressure as it is. Adding a little bit more here.
Well, that's the big trophy that all the teams are gunning for at the Esports World Cup here for CROSSFIRE. if I'm right in saying, I believe it is the largest prize pool ever.
I think so.
In the history of CROSSFIRE. So there's that.
Pretty amazing.
But there's also the prestige of being the first Esports World Cup champion for CROSSFIRE. This is the first iteration of CROSSFIRE at the Esports World Cup. And that'll be something as well for the teams to lick their lips at. The prospect of, and AlQadsiah still trying to fight for their chances in this best of 3. They are down. They're not out.
Definitely not out of this yet. Couple warning shots here getting thrown from YF, and now they're going to try to go through this double door once again. But right now, AlQadsiah, they got themselves a 3-player stack towards B. So they're just going to keep the VNC and Feifei together here as a combination in A. They're going to just put a lot more of that reliance here that there could be a B hit. And it's not a bad read, considering how we're seeing this round go. Like, the bomb still dropped in the back skirts, so it's not like, you know, KingZero have made a decision, but you can see they're kind of waiting for this pop moment here through the door. They're going to try to fight for this hotel control if they can, which is going to be really important because now that they got this control, like, that's just going to allow them to have many options of what they want to do here for an execute.
Speaking of, here come the smokes. Towards that B site. And that has not gone very well at all to start things off for KingZero. Smokes missing and opening picks going the way of AlQadsiah. That's going to be a cause for concern, definitely, for the coach of KingZero. That's not a mishap that you want to be seeing at all.
Oh, YF got caught right in the arm. Yeah, that missed utility, that's a problem. That should never have happened. And now they're going to try to re-evaluating a new game line. That's what they're going to do. They're just going to go right through mid now. And actually, they're winning gunfights. Hang on a second, but Action, beautiful work, and it gets the bomb down, but now all of a sudden, MG, he's able to find that kill through the smoke too, so now just leaving it down to 1 player, and no, it's going to be Silva to put the nail to the coffin in 1 round of a differential.
If they would have just slowed it down a little bit there, KingZero, and they got that smoke up that was there at the end of the round, they could have crossed main, they could have gone over towards the A site, but instead, just tries a little bit early to cross into GR spawn and gets picked off. Silva, nice round there, a couple of kills with the TRG, which is, I guess, the spiritual successor to the Orb nowadays. Bin, wow, nice double. And AlQadsiah, for all the hard work that they have done, they have essentially just thrown it away.
I mean, again, a really bold move. It was something they were trying to do, like catching them off guard a little bit. I don't mind it. Like I said, it's good when you see the GR side trying to get a little bit more adventurous. They try to, you know, think of something new what they can do and maybe get the timing, but it felt like that was a bit quick for me. Like, that was really too early in the round. It was a little bit more, you know, that KingZero should be posting up and they should be kind of waiting for something that quickly. But unfortunately, the execution does not look nicely here for AlQadsiah, but for KingZero fans, that's going to feel really good to be on a 5-on-3 that quickly on.
Just got to make sure that they convert on this round. You know, this is your perfect opportunity to get yourself in a winning position. Don't throw this one away because AlQadsiah have got a bit of momentum in their favor now after those last couple of rounds. And if they would win this, then I think they might go on to win the map. But KingZero just kind of keeping their noses in front at the moment. Just make sure that that nose does not get cut off. There's a good read, a good call to go towards B so far. Just the 1 defender. And it's more of a half defender, really, because the attention, again, is split between mid and the B site for MG. He may get 1 on the cross if he doesn't get smoked off, but he's not going to be able to defend the site on his own. He's worked out of GR spawn. There we go. He does get his 1. KingZero happy enough with the proceedings. They'll get that plant down. They take the site. They've got the 4-on-3 post plant. They've got their smokes up. This should be their round. MG, though, taking matters into his own hands, has found himself 2, and all of a sudden, AlQadsiah starts to sense the blood in the water.
Yeah, that's really important from MG. The fact that he's able to get that kill on Hotel, like, I mean, that timing was perfect. If he would have been a second later, I think that could have been a massive advantage here for KingZero. But now even Feifei putting a little bit more work with the rifle. Now you can see Nayu is trying to do something and he get caught with a flashbang. So now YSH, he's by himself to anchor this down. Not going to happen. Right back to a tie game just like that.
AlQadsiah really letting KingZero know. I mean, that is, like I said, that's not a round that you should be losing at all. KingZero, that might be their chances of picking up this upset. Gone with the wind. A 5v3. and then a 4v3, and then a 3v3, and then a 2v3, and then a 1v3. And it was over. So many chances for KingZero in that round to still pull it back, but now they're going to have to do it the good old-fashioned way. They're going to have to do it the hard way. I mean, this may be a map where overtime is brewing as well. Scoreline getting close, 7-7.
Yeah, it's a question who's going to go for this peak first. Is it going to be Silver? Is it going to be XN? And Silva, oh, he's really wanting it. He's hungry for it. I was thinking he's going to, surely he's not going to overextend this, but XN, he's just posted up on this. Man, this is a little bit of a cat and mouse, a little bit of a chicken. Oh, okay, they both know where each other are, and XN is going to be able to find them. So Silva gets caught, fully exposed, but the HP low here for XN. So he's down to 7, so not bad. It's not like it was a convincing duel, but it's still a man advantage.
Yeah, you'll take it. Man advantage every day of the week. Just going to have to use XN as maybe a lurk or an entry fragger in this round. You know, set up, even in a position like this one, could be not too bad. If an A hit comes through from KingZero and he can shoot someone in the back on their rotate or just go for a late wrap, sort of mitigate some of that disadvantage of having low health. Try and find a cheeky fight as opposed to a straight up duel. But KingZero are just going to pause. They're going to really wait. See if they get any kind of re-aggression. And XN is the one that's sent forward looking for information, but he'll end up going down, and not such a fan of that from KingZero. It's not really achieved a whole lot. You know, it may keep the B defenders interested. Still 2 players you have to get past on the A side. Here's the entry attempt. 9U can't get anything done. Feifei and VNC holding strong. And now the wrap in through mid. Too late to make an impact, and KingZero faltering at the final hurdle.
Yeah, really, really good work from Feifei too. Like, and again, that's what I was kind of making the comment on the first half, is like him playing this well with the M14. Like, he's just running around. He's putting the, you know, the extra ammo in the gun. He's getting himself in these fights where he can get right into their face, and putting a rifle like that into full effect. Love to see it. He's been able to anchor this site, you know, quite a few times. I was a little bit critical because it's just him and VNC, but so far it's been good. Like, these guys have really been able to lock this A site down. It's been B that's been more of the question mark, and that's kind of the weird thing too, is that's where they typically put the 3 players, and that's where they have a little bit of a stack. So now KingZero, it makes me wonder if they've realized, like, look, let's just go back to this. Let's go back to what we know is going to work and go for something at that B site.
Yeah, KingZero are going to be kicking themselves for the position they found themselves in the second half. They could have probably already finished this map off.
Yeah.
But just goes to show the experience and tenure that the AlQadsiah roster now has. Shining through in the big moments, the high pressure when it does hit. They are the ones that are rising up at the moment. Another A finish by the looks of things. KingZero going to toss a little bit of util over towards the B side of the map to try to draw those rotates, but the A hold has been good. Feifei gets aggressive. 1-for-1 is not enough, but you've got to pre-rotate. You've still got 2 players over here. Action and the VNC looking to set themselves up with a crossfire. Nade's going to go into the boxes. VNC moving out, but can retake that strong position as that timing comes through. And KingZero not looking confident on this hit at all, but they do find a couple of quick entries, and now the round swings back in their favor.
That could have been so much different if VNC was going to be able to find that secondary kill, but XN is actually just going to tuck away. He's just going to, you know, disappear in that fight, and now these guys are going to play the low ground. YF's going to be the one that's going to be the first point of contact. He's going to try to see what he can do, but now they're playing this really a passive approach onto this, and they're trying to let these guys go for the fight. And you can see they got the timer halfway through, so they still have a little bit of time that they can work with. And now the fake defuse might be able to catch them a little bit. No, not at all. And we see KingZero bounce right back into this game. How? I don't even understand anymore.
I might have cursed it when I said there's a chance at OT.
Yeah, you
First game of the tournament. First game of the tournament.
You might have done it.
Are we heading there? 8-8 the score now.
Feeling like that could be the case.
Yeah. 2 rounds to go in regulation. And it has been very back and forth, very, very tight in this second half. Really, really close. Feels very tense right now. You know, you're really hanging on every pick. The opening picks especially feel so important. But I think KingZero, they've figured out maybe that the A side is kind of where they're finding that weakness. They're not feeling great about the B side, so they're going to, again, just try and crack the nut that is the A bomb side.
Well, we've seen before that, you know, again, that Feifei is the one that's always got the counter flash, and they throw it right around now, but they actually dodge it. This is where now, oh no, Feifei! I can't even believe he gets that double kill, but maybe it's all for nothing, but Action's at least there to help him out. So now the bomb's still in the possession here for KINGZERO, but they got to get this done. They got to get this planted. That's what they're going to do. So now AlQadsiah in the position here for a 3-on-2. Can they be able to finally get this retake done, or could YF be able to find something magical here with the sniper?
I mean, this is definitely doable for KINGZERO, right? Like YF, a great point from you. He opens it up, brings it back to 2-on-2. XN's in a position where he could multi-frag as well. Time ticking away. AlQadsiah going to have to be quick. They're going to make it in through vent. 3 players through vent. Flash over the top. That's YF down. Now it's on to XN, and this is where it gets really tough. He's been spotted. The spray on the MG was decent, but not enough, and the defuse will come through. AlQadsiah will find the round, and they will go up 9-8. Series point now for AlQadsiah.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. And again, I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. Feifei has been able to save the day. The fact that he's been able to find these double kills, he's been able to put himself in the right position, the right time. You can see it's a nuisance. You can even see the frustration that's built up here for KINGZERO. They're starting to get annoyed. And now they realize they need this round to push this overtime that you were kind of potentially alluding to, is the fact that this could maybe be the case. But it's all come down to this.
Is it going to be another A hit, right? Like, do you gamble on it again? I agree with you. I think the A defense has been quite stellar with the amount that they've been tested. Being able to find 2 or 3 kills like that on the defense as a duo is really massive. They're going to do it again. KINGZERO, they really feel like they've got... I mean, the flash coverage is great, but, like, you're not getting into the side. Ooh. Flash over the top from AlQadsiah to try and disrupt the plans, and it has. It has disrupted them. So KINGZERO going to call the cancel. Player in the event was spotted. Big wrap around though by Silver. And that is unexpected by XN. This could be the end of the map. If he's able to hold on to this position, maintain, or even just get himself 1 more kill on the way out, it would be huge for AlQadsiah. He is able to get out alive. That is huge. MG gets 1 more. Man. And KINGZERO falling flat on their face at the 11th hour.
Yeah, this could be them just kind of, you know, prematurely throwing the white flag onto this, because now they've lost 2 players. Now they have to do something about digging deep onto this one, because you have 9U, YSH alive, YF here too. So you do still have the sniper. The TRG is a threat, but they're going to go right back to the plan of attack. They're going to go right back to the original bread and butter. They think that they know something that we don't here, Jordan. They're going to say, you know what? They're stubborn. They want to go here for the A-pop one more time.
Jump spot here from Feifei. He's spotted a couple of players coming out of the vents. Util's getting dumped. Counter Util landing in the faces of KINGZERO. Again, disrupting their plans. 3 players to try to make the entry. Now just 1. YF alone, and that is that. AlQadsiah will secure map 3, 10-8. It was a stoic effort from KINGZERO, and they really did take it to the favorites in this matchup, but we do get the expected result with AlQadsiah finding the victory.
Yeah, you honestly love to see it. That is a little bit of a, you know, big turn of events where they got absolutely decimated on the first map. Come back to get the reverse sweep into the series, take it right down to the wire essentially on that 3rd and final map. But look, that's what we were kind of saying about this team. This is the #1 Brazilian team. They've been through it all, and they kind of showed us a little bit of a lackluster performance, but then all it took was them getting a little bit of a beating. They came right back into this with a big old swing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, still definitely some degree of shakiness, though, on display from AlQadsiah, which I think it would cost them against a better team. You know, let's be real, KINGZERO, they're not the strongest seed out of the Chinese region. They're not one of the big names necessarily at this tournament. So to see AlQadsiah get pushed all the way to 10-8 in the 3rd map of this series, I think they definitely will have higher expectations for themselves, and they'll want to bring a better level going forward if they especially want to go deep in this tournament.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, to me, I'm going to put the caveat of, like, I think this was like the first game, you know, jitters, a little bit of nerves. We talked about the prestige, you know, value of this event and like how much that's at stake here for all these teams, you know, fighting for the biggest prize pool they've ever been able to do, you know, playing the best teams across the world. So I think for AlQadsiah, yes, it was a bit shaky, a little bit of a very lopsided performance, even though they get the job done. But look, I mean, that's the first game that's been underway. Now I feel like we might be able to see improvement as the days go on.
Yeah, yeah. MG really got it going as well towards the back end there. Feifei, really good anchoring from him too. So a couple of the big names on that roster doing quite well. Valuable experience, obviously, for KingZero as well. But I still think that may be just their chance of going a bit deeper in this tournament, gone, done and dusted. I mean, the rest of the group isn't exactly super difficult, I guess. Gaming Gladiators and Twisted Minds, by the way, going on the B stream if you're interested in watching that one as well. But we'll see how things play out. Obviously, this is AlQadsiah's moment, so let's hand it over to the stage and see what they have to say about the win.
Yeah, thank you so much there, fellas. From AlQadsiah, we have Feifei here, and we have Rocco as translator joining us. Feifei, what a game, number 3. I mean, we at home were on the edge of our seats and here as well at the Esports World Cup. As a player, how did it feel being part of that? Because it seemed, I mean, you were rising up in the air, there was passion, it was incredible.
Feifei, o terceiro jogo ele foi bem disputado, foi muito bom de ver você jogar, então todo mundo muito animado. O que você achou do jogo no geral, né? Você tá nessa partida, o que você tem a dizer sobre isso?
Primeiramente, boa tarde a todo mundo que está aqui, boa noite rapaziada do Brasil, bom dia, né? Tá muito cedo aí, obrigado por acompanharem. Foi um jogo bem difícil, foi 3 mapas, acredito que várias coisas influenciaram ir para esse terceiro mapa. A gente está bem cansado e a gente quase não treinou aqui, mas é isso, foi um jogo pegado, eles se prepararam bem para jogar contra a gente, mas deu nice.
First of all, good morning for everyone in Brazil. It's very early in the morning there. Thanks for watching us. And yeah, it was a very nice game. It was a very nice third map. And we are very tired because we didn't manage to train here. So we arrived like 2 days ago. But yeah, we have high expectations for the other matches.
Excellent. I mean, talking of the maps as well, we saw, it was interesting that you chose Port as your first map, didn't go to plan. The second map, Subbase, went the other way to you guys. For the map choices in this competition, do you feel you're playing kind of the weaker maps early on to save your stronger maps for later in the competition?
Falando pouco sobre os piques e os bans dos mapas que vocês jogaram, vocês acabaram perdendo o mapa que vocês picaram, mas ganharam o mapa deles. O que você tem a dizer sobre essa questão dos mapas? Vocês estão escolhendo os mapas mais fortes de vocês para jogarem depois? Estão talvez escondendo algumas táticas?
Não estamos escondendo tática não. Eu acho que os picks e bans foi tudo como a gente previu, eu e meu coach. Nós não foi surpreendido, a gente já sabia que ia jogar esse mapa. Só que eu acho o primeiro mapa foi total culpa minha, eu acho que eu ganhei muito mal uma equipe, deu mente branca ali, então nos outros 2 mapas eu botei a mente no lugar e é isso.
So yeah, we were very confident that we would play those maps, so we were prepared. And the first map, it was on my fault. I did some wrong stuff, but yeah, in the end we won, so that's what matters.
Excellent. Now, talking about, very lastly, EWC and expectations for this competition. How far do you think you guys will go, and what do you think you can achieve while being out here in Riyadh?
Sobre suas expectativas para a EWC, o que vocês têm a falar sobre... Vocês acham que vocês vão até onde nesse campeonato? Vocês acham que vocês têm certeza que vocês vão ganhar? O que vocês têm a dizer sobre isso?
Com certeza a nossa expectativa para esse campeonato é ser campeão. Nós não somos mais uma equipe nova, a gente já está há 1 ano junto. A gente jogou bem o Mundial passado. A gente aprendeu com os nossos erros, então a expectativa é ser campeão, mas vamos passo a passo, vamos enfrentar o próximo oponente do nosso grupo e buscar a nossa vaga nas quartas finais.
So our expectations are high. We are confident that we can win this tournament. We are not a very new team. We've been together for 1 year, and we learned a lot from the past tournaments. We did an amazing performance on the last World Championship. So yeah, we are really confident. But we're gonna play against the next team, and yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Feifei, Rocco as well there. We hear our first victors here in the competition. What a great way to start CROSSFIRE here at the Esports World Cup. To break it all down for us, it's back to the desk and back to you, fellas.
Hey, thank you, Adam. There it is. Series number 1 has concluded. It was AlQadsiah who was the favorite going into the series, taking the win. But it wasn't without some trials and tribulations, man. KingZero-eSports is putting a hurting on them, especially early on. Boys, let's go ahead and start breaking it down. And I want to start with the map picks, which caused some heavy discussion. We didn't have a chance to really talk about the map picks, but now we do. Let's go ahead and break it down. First, we go into ports, and it was AlQadsiah who ended up picking that, which was raising some eyebrows already.
Yeah, it's not that it's specifically a bad map for them. I just felt like it's more likely of a map to be floated towards a third, like a decider. It's a bit more of a handshake. But in a sense, I felt like there's a much more stronger ways they could have gone. I've liked what I've seen from them in Compound in the past. Obviously, that New Mexico is banned out, so that's one of the strengths of the region out there. But you could tell, as much as he says he was kind of prepared for it, it felt very much like they weren't, right? A lot of gimmicks that were thrown in there by KZ looked really solid. And credit to him, he kind of owns up and says, you know, my calling was a little bit bad and made some bad decisions. I think it was spot on. And it feels like a quite AlQadsiah map #1 for them. This is sort of what we've seen for them in the regular season. They take a little bit of time to warm up, whether it's a tournament, whether it's a series. It's a big standard for them. I'm glad it's not the series, right? There's a real world that they could have gone towards the lower bracket and then they lock in. I'm glad it's only one map, but it still shows there is signs of weakness for a side that are trying to make a push for champions here, right? So there's still ways you can beat them, which for teams that are hopefuls, whether it's the groups or it's the playoffs, they're not impossible to beat.
Yeah, I mean, that first game, I would actually just chalk it up to maybe it is first game jitters from the side of AlQad. They did just say that they just arrived recently and, you know, didn't get much prac in. So, you know, you're going to feel a bit shaky, especially with the very, very long flight. But and with game #2, we finally got to see, you know, a bit of that real AlQad, you know, holding, but at the same time kind of surprising some of these defenses. And yeah, I mean, this is the AlQad that I expected, especially from Action and Venice. I mean, both of them are exactly what I expected on the HKs, man. It's insane.
Well, a little bit more on that, because I want to know about that 10-2 beatdown that KingZero was able to get them on ports. But before we do, we actually have an exit interview from KingZero-eSports. Let's hear what they had to say.
Hi, I'm Wendy. I'm here with YF from KingZero-eSports, and there are a lot of things to ask about him. This is an intense matchup, so what's wrong with them at the very final point?
所以想问一下，第一个问题是你们的最后一分到底出了什么问题？因为整个比赛其实非常激烈，你们状态看起来也没有什么太大的一个问题。
就是一些沟通没做好吧。
Well, there are some issues about our connections and talking AG.AL things. And the second question is that, what's your expectation on this EWC road? I mean, you are not in yet, right? So, any expectation? 你们现在比赛还没有结束，之后还有一个小组赛要去打。那想问一下，你们对于整个 EWC 的展望会是什么呢？
就小组先出线再说吧。
So our first goal is make out from the group. That's cool. So KingZero-eSports, your journey is not yet. Please keep fighting for that. And that's all from us. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Wendy, for the interview. KingZero-eSports, they take a loss narrowly, almost actually getting the victory, right? Losing 10-8 on the map #3, but that's the way it goes. For a team, though, that I was hearing barely made it in and was gifted a spot, I think they put up a wonderful fight and still have a chance to make it over into the playoff bracket. But let's actually take a look at our MVP for the first series. Of course, has to go over to AlQadsiah, and we got Attack, who's going to be there.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at this guy, I mean, we highlighted two players in particular from AlQadsiah that can make a difference. MG, of course, you know, statistically and also just in terms of raw ability, fantastic. But Action, right? This is a guy who can take over the server. He's unbelievably mechanically talented. And I think you see it, especially as we got in towards map #3, he's a player who needed to step up in a lot of these early rounds. The amount of space he creates for this side, the amount of gaps he gives them in towards sites and executes. When we look at him on defense as well, we're talking about a guy who in clutch situations steps up in a big way, is a very good head for the game. They needed somebody, I think, to take the reins, especially in that map #3 when it was very back and forth, very close. You just need somebody who can essentially say to the rest of the team, right, I got this. I'll give us some space to work with, a man advantage, and that's something that Action does time and time again. So having a player that I think ultimately, you know, if you're Fefe as a caller, right, having somebody who you can just rely on and say, right, Action, mate, I need you here.
Sure.
That's what you get from him, and he will deliver every single time. Another fantastic performance. And the big hope is that this is only the start of a very good tournament out from Action. He's going to be required all tournament long. If AlQadsiah want to make the run to be champions that they're trying to aim for, Action needs to put up performances like that every single map.
Well, he's the entry fragger for a reason, right? Action is that guy that we did cover during the pre-show going into this series, and clearly paying off. You actually pointed out his stats. stats and you say, get used to this, because that's the kind of stats he's going to bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, get used to this. I mean, being AlQad and having two players who are usually above the 90% headshot percentage, being Action and VNC, this is going to be one of the toughest front lines that you're going to have to face, especially knowing that AlQad is now starting to get more into their rhythm, and I feel like they're starting to, you know, get stronger and get a lot more warmed up.
And especially with how the meta's now changed with the HK coming in, it's all headshots now. It's a gun that actually leans into the style of AlQadsiah so heavily, right? We're kind of straying a little bit away now from that wallbang meta as much as it was sort of in towards last year. Now it's about early fights being taken, big swings, and actually finding the headshots. And you got two of the best, like you said, best headshot percentage players in the entire tournament on the same team with the new HK, which is, let's be honest, pretty broken, right? If we're being completely frank.
Yeah.
It works so perfectly in towards their style.
Yeah, well, what is their style? Aggression, from what I know, right? Whenever it comes to the Brazilian side of things, typically known for their aggression, which I felt they were being maybe a little bit too aggressive. I don't know. Let me hear your perspective, Sneaky, because you were very, very critical in the way that they were playing on ports. You actually said at one point it almost looks like a pub game coming out from them.
Oh, for sure. I was like, the defense wasn't actually that good from the side of KZ on the map of port. They weren't really actively taking CA. They weren't really actively taking Z. So I don't know why AlQad couldn't take advantage of that such a far back defense in port, especially. I know port is a somewhat GR-sided map, but knowing AlQad, knowing Fife, there are ways to get some distance on this BL side, and what I saw from AlQad in that port, oh my god, man, I just wanted to forget.
It did too. All right, I think you guys said short-term memory. Let's just forget that even happened, and let's just move on to the next one, because this is what AlQadsiah ends up doing. Let's take a look at our bracket as it currently stands. I believe there's still a match taking place over on the B stream, of course, being between Twisted Minds and Co. And no, it's actually over. So Gaming Gladiators get a big 2-1 win over Twisted Minds. It'll put them into the winners match against, of course, AlQadsiah. The winner from that match will go ahead and advance directly into the playoffs. For KingZero-eSports and Twisted Minds, well, now their tournament life is already on the line. They stand at risk to be eliminated. Gaming Gladiators taking a big win. How do we feel about it?
That's a big fumble from Twisted Minds. They were given a bit of a gift from a side who have obviously had, you know, a lot of changes throughout the regular season in the West League, you know, not playing with the full roster for kind of 6 out of the 9 weeks, right? And then you come in towards this tournament with them even actually looking quite shaky in towards playoffs of the West League. It felt like a bit of a layup for Twisted Minds to get this tournament underway in a nice way, especially, you know, they've got a hard group. KingZero, we can see these guys hit hard. If they're a lower bracket team now, Twisted Minds are actually in a bit of trouble. But for Gaming Gladiators, credit to them. This is a side that mechanically, I think, have, you know, at least the individual. Spoxy can be one of the best sniper players that we have, definitely in the region and potentially even the tournament as well. He can be a top 10 sniper easily, right? But it's actually depth and calling that's been an issue for me with this Gaming Gladiators side. So if they're taking down Twisted Minds, that's no easy feat. So fair play. 3 mapper for that as well. That's shaking up this group in a way that actually felt like it was written from the get-go of who's going to make it through. It's a big change up.
Yeah, I mean, I really just didn't expect Gaming to actually win that series in general. I mean, I feel like in terms of level, with this team being the 2nd seed coming in from Vietnam, I mean, obviously we saw what happened in CFS 2024, and they really didn't do that well, but there was a huge difference in that chip and his huge improvement compared to 2024. So that's why they're now the 2nd seed here in Vietnam, and now LDX and VP is now 3rd, but it's just a big dip. I wouldn't say it's somewhat disappointing, because I had somewhat high expectations for them, especially up against Big Gaming, but hey, maybe Gaming had a bit of secret.
I want to say this is a bit of justification for me as well. I was called deluded when I said that EU MENA were the 3rd best region now.
Right.
I said Falcons are top heavy and there's no depth in that region, right? And now we've got Gaming Gladiators, the 2nd best West team, taking on the 2nd best Vietnamese team. It's a big change up in terms of how things rank overall. Rock can make a decent run for the West as well. So a bit of a change on the guards. I feel like, yeah, I'm justified, and now, you know, it's not just bias me saying the West League can actually prove themselves a little bit here. If Gaming actually get out of the groups, this really does change things up.
Well, let's talk about it. Theoreticals, because Gaming Gladiators move forward. Now they play against AlQadsiah, which is going to be tough for them. Speaking of which, we've, of course, got our Jamil Motorsport player arrivals. Our next series of teams starting to move in. It's going to be Rock Esports versus Q9. This is going to be a fun matchup that is about to go down. And for Rock, well, of course, we've got 2 people on this desk who are very much supporting Rock Esports, hoping that they go relatively far. We'll see how far they decide to go, but Q9 is not going to be an easy opponent without question, especially from what I've been hearing. But there is quite a few questions about Q9 as a whole, a team that has struggled to win in previous competitions. Can they win, obviously, coming into their group stage matchup? As they start to walk into the venue, things start to get serious. Let's hone our attention now on Q9 versus ROC Esports. ROC, a team that's been playing fairly well, but they have had some slip-ups. They come from what people would consider a weaker region, now going against Q9. How do we think their chances are?
Honestly, as the only person that is not from CFWL, so I do get to have a bit more perspective on this. Honestly, I do agree with Neo. I feel like ROC is one of those rare teams, especially coming in from a weaker region. They're having their Falcons, Wolf Empire era, or Pacific Macta era, if you're talking the Philippines here. They're having their era where they're just dominating everyone. They're so far ahead, and I kind of am a bit worried here for ROC, considering the competition does not sharpen the stone that they have in CFWL. And I feel like this is now the time for them to prove, like, how far can they go with this roster?
I mean, the big question with ROC is that we don't know the ceiling of the side, right? And that's the big thing. We actually don't know. We've seen now 2 tournaments back-to-back in from last year where there was real depth in terms of the side, and actually proving that, like you said, in the West League, there's no competition. I mean, let's be frank, right? When we watch ROC play in the West League, they don't try. They don't need to, right? They can very easily pug their way through maps, through series, because there isn't that depth in terms of the region as a whole. But then internationally, we saw it in Vietnam, we saw it in China as well. This is a side that actually is showing that stylistically, they can find ways to break down teams. Generally speaking, and I'm always going to be biased here, I love my boys ROC.
Right.
Snare, second best sniper at the tournament. I'll die on that hill. But the way I look at it now is you've got to look at Q9, and I think on the flip side for this side, yes, they've got problems when it goes, I think they get tournament fatigue. When they get into deep runs, I think they start to fall quite flat. The issue is, though, Q9 in groups is a different beast. They've actually generally been pretty solid. They look really, really scary. It's actually just when they make the playoffs, they just fall apart as a side. But ROC, this is the true test. And if ROC actually want to make a really good run at this tournament and actually want to prove themselves as a top 8, top 6 team, they've got to overcome Q9 in groups, which is a side that when they don't have the pressure on, they're actually really difficult to play against.
Well, we'll have to have a deeper discussion into that, because I got a lot of questions about ROC as well as Q9, and naturally they face off against each other. 2 regions once again will clash. But shout out to AlQadsiah, a big win, narrowly getting it, but getting it nonetheless for KINGZERO-eSports. They're going to have to fight tooth and nail if they want to stay alive in their EWC run. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Group B will be underway. ROC Esports versus Q9.
Hi, I'm Wendy. I'm here on the stage B, the stream B. The matchup is still going and the player is sitting right now, but I'm here with the hitting news. The very first match of stream B is done. The Gaming Gladiator just win a game, and I'm here with the flex of Gaming Gladiator. So congratulations on your win today. How's your feeling right now about winning your very first match?
I'm feeling great. I mean, we expected to win, but it was still a hard fight, and I'm looking forward to see who we play up against next.
Yes, good. Even they lost their very first match, but the things goes on, and I hope Gaming Gladiators were all looking forward for your upcoming matchups. And that's all from us. Bye-bye. I'm here with Snare from AG.AL. Hello.
Hello.
So the upcoming matches is gonna be start right now. So how's your form now?
Yeah, we feel good and we're prepared, full prepared.
So what score you wanna get?
Yeah, we wanna get like 10-0, but we'll try our best to do it, you know?
Okay, the final questions. Is there anything you want to say to your opponents?
No, just try to perform good because we will.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Snare. Thank you for joining us. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Wendy, for another great interview. Q9 going against ROC.eSports coming up at you hot and ready. It's going to be a lot of fun, man. ROC.eSports, a lot of expectations on their shoulders coming from what many would say is the weaker region. Q9, though, coming from a very dominant, strong region, but are they a dominant, strong team themselves? Well, of course, only they can answer that question. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, your host, joined by Neo, and hold up, we got Kyle here now on the desk. Kyle, what's going on? How you feeling?
Excited to be here, you know, ROC.eSports for me as a big West League fan coming in here for their debut. I think they're going to come out really, really strong here, and I'm excited to be here for this one.
So is this the most biased the desk has been so far? I think it is.
100%. Absolutely.
There's going to be no fair opinions here. We're leaning on ROC. They're propping up an entire region, not even just the West. So, you know, we've got to put all our faith in them as regular coverage of them.
Let's do it. Hey, it's been EWC 2025, and it's been nothing but surprises throughout throughout multiple of the different titles that have been going on. We're talking 25 of them. So this could be no different. Rock Esports coming in. And I think this could be one of like the most favorable matchups, honestly, given Q9, the question marks around them. I think Rock might have a very real chance here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, nobody wanted to be in Group C coming into this. Rock Esports, they have a really nice path ahead of them. I think if they can start out strong here. Q9, though, wouldn't underestimate this roster. They still have a lot of strength here, particularly, I think, in their coaching staff, actually having TF and Wolf behind them, veterans of the Chinese scene. It's going to be a tough team to tackle still, but Rock Esports, they seem cut out for it.
Talk to me about Koi, though, from Q9. Like, how strong of a player is he? Because he's relatively young, but it has a lot of promise behind him.
Yeah, I think he's going to be one of the top performers in this matchup, and I think he's kind of a wild card as well. I know Rock Esports was studying a lot of other teams coming into this event, and that's where I think they might not be 100% sure what they're up against in this team because they are so young and they have that new energy they bring to the table.
So young, but a lot of potential, a lot of energy, and they've stayed together for a year. So one of our rare teams that has stayed together for as long as they have. But the question is it beneficial, or do you think maybe a change, fresh blood, could have helped them out?
I think actually for Q9 in particular, I think it really could help them out particularly. They're a side for me that, like I said, I think tournament fatigue's always been an issue for them. The longer a tournament goes on, kind of the worse they get. I think they get figured out. I think they also start to feel a little bit more pressure on themselves. And it has been the case for them, even kind of just domestically in the region of China. So I'm really hoping that they can shrug this off a little bit, you know, internationally, a chance to prove themselves against completely different styles of play. I mean, Rock are going to throw curveballs that they're not really used to, especially in terms of pace.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that Q9 come in towards this with a lot of confidence. Like you said, great coaching staff behind them, a lot of experience for an inexperienced team, right? They've got to lean quite heavily on the vets behind that are just there to say, right, you know, these sort of games, first and foremost, not the end of the world if you lose, but coming towards this saying, we are from the best region, we are one of the best teams in the best region, let's prove it.
So Q9 fatigue, this is a long tournament. You know, this is a long tournament, potentially even longer if you don't win your first series and second series, because you get an additional one right throughout your group play. Historically, has Q9 dropped the ball, you know, with tournament fatigue? Because you keep bringing it up.
Yeah, it's been an issue that we've seen, at least the last two tournaments that we've kind of seen out from them. One, of course, regionally, and of course, the international as well, the grand finals. This Q9 side, they always look pretty good in groups, and they've always been really strong, but I think I don't know whether it's a depth in terms of strat book, but they get figured out. As soon as playoffs hits, they just seem to fall apart. They get kind of found out in terms of their tempo changes, the little gimmicks they like to throw in. And I think for this Q9 side, I'm hoping that with, again, the vets behind them, that they've been able to add a lot of depth towards this side. We know that mechanically they've got the individuals. I just don't know what it is for them. It just seems like a mental block hits when the pressure's really on. And I think probably the worst case scenario for this Q9 side, if they lose this first game and have to do that lower bracket gauntlet all the way through, it's an extra 2 games have to play, that worries me, right? Sure. That if the depth isn't there in terms of the strat book, things could not even make it to playoffs.
Well, coming from the side of Rock Esports, a team that dominated their region, they're now on the global stage. Question marks around them is now on the global stage. Will they be able to obviously hang their head up high and go against the competition? They obviously have a lot of potential. Orders on their team, the team captain, who has been performing very, very well, being as dominant as he has within his region. He's got the desire to be the best. Of course, the question is, can Rock Esports be the best? Even though they dominated their region, the global stage is a lot different, Kyle.
Yeah, it truly is, and that's where I question them a little bit coming into this one, just because they haven't proven themselves quite just yet on that global stage. But they have made a lot of improvements, I would say, in the last year to get there. They're starting to be that team that can make it into the playoffs consistently, and they are growing a lot as a team in doing so. I think for me, though, Slayer and Snare, though, those are the keys at this level of competition for them, because they know how to perform under this type of pressure.
Okay, Slayer, Snare, as well as Horus. Seems like they got a lot going for them that might work.
Absolutely. I mean, you can even throw in Totson, right? I don't think Totson for me is fantastic online, but he actually steps up on LAN. I'll give him credit. It seems that he finds a new lease of life, a real second win when it comes to LAN tournaments. And then you got Snake as well as a caller. I think actually, despite not being that old or even in the veterancy stage of a caller, I think actually has real depth to him individually. So this is a side that is super exciting. I think, you know, you're looking at kind of Slayer as a rifler. I think individually can go toe to toe with some of the best that we've got. But for me, it's all on Snare. Snare is so individually talented that, you know, as much as it may sound kind of quite biased, bravado in a sense of this West League, I do think that Snare is a top 3 sniper player at this tournament. on him. He's that good. When he plays on his game, his ceiling is near unlimited. And I think he's going to be the key reason. If this side go far, he's got to put up those numbers that we know he can.
So the Brazilian side tends to be very aggressive. That's what they're known for. The Western side tends to be what? Would they be aggressive, a bit of a mixture? Do they know how to pace? Because when I think about China, one of the things that I've been hearing is that when they do go against overly aggressive rosters, they know how to punish those teams. Is ROK Esports in that kind of genre?
Well, I don't know if you'd agree here, Cal, but I think what makes ROK quite interesting to play against is actually they're very good at mid to late rounds, which I actually think a lot of teams have gone about this. The way they've set their rounds up is it's a call out of spawn, and if that doesn't go to plan, the plan B is always a little scrappy. It's a little ugly in a sense that they don't really know how to fall back or something. And it has happened. We've seen it even when we look at kind of back to the Summer Champs last year. All the Chinese sides, their mid to late rounds were so bad that teams like what we saw from Vasco in Brazil, right? What we saw from Imperial, we even saw it from ROK as well. Their mid to late rounds are actually much better, that they can figure out a plan B and a plan C. And I think that's something that I think Snake's brought a lot towards his team. His tempo changes are fantastic. He has real good ways. But you are right. One of the things that Chinese teams have done so well, they can soak up pressure. They're more than happy to punish. And I think ROK, they need to still figure out this whole thing about their own individual pace where they can overextend, they can lose the man advantage, and then they have to play a lot of clutch situations, which granted, they're very good in clutch situations, and that bails them out a lot, hence why they've had these back-to-back playoff performances. But it does worry me a little bit, right? If we know this side are going to out the gates try and take a fight in the first 20 seconds, right, and teams are going to soak up pressure, how can they react when they are forced to slow things down?
What do you think, Kyle?
Yeah, I feel like ROK's biggest advantage in the series is they're very adaptive as a team. The way they play is a little bit slower pacing-wise, but it gives them that ability to sit back and feed information to Snake as the AG.AL, which is a really huge advantage, especially when you have someone behind the scenes like their coach Stray putting together an amazing playbook. They can really come out with a full advantage because of that information they're able to gather as a team.
Well, ROK, a lot of good going for them. It seems like they've got a ton of potential for Q9. Again, how well they're going to do. We had a chance to catch up with Q9 and hear their side of things going into the matchup. Let's hear what they had to say.
Hi everyone, I'm Wendy with KOI from KINGZERO-eSports. Right now we got several questions because their matchup is gonna be start soon. The first question is how's their form right now? 那也是你们比赛马上就要开始，想问一下你现在整个的状态调整的如何呢？
我觉得我现在状态非常好吧，然后一切准备就绪。
Fully settled and my form is totally amazing. Great. So, can you give me the prediction about the score? 你能给我一个预测吗？你觉得今天这场比赛你们会以一个几比几的比分拿下
？2比0。
2-0. Ooh, so the quick show. The last questions for KINGZERO is that, is there anything you want to say to your opponents? 你有什么话想对你接下来的这个对手说的吗？
话没什么想说的，但是枪想说一说，然后一会儿比赛场上见嘛。
Nothing to say with the mouse, but the things to say with the guns. Let's see on the matchups. Whoa, that's all from us. Thank you. Bye bye.
Yeah, that's actually a goated quote. Sometimes you talk with your gums, sometimes you talk with your mouse. That's actually gangster. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, I'm liking Q9 now. I might have to switch sides. You guys go ROK. I'm gonna go Q9. Seem very confident. 2-0 victory, Kyle. I like that energy.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's the energy they need in this match. I mean, coming out strong for Q9 is their win condition. ROK, like I said, they like to adapt over time, but if Q9 can come out strong, they still have a really good chance here, I think.
Yeah, well, one of the things that I really appreciated in our last series, AlQadsiah versus KINGZERO-eSports, is how loud they were getting on stage. You know, you never know what you're going to get when it comes to multiple esports. Sometimes they're quiet, sometimes they don't really talk and trash talk, you know, they kind of reserve. Not the case with those two rosters. They were getting into it. I'm hoping we get the same here because literally we're in a different room separated from the stage. I can still hear them screaming. It was wild. Loving the energy.
Yeah, I do generally think with this ROK side, I actually want more energy from them. When we see on LAN, Horus is generally the kind of the voice of the team in terms of being loud across the stage, but they're actually quite stoic as a whole. I mean, we kind of spoke to Snare a little bit in the interview earlier, and, you know, he was saying, like, you know, no fighting words, like, hey, you know, I hope you guys turn up, we're going to turn up. You know, he's very nice and quiet in sense, but he's not like that in the server. I do want a bit of noise out of them. Totson gets loud every now and again as well, especially when he has good rounds.
Q9, I don't know what to expect. This is a really young side, relatively inexperienced as well, kind of coming from the AG Academy side of things. So they, in terms of what they're going to be like on the stage, it's a big step up. I'm hoping for them, the best thing they can do out the gates, get a round or two early, get loud, fire themselves up, and then start to put pressure in terms of the noise on Rock. I don't think Rock are the type of side to really respond to it or crumble to it really either. They don't normally get very loud, but they prove it in the server.
You know what's fun though? You say Q9, young roster, you know, maybe a little bit inexperienced, but they've stayed together a year. Q9's clearly putting a lot of emphasis on this is the roster, this is the dynasty potentially that we want to continue to build. They're not taking any chances on roster changes. This is the roster they want and they believe in.
Yeah, I will say it is a big advantage for them, but Rock on the other side, they're equally strong in the numbers they bring to the table over distance of time. 4 of them have been together for about 2 years, and Slayer's kind of the newcomer in the mix, and they actually took him from the second best team as the best player. So they're almost like a super team now coming into this one, which I think is still a nice advantage for them to have.
So theoretically, Rock, Q9, let's say one of them loses, they have to drop down, they play against Team Liquid or EVOS. What does that mean for their tournament life? Because Team Liquid and EVOS are also powerful rosters, powerful teams. Would you put Rock or Q9 going against either of those rosters and winning against them?
If I'm being frank, I'd actually probably predict that whoever loses here just meets the other team in the cider final. I think Liquid should be the favorites in this group. I think they probably should coast through, if I'm being honest. Yep. The battle for second is actually going to be this game. I think, you know, no offense to EVOS, and I'm sure Sneaky would be challenging me a lot if he was sat here right now, so thank God he isn't. But I think if I'm being frank, I'd expect these two to be that lower bracket decider match regardless. I think Liquid should 2-0 all the way through, but for me it is about this depth of Q9, right? Can they actually start to make a run? If they do pick up a loss here, or if it's in that upper bracket final, can they respond in kind? Can they not get knocked in terms of their confidence? Can they keep up that level and then most likely play off against Rock again, regardless of who comes from the upper bracket or lower bracket? So I think this is probably kind of a 2-series set going on here where they're going to meet again.
Oh, okay. Well, Team Liquid is a team that obviously needs to win in regards to the club championship trophy because they're just behind that Team Falcons. And shockingly enough, you know, Twisted Minds already losing. They were in the race as well. Maybe an early exit, which could therefore absolutely foil their plans of getting first place over that of Falcons for the club championship race. $7 million, Kyle. Like, this is a big deal. So for Team Liquid, I know the org owners, everybody's looking at them to win this this group.
Yeah, I think that's the big advantage for Liquid is they have a lot of energy behind this roster. They got the better group draw also when you compare them to a lot of other teams in that race for the club standings. I mean, we talk about the group of death being where Falcons is right now, and that's going to be a much harder group, I think, to get out of, whereas Team Liquid, this should be an easy run for them to at least a top 8 finish.
Top 8 finish is definitely what they want. That's where you start to capitalize off of the points that you've gained in previous events. For Team Liquid, they're looking for it, and I believe that Team Liquid EVOS matchup is going to be taking place on our B stream. We've got coverage going for you for each and every game taking place in our groups. We're only in Group B. We still have 2 more groups to get through after this. Of course, I'm talking C and D. Tomorrow, we start to see some rosters potentially get eliminated from our tournament. That's what's at stake here. You drop down into the losers bracket, or elimination bracket, I should say. Your tournament life is now at risk, and well, that's going to be the case for KINGZERO-eSports, who is forced to fight back, and that also includes Twisted Minds. Speaking of which, KINGZERO-eSports, Twisted Minds, who's the favorite in that matchup? Because again, for Twisted Minds, they desperately need these club championship points.
I mean, judging by what we just saw from KZ, maybe actually KZ. I mean, I kind of came in, and I'll be, you know, hold my hands up and say I didn't really expect a lot from them in this tournament. 5th best in the region. When we saw them kind of even recently, kind of domestic tournaments or regional tournaments, they weren't great, if we're being completely frank. But that's a much better performance. And sure, we can maybe equate it to a bit of AlQadsiah taking a bit of time to wake up, but Twisted Minds should not be falling to Gaming Gladiators. And again, credit to Gaming Gladiators, a big win for them. But for Twisted Minds, I think that's going to be a real knock to the confidence. They probably came in towards that expecting it just to be a bit of a walk in the park. Now they're knocked in towards the lower bracket, all pressure's on, backs up against the wall. KZ with, actually, if we're being frank, nothing to lose, right? They might come in towards that pretty stress-free.
Yeah, they might have. I mean, KINGZERO-eSports, again, a very impressive, rocky performance, though, at times. Sure. It was a rocky performance. Speaking of which, we did see something unique, and I don't know how rare or how common this is, Kyle, but a triple sniper coming from this side of AlQadsiah. They started with 2, which you were saying on the desk, that's very, very rare, and all of a sudden we have triple. What's up with that?
Yeah, I mean, usually when you see that, that's just a sure sign of confidence. They think they're going to win the game, and they're trying to double down by showing you they're not afraid of you as an opponent. So I really like that play call, and ultimately, when we look at what happened in map 3, I mean, it was a sure indicator of what was on the way.
Well, 10-8 though is very, very close. It could have went either which way. KingZero put up a bigger fight, I think, than most people were probably expecting, which, hey, KingZero, again, still in the tournament. If you're a fan of them, you got to be in love with them. ROK Esports Q9 about to go down. It's Group B. Who moves forward? Who drops down? Let's find out. Let's send it to the stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. You can see this fabulous trophy here. I'm just imagining this on my shelf at home and realizing it'll never be there because I have the reaction speed of a tortoise. Genuinely slow. Don't say anything. You know it's true. He knows it's true. He knows it's true. But it is a glorious thing. One of our teams taking this home at the end of the week. Incredible scenes.
That's true. We wrapped up our first game of the day. It went all the way to 3-game series of that best of 3. And now we have our second game ready because one of those teams, unlike yourself, will be going home with that trophy. So I think we should bring them onto the stage.
I think we should too here. It's ready to meet our first team. It's Q9 Club. Q9 Club make their way to the stage. Legends aren't just born, they're built, one headshot at a time. Q9 are bold, meticulous with the crosshairs, firmly fixed on championship glory. Unafraid to face off against stronger opponents, their climb to supremacy begins now.
And their opponents, they put the rock in rock solid. It's ROK Esports. Coming from the heart of Egypt, champions of their region, back-to-back winners of the CF West League, ruling with dominance and pride. Now on the world stage, ready to prove that Egypt can conquer the globe. 2 teams take to the stage. One moves on to the upper bracket and another will be facing the lower bracket gauntlet. Casters, the stage is set. The floor is yours.
Yes, indeed. Here we go into match number 2 of the day. Q9 and ROK Esports. As we heard from the analyst desk, there may be a slight little bit of bias on the English broadcast when it comes to this matchup, lads. I don't think that's going to change when it comes to the casting either.
Yeah.
Obviously, ROK from our home region, so we'll see how they go. What's your take? It seemed like the sentiment was that ROK could actually win this series, according to the analyst desk.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I think there is a lot of biasness because a lot of us are from the West League, right? So I think there's a little bit of that idea of like, look, we really want to see the ability of some team like ROK that might be able to do it. I think this is a really great matchup, though, because, again, you know, Q9 is that team that's relatively new. I mean, I know they've been together for about that year, but a very young team. Not really like a powerhouse in their region, but definitely a team that has been able to get some wins. You know, they've been able to be competitive, but ROK is kind of the opposite end, right? For CFWL, they went undefeated at one point. You know, they've been able to just honestly just dominate everything in their path. So it's kind of like the best team in the West League versus, you know, this other team that's not really in the top, but they're kind of in the middle. So this is going to be a really good test for ROK, considering that, you know, their international experience has been good, but they definitely need a little bit more time and prep.
Yeah, most definitely. Just touching quickly on the veto there as well, we saw the third map coming through as Eagle-Eye as opposed to Compound. That was actually a choice by ROK Esports, which is a little bit telling, I guess, of where their mentality is at. Just because Compound used to be the go-to for this ROK Esports lineup, but I think, you know, you and I and everybody else that was watching West League would have noticed this season their Compound results really took a bit of a nosedive.
It did.
So I don't think that they're super keen on that map anymore. They've sort of let it fall a little bit out of their pool and opting to go towards an Eagle-Eye as opposed to a Compound. I actually think that's good. You know, if you can bring maps like Eagle-Eye and New Mexico particularly into your map pool, that's something that's going to really benefit you, not just domestically, but internationally as well, because they're still not maps that most teams are huge fans of. So we'll be interested to see if we do get through to a map 3, but I do think going up against a team like Q9, not going to be easy. ROK are one of those teams that, while they've had some decent results internationally, I think you could also look towards favorable group draws, favorable sort of results in group stages that are not necessarily easy to replicate. So I think when we're looking at
how Rock are going to do here in 2025 at these international competitions. Drawing from the past and having that as an expectation is still a pretty high bar to hit, and I'm intrigued to see whether or not Rock can do it again.
Yeah, and honestly, the fact for a team like Q9, like being that like kind of top 5 position, like again, like a team that has been decent, but I do think this is going to be a unique matchup because, again, I'm always going to give a lot of credit here for the CFPL teams that they are such a fierce amount of competition. They are the highest level, whereas Rock, like they, internationally, they've been able to go some decent distances with teams like, in the sense of like Imperial, which is now, is Liquid and things like that. They've been able to have some decent effects where they were able to get a map away from a team like Falcons back in the day, in the summer champs, and they've been able to make some maps somewhat competitive. They've also had some blowouts, but that's the thing about Rock is I think there's been a lot that was talked about the desk that I definitely agree with, and I think Kyle made a really good point at the beginning about they have a new coach, someone like Stray that's been able to come in and really reinvent the whole playbook, reinvent their style. Their identity is completely different. I don't think this is the same Rock that we saw last year. This is a very new beast.
Yeah, I mean, Stray is definitely a big talking point in the same way that, for example, Haaland was in our previous match. I think Stray definitely, from the West League, is one of those players, one of those figures that has had more success than probably most anybody else. He was able to finish top 2 in 2018 with RU Legends, which was the first time that a non-Chinese team had won a CFS event. It was Black Dragons. Ultimately, they did pick up the win there for Brazil. But yeah, that was the last time that we saw a West League team in the grand final. Question as to whether or not we'll ever see a West League team make a grand final here again in Crossfire. But if there was to be a West League team that would do it, it would probably be Rock eSports. Stray at the helm there as the coach, hopefully imparting as much wisdom as he possibly can. On the other side of the coin, Q9, obviously, again, one of these teams that comes through from a very, very strong region. So we typically have got pretty high expectations for. So I look at this one on paper and I think it's quite a difficult one to ask. I think for me, this is a bit of a 50-50 matchup, really.
It really is. I definitely think this is probably arguably a good 50-50 matchup in the same degree, because I think Q9, like you said, they've been able to play in the region that's quite difficult. They've been able to have some decent victories. They've been able to be relatively competitive, for the CFPL season 26. So I'm not going to count them out. I definitely think they're going to pack a really good punch onto this. The one thing I am hoping that won't be the case here for a team like Rock is that there was some comments made at the desk about, look, like they were pretty much steamrolling all the competition in the league. They were pretty much just doing whatever they wanted.
Yes.
They have to realize this is a whole new environment. This is not the West League anymore. You're at the big stage. You're at an international level. They need to make sure that they take this extremely seriously. I know they will, but I hope they have that right mindset of they got to take it round by round, and they just make sure they're in the proper formation with all the strategies.
Yeah, I agree. I think there definitely needs to be a semblance of kind of like lock-in mode for Rock eSports, which I do get the feeling that they do sometimes kind of like take their foot off the gas in the online season. Not sure that will be the case here, though, on the international stage. Looks like we're still getting things ready on that stage. Got some conversations happening over on the Q9 side of the stage, which is to be expected. Obviously these guys are getting on stage for the first time today, so they want to make sure that everything's all sorted and ready to go.
Why not? Yeah.
Working through that.
Yeah, I think, I'm curious on your thoughts here, Jordan, because, like, I mean, we know based on the veto, like, Subbase is going to be the first map. Like, I feel like it's been a map for Rock where we've seen them play it internationally. We saw them get some success on it. I'm not really convinced on it, to be honest, but we've seen them play it. But how do you feel about this? Because I feel like in CFPL, like, this is a map that they do like to play.
Was Subbase the choice of Rock, or was it Q9's pick?
I believe.
Because Rock had the choice to choose the final map, so that would make me think that they chose their map second.
It was Q9, so like the first...
So the Q9 picked Subbase?
They did, yeah. And then Rock went for the pick of Port.
Rock went for Port, that's right, yeah.
Right, yeah, because it was Q9 that banned New Mexico instantly, and then we saw that Rock banned Ankara, which I think for a team like Rock, that is going to make the most sense, because any of the Chinese teams, get rid of the map. Like, we all know the Chinese teams are going to dominate on it.
Hasn't also really been much of a go-to map for Rock either.
Exactly.
So I think that makes sense. Two birds with one stone. Subbase, I honestly think, like, if I'm Rock, I'm looking at that pool and I'm thinking we've kind of got what we wanted, actually, because they like to play Subbase. They were playing quite a bit of it during the regular season. They were even picking into it in CFWL. So I think that for Q9, this will be a case less of trying to pick towards your opponent's weaknesses or any of that, and more just play towards their own strengths. You know, if Q9's focusing on themselves, Rock's obviously focusing on themselves, and we'll just have a bit of a clash and see who indeed is going to end up being the better team on sub-base. But I know it's definitely a map that Rock have got quite a number of reps on, domestically speaking, this year. So I don't hate that map pool from a Rock perspective. Port's an interesting one, as I was sort of highlighting.
Yep.
In that first matchup, to be picking into Port, it immediately puts you on the back foot because you're going to be playing on that BL side. So there is that to consider as well.
Yeah, and to be honest, I was a little bit surprised, just like even like when we're just thinking about the first 2 maps that were picked, I was a little bit surprised that Q9 went for the ban of Black Widow. Like I definitely thought that was going to be a map they would have wanted to play, just because, I mean, Black Widow's again a very strong map that we typically see a lot of the Chinese teams that they like to play on it. So for me, I was a little bit shocked. Q9's record on it, not like the overall greatest in their league. Like they were sitting at a 6-4, but you know, Compound was actually worse. Like it was a 4-5 record, and that was the ban from Rock. So, and it was a good point you brought up too, because last year it felt like that was kind of like the pocket map that was for Rock. Like they clearly had the right, you know, remedy, they had the right, you know, recipe for it. They were able to get themselves victories on that map. But then for them to ban it, you're like, okay, well, they kind of abandoned that plan, and now maybe they have a whole new, you know, kind of facelift on what they want to do.
I was just seeing Rock getting back up out of their chairs, which I think actually is a good sign, because normally this is what they do before the game starts. So I'm imagining the game will be kicking off fairly shortly. Bit of a huddle. Once again, you know, just to highlight straight in there this time around, this was a team that actually, they did play from a house, a boot camp essentially, together for quite a while when they were 3BL. This season they seem to have returned back home in most instances, but we used to see these huddles a lot when they were playing in the regular season, but it was the 5-man huddle as opposed to now the 6-man huddle, with Stray involved in there as well. Snare's going to go over a couple of important pieces here.
And I think Neo made a really good point as well. You know, the fact of like someone that Snare, he needs to be activated here. Like this is where I made a lot of points in CFWL where I made some big criticism against him because I felt like he dipped. I thought that his performance was not the greatest. I felt like he wasn't really fulfilling what he was supposed to be doing, what we saw from last year, and he was kind of riding on like a pretty big high in the sense that he was like getting MVPs, he was like putting up some big numbers. And then we started to see him getting a little bit of the building blocks, him getting a little bit better, but I need to see more. And that's where I think he is a critical piece to this roster. If he can get moving and he can get those shots, that is going to create a lot of space for these guys here.
Yeah, big moment here for Rock as they begin their international run in 2025 after quite a solid run in 2024. I think the same can kind of be said for Q9, but for different reasons. They obviously, again, will have higher expectations for international success this year, but they weren't really quite able to do too phenomenally last year. We saw them get knocked out in the group stage in CFS 2024, which for any team from the Chinese region is a bit of an underperformance or a disappointing result.
Yeah, both these teams did, right? I mean, that's kind of the funny thing is when you got to the quarterfinals, like both of them got got 3-0'd. I mean, really the closest maps for Q9 was against, you know, they had the 8-10 losses essentially, and then they got pretty much 10-5'd. So, and that was against Antisocial back in the day, right? So, and then when you kind of look on the other aspect of it, it was, you know, for Rock, they were able to, you know, push Vasco to a 13-11 on an Akara, and then even a 10-8 on Black Widow, which was really, really interesting. So it was definitely a very, you know, relatively respectable score lines, but both of these guys were out kind of quickly. So it's kind of the same pace that we were talking about.
Yeah, most definitely. But here we go, underway with our first match of the international run for both Rock and Q9 for the year. And yeah, get both teams high expectations for themselves. We'll see if they can match up to it as we are kicking things off here into sub-base for the second match of the day here at the Esports World Cup CROSSFIRE. And it is, imagining Group B that we're underway with. Yes, it is Group B.
It is Group B. Very good, Jordan.
Thank you.
Really proud of you. I think the one thing I'm going to be looking forward to as well is that, you know, I think for Rock, like we talked a lot about them, we're just kind of trolling and we're kind of steamrolling in the season. Now I'm wondering if they've been able to, they're going to show us these new strategies and the things that they've been working with Stray on.
Yeah, well, that already is a very telling start to the map with Snare going down to XMY. again, you know, we talk about and highlight how important Snare is in this roster. If he's not going to be able to have an impact, if he's getting shut down in the sniper duels, then it's going to be a tough day at the office for Rock. And yeah, this round already thrown into a bit of a curveball for Rock Esports.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, too, that we actually see that Rock, they're kind of committing to the M4s. They got the AKs. None of them are kind of committing to an HK or anything like that, or even the M14s. Like, that's where we saw a lot here from the previous, you know, series where we saw KingZero. They were rocking the M14s all across the board for the most part. So kind of staying true to the classics, which is a bit interesting to me, but maybe they'll change that eventually. Because even someone like Horus, I felt like his entry got a lot better with the HK. I felt like his abilities really did elevate a lot more. Ooh, good nade though.
Well, this round is looking pretty doomed right now for Rock, and you can see that it's kind of going in that direction. The shots coming through quite nicely for Q9. So far, so good on this defense. XMY, though, bit of sleep at the wheel there, actually. As Slayer's been able to lurk his way out onto the B bomb side. Very clutch player for Rock, and there might still be a chance in here with Snake finding himself one. Needed Slayer, though, to strike as well, and that will not be the case. So Q9 are able to negotiate their way to a victory in the first round.
I like that idea, though. I like the idea that Slayer and Snake were trying to play that around jail. I thought that could have been really good. Slayer, unfortunately, he didn't catch that one angle of the player in jail. He had to kind of re-swing on the far right side, which kind of put him in his demise. So nonetheless, though, the fact that that was looking pretty good for Q9 in the very beginning turned into essentially a 1-on-2. Not bad at all, but yeah, again, we're going to put a lot of eyes here for Snare to see if he's going to be able to find himself a little bit better footing. This time, gets caught in the foot, but he's still alive, so that's not a bad case, so maybe he gets another crack at this for one more time.
Well, at least he's alive, which is a bit of a change up from the last round, so Rock at least have got 5 to work with. We sort of head into the mid-round a little bit more so than the opening, and again, you can kind of see they are putting a lot of onus on Snare. He's been given this responsibility, this job of finding the entries on the BL side. He took an aggressive fight in the last round to start it off, aggressive fight to start this round off. Now he's trying to entry the bomb site, and he's doing a pretty good job of it. So you can just, again, see how important Snare is for this Rock lineup. That's the opener that they're looking for, or two. Now it's a case of converting on this round. They do have a wrap happening in on the A-bomb side. I think they're going to call a cancel here on B. Totson and Snake will be making their way into A. You do lose Snare and Lockers, but that's not the end of the world. You have the A site completely. You have a 4-on-3 and 2 very low GR players. So this should be a round for Rock.
Yeah, it would have been nice for Horus, again, just kind of like baiting a little bit more for time, but I think they're just going to try to play this the right way, a little bit more disciplined, try to have the number advantage as much as possible. So you can see that YJ's already towards himself into top radio. He's got himself some decent utility, but it's all just now him with the full HP. YU going to be here with him, but he's already less than half HP. They're trying everything to go through the side stairway, but it's going to be Slayer once again, putting himself in the double kill. And again, you know, I do appreciate the desk talked a lot about this, is that, you know, Slayer is, you know, he got picked up from the second best, you know, Egyptian team. He was able to come into this group as kind of like the super team. And I definitely agree with that. Slayer is somebody that I've always put a lot of praise for. When you can let him off, you know, the chain a bit, let him just kind of roam and do what he needs to do. The guy's a monster, man. The guy can definitely pick up the frags.
Once again, this second mid kind of angle for Rock is they want to focus their attention early in the round. But smoke's up, preventing either team really from doing anything in that area of the map at the moment. So Rock will just back it off, take it a little bit slower. The one thing you do typically appreciate about Rock is they're not a team that messes around with these rounds, right? Like when they sense the opportunity, when they have a plan in mind, they're not hanging around for 2 minutes waiting to do it. They are typically quite a decisive team, domestically speaking. But when it comes to the international play, you know, maybe some of that confidence still has to be found.
Yeah, it definitely does. And the one thing that I, you know, was able to find a little bit too for, you know, we talked a lot about these teams that were arriving pretty late and getting themselves not a lot of prep time. That's actually the opposite case here for Rock. Like, these guys were in their facility. They were able to get some good scrims together. So the fact that they already had that few extra days of a buffer for them to get themselves back together again and playing in person, like that does add a ton of value for them. So like that does give them a little bit of a leg up. Oh my goodness, Koi, okay. He's able to find a nice little bit of a quick shot. So Horus is already going to be removed. Now Rock, they've abandoned this game plan. They're going to change things up, and already Snake, he's made it through. He's got some good space.
Yeah, C4 still needs to cross into the site. There's still another player to defend, but that is a nice collapse from Rock in the end. They took such strong positions, and they have wiped the floor with that B hold. So the plant goes down, and it's on to Koi and Yu to try to salvage this one. Let's not forget, Koi was a standout player at CFS last year for Q9. Really tried to pull a team kicking and screaming through some of those games. He might be able to do it again here. Opener on that rifle, onto Slayer. Snake now solo in the 1v2. He gets them both. That's a huge clutch for Rock. And they are going to start to fire up as a result of that. Snake, again, the AG.AL, you wouldn't typically expect to see him doing that kind of work in the frag, right? Like, you know, the AG.AL typically you don't see putting up the numbers, but actually I think Snake, in terms of firepower, the level that he brings when he's on, he's actually quite high on that like tier list, if you will, as far as AG.ALs are concerned. So he's definitely what I would consider to be a fragging AG.AL.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. That is a really good point you bring up, because again, when we always talk about AG.ALs, we always say like, look, like there's always a little bit of room to say like, hey, like if you don't perform as well, that's all good. You're calling the shots, you're trying to lead the team, you're trying to, you know, be like micromanaging everything. Like you're looking at many different circumstances, but Snake is definitely really proven to be like a good AG.AL that can bring a lot of firepower to it. And I'm trying to figure out if he got himself the ace that previous round, because I don't even know if anybody else was able to find the opening duels, because he's sitting at a 6-1 right now. So if he didn't get the quad, or he might have got the quad, but maybe even the ace. I'll have to go back and check later. But nonetheless, still really good to see from the AG.AL. That's going to be able to boost them up. You know, we talked about Horus. This is kind of the guy typically in Totson that get really loud and excited. You can see on the camera that, you know, Snake was the one that's getting pretty fired up. That's what these guys need, right? That's where they need that excitement.
Well, smoke and nade in there from XJ. He's going to do a real number onto Rock. A few HP bars getting tagged up. XJ, though, not good enough to find himself the double. Totson on the trade. Snake again. A double on the entry. And Rock, this is the Rock that we know and love from the West League. They are decisive. They are quick. They are punchy. They play like this wolf-packy kind of style. There's no funny business necessarily. They are just into those sites and they're rolling over their opponents. And I mean, this might as well be a CFWL game the way things are going at the moment. You know, you've got a 3-1 scoreline. It's going to be a 3-1 scoreline. Instant tack timeout coming through from Q9. Individuals kind of firing up. In this case, it's Snake. Yeah, this is everything that you would want from Rock Esports, and that's kind of missing a little bit at the moment for Q9. There's a chance in here for Koi, but it will go begging. So tack timeout. And Q9 will have to have a bit of a discussion about what's going wrong.
Yeah, I love what I'm seeing though. Like you said, like this is kind of showing the performance of like a true Rock. Like this is what you know the desk was talking about, and you know I think you know Sneaky would have been in there. I think he would have been calling these guys out a little bit about some favoritism, but that's where I think there was so much excitement to say like, yeah, on the right-hand side of Rock, you have such a team that was dominating their league, like clearly #1, like barely dropped a map for 2 seasons. And then you have Q9, where, again, a team that was in 5th place, that has been able to, you know, get maps off like BaiSha. They have been able to like 2-0 like a team like KINGZERO, but really not beating anybody else respectfully in their league. So that's where there's a lot of question marks. But the way that Rock is playing, this is what we put a lot of emphasis on for Stray, to say like, look, like what has he been able to do behind the closed doors for these guys to play better? And right now, it's looking very good.
Yeah. I mean, the hits are looking super clean. Again, don't know exactly who they've been scrimming, how much they've been scrimming, whether they've just been doing dry runs, but it seems like everyone's pretty familiar or aware of what their role or job should be on those B hits specifically. I haven't really seen much towards A. I haven't really seen much working towards middle either. But it has been the B hits that have been working out, and it just seems like at the moment Q9 don't really have an answer for it. They're allowing, in multiple instances now, a player or two to get in behind them, right? Like someone somewhere has been able to sneak their way through. Typically that's been Snake. That'll be the first thing that Q9 have to try to address. They have to try and plug that hole, wherever it may be.
All right, well, right back into it, right into the action, and Snake is sitting himself at a 10-1. He's already hit the double digits. Not bad at all, and I think the rest of the players, if I'm not mistaken, I saw like, 3, I guess he even saw 1, so like Snake is...
Snake's doing it all.
He's doing it all, man. He's just, he's lifting heavy. He's like you at the gym right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I wouldn't have said it myself, but,
I gotta boost it up.
It is what it is. Yeah, you know what they say about these guys from Vancouver. Nice guys. Some of the nicest in all of Canada, I hear.
I appreciate that, yeah.
We'll see if Rock can continue this streak, though. Attack timeout, obviously a big important moment for Q9 is ending this streak, right? Like, they don't want to use their timeout and then still keep losing, because then it's like you don't have anywhere to fall back on, but it doesn't seem like it's going to go too well for them at all. Koi's been deleted. He's the only holder on the A-bomb site, and so now it'll be a 4-on-5 retakes. Leia almost caught napping there around the corner. But Q9 will be dissuaded for the moment by a bunch of smokes. Util's getting tossed up the stairs as well. Flash, nade, everything. They're going to have to make their way forward. Here come the flashes from Q9 as they attempt to retake. YJ can't see a thing. No one can see anything apparently, but here come all the kills as Totson activates late from underneath the stairs. And Rock have another one.
Yeah, this is
4-1.
This is good. This is what we were kind of saying. This is what we were expecting. And honestly, I was kind of questioning a little bit of this pick here for this map for them specifically. But like I said, historically, they have played it internationally. I don't feel like it's like been a strong point for them. But right now, it seems like they definitely are... they've been able to kind of patch up a few of the mistakes. They've been able to make a lot of good corrections on this. And now even Horus, oh man, him and Slayer together playing that combination entry. They're able to find that opening duel. It's going to be the cost of Slayer, but that's okay. They're going to be able to push through to this. Overwhelming Koi. He's not able to get the shot off. And look at how easily they take this site. Yeah. So much, confidence onto it. They're just oozing with it.
Well, this is the danger of picking into a map that your opponent is quite familiar with. So I think you could look at it at this stage and say maybe there was a little bit of a failure in the vetoing process for Q9 that they have elected to go towards sub-base, which if they had done their due diligence, and maybe they did, and they chose to take the risk, they would know that Rock have been playing this map quite a bit during the CFWL season. They've been playing it and picking it domestically. So it's blowing up in their face a little bit, but again, we can't count our chickens before they hatch. This has been great so far from Rock, but I mean, look at what happened to KINGZERO in the last series. They looked fantastic in the first map and then weren't able to close the series out. How many times we've seen a team like Rock playing on the international stage do really well on one map or on one half and then not quite convert on that. So 5-1, great scoreline, but Rock got to keep their own heads. They got to keep cool here and just keep on keeping on, because they will be moving on to the GR side shortly, and that's where the job does get a little bit more difficult for them.
Yeah, that's a good point you bring up too about a team like Rock, where historically they've kind of sometimes they let that foot off the gas a little bit. So I'm hoping that won't be the case. And Snare doesn't check his 6 at all, so it's an easy kill here for YJ. So
yeah, he's just trying to get away with some of the shenanigans that we've really been seeing Rock get away with so far. Kind of sneaking in through second mid and finding themselves a player behind over on the B side. They try it this time toward A. Doesn't work out. Again, bear in mind, this half could still swing back in the favor of Q9 if they can pick up another 3 rounds quickly here, make it 5-4. You say Q9 would be pretty happy with that. 1-for-1 trade over at Locker Room. Still going to be maintaining the advantage for Q9. And this is really just going to have to be a brute force attempt from Rock. There's no time or chance really for any more funny business here. They're just going to have to hit a site and see if they can frag out.
now they're going to fall back. They're going to regroup onto this into wood control. So at least for this one, they got the bomb in their hands. But Slayer and Snake, they're going to join this first. Totson finally being able to join the comrades. A little bit of a decent nade here from YJ. He's able to catch a little bit of damage, but now they're going to have a free A site. So right now, the defending players, they're actually going to play into top heaven right now. So they should be able to get this plant. But this is a problem, though, for the post-plant. They have to be able to move quick.
Yeah.
Oh, Koi! What is he doing?
It kind of concerns me that they are allowing Rock to walk in there and get that plant. And luckily for Q9, they've been able to trade Snake back down. So it is a 2v3. They still maintain the numbers lead. That's a clean kill onto Slayer. Totson too busy kind of clearing out wood to really be of any assistance. And Can't clutch it out this time. So there was a bit of a heart-stopping moment there for Q9 when that got brought back into 3-on-3. They do win themselves a round. Now they're going to need to put a few together to salvage this half. Job's definitely not done for Rock.
Yeah, it's definitely not, and that's where we made this comment about like them just making sure they keep themselves composed and kind of keep their game face on a little bit on this one. Now that a round has gone through the other way. Ooh, some good aggression from YJ. Ooh, that smoke's going to be a little bit of a problem, but at least he's able to get pushed through. Slayer's just waiting things out. And the two players set up the other three into radio. Success on the nade, not able to find any damage yet at all. Very interesting, this gun composition. Like, I've really talked a lot about it, but I think the M14s for the Chinese teams is really seem to be the big case here. Oh, maybe that's why. I was thinking, surely that could have been a little bit more. Not bad here from XMY. He's able to find that little bit of a trade, so now they can reposition. Now they're in a prime spot.
Some of the wind has gone out of the sails of Rock, though. You can kind of tell, like, the pace has changed, shifted. Rock's finding it a bit more difficult to get into the sights quickly. So this half could still fall by the wayside for them. It was a great start. 5-4 is brewing. 5-4, I think you'd say. Pretty good for Q9. That's nice from Koi. 7 and 6 now, he finds himself. Slayer not able to activate either, so a bit of a nothing round out from Rock Esports. One more left in the half. Will be a big tell-all for which way this map may end up going.
Yeah, and this is what we were kind of, this is what we both were worrying about, is the fact of like having a big lead of a 5-1. Now we're talking about 2 rounds have been built back up. Now we're going to the last round of the first half. This is where, again, Rock sometimes get a lot of steam and momentum, but okay, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Can they be able to find a second? Yes, they will. So now the M14s, they find themselves snare. Oh my goodness, you need to be ready for the gunfight, my boy. And now Koi, he's trying to do a little bit of fishing here. He might be able to find something onto this. A little bit of a pre-shot. He's not able to find it, but now that flash might just push him back. He gets caught in the leg, and he's down to 20, and now Rock, they're bouncing.
Yeah, they're out. I like that a lot better from Rock. You know, they've changed the pace again. They've gone quicker. That was what was working for them earlier on in the half, and it's what's worked for them again here. Totson taking some space, but if XJ finds a double kill here, this could be round over. And Totson's dropped. Snake spotted out here as well, trying to fight for his life. It's a nice little off-angle cheeky from XJ. Slayer trying to put some pressure on him. There's a lot of time left. Snare needs to win his duel, and he does. So it all comes down to XJ solo. Very individualistic round on both sides, as it kind of just came down to a lot of 1v1s, a lot of aim duels. Rock, once the dust settles, have the advantage, and XJ cowering in a corner for the moment, but has to get a bit of a wriggle on. He knows he's going to have to activate in this 1-on-2 at some point, but Rock also have to go and collect the C4, which he's cognizant of. So heading back in that direction. I don't want to see Rock splitting up here.
No, I don't like this.
Which they are.
This bomb dropped is not great at all.
It's just fundamentally the incorrect decision, right? When we're talking about 2v1s, you always ideally want to stay together and trade down.
Oh, and they're so far away too. Like they're not even near each other. Yeah, this is not good. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh, they got it though.
They've got the C4. They've gotten back out. Ooh, Slayer struggling to cross. Snares over as well. So they'll get the plant. Yeah, it was messy, but it's worked out.
Snare again. How was he in that position, man? He's just able to escape the death here a couple times, and now XJ finally gets him.
He swung on like no HP. And now we're all the way back into a 1v1.
Oh my gosh.
Slayer's on the big wrap. XJ not expecting that one at all. If he sat that defuse, he won that round.
Oh, Slayer,
he's still going to turn and win.
Oh no, he overcommitted, and you could even see he did the pre-check. He looked, he knew he wasn't there, and then he kept committing to the swing, and all he needed to do was just wait for the sound of the fuse.
He could have just kept jiggling that line.
Yeah.
So that's a bit of a mishap for Rock. That's going to allow a fourth over to Q9, and this map, all of a sudden, very much on offer for both teams now.
Yeah, critical mistake, unfortunately, but again, this is where, you know, not to be a broken record, but this is where we talked about Rock. you know, a 5-1, letting it slip to a 5-4. So now, again, anybody's game. So that BL side from Rock, it was decent. It put them in the lead, sure, but now it could have been bigger. It could have been a little bit better. But we've proven that, you know, from what we've seen of this team, they are a GR-sided group. They like to be on that defense. They have played a lot better on it. But now, can they handle the aggression of a Chinese team? Can they be able to, you know, take this threat away from the number 5 team?
Well, not with the way that has started. XMY starts the second half the same way that he started the first half, with a kill under snare. History repeats itself, as they say.
Yep. Not really. I don't feel like I'm at that category. I can call myself a historian yet, but sometimes I feel like I can. But
getting to
compared
the
to you
age.
and Kyle, I'm just nowhere near. You guys the big dogs.
Well, Q9 really slowing things down here. Kind of waiting for a mistake from Rock. They're not really getting one. It's actually a nice nade stack onto Koi. Won't be enough to finish him off, but definitely gives him some pause for thought. And with M4s around the place here, Snake could do a bit of spam through the wall. Catch one of these Q9 guys, not opting for it just yet. Really reserved approach from both teams in this round.
Yeah, they're both, you know, really just trying to get a bit of a feeler. They're both just kind of poking a little bit, stretching the arms out, just trying to see, you know, what they can potentially get away with here. And now you can see that Q9, they're going to group up. That smoke is still kind of blocking things off a little bit, but they're hoping they can make this across. A nice little bit of a flash with Snake. Oh, there he is, a Snake in the grass, able to find that double kill. And that is a problem now here for Q9. Time is ticking away with 20 seconds remaining. The bomb is down here, Jordan. This might have just fallen apart, but maybe not. Maybe not at all, because Q9 somehow in some way, they've been able to find a triple kill. What are they doing? Oh, this is just chaotic.
Totten's just got to live, which is easier said than done. He's got players coming on both sides, and he can't survive. Whoa. Woo. Crazy first round to start off the second half. I mean, it was actually very slow for a long while there, but then it just exploded. I think Totson, he needed to move there. You know, like when he's in that 1v2, he's got to force a fight somewhere, isolate a 1v1. Otherwise, he's going to get swung by multiple players. Either way, we don't have time to talk about that because Rock are contesting Machine Room, and it's worked out nicely. Another double for Snake as he goes up to 15 and 5.
Yeah,
Orbital fall.
His fragging ability is unreal. He's just putting himself closer and closer to 20, and now all of a sudden this was a huge advantage for them. It's turned into a 2v2.
Yeah, Snare's come across to back Snake up. YJ doesn't want a bar of it. He's out of there. He's been spotted though. Great shot from Snare.
That's the bomb too.
Hasn't been a huge factor on this map actually, Snare, but that's a pretty critical kill. And Rock, they win this round. They keep themselves just slightly in the lead. Keep Q9 having to play catch up.
Yeah, XMY does have some time that he can work with though. With a minute and 30 remaining, he can still kind of wait things out. He's got the bomb, so that's a good note for him right now. And this is tough. You can see the camera stray right now. He's just watching his teammates. He's trying to figure out, okay, you can't say anything obviously, but hopefully the communication is good here between the two. But they are playing split apart from each other, which is not a good thing, because if Snake goes down, this is going to be up for grabs potentially on this, but Snare is close enough now.
Off angle for Snake though. Don't know if XMY is going to have an easy time of clearing this one. It is favorable for Snake, this duel right now.
Yeah, there we go.
So XMY, difficult. Yeah, I mean, he's got so much to check as he goes around that box that he has to make the perfect call at the perfect time to get the kill there. So probably 7 or 8 times out of 10, Snake should win that fight. Rock keep themselves just with the lead for the moment, but it is a tenuous lead, it has to be said. Snake's toes don't quite get tickled, but again, Snare will go down to XMY. You know, normally it is Snare winning these duels, right? When we're playing domestically, when we're looking at CFWL, Snare's going to win that probably 9 times out of 10. But today, he's actually just been getting booked by XMY.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to find anything, really.
I think he's got to maybe just take a chill pill, right? And sort of take a step back in a lot of these rounds on the GR side. Don't need to be finding the opening pick. Don't need to be taking that fight to XMY because you're not having success.
Slayer looked like he was kind of hesitating to pick up the rifle as well, or the sniper and the rifle too, so he's kind of just going back and forth a little bit. He has been playing this secondary sniper, which has been interesting. Even Horus is kind of equipping it, which is a little bit weird, but Slayer has definitely been doing that a lot.
Yes, he has been. But
never knew that about him.
You'd want it to be in the hands of Snare at this stage, if not just to say that you've got 5 players up. So there'll be holes in the defense somewhere, given the 4-on-5. You're not going to try and exploit that by walking in through wood. There's a bit of a back and forth. But map control taken by Q9, so that's the first piece of the puzzle falling into place.
Yeah, now you get the double players on stairs here, so this might be decent, because if they can pop flash Horus, if he can get the right timing with this flash, that could be really nice. Oh, he just goes dry. What on earth?
Yeah. Don't know.
I don't know why.
Guess he thought he had a window, thought he had a timing. That's going to put extra onus on Snake here, who's having a phenomenal game, but to try to hold the site solo is going to be a tough ask. 1 down, good headshot in, and he gets the chance to reset. Nade's going to go over the top. He's tucked back in the corner, and he'll be pre-fired by you. XJ in there as well under Totson, and this round is kind of just falling apart at the seams for Rock. Slayer not able to pull off any heroics. 6-6. Q9 fighting hard for the map.
Yeah, that's a sloppy round from Rock, really. Like, again, there's an opportunity where they could have had the rotate from one of the players, you know, just try to do the pop flash for Horus. Like, I know he was trying to make a play. Like, he was in that position where they're down a player, they're trying to do something, but on an angle like that, you know you're probably going to be running into at least, you know, minimum 1, but definitely 2 are just waiting for him. So they had a full read on the situation. So a couple of gambles that didn't pan out nicely for these guys, but Q9 right back into this game. We're back to the 6-6. Sniper here for XMY. Snare trying to look if he can be able to find something. He's been getting bested a lot, and he does again, man. XMY seems to have his number. He's able to find that kill, and it's always Snare that's going down early. So you talked about him kind of taking a chill pill. He's not going to be the round here for round number 13. That's not the case indeed. And now Rock, again, needing to do something a little bit differently. They're going to have to reevaluate what do they want to do to getting themselves back into this game, because they're down a man, and we saw this before. They start to get a little bit desperate.
I don't know, man. I mean, I think eye test-wise, I'm kind of feeling like Q9 is the better team on this map, right? Like, Rock had a great run in the opening sort of 3-4 rounds. Snake was doing whatever he needed to do, but by and large, it just hasn't come together as a team over a consistent basis. And so it does feel like Q9 are charging their way towards a victory. I mean, again, charging may not be the right word. Hasn't necessarily been a charge, but they are certainly getting there, slowly but surely. And another nice read from Q9 to walk their way onto A, if that is indeed what they'll end up doing. It's more of a contact play than anything else. There is going to be 1 flash invested. Now another to clear out a bit more of an aggressive fight up the stairs. And Rock just have to let that plank go down. And Q9, big advantage right here. Koi in a great spot. He finds his timing nicely. Ooh, Snake around the corner. Again, just does not seem to be beaten. But you need someone else here on Rock to step up as well alongside him to ensure this victory.
Yeah, I can't just be him just doing all the heavy lifting right now, and that's indeed what it seems like. And now XMY is going to go for the fight. He actually misses the first shot. XJ, though, he can't find more than that, and now Totson, finally, we get something out of him, a little bit of life. It's down to the 1v1. Now they're going for the tango. The timer's getting low, but YJ is going to be able to get the job done.
Slipping away from Rock, isn't it? It's like sand falling through their hands. You can grab onto tiny little pieces of it, but they can't keep the whole thing intact. That's a big clutch to win for Q9, and they know it. 7-6, Rock on the back foot now for the first time in the map. How do they deal with that pressure?
Yeah, this is where, again, like where we look at a team like Rock, like when the going's getting tough, like they have shown us in past, and you know, last year they've been able to kind of push through it, but they always seem to be the team that likes to make it a little bit hard for themselves, and now that's going to be the case. They're down by a round. They had a huge lead. They've lost it. Now they're playing survival mode to get themselves back into this game. A little bit of a nice comp, or change of the comp here with the double player into Locker, but this is where they got to do something a little bit I don't want to say ballsy. I don't want them to push. Like, I like that Snare stay alive this long, but we need something new now. We saw them going for wood control many, many times. They let that one go for this one.
Yeah, Horus having a tough time on this map. I think try to activate him early in one of these rounds. Just put him in an unorthodox angle. You know, he likes to play actually aggro in wood a lot of the time. You'll see him sort of stuck behind those doors, but yeah, just not really working out for Rock in this second half. Is it Snare goes down early again. Horus and Totson both falling within a second of one another, and Slayer pushed back as well. Pause is going to come through. 8 on the board for Q9. And this is a very, very important pause now for Rock, because map 1 has just, yeah, it's just blown up in their face.
Yeah, it really has. And now the timeout's going to come through, so Rock gonna let the coach have a conversation with the guys, and honestly, probably the best time, because you know, you're down by 2. It's not like map points on the docket, but it's close. So Rock, again, like, it was good that they mixed it up a little bit on that last round, like I said, but Snare still goes down early. He's not been able to find that opening duel. He's really just getting bested. So I love the fact that Q9 has been able to just like isolate him and remove him from the equation every single round. Like, he has not been able to do anything. And that's where we said that he was really one of the guys, the top pillars, where we're like, look, if he can play well, this team's going to win it, no doubt.
I think Stray is actually having a chat, or seems like he's mostly addressing maybe Snare and Horus. That's at least the direction that he's looking in. And I think those would probably be the 2 players that... be careful with what I say here, but I think in terms of the terminology that I'm thinking in my head is like have let down the team, I guess, you know, in a sense. Like, Horus is having a rough map, there's no doubt about that. Snare has definitely been struggling in the orb, you know, in the orb fights, so or the TRG fights now, as they were, I guess. That weapon changes come through, but like, those are the 2 players there on your screen right now that I think like you could look to and say, if they would be at their usual level, Rock would have won this game.
Easily.
Right? Snake's overperforming. Totson and Slayer are probably doing about what you'd expect.
Yeah.
Horus definitely underperforming. Snare underperforming as well.
Yeah.
To their usual expectations if this was a CFWL game, for example. So if Stray can say something to those guys and say, look, guys, you know, like, you're fantastic players, whatever, do what you need to normally do, change something up, play a bit more aggressive, play a bit more passive, I don't know, whatever read he's had on the game. But if he can find a way to activate those 2 for these last, like, four rounds, let's say, that they need, then that's going to be the bit of magic. And the change-up will be, at least initially, a little bit of aggression into wood, but very quickly, Rock are going to back away there.
Yeah, it's kind of nice that they kind of push on it, but then they also fall back on this. They're not going to overcommit to it. So again, just kind of repositioning themselves. I don't mind this. They tried to do something quick, kind of quick and dirty. Doesn't work out. Now they're going to do a reset. So, like you said, I think they need to be able to find something here for these 2 players. If they can, that would be helpful. But no, but again and again, Snare. Oh, man, they're just running into him now. They're just feeding this guy.
I want to know, like, if we've got a stat maybe somewhere that how many opening kills has XMY got in this matchup, because it does feel like probably what, I'd say 50% of the rounds he's like found the opening kill, and of those, 75% of the time it's been onto Snare.
Yeah.
You know, that fight down through wood, through the doors, XMY's winning it every day of the week. And yeah, it's a trouble for Rock, because again, they'd be used to fighting from an advantage in those kinds of duels. Now they're fighting from a disadvantage. Totson does pretty well to get himself 1 there, but 1's not enough, and 1-for-1 trades across the board leaves again Snake. This guy's 20-8. He's 20-8, and they're going to lose the map. And they're looking like they're going to lose it convincingly as well. That's just unbelievable.
Yeah, it really is, because they've only been able to find 1 round this whole second half, right? So they had that 5-1 lead, and really it's just fallen apart. And like we said, Snake can't be doing all the lifting here. He's doing the AG.AL, he's doing all the fragging, but oh boy. So now map point going to be on the docket here for Q9. So these guys have been able to go through some of the grind, and now they got themselves in prime position here to go getting things done. And this was, again, this was the pick here for Rock.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to have to find a way to seriously activate some of those star players going into their own map pick. Because, you know, the danger about picking poor here as well is you're going up against XMY and Koi. Koi who, well, never mind, we'll hold that thought for the moment, because there's some kills coming through here. Snare and Horus both finding 1 apiece. Snake's in there for another. And all of a sudden there's a little bit of life left in Rock for what should have been maybe the last round of the map. As far as Q9 are concerned, it may still be. Koi fighting for his life, not finding anything though. Somehow he's been able to get the kill on the Snake, but Rock survive for the moment. But my point was going to be, we're going into Port. You're going up against X and Y and Koi, two very accomplished snipers. X and Y who, you know, he typically takes a little bit of a back seat, but at least in this game, he's kind of fragging out.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's going to be scary because you're starting on the BL side of Port. You've got these two guys that are just popping off with the TRGs.
Snare. He even gets caught again. Like, he just keeps committing to this fight. Like, I don't love it. Like, we saw that he keeps going for it, he's dying, or then he, like, tried to go and vent that one time, he dies. Like, he's just, anything he's doing, it does not work. So I almost would have preferred him just playing a very different spot entirely. Maybe just put the rifles into it, or in that, like, alt-mid kind of position. Just let them do something a little bit differently, but they're still adamant that Snare could be able to find it. I don't know if it's him calling in and being stubborn, thinking, like, no, give me it, I'm gonna figure this out. Or maybe that is just part of the game plan.
I mean, yeah. Game plan here for Rock, again, is still Snare playing aggressively around these doors. Just really finding a way, struggling to find a way to have an impact there. Could it be? A couple of rounds in a row here. Snare gets the opening pick. We're into OT. Then who knows? But smoked off at the moment. So Q9 being given the opportunity to move in. They like their new residence.
Yeah, Snake still sniffing those. Some of these players, 23 kills. Maybe that's make to 24, no. But now he's going to be able to find that one. So now his teammates doing a little bit more work. But now the pistol to a rifle fight has brought this back into a 3v3 situation. Slayer here on the top ground. He gets caught in the scope here by XMY. Phenomenal work from him. He's been able to just lead the charts.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
He's just dominating, isn't he? And, you know, not to mention XJ, 21 and 13. Snare. Important kill onto you. C4 needs to be retrieved here, and XMY is doing that job. Totson will fall. XMY will get it done. 16 to 10 is his final score. And that is that map victory for Q9 as they take map 1, their own map choice over Rock. And it wasn't really looking like it was going to be that easy to get that done to start things off. I mean, Rock were up 5-1 at one point. So to end the map at that kind of a scoreline, I think they'll be very, very disappointed with themselves because there was an opportunity there, maybe not necessarily on a silver platter, we'll call it a bronze platter if that's not quite so good, but it was definitely developing and Rock have really let that one slip. So if they want to win this series and if they want to do well in this group, well, there's some hard yards ahead as they have to move into their map pick.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And that's where I think now they're going to have to do what we saw in the first series, right? Is maybe they have to be in the conversation for a reverse sweep. They're going to have to be able to find both these maps, and that is going to go into them for Port, which was their pick. So that will be the next map we are going to see after the short break and a little bit here. And then if we get there, it will be Eagle Eye. So that would be a very interesting one because Rock have shown they can be decent on it, but Q9 have been able to play it, a few times as well in their domestic league. So I think that'll be a relatively, even matchup when you're kind of looking at the statistics of it.
Yeah. Very nice stuff, though, across the board from Q9. No one really going missing necessarily. You had a couple of guys that were happy to take that extra onus on their shoulders. XJ and XMY, the two standouts for me from Q9 there. And if they can maintain that into the second map, it'll be a nice, easy 2-0 for them. We'll find that out when we do come back from the break for map number 2.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
Everybody's moving so fast. That ain't the way it's supposed to be. There's a better way for you and for me. Everybody's hustling, all the wheels in motion. Where's everybody going to? That ain't the way to be living life. There's a better way starting tonight. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, slow down. I know the boss man got you watching the clock. Gotta keep working for the man. There's so many better things we could do, like you kissing me and me kissing you. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, slow down. Oh, you can spend the night, baby, together. Take it.
Running back for map 2 of match 2 of the day. It is day 1, so we didn't quite get 2-2-2, unfortunately, here, Laz. But will we get a 2-0 or a 2-1 is what we're about to find out as we are headed into that second map between ROC Esports and Q9. And look, ROC, I think, disappointed with themselves after a fantastic start to map 1. They let that map slip. But the good news is they are going on to their map pick. The bad news is they're starting on the BL side of port. So they've kind of dug themselves in a bit of a hole now.
Yeah, they really have. Like, and I mean, like, it just, again, like, we'll have to see how much they've been able to have that reset with a very, very small break. And that's the other thing, too. It's not like you have a bit of time that you can work with. I mean, they really only had that, like, 3-4-ish minutes that they could kind of reconvene the new game plan, figure out what they did wrong there, and kind of reset. Because now, like we said, it's reverse sweep territory that they have to get through. And port is a map that they have been okay on, but being on the BL side is going to be tough. And I think, Q9 have really shown us that they're a pretty strong GR-sided team, but I really do hope we get to see more to Snare. If, like, he's going to be absent like this, or even worse as well, I think this is going to be an easy one to kind of, pack the bags and call it a day here for them on day number 1.
Which would be a little bit of a disappointment and a bit of a concern as well, because at that stage, if you do lose to Q9 here, you're getting knocked down into the lower bracket, which means you have to play either another rematch against Q9, or you'll be playing against probably Team Liquid in the decider match, whether it would be Team Liquid or Q9 that do go down to the lower bracket from the winners match of Group B. I'm just having a quick look in at the match that's happening on the B stream. It looks like Team Liquid not having too many problems with EVOS.
Yeah, 10-3.
So likely it will be Q9. I mean, in this world, it would be Q9 and EVOS, Q9 and Liquid that go through to the winners match. EVOS and ROC down in the lower bracket. I would definitely back ROC over EVOS.
Yeah.
But then again, you'd have to play the loser of Liquid or Q9. You only get the one chance at that. Not an easy task at all. I mean, I think Team Liquid's a pretty scary prospect too for this ROC roster. So I know the analyst desk had them going out of this group, like as in making it out of this group into the playoffs. So progressing, let's say, as a better terminology. I think they had Team Liquid 1, ROC 2, Q9 3, EVOS 4 in their power ranking for this group, which I could see happening, but well, not if it doesn't look like that's going to be super likely here if ROC loses to Q9. So they've got a lot of amends to make on their map pick, and let's see how much they can really back themselves here on map 2, because again, it is scary to be starting on the BL side of port. Q9 will be loving the situation that they found themselves in. Maybe the singular sniper to start things off, though. XMY solo sniping again.
Yeah, and the one thing, you know, like, you kind of lightly touched on it, but like when we said, a team like, you know, Rock, you know, they're playing their map, but they're playing on the BL side is like, you know, when you're talking about their win percentage, like the GR side is a massive margin. Like we're talking 73% win rate on GR, drops all the way down to 54%, like on the BL side. So like you're talking like a 20% decrease, which is really significant when you're kind of pulling up the numbers here. And already now, the fact that they've already lost 2 players, they lost, you know, Slayer and Horus, so some of your star riflers in some sense have already been removed from this first opening round. You know, for any Rock fans, not going to be the best start, but right now Q9, again, sitting in a very good position. Snare will be joined here with his teammate into Long, and YU is going to be the one that's just tucked up the top corner, but he'd said with a sniper and said he's going to hang out with the M4. Now he's got a good counter flash, but now he's going to be able to buy some time for teammates for the time. But is Rock going to actually commit to this? That's some util, but...
Well, this is a very risky way to try to enter the site as Snare, but you do kind of have to be taking a risk, I suppose, if you're in a 2v4, but that's why you typically won't see a sniper doing that, because it's a very easy kill for you in the end, and be able to clear up Totson here as well as the USP comes out. So first round on the board for Q9. They'll maintain the momentum through from map 1. The chances of Rock making their 3rd consecutive playoffs at an international event here already starting to look in a little bit of danger. If you lose this game, you lose your opening game, it is very tough to make it out of the group.
Yeah, it really is like that avenue. Like if they lose this, like you said, it's like they could potentially get that 1 win, but it might be a really tough situation for them to get out of the group. So right now, it's not looking like Q9 would even make that a conversation, because they're just shutting them down, everything they're doing. I mean, we're not even at the 2-minute mark, and it's already down, what, 1.5 players remaining here for Rock.
Yeah.
I still just can't believe it. Like, I'm just thinking about Snake almost dropping, what was that, like 26, 27 kills in that last match?
20 plus, for sure.
Yeah, that was just
which is a lot. Yeah, I mean, and you think, when you look at the way that Rock have made it out of group stages and into playoffs last year in the Summer Championship and in the CFS Grand Finals, they were, I think, aided in a sense by the way that the round robin format works in a couple of those instances, right? They kind of had like a head-to-head bonus in Summer Champs where they made it out because X beat Y and they beat, you know, Z, let's say, and then it like favored them. So at CFS, it was a little bit better. You know, it was kind of just a clean exit from the group, easy make it into the playoffs, but didn't do anything in the playoffs, unfortunately. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's a lot harder with the format that we've got here at EWC, where it's essentially just like a double elim bracket each group. You more than likely just have to basically beat the good team, whereas hope that some favorable results go your way, which is what you can do in a round robin format. But trying to work their way back into this round, and they haven't done a bad job of it. They brought it back to the 2v3, and they are headed over towards the A site, but it seems like Q9 have kind of cottoned onto that. They've done a bit of information gathering themselves. They haven't seen anything over on B, so they're pre-rotating over to A. They will catch Snake in a 1v3. Firing squad does its job. C4 dropped on the floor, and Totson doesn't really have much of a chance in this round at all. 2-0 on the board, and Q9 are making it look easy so far on Port.
Yeah, and I get the idea from Snake, the fact that he wanted to find the play, but again, like, you're holding the bomb, you're going for a bit of an aggressive angle. Like, I would have almost liked to see him play behind the box and just wait to see if one of those players would have crossed into his crosshair, but yeah, it just, again, feels like these kind of awkward, like, little bit of swings and timings that Rock are trying to go for that just really backfire on them, which we're starting to see those mistakes. And that's where we talked about, like, internationally, where, you know, it is been kind of a little bit of a lopsided affair, whereas, you know, domestically they're clearly just a dominant force. But now we're at the big boy stage. Like, this is where things matter the most. This is where the teams are going to be able to play a lot better. So Rock are probably getting a little taste of their own medicine right now.
Slow and Steady wins the race this time around for Rock. Which again is kind of anti what they had a success with on the blacklist side of sub-base, but Port, a bit of a more difficult task. They're not going to be quite so easily able to move through the map. Smoke grenades keeping them at bay as well. There's a deep mid-smoke out from Q9. And there's another dual one. YJ gets himself a 1-for-1. Bit of extra damage there onto Snake as he does get traded down, but importantly also getting the info and again sort of slowing down the progress of Rock. We have just over a minute left to work. And the option at the moment is kind of looking like go B, but thinking about exploring their way back in toward middle.
Yes, some good aggression already from Koi. He's going to actually be able to get this backstab. Oh, look at this. One. Can he be able to find two? That's even, I think that's the bomb drop too. Oh, man. And then again, his teammates able to just kind of capitalize on the timing. Look at the sandwich they've been able to make. Nice and delicious. And now Slayer, yeah, he's going to get one bite in here. And there we go.
What kind of sandwich was it?
I'm just trying to think. What's my favorite kind of sandwich? It was a good. It was
egg
a
and
great
lettuce,
sandwich.
surely.
What's that?
Egg and lettuce.
Egg and lettuce.
Egg and lettuce is a goated sandwich.
That's a pretty good sandwich, actually.
Yeah.
That's not bad. Okay. Fair
That's
enough.
like, you know, when you're at the airport and you're like, God, I would love an overpriced meal right now. My go-to is the egg and lettuce sandwich that you can find in any fridge anywhere in any airport.
That is true. It is very much available all the time. It's a really good point.
It's just a good, stable $12 meal.
Yeah. Not overpriced
Or
at
two
all.
pieces of bread and half an egg.
Yeah.
And a slice of lettuce.
Oh boy. Is that YU that's already pushed all the way through here? Yeah, it is. This is a good setup. Because now, I mean, again, they haven't done this before. YU's played this aggressive, like on the drop. I do like this a lot. So really good repositioning here. Oh, that nade. Oh, I thought that timing could have been decent, but they actually scurry away from it nicely. Let's Smoke allows them to have some extra time to get across here, so underpass. So now they're going to be grouped up all together here, Jordan. They're going to try to go for the 5-man exec into this B site. So that means it's going to be XJ and also YJ that are going to be together. The J brothers.
Yeah, XJ just trying to play anti-flash. YJ will throw the delaying util and then XJ will peek. We'll see how that works out. Boris spamming his way forward. It's 1-for-1 on the entries. Not too bad as far as Rock are concerned, but they still need to take control of the site. And with that rotation coming through, Koi and YJ were able to hold the fort for a moment. It is a 2-on-2 though. Fast fight coming in from you. Still worried about that GR spawn push coming through as Rock, and that has posed a bit of a concern. So it's allowed XMY and U to group back up in the warehouse. U's been spotted out. XMY, as of yet, unspotted. Bit of a bait and switch. He's waiting for the bomb plant, and then he's going to go. Timing, though, doesn't quite favor him. Snake keeping an eye on it. He knows, though, that Snake is on that long angle, and probably he's got the other player stuck on the site still. Snake very low. Does not want to be going down right here. XMY trying to clear out Totson as well. Isolating these fights really nicely. And Snake low on HP. Time on the side of XMY. He's got plenty to play with. But the timing doesn't work out in the end as Snake just changes up his position, hits the headshot, wins the round, and gives Rock their first on this second map.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy too, because again, they were just trying to put Snake as like the point man to really just go for the shots and like letting Totson just kind of sit back and relax. But the fact that he was kind of posted up, not even really hiding like in that corner, and he just gets removed. So I was thinking that round was surely going to go the way here for Q9. But good work from Snake, again, just putting up some decent numbers. Not like what we saw before, but he's still, I think he's relatively top ranking for his team right now. So he's still kind of continuing what he's doing. And now he finally gets put to the grave on this one. But now Rock finally getting a little bit of the punches rolling.
There's one back in their direction, snare tagged up. You do have YJ that's pushed out of the B site. So he's got quite a job to do here. He's kind of focusing on holding mid-con and warehouse. A has been completely neglected by Q9, by Q9, and Rock are looking to move in there. Now, Q9 do at least have U that's kind of spotting that cross from the bridge. So they will get advance warning that the A site has taken. But they don't necessarily have a great chance of actually getting any kills before the 8 site gets taken. Maybe you can pick one off. Will be smoked off now, though.
Yeah, making it across now, and OU, he might be able to find this timing, and then the snare, he's just kind of posted up in the back. And they double swing here onto corner, not bad at all. Snare, he can't seem to find the shot, though. He gets bested by the rifles. And this thing's turned into a 2v2 just like that. Nate does a pretty good amount of damage here against Tots, and the plant's going to come through, but these defending players, they're going to be grouped up together. This smoke is really causing some problem, but they got some time that they can work with.
They do. They do have the health advantage as well, albeit slight. Flash is going to go over the right side. And you pushing his way down at left side, hoping that his teammate can hold Totson off as he takes this fight on the Slayer, and that will work out. XMY gets one, and you the other. And that is 4 for Q9. The success for Rock is few and far between. It came down to a clutch in the last round, in this round as well. But this one goes the way of Q9, so irregularly scheduled programming continues, and that is Q9 winning rounds. And Rock struggling.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we know about Rock right now on this map. Like we were saying, like, look, like if they can get themselves, you know, 4 rounds on this half, I feel like that would be good. Just considering we know the BL side's not the greatest for them, all things considered. But yeah, Q9 already put themselves in a prime position here to get the half done. They just need this 1 round, and then it's for sure secured in the bag. But it's going to be more the question about how much bigger can they do it. But now Rock, again, playing a very passive back and mid setup. They're just kind of waiting things out. They're, again, a little bit scared that Q9 might try to go for something a little bit aggro. Oh, no, and they're going to go for the drop play on this one. This is where Yu's just been waiting for this one. This could be the highlight reel right here.
Yeah, we'll see how aware he is. It's kind of hard not to be. It's only 1 line to watch, and so he's going to be checked. There's a good kill from him. Actually, it's from XMY. So Yu doesn't actually end up getting anything done, but quick rotates come through from Koi. They're going to just try and stand and deliver, and well, Rock win in that engagement. But quick flank, XJ gets one. Disrupting, again, the play from Rock. Yeah, YJ straight through the smoke, trying to put an end to it himself. Messy round, chaotic indeed. Slayer spotted out. XJ needs to exit long. This is not a favorable duel for him. He's going to decide to take an alternative route in this clutch, but again, it comes down to another clutch, and again, Rock really need to win this one.
Yeah, they absolutely do, and I mean, they're in a good position for it. Totson's low, though, so I mean, the HP is not the greatest sort of a favor on this one, but oh no, why would he go for this? And actually, XJ with that reposition just allows enough of an angle to get this kill. Now Totson, oh, he's overextending. He's really just, again, trying to experiment. Now he's behind this big box. That might have allowed him here, because you can see XJ's just right past him.
Yeah, XJ's taken a lot of time. He needs to get on that defuse and at least draw out the peak, but he's taken too long. So Totson's just going to take the time to wander up, and I think XJ's made a bit of a mistake there by not instantly crossing. He needed to instantly cross and continue to try and take that space, because then had he done that, he would have had a little bit more time on that bomb timer, which would have maybe either drawn out a peak earlier, or he could have faked the defuse. There's a few more options for him there, but by the time that he actually gets up to the sign, he doesn't really have many options but almost to stick it, because if he sticks it, he has a chance of winning the round. If he doesn't stick it, gets off of it, he probably just loses anyway. Yeah. There's no time to defuse, even if he gets the kill. So kind of played himself a little bit. It was a nice kill onto Slayer, but well clutched out in the end by Totson. Good patience. Rock find themselves the second. Going to continue to plug away on this BL side. I mean, 2 to 4 scoreline's not terrible on the BL side of Port.
Going for a bit of a fight, a little bit awkward here, so YJ's actually going to get caught. His back turns, so now Rock, a prime opportunity. They might be able to find themselves this 3rd round, because now all 5 players alive. Snare's been taking some big damage. He finally gets a good kill with the connection. That's going to be a 2nd one, and now it's just all down to you here in middle. Snare's starting to go a little bit more rampant here with some of these kills. XMY, though, he's alive. This is a problem, and he has proven to be a little bit of the linchpin against these guys.
Oh, but a 1v4, man, that's a tough ask. A-side's been taken by Slayer, and so Horus will be called across with the C4. Totson more or less left up to his own devices. He's spotted. No.
Oh, I thought he
has
did.
been now. XMY brings it down to 2. It was a 1v4, now it's a 1v2, and he hasn't lost any HP. Horus, be careful.
Oh, wow, he's playing dangerous game here. Dangerous
Yeah.
waters.
It's called whack-a-mole. You pop your head up and you see if it gets whacked off. Well, X and Y not so good at that in the initial instance, but he's got rid of Slayer. And now it's a 1v1. There's time available here for X and Y. He spots out Horus, misses the shot. This is for the 1v4. It would be a soul crusher, a nail in the coffin, but Horus has kicked the nail out of the hands of X and Y and says, we're not dead yet.
Yeah, I can't believe these. Like, this, again, like, yeah, it's great to see that Rock are starting to get some rounds back on the board, but, like, this has been just, you know, a labored approach to it. Like, they really have been just, like, tooth and nail trying to get themselves back into this. The fact that they're in these man advantages, let's not forget, XMY almost pulled, what was that, a 1v5? Would that have been a 1v5?
A 1v4.
Yeah, so the fact that he almost actually got away with that is just madness. Like, this is not a good formed Rock right now that we were talking about.
You say that, but also, again, remember, they're on the blacklist side.
Yes.
Even if they're scrounging their way through some of these rounds, they have 3 on the BL side. That's already kind of par score for this map.
Yeah, that's true. Guess I'll stop being so negative about it. But we'll see. Nice little bit of a 2-2 trade from both these teams. And now Totson and Horus, they actually go down pretty fast. But there's a big flank right now that's coming in from you, so that's a really good play. Now he can just pull back. He doesn't have to even commit to this more.
Yeah, this round comes down to the individuals now.
Snare? Hello?
Well, Slayer also in a position to potentially make a difference. Snare does get you. Koi. Oh, spotting Slayer out, but isn't able to finish him off. So just going to have to concede some ground, concede some territory. Rocker headed in the direction of the site that is being held by XMY, and again, he is putting in a really stable performance on map 2. He was great on map 1, been good on map 2. Maybe Rock, the spider sense is tingling, telling them not to go B. They are going to walk right into Koi anyway, so 5-3 is the score, and Q9 will hold on to the lead.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, the fact that we're sitting at a 5-3, not bad at all. I mean, again, the position that Rock, like, they're going to have to figure this out, like, in the sense of, you know, if they can find this last round, for them being on the BL side, that wouldn't be too bad at all. At least then they could get something, you know, a 1-round differential. But if we see Q9 putting themselves at 6, like, boy, oh boy, that is just going to add a little bit more insult to injury on this a little bit for these guys. But now Yu's just going to post up on this a little bit differently of an off angle this time. He's done it once before. He's going to do it again. He's playing aggressive. Snare is not even really that close yet. He has to go for the swing, but XMY is going to be able to spot this, so he's got Yu's back. Now these guys are going to try to go for the drop-off, but they have to be prepared for it. And Yu, he doesn't get this engagement this time. He does some damage, but it's not much.
Oh, spam here from Koi. He's good for 1. XMY, though, he is being flanked and dealt with by Rock. The reinforcements don't really quite come through in this instance for Q9. So I think we've got to look at this and say, you know what, Rock have actually not done too badly in this half at all. It has been touch and go. It has come down to clutches. It has been messy, but they got 4 rounds. And at the end of the day, 4 rounds on the blacklist side of Port, I think you'll take that.
Yeah, you definitely will. I mean, it's a good point to bring up because, like you said, it's a difficult map on the BL side. The fact they were able to get 4, considering how that game was going, and there was, again, a nice lead that was here for Q9. They kind of let it sleep a little bit behind the wheel. So for Rock to kind of bounce it back, considering that, you know, 2 out of those 4 rounds were pretty gross and pretty messy, it's still, you know, a round is going to be a round. So a 1-round differential is not bad at all here for Rock. Now they're on the defense. Snare does go down very quickly, though. So now, again, that threat of him with the sniper is going to be done, but Slayer has decided he's going to equip the TRG for himself as well. And we're going to wait to see if he's going to be able to, you know, pack a little bit of this heat that they're needing. Needing a little more spice from these guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, look, Q9 definitely going to be feeling like they're in with a chance, even if that first half kind of went a bit pear-shaped. Do have the lead, do have the opening pick. Can get off to a good start here in the second half. Keep some of that momentum rolling, then yeah, Rock are going to find it difficult to push this through to a third. It's going to be a deep mid-smoke that kind of obscures the vision and information gathering opportunities for Rock. And they're going to have a little bit of a commitment over on the A bomb side. It's a very committed hold with those two players forward on A. Recognizing that might not be the best avenue of defense here for Rock, but perhaps recognizing that a little bit too little too late as the hit is in on to B, and Yu has himself the entry. Snake's going to try and hold on for more, but it's not going to work out. And as far as Q9 are concerned, a 2-for-2 trade is more than acceptable. Only issue is YJ has like committed deep into the site. He's actually the one holding on to the C4. There'll be a recontest from Rock before the plan's even gone down. That'll be the end of Horus, and Totson should surely be getting traded out here. YJ took a little while to get that done, but Q9 have the round. They keep the lead, 6-4.
Yeah, looking good here. So this is where, again, like, the big question is Snare. Like, again, him going down this quickly and this early is just not going to be the case here for Rock. They just can't allow that to happen over and over again. And him sending himself at a 5-9 record is definitely something that we normally see him on the top of the boards and putting up some bigger numbers, but right now, XMY looks like he might even just try to toy the idea of going for a swing onto A, but this time he's going to play it a little bit more patient. He's just going to play it back, which isn't a bad thing at all. Horus has actually pushed himself deep onto catwalks. This is a good position for them because now they got some real estate that they can work with on the GR side, but doesn't really have anybody with them though, so that's a little concerning.
Patience of virtue here for Q9. Send XJ forward. Horus also holding forward.
Must have got spotted, surely.
It's going to be double peaked here, and unlucky to not get two there, to be honest. XJ had to land the headshot, and he did. That is some semblance of map control taken by Q9. But you can see they're quite tentative about pushing their way forward. C4 was dropped. It's in the hands of XJ. Now he is low. So is this going to end up ultimately just having to be an A hit? You're really relying on the long players to get some real work done, because sure as heck ain't going to be XJ. He falls 1 for 1. C4 committed to this fight now, and the Flash is pushing forward, but YJ not landing any shots. Snake as well, tucked behind the box. I don't think he's even been spotted just yet. Now maybe finally by YJ as a nade lands in his position and pushes him off, but this is really awkward for Q9. They need some more kills, and they get them. 2 in the blink of an eye, and now it's just Slayer alone, and YJ has spotted him out. They're going to go for the plant instead of the peak. YJ's kind of keeping a bit of an eye on things, which is dangerous considering he could have had his head lopped off by Slayer, who has actually pushed up quite far. I don't think YJ's expected that at all. He'll fall. Just a weird round here, and now XMY for the swing will be falling to Slayer, and Rock survive.
Yeah, that was really nice. The fact that Slayer was able to, like you said, he was able to just kind of sneak right into that position. I think he just found that, like, within a millisecond, that timing, so that allowed him just to get right under there and kind of underneath the eyesight. So not bad at all. And he was able to find those fights at one-on-one engagement, really easy. So pretty good in the sense that, yeah, right here where you see him just go for that first duel into YJ.
It's quite easy once he's got that.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like there's nowhere else that XMY can be but at the bottom of the ladder at that point, because he's cleared out the entirety of the top side. There hasn't been time for XMY to get anywhere else. So the 1v1 is actually quite easy for him in the end. That'll be a chance gone begging for Q9. You don't get that many chances to win rounds on the BL side, and that was definitely one of them in a 2v1.
Nades galore, here we go. So Q9, they're not going to mess around. They're not even going to wait, so they're going to go for the full exec. Now it's just back and forth in terms of the gunfights. But it does pan out nicely for Q9. That puts them in the slightest advantage. The bomb is going to be dropped, but it is retrievable.
XJ, bit of a risky cross. Now Koi and XJ going to go for the high-low setup. It does work out. Good trade from XJ. They still have to retrieve the C4, and Totson's kind of lurking around. This would be a hard fight to isolate. XMY got the C4. But he has no idea where Totson is. He's caught on the timing, and there's no way for XJ to initially trade. He has to come through and win the 1v1, and he does get it done. One more round on the board for Q9 as they inch ever closer to a 2-0 victory here.
This is grueling. This is very much a grueling situation because if we would have saw Rocket this round too, like again, that would have been a situation where back-to-back clutches for them, getting themselves closer into this engagement. But Q9, they really have been just playing the better game, in my opinion. Like everything they've been doing, I think, has just been a step ahead, essentially. Rocker playing the surviving game at this point. And right now, Snare is sitting himself in a different position here where just trying to look for him. So yeah, he's going to wait things out. So they've actually put a little bit more presence onto mid. And Q9, like, look at how far back they are. They were expecting some kind of aggression. They thought that Rock maybe were going to try to hit the pedal to the metal on this one.
Well, you two are going to get dumped in this direction. Slayer wisely trying to get out of there, but he's a little bit too slow on the uptick. Totson fighting hard. Hasn't found himself a kill. Will be swung by XMY and he'll go down. So overall, the exchange is favorable enough for Q9. They barrel their way into B. Retake attempt's going to come through quite quickly here from Rock, but you on the off angle, just tucked in the corner, gets himself a 1-for-1, which is totally fine. And now with a bit of spam into the smoke, YJ and XJ will finish off another couple. 8 on the board for Q9.
Yeah, this is looking better and better. Q9, it feels like, you know, it kind of reminds me of a Pokemon, you know, they're just kind of evolving. Like, they're just getting better and better, and now they're just becoming stronger. And everything they're doing, and you know, if they put their sights on something, they'll take it for the reins here. So now two rounds needed, and they got themselves the series done. And that'll be the first, the 2-0 on the stream here, on the A stream for sure. So I don't even think it's been on the B stream yet. I think they've all been 3-0.
I think they had a 2-0. I think Liquid was able to 2-0.
Oh, did they finish it already?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
It was looking like it was going to be a 2-0.
Oh, it is a 2-0. You're
Yeah.
right. Way to prove me wrong. Dang.
Yeah, but I mean, definitely would be the first one here on the A stream, and kind of looking pretty good so far. Rock need to dig deep and find that last-ditch effort, because it would be a long road ahead from here if they go down into that lower bracket. Attack timeout will come through from, I imagine, Rock, but if it ends up being a 9th round for Q9 here, then that's a pretty late tack timeout.
Yeah, I don't love that. I wish they would have called it earlier.
Should have called it before this round, I think.
They should have, yeah. That's way too much of a risk, like you said, because then you're essentially banking, okay, like we got to get 4 rounds in a row, push OT.
Yep.
And they haven't been able to really find anything except for, what, 1 round in this whole second half? On the GR side, nonetheless, too.
Well, like I said, been seeing a little bit more success on the BL side of Port in CFWL, and hey, maybe it's not about the BL side necessarily being better, but perhaps the GR sides are just a little bit weaker in the West League, and that's not a good sign for Rock if that's the case. 1-for-1 here to start off the what could be penultimate round of the series. Yeah, at least able to bring it back to 4-on-4. That hasn't got Q9 too concerned, particularly with that kill. Slayer hunting for info. He's going to fall.
Oh, and even Snare tries to re-aggress onto it. I mean, again, they're down the numbers. They got to do something. That's where I was talking about fighting for survival, and now it's sets down to Totson for the 1-on-3. His position's fully exposed. Yeah, I was thinking he's a dead man walking, and there we go. Q9 on the docket here for map and series point. The timeout is going to be commenced. And I don't know, Stray's going to have to say a lot of the right things here for these guys to do any sort of magic.
Yeah, man, I don't even know where you go from here, to be honest. Like, the problem is, like, you're not even looking really competitive on this map at all.
No, and this is their pick, right? Like, that's what I was kind of wondering is, like, I know, like, Port has been okay, but not the greatest, and I feel like that's a map that's pretty competitive, you know, internationally. So for them to go for a pick like this, I thought that was bold. Especially them just banning Compound. Like, I'm still baffled by that a little bit, to be honest, but.
Yeah, that one I'm not as confused by. I don't think they've had a great run on Compound lately, so I can kind of see that. But, I mean, Eagle Eye's not even going to come into the picture, so it's kind of a moot point.
Yeah.
It's the nature of the beast sometimes, isn't it, when it comes to esports? You know, the Rock guys would have woken up this morning. They would have been feeling good. They'd have been feeling confident. They've had a great season. They did really well last year internationally. They'd be thinking coming into this one, we're a really good shot, and then crashing back into reality, right? Where there's a winner, in this case, more than likely Q9, jubilation and excitement, positive vibes, then it's almost like you're taking that away from the opponent, you know? So
And it's always that like situation too where it almost feels like it's a little bit more defeating in the sense that, again, they got picked up by a new organization, they put some money there, they have a new coach, they have all these things, they're trying to do all the right things to getting themselves into that like winning mentality and that winning factor. But if this series goes down, I mean, look, they still have a chance, like we said. It just means that they're going to have a harder path to get themselves out of that group stage.
Yes. The other thing is that the expectations become higher for ROC after having done well last year.
Yeah.
If they would have got knocked out in groups twice in a row last year at Summer Champs and at the Grand Finals, we would have been like, well, if they even win a game, we'd be pretty happy. You know what I mean? But like, because now the expectation pretty much is make it out of groups, get into playoffs, and then we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
You know, the bar is raised.
That's true.
It's tough for ROC, but you're gonna have to dig deep here. They need 4 in a row to make it to the OT, and then they'd need to win this map and the next map to make anything out of this series. But it's not looking likely. Q9 have been solid and sharp.
Yeah, they've been very sharp. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Like XMY is definitely, I feel like he's got to be in the conversation for MVP. Just
for this series, yeah.
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 I feel like he's really been influential. All right, here we go. Mid-exec is going to be underway, and so now you can see that Horus is able to get himself something with that HK, and now there we go. They finally load the kill feed here. ROC have been able to soar themselves potentially for this round, and indeed they will. They're going to survive the threat, so they have another round to fight.
Yeah, run it back. They're going to have to do that a few more times, though. Stray again has some words for Horus. You know, a bit of a cheer after that round as well, so trying to fire himself up to round number 16. And the ROC fans will be on the edges of their seats, hoping that they can put another 1 or 2 together here. It's not over till it's over.
It's not over till it's over. Right back to the double player mid, double player A, and just sole anchor right now from, I believe that's Snake right now on that B site. So Rocker putting a bit more of investment on that mid A side, which is not a bad thing, as long as they have the quick rotate of one of the players here to get utility in that B site. That should be fine. Now the nades are going to get thrown. Q9 ready to go. They ain't messing around, Jordan. They're ready to send it.
Yeah, that's a lot of util. Snare, Horus couldn't see a thing, but those flashes have now faded, and it's time to activate. ROC doing well. Koi trying to trade it back down. He is alone, though, and this is a pretty impossible task. So another one for ROC. And that tack timeout, man, if it would have come through a round earlier, what a different situation we'd be in now, right? You'd still need 2 for ROC, for Q9, I should say. You'd need 2 for Q9, and ROC would have just won back-to-back. They'd be down a couple of rounds, sure, but the situation would feel different. The thing is, you never really get to start believing here until 9-9.
Exactly. You can't even really talk about a comeback until it is that point, right? Or like it's that 1 round differential where it's like the overtime could be there.
Yeah. But even then it's like, oh, well, we get the round and we get OT, then we still have more to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Like if it's 8-8, you go, oh, okay, now they can win the map. But at this stage, I think the attack timeout's come through just a round too late for ROC. It's made a big difference. They've won 2 rounds on the trot, two pretty clean rounds, but 9-7 is looking pretty tough.
He's getting a little more tense now, and XJ finally gets himself into cat control. Q9 playing this very, very slow. And again, even ROC, I mean, they've kind of, put the 2-1-2 setup in more of the essence on this, but now, kind of committed that, Snake's just going to join his comrades here at A. And they'll have the float of 1 player just hovering on that mid side B, but...
Oh, the push down A long.
Oh, boy.
XMY's been spotted.
Yeah, he's got to get out of this.
Wise. Wise from Horus to back it up.
Really good play from him. Oh, with Todson. He's in the prime position. He has to be able to get a kill here. Minimum 1.
Ate a grenade. Down to 69 HP. Tagged up a little bit. Q9 not committing to this B hit. C4 is not committed. But they're getting the kills anyway, so it might start coming across. That's big. YJ and you chiming in, and XJ looking to cut off any rotates. He's just floating around on the A site, waiting for Snare, who surely does not expect him from his position, and I think this might be it. The nail is getting driven into the coffin, and Snake and Horus might still have something to say about it. Why is the C4 going A? Why is the C4 going A, Q9? You have the entire B site. They've sent the C4 to A. They had B control.
Oh, they just
that could be a huge mishap. That might lose them the round. I think it's lost them the round. Yeah. 14 seconds. How do they retrieve this C4 and get the plant in time? Snake just has to live. He's got the kill. Duck your head down, sir. Just live. Oh, my goodness. 9-8. Rock survived. That is a massive mishap from Q9.
Yeah, that is a ridiculous round from both sides, too. Like, even Snake at the very end there, he didn't even need to commit to that fight. If he would have just tucked his tail,
just play for time.
He would have won 100%. Like, he just had to hide in the corner, would have been fine. But he went for the full risk it and the biscuit. But Q9, they kind of do this situation where they overcomplicate the strategy. They had the B site up for grabs, but I think they were trying to do that little bit of a fake. They thought they'd be able to catch the rotates off guard and they could plant A. But I think they just overthought that entire round, and that cost them. But good work from Horus, because he was the one again. He was able to get that double kill that essentially kind of put them right back into the 2v2 situation.
Got another attack timeout coming through here. One round to play for a potential OT. And you can see, look at Stray's locked in, bro.
It's good.
I mean, Rock have won 3 off the back of the last tag timeout.
That is true.
In a row. So, I don't know what he said, but he's got the magic mouth, you know?
He's definitely saying the right things. Yeah, he definitely is, because again, this is now where Q9, you know, on the brink of getting themselves the series done, and now they're kind of fumbling the bag a little bit on this one.
Mm-hmm.
And that's always a big conversation too, right? Like, we always talk about teams that are like right there at the edge, you know, they can get the game done, and like for some reason all that pressure just builds up so fast. As soon as you lose that, you know, falling round and then another one comes through, then you start to get a little bit more nervous. Now Rock trying to be the comeback kings again.
I have the same mouse pad as Snare.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Just saying. I actually have the big version, but it's the same mouse pad.
Okay.
Yeah. Mine's like a Decimat.
Yes.
Probably not the kind of mouse pad you'd want to be traveling with, to be honest.
True,
but
yeah.
it's a good mouse pad. Anyway, just saying. Well, let's see if Rock can pull this one off. 4 rounds in a row they're required. Now it's just down till 1. It would be a heartbreaker to lose it here. Todson's going to be boosted up, play a bit more of an aggressive line here. Snare as well. Going to hold forward in the warehouse. It's a heavy B presence from Rock. And they are leaving a massive weight on the shoulders of Horus to try to solo hold A.
Yeah, Rock now is actually going to pull back on this a little bit. 3 players in the GR spawn, essentially. My goodness. Q9 have realized that, you know, they have somehow, some way put themselves in this position when they should have had this done rounds ago. But maybe they're just going to go for the old 5-man commitment to this B side. I mean, like, again, B has been good for them. They've been able to win those fights. They've been able to get those plants through. It's when they kind of overextend and they're like, we're going to do fakes and go A and do these things. That's when it gets a little bit too dirty.
Getting info on the A side of the map. Horus has been sent forward. He doesn't see anything, so that B defense is going to be bolstered as a result. Rocker reading this one nicely. Flashes coming through, though. Shoulders poised. Totson, Slayer finding the kills. We're going to OT. Rock have made it happen 4 in a row. And that was the easiest B defense of their lives. Slayer with a massive spray down. And now the shoe is on the other foot. The pressure is on for Q9. How has this map slipped away from them?
Yeah, that is just, again, ridiculous to say, you know, for them, just because like they had themselves looking so good. They looked like they really had all the right answers, and then as soon as that timeout happened, it was Rock that was able to go round by round, now putting us into the first overtime here. I don't think we've had any OTs yet, so this is going to be the first on day number 1, and Rock have now bought themselves an opportunity to maybe just maybe push this thing to a 3-mapper.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Eagle-Eye's definitely in their pool as well. They don't get to play it a lot in CFWL because not many teams like it. It usually gets insta-banned. But not a bad shout for a decider map for them. We'll see though. Q9 trying to hold on here on the GR side to start things off. A couple of kills go both ways. It's 3-on-3. You got Horus, Snake, and Totson all tagged up, but they are battering their way into that B bomb site. Koi deep though, holding an important line, able to jump back up, catch Horus in the side. Snake will fall as well, and Q9 find themselves the elusive round, although this obviously being the GR side has made a bit of an easier time of it. So the one important thing to note here with the OT for the uninitiated, as I know we do have a new sort of bunch of viewers coming through from EWC that are not traditional CROSSFIRE viewers, is that the side that you finish the OT on would be the side that you'd play Golden Point on as well. So if we were to go to Golden Point, if we had a 3-3 here in the OT, Q9 would play that on the BL side. So that is a slight disadvantage for them.
Yes.
So they'd like to get it done in regulation OT, if you get my meaning, in the first set of MR3.
Yeah, that's a really good point. That's a very, very good point you bring up. Single sniper for both these teams. Double player into B, for Q9 right now into B main. They kind of pull back on it now. They realize, okay, look, there's nothing really happening. They're going to put a little bit more of a lean on this mid and A setup now, which is good. This is exactly what Rock are going for. They're going to get ready for the full exec, so they might just try to do this quick and fast. They're not going to try to waste too much time on it. Dade's going to get thrown. XMY is not able to find that first shot. Ooh. He finally does. Nice little bit of a jump shot. And Koi right underneath to save his behind, but now you can see Rocker finally being able to pick up the socks a little bit. A 2-and-2 engagement, and it's going to be XJ and YJ together. And Snare, ooh, he's playing a very dangerous game here.
Yeah, this is scary for both of these players. I don't know that Snare's going to hard clear the box though. Hard to with a sniper rifle. So YJ can be given his opportunity. Slayer spotted out. Snare now also seen. They are well aware that Slayer is up on this side. They've just got to string him together. YJ low. You'd ideally want to leave this job to XJ, who has the health, but it is going to be YJ that will get the kill in the end. And Q9 go up 11-9. And here's the important round, right? If they can close out this first half 3-0, all they need is one.
Yeah, all they need is one, but they've been in that position before, right?
That's true.
So,
yeah, 4 in a row on the BL side for Rock. Or rather on the GR side, I should say, which is what they would potentially be requiring. You know, if it ended up being a 3-0 here, then again, Rock would need to go 4-0, including the Golden Point round. Slayer spotted at the bottom along. Aggression out this time from Q9. That is a change-up that seems unexpected by Rock. 1-for-1's not too bad. Got that kill over toward B.
"21 kills grabbed up right now for you, and this is a lot better here for Rock. Everybody's, again, a little bit more close and contributing a little bit more equal, which is good to see. We saw before there was a couple players that were a little bit, unfortunately, slugging their way through it, not very well. Snare just trying to see if he can creep through this on the off angle. 7 HP. Misses the first shot, so now he could retreat onto this. So him and XMY just kind of going for that little bit of a sniper duel. Rock still just, again, exploring the map, running around rampant. They're trying to see what they can do, but look at XJ. He's in a good position right now. Oh, but he actually gets bested. Oh, with a double kill from you. No way.
I just lined up for him. That's a collab. You killed one of them through the other. Totson now solo, collecting that C4. Just going to try and push his way in towards the B bomb site, but that is, unfortunately for him, the site that Q9 are going to gamble on. So you're going to have to get through 2 players. You 23-14, having a fantastic map here, and X and Y have been super solid. Not going to miss that shot. So a 3-0 half in the overtime for Q9 means they need just one more, lads.
Can they do it?
Can they do it this time?
Yeah. you got that opportunity once, you get it again here. I mean, man, if Q9 can't close this, like, how much are they going to kick themselves to push into a golden round?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if they can't close this, they deserve to lose map 3.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
This has got to be it, right? Like, you'd need 4 in a row here for Rock on the GR side, which is easier said than done, certainly, even if they have already done it once.
And all it takes is one mistake, you know, one player to go down early in the round, the bomb site to be taken, something like that, and that can be it for Rock. That could be Slayer if he falls right here. But gonna take the fight, and he does indeed drop Totson down as well. This might be it. Q9, they're coming back with a vengeance on the BL side. Horus the last one standing, and it was all for naught, it seems, for Rock, as it was a good attempt, a great effort to get it into overtime. But a 4v1 for Horus. And you would think it will be impossible from here as he is stuck behind a smoke. His position now known, spotted out, finished off by Koi. And 13-9 will be the score on map 2. Q9 will take the 2-0 over Rock. And a bit of heartbreak to start things off for the West League fans, as there was something brewing for Rock, but not enough.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough here for the Rock boys. But look, I mean, they were able to make it a bit more of an interesting matchup. They were able to push this thing to, you know, potentially almost that 3-map series. The fact that we got that glimpse of what they've been able to do in the past, where they've been able to, you know, be the comeback kings, they pushed into an overtime. It's definitely some good things we saw, but again, we saw a lot of those mistakes. We saw some of that lack of experience internationally, where I think that really kind of really exposed them and really just, again, showed the Achilles heel for these guys. But Q9, you know, a lot of work for them to do, but we put them as, again, one of that, you know, the top 5 team in, you know, the CFPL. They were able to put themselves in a big victory here. A 2-0 is going to be nice indeed, and that means that they're going to be pushing themselves in the group stage, where they will be playing Liquid now for that winners matchup, which is going to be very, very interesting.
That's a big game. That is a big game.
Very big game.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that Liquid roster, you know, just to have Go come back. I think it's kind of fun. You know, he took a little bit of a step away for a little while. He went to go and be a streamer in China.
Yeah.
I think he was contracted to BaiSha at one point, and he was obviously in that moment, you know, not playing in the esports side of things quite as much. So nice to kind of see him back, and hopefully in a big way, because he's such a you know, a star power kind of player for his teams. And I think it's going to be cool to see what he's going to be able to do here at the Esports World Cup. But focusing back in on this matchup, well, look, I think Q9 came out, did what was expected of them. They delivered. You know, it's a roster that made playoffs at well, made top 8. I guess you could say that's playoffs. That is playoffs technically at CFS, but they didn't really do much in those playoffs. So again, that's probably the expectation for them. Same for Rock, right? They made top 8. They would be expecting to make top 8 again. They did that at the Summer Champs as well. They made it into playoffs there too. But it's not been the start that they would have been looking for, and as a tough road ahead, especially like we said, knowing that they'll have to face either Q9 or Liquid, and obviously EVOS as well down in that lower bracket. But again, we want to hear from Q9, so we'll hand it over to the interview and hear from our winners.
Q9 Club take the win 2-0. I am joined by Koi and Jin for translating. First of all, congratulations. That second game, incredibly close. I want to say, how does this win, I want to say, impact the team's mentality going into the next stage or the next step in the competition?
首先恭喜你们2-0战胜了ROC 战队。就想问你，现在你们获得这个胜利之后，你们团队里面这种氛围，团队里面这种心态有没有进步呢？就是准备备战下一个对手。
第一场胜利之后，我们肯定心态啊，包括各方面吧，都比较就是会显得轻松很多吧。因为如果说这场比赛没打之前，可能会显得比较紧张吧。打完之后，确实放松了很多吧。
Definitely, we feel a lot more relaxed and a lot more confident after this win. I would say that coming to this match, we were definitely much more on edge and a lot more stressed. But then right now, after this win on this main stage, we're feeling much better.
That's great to hear, especially after a 2-0 win against the CFWL back-to-back champions as well. Now, the second thing is, when it comes to the series, it was very, very close, especially that second game. Talk to me about the preparation coming into the series against a team like Rock.
就是你们跟前面对战 ROC 的时候，虽然是2-0战胜了，但是其实也打得算是比较焦灼的。有，比方说第2把也是算是打到加赛了。就想问你们当时赛前为 ROC 有没有做出什么针对性的准备呢？
他们那边的比赛录像我们也是研究过的嘛，然后更多的还是看我们临场的判断吧，然后还是打出我们自己的那个准备的东西吧，对。
Well, we definitely have done some homework with, you know, analyzed some of the replays from other matches as well. But I'll say that much more of it comes down to, you know, our performance on the stage, on execution, because there's a lot of decision making that has to be done on the fly. So we've prepared what we can. It really boils down to our performance on the stage itself as well.
Well, speaking of that performance, you're going to be going up against Team Liquid, I believe, for that chance to qualify to the quarterfinals. How are you going to prepare for that into, going into the next series?
那你们下个对手应该是 Team Liquid，你们也要战胜他们才能成功晋级到淘汰赛。就想问你，你们现在准备做出什么准备呢？
我们准备的因为我们从过来利雅得参加这个 EWC 之前，我们已经准备了特别多，准备的特别充分。然后面对我们下一场的对手，不管是谁，我们都会全力以赴的。
Well, we've already done a lot of preparation coming into this tournament. Even before we arrived in Riyadh, we had a lot of research done. We had a lot of analysis about our own playstyle as well. So no matter who we're up against, we are very confident that we can take them down on the stage.
Definitely after a 2-0 win, you feel a lot more comfortable on the stage. So we'll see what happens when you go up in your next match against Liquid. But for now, that's it for our first set of games. We still have 2 more best of 3s lined up for the Group C and the Group D opener. So we'll head on over back to the studio and prepare ourselves for the next match of the day.
Thank you very much, Sandstorm. There it is. Another series has concluded. B group drops 2 teams down to the elimination bracket. 2 teams will face off tomorrow to decide who moves forward directly into the playoffs. For Q9, they handled their business. They came in saying, we're going to 2-0 to competition. Sadly, that's exactly what they did. I say sadly because, well, the desk, we were going for rock, but Q9 said, not so fast. We've got other plans. Neo, Kyle, that series just was a whirlwind. I felt that, at least for the first series, so disappointed in Rock. I got to be honest with you. They were up 5-1. I'm thinking smooth sailing, and then they only win 2 more rounds after that. It finishes 10-4.
Yeah,
or 10-3.
Yeah, real heartbreak hotel here on the couch. I mean, it was just not the day, I think, for Rock. There was a few things that did wrong. I mean, I think lack of depth in terms of the change-ups. There was no adaptability, something that Rock are meant to be really good at. Adapting on the fly, mid to late rounds, very good for them. And, you look towards it, you don't want to single out individuals, but Snare is so important for this team. Couldn't get going, and he is a little bit of a live and die by the sword. When things are going right, they're really going right. And when things are going wrong, as we saw on Subbase, he just didn't change things up. Same fights taken every time. No variation in terms of his timing, his peaks, the fights he was trying to take, the pressure he was trying to put on. And I just don't think you can do that against a Q9 side that are more than happy to take these fights. And if you give them opportunities, they will punish you. And unfortunately, you just never learn from the mistake. So really quite costly. I think it's actually a real big learning lesson for this Rock side. They're meant to lean into what makes them best, their ability for Snake to be able to pull them into for a variety of different tempo rounds, a variety of different ways to play them. And they just fell so short.
Well, they're going to have to learn quickly, right? They are in now with their tournament life at the risk. They are in the elimination bracket. So things start to get tougher for the Rock squad. As far as MVP goes, though, I'm sure it's from Q9. XJ, who did it end up being? It's XJ. Makes sense. He had a phenomenal game number 1 on Subbase. I believe dropping 21 eliminations, truly instrumental into why they were able to come back in the fashion that they did, winning 10-7 again. Down 5-1, and then came all the way back, only giving up 2 rounds on their 9-round streak. A phenomenal job. XJ, a great player.
Yeah, honestly, a really impressive performance from him, but across the board as well. I mean, Q9, I think, really stepped up and showed a new standard in this game. You had X and Y and U popping off as well, and really just a well-rounded team effort here.
Yes, absolutely. And Koi, the young gun that we were talking about, obviously looking to make a name for himself. I still think he played fairly well, but for me, it was all XJ. It was you. Those 2 players dominated.
Yeah, I think Koi, his impact was immeasurable, despite maybe the numbers not running away in that department. I still like what I saw, and I think it's actually a really good sign for Q9 that they're not actually reliant on 1 or 2 players. They actually have quite a holistic approach in terms of how they can find so many different facets of firepower throughout this team. Where you actually look towards Rock, and their big name players didn't really step up. You look towards that first map against Snare. Of course, we bring up a Horus too, struggled to get going. They do rely on them in a lot of big situations. Horus is one of the better support players, one of the best support players we got in the West. Couldn't get going in that department. Our best sniper couldn't get going either, and then it falls short. And while he was incredible, I don't think you should be relying on Snake to put up numbers. He was fantastic map number 1, and despite him 20+ kills, single digit kind of deaths as well, it's not enough, and it's not good enough that he's the guy finding your numbers. We want more appeal players like Totson, didn't get enough out of him. Slayer, I thought, looked really out of his depth despite being a player who's very, very talented. So across the board, if your AG.AL's being the numbers guy in the department, it's not a good sign, right?
Not a good sign, Kyle. And they do have a coach with a storied history who's arguably arguably one of the best players in the game at one point or time, but it just wasn't enough to get them over the edge. Albeit they do come back in that second game on Port, which was phenomenal to watch. We sat down thinking it was going to end. It was 9-6. All of a sudden, they come back 9-9. We go into overtime.
Yeah, there were some really crucial plays to bring it to that point, but then we get into the overtime and the same struggle we see in regulation is just right back on the table. But you could see kind of the stress in their coach Stray trying to take those pauses, you know, calling out the plays of Horus and Snare, who were at times just overextending, getting caught off guard, making those same mistakes over and over again. And I really hope they can adjust that moving forward.
Well, we had a chance to catch up with Snake from Rock after a very, very close loss, at least in that map number 2. They're looking to fight back and come back even stronger. Let's hear what Snake had to say.
Hi, I'm Wendy here, joining with Snake from Rock eSports. So 2 questions for him. 1 question, which part you are not satisfied during this whole match?
Actually, it's disappointing for us. We didn't expect this. We didn't hit the shots, and they were better than us in the clutches. That's it.
Oh, I can see you're so sad. So, detailed questions. On the map 1, you guys get a good start at the very beginning, but you lost so many times. You died so many times, you guys, on the gate A. So, what's going on at the moment?
Actually, that's what I said. We didn't hit the shots, and they were better than us, and they won a lot of clutches, and that's it. That's all. We didn't win the aim battle against them. Yeah, that's it.
So the things not end yet. You still got the competition you need to play in the upcoming matchup days. So just cheer it up. It's okay. Then that's all from us. Bye-bye.
Wendy, love the positivity. Cheer up. It's okay. They've got a second chance. Snake, you're going to be all right. Come back even stronger. But I do feel kind of a cop-out, honestly, for me, Kyle. Like hearing him say, well, basically, they just clutched up a little bit better and hit their shots a bit more. Do you think simply that's why Q9 was able to win in the fashion they did? Or do you think fundamentally Rock dropped the ball?
I think it was a mix of both. There was a lot of missed shot moments there. I think back to Port, where they had these good wraparound strategies. They were lined up, ready to go, and then they just couldn't connect the shots they needed to in those crucial moments. But part of it as well is what Neo was talking about on sub-base, the overextending, the overconfidence after that 5-1 lead really bit them as well.
Yeah, seems China's dominating as we would expect them to do, albeit though we did have an upset in Group A, which was great. I say upset, at least regional-wise. Brazil obviously taking a big victory. But for Rock, I think they're going to be okay, but still seeing glimpses of what they struggled with online, what they're now struggling again when it comes to land.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you know what? From that interview, I do actually feel a bit bad for Snakes. I don't think he called badly at all. I think fundamentally, they were just off their game. Big players not stepping up. I think mechanically, they look so off their game compared to what we're used to. I mean, when we look towards the West League, for example, Rock breeze through the West League without really calling anything quite in depth because they know the individuals are so good. There was none of that there. And actually, as much as there's definitely a lot of overconfidence at times from this side, it's one of the things that makes Rock quite exciting. When they're playing their game and they are overconfident, they're untouchable. But the issue is when you're overconfident, but you're not hitting your shots, mechanically you're not quite there, maybe the pressures of the big stage have kind of got some a little bit. I feel like, you know, for Snake, I can understand where his mindsets are. It is one of those things where it's going to be a tough demo review looking back and saying, wait, what went wrong? And ultimately nothing in terms of the game plan, right? Stray was pulling them back into rounds off the back of figuring stuff out, but all that goes out the window if you quite simply can't click right.
You know, I always say confidence is key. Too much confidence can quickly turn into recklessness. And for Rock's case, well, that ended up being the case a couple of times. But for Snake, keep your head up high. You come back tomorrow even stronger. On B-Stream, though, we had another match taking place. It was Team Liquid versus EVOS. It was TL who ended up taking a big victory in a 2-0 fashion. So Group C, at least, or it should be Group B at this point, both 2-0s, respecting our time on the broadcast, but more importantly, respecting themselves as competitors, which means now we have Team Liquid set up to face off against Q9. That's going to be a fun matchup.
Yeah, I feel like Team Liquid are now the clear favorite of this group. I think a lot of people saw Rock and Team Liquid being that head-to-head we were going to see, but now, after Rock falling, I feel like Q9 have their work cut out for them, even more so facing Team Liquid next.
So actually, I would go back to you real quick, because you did mention, this was off broadcast, that you could see a world where Q9 and Rock meet up against each other, where Rock comes back and gets the victory the second time around.
Yeah, it's almost the classic Rock fashion. We see it a lot in CFWL where they come out shaky, they have these bad performances, but when the pressure's at its peak, Rock, they evolve to a whole new level. So it wouldn't surprise me to see Rock win in a meetup in that lower bracket final.
Starting to catch on now with the CROSSFIRE lingo. Apparently there are just certain teams that are known for comebacks or, you know, maybe dropping the ball map one and coming back. Happens in every esport. Now I'm starting to learn a couple of teams that ended up doing it. For Team Liquid's sake though, a big 2-0 victory on the B stream. We had a chance to catch up with them. Let's hear what Team Liquid had to say.
Hi, I'm Wendy. I'm here with Goken from Team Liquid. Congratulations on your win. Team Liquid won the first match. They dominated the whole game with a clean 2-0. So how's your feeling right now? Is there anything you want to say about this victory?
Vocês dominaram o jogo inteiro, né? Você tem alguma coisa a dizer sobre essa vitória?
Eu fiquei muito feliz de vencer. No primeiro mapa eu não joguei tão bem, mas o meu time foi muito bem e conseguiu finalizar a partida. E no segundo mapa eu joguei melhor e consegui ajudar eles a finalizar.
I'm very happy on winning this match. On the first map I didn't play that well, but in the second map we played as a team and we managed to secure this win and we played really well this series. So yeah, I'm really happy for it.
Okay, the form looks great and we're all looking for their upcoming matchups. And that's all from us. Bye-bye.
Goken the GOAT on your screen, taking a big 2-0 victory, which leads our Group B to finalize as it did currently. Q9 versus Team Liquid in the winner's match. Winner will advance directly into the playoffs with our other top 8 rosters. For the elimination match, will Rock and EVOS face off against each other. The loser will be eliminated. Their EWC run will be cut short. However, the winner moves forward to the decider match with a fresh chance to earn a spot into the playoffs. The question is, who wants it the most? Well, they're going to have to decide it for themselves. It was funny coming on with Team Liquid. You know, Goken, you said pure aura, man. He's just staring directly into he's a pure killer.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, cool, calm, collected. It's sort of Goken style bar when he's in the server and he's untouchable. And that's just what he does best. So a really exciting team to watch. As you mentioned, clear favorites now for the group. They shouldn't really drop a map at this stage, and they're setting themselves up for a pretty exciting playoff run.
Well, here it is, our Jamil player arrivals. The next fresh set of teams starting to come in, and this one is going to be a banger. Team Falcons, BaiSha Gaming face off against each other. For Falcons, a lot on the line. The club championship race is within their grasp. They can go back-to-back years, but they've got to win this series as well as some others, but it's not going to be easy. They go against the titans of CROSSFIRE, BaiSha Gaming.
Yeah, BaiSha is just on a tear lately. They're the CFPL champions of their region. Not only that, they won ACL, the Invitational, earlier this year. So they are primed to be that team to beat in this overall competition. Whereas Falcons, they've suffered some roster changes, so they've looked a little shaky lately.
Yes, they have. We'll be breaking down those roster changes in just a bit. This group, Group C, was called the Group of Death. There's always has to be one when you have your groups. And, well, this one is going to be it. And arguably, this could be one of the most influential matchups of the day. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Group C coming your way with Team Falcons and BaiSha Gaming.
I'm with Xiao from BaiSha, and we got several questions for him. The first question is absolutely the most difficult matchup today, facing Team Falcons. Did they got some specific strategies when they face against with them? 第一个问题想要问到潇潇的是，这场比赛应该来说是比较艰难的比赛，有做什么针对性的准备吗？
其实没有什么太大的针对嘛，就是把我们自己准备的战术打出来就行了。
So actually, there's no specific strategies towards them, but the only thing we focus on is playing our own game. So the second question for Xiao is that this game, can you give me the predictions on the score? 潇潇想问一下，那你能给我一下这场比赛你的一个比分预测吗？
我的比分预测就是尽量2-0给他们拿下吧。
I'll try my best to get the clean 2-0 when we beat them. So that's all from our pre-show interview, and that's all. Bye bye.
Ooh, another team saying they want a clean 2-0. Q9 said it earlier against Rock Esports. Well, they fulfilled their destiny. BaiSha also saying the same, but this time against Team Falcons, a roster that has a lot to lose, well, just as much a lot to gain. BaiSha Gaming, though, the most dominant team in the tournament, the favorite to win everything. Question is, can they? Well, everybody is saying, yes, they can. BaiSha Gaming, just that roster. But again, Team Falcons, roster changes. Did it help? Did it not? We're going to find out very, very shortly. Now, the good thing about this matchup specifically, Falcons versus BaiSha Gaming, it happens to be one of our most influential matchups of the day. In fact, it's our S&B match of the day, as it should be. There is a lot on the line with these two rosters. Again, Falcons, the club championship trophy, right? They're fighting for the 1,000 points. They want to overtake everybody. They already have. Team Liquid passed them up just barely, but they managed to stay in first, but it's not a guarantee. Team Liquid, with their 2-0 victory in their respective group, could very well go all the way and win for themselves. Boys, let's get into the conversation. Sneaky, let's start with you because you're back on the desk. Welcome back in, brother. BaiSha Gaming, what makes them so good?
I mean, they're just doing everything right. They can play fast, they can play slow. N9, his mechanics, even though he's been playing this game for such a long time, is still just as consistent. And the way that the team is structured at the moment, especially in the roster changes that they did in the offseason, acquiring YDSS and removing him from the AG.AL role, instead putting him on the fragger role, and he has been amazing this entire year. And all the additions that they made, and even 577 actually coming back on the team, the Great Wall of 577 is back. I mean, they're just doing everything right. Defense, offense, anything that you want, man.
Well, N9, you brought him up, 4 CFS titles, active since 2015. Neo, you're saying he's old, so he's older than Dirt, 33, which I take offense because I'm 33. That's like highly offensive. Bro, what? 33 is not older than Dirt, bro, but for a competitor it would be. Maybe he's a little bit younger, but it is impressive that he's been competing consistently at the top level since 2015.
Yeah, and he's not even that old, apparently. I think I'm just making assumptions because he's been around for so long. But this guy, he is sort of the godfather of CROSSFIRE, especially Chinese CROSSFIRE. He's, I think, widely regarded as the GOAT. And sure, there's debates here, but I mean, this is just the sort of ever-present name. And I think you look at this side, and especially with his sort of leadership, and this guy who's been around for such a long time, and the amount of rosters they've gone through, he is BaiSha. And this is what he's the heart and soul of the side, makes them tick, and it's one of the main reasons why they've continued to be as competitive as they have been.
So BaiSha's been winning, from what I've heard, basically everything, or at least quite a bit. Would we consider this roster potentially moving into the dynasty conversation? You know, honestly, especially if they take a victory here, Sneaky, at EWC, would a dynasty maybe conversation maybe be valid?
I think it will. Honestly, I mean, BaiSha Gaming, they proved the point in CFPL Season 26, right? Where they didn't really have to win because they're already qualified for EWC. So that's just a point that they made that, yeah, we won ACL. We already have the stock. We'll still take first to send a message to any team that's going to go up against us. And at the same time, the level that they're playing at is definitely generational. I have not seen a team be play this well together in a while. I think the last time I saw it was like probably Super Valiant Gaming, which ironically N9 was on that team as well.
Okay, so N9, if he wins this, then undisputably he would be the GOAT. Nobody
for sure
can argue that. So I like it. That's setting up quite a big conversation, not only for BaiSha Gaming, but also for the individual players as a whole. This is a big tournament for them to take, and a 2-0 victory here would be setting the example. But it takes two to tango. BaiSha Gaming is one roster, Falcons is the other. Talked about the club championship trophy, points, and obviously how that makes an impact. But I want to talk about Lucas being replaced, and we got Ducktwan coming into play. Talk to me about him as a player. Is it an upgrade? Is it a downgrade? How do you think it's going to affect the team?
I personally don't think it's an upgrade. I think Lucas is so important for this side. I think, you know, when we look at them, he is the space creator of the side. He's the one who creates a lot of kind of the entry paths of what they like to do and execute. So I think he's unbelievably important. So I think losing a player like that, they already lost him prior to ACL. And I just feel like, I don't think Ducktwan's a bad move by any means. I think he's a guy with a very high skill ceiling, a lot of talent, but it is, you know, what was this Vietnamese super team. They had the best of the best, right? The best 5 players in their roles. Sure, there's maybe arguments as well with Humio, but as a whole, there was so much to like about this side, and we actually don't really know what depth this Falcons side have anymore without having Lucas. I think he was such an important part of that rifling core. He was so important as well alongside Ice Cube in terms of how they would create rounds and what they would like, you know, especially for Shady, what he'd like to call around. So I think it is still a big loss. I think there's still this sort of question mark lingering of the what if, right? Can Ducktwan step in towards those roles? Can he step in towards this team and make it look like a seamless transition? I think that's quite a big ask.
Well, Ducktwan, I think he can handle it. I mean, he's here for a reason. Falcons believe in him. But Dola, let's talk about him, because from what I've been hearing, he is one of the most dominant riflers in the scene. I mean, obviously on the other side, you got N9, the GOAT. Great, wonderful player, but Dola could very well be evening the odds.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if it's anyone to send from Vietnam to go up against N9 head-to-head in terms of rifle for rifle, I think, yeah, I mean, Dola's your best bet. The guy is insane in any rifle that he holds, and yeah, he kind of dictates the pace of the game sometimes, and he just really ego anyone he chooses.
I like it, ego, and that's exactly what they're going to have to do. Falcons need to ego BaiSha Gaming, who are the top dogs. Everybody's gunning for them, including the Falcons. Get your predictions into the chat. Let us know who you think is going to take this, one of the most pivotal matchups of the day. Team Falcons versus BaiSha Gaming.
Two teams ready to take to the stage. One looking to reignite their dynasty in CROSSFIRE, the other looking to cement themselves as one of the best clubs in the world. This next series is a battle of dynasties.
You're so right, Sandstorm. This isn't just a game. Well, it is a game, but it's also an opportunity, a chance to solidify yourself in EWC history, to make it through to the upper bracket. But who will go the way? I can feel the heat. Buddy, I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right, you know what? I'm ready as well. Let's bring on our first contender. It's BaiSha Gaming. They are a dynasty, reborn, champions of the Asian Champions League, rulers of the Pro League, and the team every contender fears. Aggressive, ruthless, and chasing yet another title. The Giants of CROSSFIRE have arrived.
And the Titans across from them, Team Falcons. Predators in battle, swift as shadows, sharp as steel. This Vietnamese roster ensures the arena becomes their sky, and their weapon is precision. As regional favorites, their hunt for club championship glory continues here in CROSSFIRE. It's time for the Falcons to rise up. It is now time for these two giants to go toe-to-toe. Who will make it through to the upper bracket? We'll find out now. It is over to the casters. Let's do this thing.
Let's do this indeed. Hello, as I'm Achilleos, joined here by Paper Thin, and I cannot wait to dive into the action between these two Titan teams. BaiSha Gaming, the desk was talking about it, the announcers were talking about it. These guys are the team to beat.
Yeah, I mean, multiple championships in CROSSFIRE stars that you're going to be looking back for the last couple of years. Obviously, just winning the ACL over in China earlier this year. This is the team that everybody's looking to win this event. They won the CFPL. the accolades are there. There's no doubt about it. And for Falcons, you know, like the desk was talking about, some roster changes, some things going back and forth with them, trying to see if they can make one of the biggest upsets you would see coming through. As we got Sub-Base, then Black Widow. It's going to be Falcons pick there for the second map, and then ending on Eagle-Eye 2.0 if we get to the decider.
Yeah, feels like it's still going to be that map that kind of everyone's willing to play, but not until the very end. Leave it for that third and final, which it does feel like we should be slated to have in this series as they get ready to take their seats and have battle commence. Falcons, though, in their own right, coming out from Vietnam, picked up, of course, by the Saudi Arabian organization of Falcons. They're going to have plenty of people that are going to be rooting them on here as well in the studio. So where BaiSha Gaming, typically wherever they go, are likely to be the fan favorites, that might be a very different story here today.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, this is now, you know, a big deal for the Falcons in a multitude of ways. Obviously, being here at this event in a different location than probably normal with the home team crowd, that's huge. I mean, you're going to have some loud fans out there that are going to be giving you support. I'm sure BaiSha fans came out as well. No doubt that they're going to have a lot of people that are here that are going to be supporting them. So should be really, really exciting, but it's more about the club championship, right? For the Falcons here, you'd love to get off on the right foot, continue yourselves forward in that momentum for the championship at EWC.
Yeah, because they're right up there around the top of the standings. A couple of people are going to be nipping at their heels to try to overtake them, but Falcons will be looking for that back-to-back to really collect that massive prize pool at the end of it all. And CROSSFIRE might just be another little feather in the cap here for Falcons across the board, but there's no beating around the bush. This is going to be a very difficult battle, but, you know, having talked to everybody else here, all the other casters, analysts at this event, everyone's saying, I favor BaiSha, but only by a decent margin. Everyone expects that this should not be a 2-0.
Yeah, for sure. You would think this is going to be close. That's why it was our match of the day today. No doubt that Falcons can get it done. I mean, there's plenty of accolades for this team as well. You know, they do well in their own league, in the Vietnam Professional League. They've come through on first in that a couple of times. Yeah, the performance for them at the ACL was lackluster, you know, finishing in that 5th to 8th category. Definitely not where they wanted to be, but this is a team that a lot of people have hope for can, you know, make a resurgence, make a push here to do some damage against BaiSha, who is heavy favorites, not just for this match, but for the event. So, and even more importantly, this is a unbelievably difficult group. So you do not want to go down here early, you know, in this GSL format, you know, having to play for your, you know, tournament live tomorrow potentially. So you really would like to get off to a good start.
Yeah, and I mean, other things to have as a consideration if you're already one of those teams that, you know, potentially has fallen down to the lower bracket. You know, we're waiting to see how things are going to shake out in this group in particular. If you're not confident in your own ability, you don't also want to find yourself up against either of these teams in a lower bracket scenario. That is certainly going to be a very bad feeling if that happens. So both teams going to be certainly fighting tooth and nail to try to get themselves afloat in that upper bracket. But it looks like things are just about ready to go as we are going to be once again diving into Sub-Base to start things off here in this set between these guys. And here we go. The clock now ticking down as we get into the action.
One thing the desk was talking about, BaiSha not afraid to turn up the pace sometimes. They might be trying to go a little bit aggro early. No contact found, though. Falcons playing pretty far back on site. Zhao taking a peek through the doors, but the smoke is there. He's just going to wrap back around. You can see that they're stacking up in the machine room, getting ready to try to make their move. And just things kind of a little bit slow here to start. A little bit of a mid-check by BaiSha. Just seeing if anybody's around. Bit of util going fishing.
Nothing getting caught quite just yet, so it's just going to be a very disconnected, laid-back approach here from the side of Falcons on the defense, not really looking to get too aggressive around this B site. Play the clock down, about a minute gone now here in the round as here comes the approach. Ice Cube setting out a first shot, but it's up going wide. Damage not going to be found quite just yet on either side. And it's the approach for now. This is going to be BaiSha finding themselves a little bit more bottleneck, just poking and prodding, trying to see what they can get done.
Maybe trying to buy a little bit of extra rotations towards that B site as they shift their way over to A. YDSS had been holding in towards mid for quite some time, so they feel comfortable to take a little bit of extra space. Their way in. See if they can find a different angle of attack. Stuns being thrown as well at B. Trying to keep attention in that direction. momentary pause, time ticking.
They're down a minute remaining. The push getting ready to come through, and that's going to be at 9, able to find the opening kill. Dola does end up falling. Flashed up here for the moment, just some spam onto the corners, and HE goes out, and we'll find a little bit of damage as well as a kill onto Xiao, but the return fire here is Lai. Lights up too. Puts him in a massive advantage position, but Rambo now fighting back. And look to see if he can try to clutch this one out. Finds himself another kill to try to make a go of it, but in the end, 2 players standing as the opening round here on sub-base goes the way of BaiSha Gaming.
Yeah, love to see the AG.AL N9 getting involved there early to find that all-important first kill underneath the stairs. That really opens up a lot of extra space for the side of BaiSha. You know, the desk was talking about how good of a rifler he is. Well, just needed a pistol that time. We get into the next round. A little bit more attention this time to the other side of the map. The pressure towards A initially. See BaiSha just, again, looking for any aggression, looking for any push-outs from the side of Falcons. Obviously a little bit blacklisted sided on this map, so be a little bit wary of a GR team thinking, okay, well, we gotta try to take some space. We gotta get aggressive, maybe try to shut them down early. But this is really active from the side of BaiSha. They're all over the map right now, just getting tons of info.
Yeah, now starting to settle into the same default that we kind of saw them on the approach with in the previous round. Just waiting for that explosive entry to come through. Ice Cube boosted up here onto the Raptors. Quick peek across, trying to catch somebody here on this entry. Now starting to swing their way in. It's going to be Rambo able to find one. Ice Cube with another, but quickly traded back as it's a 2 for 2 at the end of it all. Right now opened up. Bomb can be planted. Just go ahead and get that one on the ground and try to successfully pull off this post flank, get a 2-0 start here for BaiSha.
Big time wide flank coming through from Falcons. They're going to take their time on this one. You want to try to press this post plant defense that BaiSha is trying to set up.
That means that Shady needs to stay alive. He's pushing forward here, and looks like a little spot out does come through, so YDS is able to find a little bit of damage back onto him. Certainly more than he ate in response. Puts him in an advantage position, and now Dolak going to be taken down, and that should just about seal the deal. Yep, final shots coming through. That's a 2-0 start here for BaiSha.
Yeah, what a start here for YDSS and N9. They are just fragging out of control to start this, and it's just really methodical stuff from them. I like the idea from the Falcons. Put some pressure on BaiSha after the C4 goes down. Try to see if you can catch them a little bit off guard, maybe sleeping a little bit on an off angle where you're going to be able to have the advantage. But BaiSha not fooled there in the slightest. So diligent. Everything. You can see why this team is so fearsome. Just leading in those M14s this round, along with a sniper. A little bit of time to, again, just figure out what's going on, see if they can get any reactions out of Falcons. But widely, the defense has been about the same for them. They're kind of just splitting around B, but there's a little bit of a shift over this time. They're leaning a little bit heavier in that direction. Pressure potentially on Shady. That TRG down at the bottom of A stairs. Trying to make some noise. BaiSha just looking for the lucky shot through the smoke.
Xiao knocking, but nobody's home. Not able to find anything there. Still does have the lion's share of these Falcons players still saddled up on the B side. Obviously, quick rotations can come through in response, but this is going to be a lot of space opened up here towards the side of BaiSha. No one playing tucked in behind the bottom of the stairs here. No one there to try to really catch them off guard. Shady for now just tucked in behind the box. Looking to try to go for the peak, but will end up losing his life. Still able to fight back for one, but then that flank comes in. Just like that, the defense is broken down. BaiSha are very well set to get themselves a 3-0 start. Need to see some big clutch up here from remaining players on the side of Falcons.
Trying to line up for a look at YDSS. Caught him completely off guard.
Yeah, same will happen to him, but it doesn't matter. The trade-up is there. He continues to maintain the player advantage here for his squad. So Rambo and Ice Cube now on the approach to try to see if they can get anything done, but you've got this double stack from line 577. Just trying to break them down on the approach as they work their way through the hallway. There's the spot out, there's the spray down, and there is that 3-0 start. Dominance on display here from BaiSha.
Man, they're just so diligent. It's really a pleasure to watch the way that they work the map. They control the pace. They're making sure that they know all of their angles of attack are open so they can rotate if necessary. If they feel like the pressure is too strong, one side of the map or the other, they can make those rotations over. Love the way that YDSS has been playing here early. He's either been kind of flanked out to find that extra bit of info towards the middle of the map to make sure it's safe, things like that. Or in this round, he's playing that post-plant flank, which is really devastating. just not much that can be done about situations like that if you're not extremely aware of plays like that, because you're not really expecting it as the Falcons. So coaching staff going to have a little bit of a talk here, try to figure out exactly what they can do a little bit different. I mean, it's been relatively passive so far. You know, maybe we saw this with Rock where they got aggressive towards the machine room. Things like that can kind of change the pace of the game, give you some of those rounds on this GR side that are really, really important.
Yeah, so a lot to discuss already. Being in a deficit like this, given the opponent on the opposite side of the stage, it's going to start affecting you. So I like the timing here on the tactical pause call. I wonder if it's really just going to be, you know, a bit of just motivational words here from the coach saying, yeah, look, you know, you're just letting them get into this space for free. We can challenge them in aim duels any day of the week. You know, we have that ability. Let's up the aggression a little bit here. Let's not concede as much space for free.
I agree. I think that's, you know, maybe an idea you could have. Or if there's just little things in the defense that you want to tighten up in terms of positioning, or exactly. This is exactly what you wanted to see from the Falcons.
Big push forward. Back around the corner, but Duck trying to lead the charge, ends up losing his life, head taken off, and it looks like, well, BaiSha, well, they're able to go ahead and discuss the game plan. It seems like they perfectly counteracted the strategies here from the side of Falcons, reading them like a bit of a book here. Now 4-2. Looking for the shots, and yep, that is a clip there onto Ice Cube. A little bit of a wall bang to find an immense amount of damage.
Yeah, so well read by BaiSha. I mean, you get the idea from the Falcons, but BaiSha is just all about it. Rambo taking a bunch of damage here. He's going to go down. 577, going to find that. Ice Cube, 1v4, low health, seemingly undoable. Yeah, Xiao Xiao's waiting for him.
Yeah, might but not be looking back on this series here and how everything has transpired and thinking today was a good day. So rough position to be in as the timeout does not find its value. BaiSha Gaming just continuing to run away with this one.
There you go. Look back at that last kill. Really just so aware of the map. And they can leave a player behind. You can watch over at A. So this is something that, you know, is playing with conditioning a little bit here for BaiSha. They would put the TRG player over towards A, make a little bit of attention there, and that's where their attack actually ended up coming through. Now they're trying to spread the map. Look at this right in the vents. Oh boy.
Shoulder to shoulder, face to face, pistols drawn out. Question is, which one will swing this? YDS has moved up here to reinforce this position. Got Dola not too far behind as well, as here comes the swing. And he's not going to be able to find anything at all. Not even a lick of damage going to be taken there, as Lai just immediately finds the headshot, and Shady is on the floor.
That's brutal. That's a freebie there. Trying to catch him off guard, take a little bit of an aggressive position in the vents, but doesn't pay off for Falcons. Again, seemingly red by BaiSha. It's a flash that came in there as well, and just not much he can do. So he flashes, and here we go. The press is on.
And it's just Ice Cube completely surrounded and overwhelmed. Dola from window able to find one, but that's just about it. Rambo, knife in hand. Gonna look to try to see if he can find something, but from here, just given how these rounds have transpired, it would be absolutely miraculous to pull off a clutch in this position. Able to find that. Maybe that would be enough to go ahead and spur on the rest of the team. Get them rallied together. Try to start putting some rounds up on the board, but for now, 5-0 start looking likely. Finds the first. It's going to be N9 taken down. You've got some damage on the Lai. Take much to be able to find that kill, but needs to get through YDS first, and Rambo's now down to 12.
Yeah, just too stalwart here. Lai looking to bolster that score, try to get up to 9 kills. They're hunting him down. They want to make sure that this round is done and dusted.
It's already over. C4 will go off. The first one that we're going to see here, as it's just been round over by kill. And there you go, 5-0 to start. And you got to be scratching your head. At what point do you consider firing off on that second tack pause?
I don't know. It's awful right now. I mean, yes, again, BL-sided, but you got to get a few here. And you'd love to get 3-4 for sure, of course. So still a chance for the Falcons, still opportunity to come back in this half, but it's not looking great. This time BaiSha, full pressure over towards the B side, trying to clear some corners, anticipating that maybe a player had been playing up there, but in fact, we could see Duck Tuan going to be up on the rafters, trying to watch that tight angle.
Good timing on the smoke. lot less appealing to try to go pushing out of that one. So we'll just hold them at bay for now. And it looks like BaiSha going to be reconsidering the approach here. So C4 going to be dropped. Picked up here by 577, swung back around. And once again, they're looking to maybe just pile in through stairs down into the A site.
Yeah, and once again, they're going to leave Xiao on the other side of the map just to watch for lurks, maybe create a little bit of distraction on the other side. They're lining up for this big A hit. Nobody at the bottom of the stairs this time. So Falcons trying to play a little bit further back, trying to play a little bit of contain when the execute does come through for BaiSha. I want to smoke up in upper part of A as well. Taking their time to really try to figure things out. Some fake flashes here. No full commitment just yet. Now maybe.
Starting to try to go ahead and get this 4-3-2 split rather going. As for now, have gained control over stairs. 577 on the push, trying to get in on top of Shady here. Swung around the backside, a missile goes for the push, is able to find him at the same time. Rambo's going to be taken down, and that is his A-site defense completely shattered. Lion will lose his life as Dole is able to find one, but now you have yourself in a 3v4. HP, a couple players tagged up here on the side of BaiSha, so can go down with relative ease if Falcons are going to be able to find these picks. Right now, you've got this double stack here at the base of stairs that they're going to have to try to breach their way through. Nade sent flying, flashes connecting. YDS trying to stay tucked. Not going to be able to find anything there as he does get taken down. Dola finding one, but Xiao brings it now into that 2v1. Ice Cube needing to pick them both off, and you see this rotation coming through as 577 just gets his way up in towards a window, but it's going to be Xiao able to hold his own, draws down with the pistol, gets the headshot, and the dominance continues.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard going up against this BaiSha team. They have such a depth of strategy, and obviously N9 with that big brain, with his unbelievable amount of experience that he brings in to this game, to this team, not to mention, you know, great ability behind it mechanically, but every round looks a little bit different. This time they're able to get 577 snuck around onto the site, and they're able to play a pincer maneuver there, and they time it so well too. It's so difficult to defend against stuff like that once you give up that extra bit of space. You know, the Falcons, that was part of the game plan there, but again, BaiSha able to read it, able to dissect it. They come away with another prize, 6-0, where they're gonna find themselves. Taking a little bit of time, just wanting to reassess the situation. Kind of interesting though, changing up your formation just a little bit. Gonna leave YDSS on that backside. This time Lai gonna be the one in middle, doing that duty of figuring out what's going on.
Just looking for a shot there on a timing, trying to catch somebody through the smoke. Unable to do so. Flash it, but this time around, Ice Cube will be able to find it. That's going to be N9 taken down. Repeats for a little bit more. Counter spray puts him to 70. In the end, you got to be feeling a bit relieved here as you're finally able to find that opening kill.
Yeah, that could be a difference maker. That one right there might be a game changer. Back over to the other side of the map. Pressure just too strong. Through that smoke as well. A little uncomfortable. Here we go again. This time, full stack down these stairs.
Shady making the call, trying to play anti here. Left in behind the box, the dive forward. Lai does end up losing his life, but Shady is going to be good for two before getting traded out. Two-player advantage now here for the side of Falcons. The time starting to tick down under a minute. Shasha still able to find one there somehow, some way. 577 stays alive.
Wow.
2v3, Rambo down low. Any stiff breeze would have him taken down, but the C4 does get planted here all the same. BaiSha out, looking to try to clutch up, and a lot of this going to be on the back of Xiao as he looks to try to hold the line. Eyes over towards stairs for now, and that's where all three players from Falcons are getting ready to go on the approach.
A little bit of util here for the Falcons. Oh!
And headshot right there over the top of the box, but 577 playing it slowly, able to find the first, but cannot get the follow-up. Ice Cube will be there, the defuse will come through, and Falcons will at long last get themselves on the board of the round win.
Looked a little bit dicey there. I mean, BaiSha has the read, but that numbers advantage, that early first kill, proves to be the difference maker there for them. Even with that four-man stack flooding through and taking two down, still only come out with three in the end, so the trades were there for BaiSha on the way in. That was so well read by BaiSha. They still just couldn't quite find those shots. Nice ones from Ice Cube.
But now you need to see how many more rounds can you get. Is this one and the next to be played out in the half? Going into it 6-3, you're still not going to be feeling super fantastic about your position. So no matter what, BaiSha going to be in a very nice, advantageous position. It was just going to be a hair off there, but Shady not going to get caught. Not fully peeking into the little window there, and Bai does eat a bit of damage early.
Let's see what they want to do here. Thinking about some flashes. They can get in. Smokes, actually, excuse me. And they're covering a lot of the A site here. Oh, but that's Ice Cube winning that battle against YDSS in the vent.
Holding it down this time, but not quite ready for the jump peak angle to come through. 577 able to find one, and Xiao gets the other. Just like that again, his attacks onto this A site. Looking fantastic for BaiSha overall. Back onto the corner just to try to buy a little bit of space. Flashbang now lined up, all just to play delay here, and that catches on the 2.
It's going to be tough.
It seems like BaiSha not plussed by the previous round, but then again, Ice Cube and Dola, fantastic entry. Looks to try to go swing onto the corner, but that leaves now just Ice Cube by himself. Noted here at stairs with just a sliver of HP, and he won't be able to find it. And 9 standing taller, 7-1. And BaiSha not breaking a sweat.
Yeah, that one got in. 9 fired up. He was popping off there after that round, and well-deserved. Just crazy good stuff here. Final kill again with the pistol, getting the job done. Looked like maybe it was going to be an opportunity for the Falcons. They come through there, they get 2, and oh, Xiao wins the battle with the sniper.
Yep, this time that peek into the door, able to find value. So Ice Cube going to be taken down, 577, taking an immense amount of damage. Now going to be finished off though as Falcons, once again, they up this aggression. This time it does go their way. Able to win out the fight, and as the dust settles, it's 2-player advantage here for Falcons to try to get themselves a second round win.
Like the confidence there from the Falcons, even losing in the sniper battle, just committing to this spam. YDSS though, just a smooth criminal, in and out, gets the kill. A lot of damage taken here though between the 2 surviving members of BaiSha. A little bit of util to work with though, across both sides. Still could get the job done. Maybe gonna wait for this smoke to dissipate. Checking their angles. A little bit of time. Falcons there, going for a predictive grenade, but YDSS dodges it. Now try to make his way in through mid, and oh, Dola!
Just taking some pot shots, and Xiao able to just strafe right into those bullets. YDS dead on the drop down, so 7-2. Gonna be the scoreline here. Falcons able to rescue back just 1 additional round and a half.
Well, at least you get a couple in there. I mean, for a while, it was feeling a little dicey for the Falcons. 6-0 at one point. So certainly, this little comeback, and YDSS just trying to find a timing to drop in and set up a pinch towards those halls, but gonna come through. Really util out, a little bit of frag damage taken there by Ductwan. Now they're just spamming this smoke. Wondering if somebody was trying to play that angle. As we can see, BaiSha is just a quick throw of the util and a back off. Back over towards the other side of the map here for Falcons, so want to get off on the right foot. Want to get this half started with a win. Yourself a lot more hope here in this half of making the comeback. Smokes are through on both sides. It's the smoke from BaiSha is stalled up. Falcons just enough, but there's plenty of time in the round, so it doesn't really make too big of a difference right now. And just trying to feel each other out a little bit. Early round probing actions. So Falcons as well, trying to establish your presence, set up some of that conditioning for the later rounds potentially. Decent frag there, catches on to Ductwan.
About a minute gone, about a minute 25 now remaining, but yeah, this util dump here from the side of BaiSha. Finding a decent amount of value, kills not yet coming through, but Ductwan down 31 HP. Not even a third remaining. As full smoke's gonna be lobbed in. 577 continuing to try to maintain control here of Woodroom, but we'll just opt to reroute a little bit. Doesn't want to get caught by himself either. Let's flash forward, that gets dodged, and immediately Lai calling out that he's under pressure, has to peel back. It's 577 able to find one, but he quickly gets traded out. Rambo coming away with that kill. Up close and personal, Lai just getting overwhelmed, as now the execution comes in here from Falcons, and it's looking damn clean. 4 players alive. The flank here from Rambo, unnoted, unread, and that catches YDSS completely off guard.
Not easy to say the least.
No, certainly not in this close angle. Will just get taken down there on the approach. Rambo doing wonders with that flank. Completely guarantees that this round goes their way, and that's the opener. And that could be the momentum builder for Falcons.
Yeah, some good flashes there. Catching on to or Lai, excuse me, who was trying to watch the bottom of the stairs there, and kind of broke things open enough. It created that extra angle, so they're able to push down the stairs, cause a lot of chaos, find that extra flank angle into the control room. This kind of maneuver is really important. Look at this. Look at this stack here.
Double stack in wood.
Wow.
Praying that somebody feels comfortable enough to try to go pushing forward here into this position, but they're also just going to be swinging around the side. You got Rambo to try to watch, but 577 able to just glide across the opposite side of the doors. Smoke now down to try to cover the retreat. Sticks around for a little bit longer to at least get that reload through, but does manage to escape all the same.
Ooh. It's a nice little play call there. N9 setting him and his teammate up really nicely. Smoke there right away to get themselves out of dodge. Pick up their free kill, set the tempo here. See how important that was in that other half. Finding that first kill on the GR side, just so impactful on this map, about giving you that little bit of extra comfortability in the map control, not having to worry about that extra flank angle potentially, because that's so much of what this map could be about. So many opportunities on the Blacklist side to find little nooks and crannies to get through, to kind of sneak underneath your opponent's noses. Now, we saw this with BaiSha in the other half, where they just grouped up as 4 in a similar situation.
Bai is very far forward.
Oh boy.
This is a big investment spot, continuing to play around the top of the stairs. A bit of a change up. Frag grenade going to be sent, so decent little read on this one for the side of Falcons, but can they breach the position is the question. It's only going to be 51 seconds remaining here in this round. And they're still widely contained back towards the spawn. Very default positions here at the moment. No presence over towards the B site.
This looks pretty well read by Shah. I was wondering if maybe there'd be a late rotation here by the Falcons. All this noise they've been making over on the A side. They're just gonna, wow, they're gonna 1-3 split this.
But the one is the one carrying the C4. Rambo, a lot of pressure about to be here on his shoulders. His 577 slide across the way. Good amount of damage. Gonna be traded back. Goes on the repeat. Is able to find that kill. C4 now being brought down, but yep, it's gonna get caught off guard. Quick little tuck angle. And that is the round. Once again, going the way of BaiSha, getting closer and closer to victory here on subbase.
I can hear the Jiaoyos. They are fired up after that one, and just that early control taken at wood through those double doors. You can see just the depth of strategy that BaiSha has, and these little maneuvers that they make on the map.
Boy.
Oh God, here we go.
Oh, we're just off to the races here as BaiSha look to try to get up to map point. And off screen, YDS is going to be able to find one as well. Rambo going to be taken down, and just like that, mere seconds into this round, BaiSha already have an absolute vice grip on it. It's looking to make this nigh impossible for Falcons to try to weasel their way back in.
Yeah, now you're just completely contained. The map control is insane for BaiSha right now. They own everything. Real estate, not theirs, is wood. They know it.
Oh, peek in, and Xiao able to find Dola. And just like that, things go from bad to worse to catastrophic, as what is that three-piece? Oh, Xiao. Yeah, putting them down as we get ready to go into what could very well be the final round here.
Yeah, no doubt. It's going to be set point. And this has been a very difficult one. Subbase kind of expected BaiSha's map pick, but to get a few more, here's the Falcons. At least make this a little bit more competitive, especially on this BL side.
I mean, BaiSha's going to come swinging like this. I mean, you know that they're going to be practicing on every single map. They are the champions for the reason. They are the team to beat for a reason. It's going to be very difficult to try to really find any read, any setup that is widely going to catch them off guard, at least more than once.
Yeah.
So making this a little bit more contentious would certainly drive some motivation here for the Falcons players.
Trying to line up for a B hit, but again, it's that one player with the C4. It's going to be the big, important one.
Anti-flash bound their way forward there. Space going to be taken, but N9 able to find one live, finding another, live finding two. Ductwan can only fight back for a singular kill. Oh, the wheels are well and truly have come off as there you go. The map very swiftly goes the way of BaiSha Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, just, you love the way that they toy with the map, that they're so patient, waiting for their moment to strike. The util so well placed. I think back to that one round where they throw 3 smokes to set up their execute. They're so well rehearsed, our BaiSha. And the Falcons just left scrambling in most of those rounds. Saw a few glimmers of hope there, saw some first kills that were able to spiral into some successful rounds for the Falcons, but really, BaiSha in firm control.
Absolutely, and now, I mean, going to need to rally back in a massive way here for Falcons. Yes, it is going to be their map pick coming up next of Black Widow, but as mentioned, I mean, BaiSha, they're going to be so well drilled on every single one of these maps here in this pool. And they are just absolute demons. No matter what day of the week, no matter what map it is, they are the team to beat. And a performance like that from Falcons is certainly just not going to cut the mustard here for them. So a lot of pressure on this Vietnamese squad as they look to try to reply to extend this all the way to that third and final map.
Yeah, for sure it's your map pick though, so really a lot of confidence coming in for the Falcons in that regard, but maybe not after what happened here. You know, just never even got going on when they switched sides, you know. So kind of a little bit of concern there.
Certainly is. Well, a couple of minutes to go ahead and collect themselves. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll be getting in the Black Widow to see if this is going to be a 2-0 or if we can go the distance. And we are back. I'm about to go into our second map here in our third series the group of this group here as we are on the A stream. Falcons right now reeling a bit after a dominant showing from BaiSha Gaming on BaiSha's map pick of sub-base. Now they need to try to rally back on their own of Black Widow. Otherwise, they will be moving down to that lower bracket, and they will be facing potential elimination come tomorrow.
Yeah, it's do or die time in a way for the Falcons. You'd love to get this to a map 3 so you can take it over to Eagle-Eye, but right now going on to one of their best maps, a map that they obviously dominate in the regional leagues, and they even bested EVO over in the ACL. So they lost to EVO in the series, but this was the map they won. So certainly this is going to be the one you're looking at here to try to take this to a third. But man, oh man, BaiSha just looks so clean. I mean, everything you could want out of them, you got.
Oh,
you map control, shooting, reads. It's just so well rehearsed, and need to see a little bit more, a little bit of a step up from Duck-Twan. He had a bit of a rough map that last one, but certainly can just turn it right around. Saw it earlier today, with AlQadsiah. They were able to get the job done after a slow start themselves. So looking to see if maybe the Falcons also have it in them to turn it around and get another win over a Chinese team. KingZero went down to AlQadsiah. This is a whole different beast than BaiSha.
Yeah, I mean, this is the final boss, not just of the Chinese teams, but of just everyone competing in CROSSFIRE. And if you can get that win, if you could be the one to send them down to that lower bracket, potentially have them face elimination, that is going to be an enormous weight off of your shoulders, as well as an immense amount of just inspiration into your own ability to be able to go ahead and close this out, take this tournament for yourselves. Falcons, that is what they are going to be looking for here as they get ready to go into their map pick. It's time to just shrug off the opening map, say, okay, that map was all BS. It was all just BaiSha Gaming. That's theirs. This is ours.
Nice. That was good. For sure. Just sometimes you just got to rally, regroup, and kind of put a beat down behind you and just see if you can reset. That's really the key there for the Falcons, and definitely going to be interesting to see as a little bit of time cleaning the old keyboard there, making sure everything's ready in top shape for this second map. Of course, for Falcons, facing a run at the lowers if they can't take this one. BaiSha just looking in cruise control to try to really establish themselves as the dominant team of the era. This would be certainly another feather in their cap. Many already in there. So we take a quick look at Widow.
Straight into the action, Lai out into the open. Oh, getting bogged down a little bit here, trying to just rewrap back around the corner. Body blocked by his teammate, but does manage to get away scot-free. In fact, it's actually going to be Duck-Twan, does take a bit of damage here. Ultimately, just some early aggression into a pullback, and now a bit more defaulting here for BaiSha.
But now that you control that long A territory, you have a lot more ability to lean over towards the B side of the map here as Falcons. So they can kind of take their time. It's a bit of a move
here.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good amount of info gain here for N9. Relaying that back over here to his teammates. Trying to really assess where they want to go here on this map. So opening round, like, going to be a little bit slower in the pace. Try to get a feel for what the opponents are going for.
Well, they've shifted Ice Cube now over towards long A with the sniper. Want to try to lock that angle down. A little bit of a timing maneuver there from the Falcons. They haven't sensed any pressure at B.
Rambo here in this corner. He's playing forward, trying to get some information. He's going to be able to find a kill. It's going to be Shot taken down here off the rip, but he's actually able to find a second. His 577 will similarly fall. Very good early value. At the same time, a couple players playing their way up short here towards this A site. Looks like the call is going to be made to pivot. Try to maybe rotate around in towards this B site. The approach shady, nearly getting caught. The counter swing. Duck-Twan looking to try to trade this one back, but Lai holding his own for the moment. It's just going to be exchange. N9 on the approach out from window. Gets the spot, gets the kill. Just like that, the site opened up a little bit more, but Duck-Twan going big. Able to find two, but now N9. Last one standing here for BaiSha as they look for the opening round win, but they will not find it. Good swing here from Dola, catching him with C4 in a hand. We'll get Falcons on the board nice and early this time around.
Yeah, this is a great round to start. Putting some early pressure on this GR side. Dola there with that final kill, but Ductuan, nice hold from him. But overall, it's that long A control that you're able to establish early. Makes this just so much more difficult for BaiSha. They fight tooth and nail for it, but just can't quite get over the line. This time around, though, a little bit of extra space being given up. This time, early smokes from BaiSha to try and give themselves some semblance of map control. Really just want to make sure that the same thing doesn't happen again.
Yeah, they've completely locked off that A long position. And not scaling forward, not really taking it for themselves, but stopping Falcons from very much being able to do the same. But it looks like it's just going to be a wrap back through the spawn here. Shout join in with the rest of the team and get ready to go for a very heavy exec here on to this B site. One just crouched in behind the window. Trusting and relying on Shady to be able to find some kills. It's going to be a leg shot there on the 577. Gets the spray down with that pistol in hand. Rambo now joining the fight, is able to find one more. Is N9 does get taken out. A 3v3 here. As the strafe across comes through, Rambo barely breathing. C4 can be brought forward. The plant about to be in. That's going to be BaiSha Gaming in a favored position for the time being.
Yeah, the fact that you're able to play for trades there so well as BaiSha makes this an even fight. A little bit in your advantage now. Flex out, kind of anticipating that maybe there'd be fast wrap. You can see that Dola is going for it.
Got caught previously on sub base by a couple of those flanks, but there's the spot out, looking for the flick, and will be able to nail it. Great shot there, headshot as well to seal the deal from Xiao Zhao. And it's going to be YDS from the underpass position to be able to find Ice Cube, and that leaves Rambo trying to strafe his way through, trying to catch somebody off guard, but player left lurking there within the side itself will take him down, and just like that, we're tied up at 1-1.
I feel like a broken record praising N9, but I mean, immediate early round.
Get used to it, viewers.
The way he IGLs is so smart. It's the early taking of control of the map, using their smokes and their util, drag out early, try to put some pressure back on the BaiSha. Just clips a little bit of damage there at A-Long, but for now, BaiSha actually gonna put a bit of a pause on. For a little bit more aggression. We can see that Falcons this time want to take a little bit more space out of the front of B main. You do have YDSS on his own over there, kind of taking a peek through some smokes, but everybody else just waiting to see if maybe there'd be an adjustment from the Falcons. Maybe they'd try to put a little bit of a delayed pressure hit, but they haven't. That's going to open up the space here for your sniper. Get some info, try to get a little bit of control on this execute.
Wide swing out, just looking to see if anyone falls prey to this crosshair position. And 9 at the same time. Put himself on a bit of an island here at the double doors. He's going to try to escort them forward, and that flash works a treat. Dola could not see a damn thing. He's getting taken down. That's one. Able to fight back for one more, but YDSS up over the top of the box. There's him to pieces. Is N9 now enacting this flank. Samir edge short up and over the top through the window. That's Shady gone, and that is the lead gained. BaiSha back in control.
Ooh, some really good flashes there off the rip. I mean, we saw the one on screen, but there are actually some other good ones towards short and mid that kept the players of Falcons just a little bit delayed, long enough that it allows for BaiSha to push up, take a little bit of extra space. Again, these early smokes going to be used to take some map control as BaiSha, but a mid push out from Shady with the sniper. Wants to get aggressive. This is going to allow them now to kind of feel a little bit more comfortable. Think about leaning towards A. However, still a lot of time on the clock, so BaiSha waiting things out. Gonna see if they can catch anybody off. I mean, they can smell this, that something aggressive is on, afoot from the Falcons.
It's going to be a 9 to really try to confirm this one. Slowly pushing up. Flick shot, not connecting. He just opts to back away, not wanting to over-challenge here on the fight, giving respect over to Shady that he deserves. Peels off the angle, but this still hasn't really led to too many other rotations coming through here for Falcons. Still have the line share of their players tucked in over towards this A site. Thrown it proper. Rambo peeking in towards mid.
He threw a deep smoke there. Trying to buy himself a little bit of extra time and space. Continue this lean towards A that you're talking about, but BaiSha seemingly comfortable. Try and make a little bit of a different hit, setting up a mid smoke themselves, trying to keep any rotations obscured from the vision of the Falcons to make it that much more difficult to read the map, read where they're going to go. Just a minute. Just going to take their time. You want to clear every angle, every corner because of that early push out from the Falcons. There's a smoke off as well, so you don't know what's going on around here. Have to make sure that every angle is clear, and oh my God.
Xiao able to find one. That's Rainbow dead in mid. Shady trying to get the shot through, has to just back away, flash into the face. A bit of utility to try to stem the tide here, but BaiSha themselves forward, not taking full control of this one quite just yet, but here's that flank. Mr. Worldwide into mid, into A long. Now getting the spot and the kill. Shady is dead, and Xiao has taken this round into his own hands, giving them no recourse whatsoever, as he might just be able, might kill them all. And yeah, attack timeout is going to be called. Lai will be able to go ahead and find that final kill, but something has to change very shortly here for the side of Falcons, because this is starting to get out of their grasp.
Yeah, it's got to be a little bit frustrating for the Falcons. I mean, again, you do a pretty good job in the early part of this round, making sure that you're not as flustered in terms of, okay, we don't know where they're going to go. We don't have much map control. They're able to push out very early, very aggressive, but they're not able to really get much out of that space. BaiSha just says, all right, we'll wait them out. We're going to find our moment. Xiao, you go on the other side of the map with that sniper, see what you can get done with it. The rest of us are just going to go for the hit, and it's all Xiao. He just catches Falcons completely flat-footed in a couple of those kills. I mean, they just had no clue what was going on as AQ, the coach for Falcons, trying to get in his players' ears, trying to get them back into this and fired up, because the early game plan looked really, really good. And again, in this round, I thought good ideas initially, they're just not really able to follow through on. For BaiSha, I mean, it helps when you have a guy like N9 who's so smart across the map, just knows how to take advantage of any little opportunity you're being given. Just waiting a little bit, figure out everything they want to do. Plenty of time in these tactical pauses to really just dissect and figure things out. I mean, really give those coaches their time to yap.
I mean, you say plenty of time, but when you've got so much to discuss, is it really going to be enough is the question that I have. Because given these last several rounds, it's been unfurling. I expect that there's so much to try to cover in just a small amount of time. I mean, that opening round was looking good, starting to give some inspiration here, some belief to Falcons maybe being able to really close this one out and have a strong performance. But BaiSha have certainly rewritten that script as look at they try to continue this one. Shady draws down with the pistol, able to find one, but YDS will flush him out. Cube fighting back for another one, brings it to parity, a 3v3 here.
C4.
It is on the ground, looking to be recovered here by Lai. Creep forward, and there's the spot. Ductwan just pushing out. Pixel spotted through the smoke. It's him dead, and once again, it's BaiSha favored. There's a C4 now planted here on the B site. Xiao watching around the back. And yep, he's got all of the flanks covered all the time. Bola swinging, able to find one there. The headshot does ring through. Needs to be able to deliver 2 more of those to try to isolate, pick apart these players. Just here behind the box, and there is the swing, perfectly timed. Pitches him right as he's trying to clear that hard right angle. Just like that, BaiSha shrugging off the timeout call.
Yeah, and this feels like a good counter read off of the back of the timeout. Good prep being done by this BaiSha team, because there was a big long A push out early from the Falcons, trying to establish a little bit of extra map control. Rambo trying to get aggressive, just shut right down by 577. Again, every round the Falcons are trying to find that part of the map that isn't being accounted for by BaiSha. And we saw it previously where BaiSha just disrespected that push GR spawn. Here they just shut down the mid push. Pause now.
Still looking to just take their time, making sure that they are crossing their T's and dotting their I's here. Creep forward, spotted of one, but 577 wins that fight, wins the follow-up as well. IceCube now involved, is able to find 2 quick kills, but damage suffered. Both him and Ductwan still puts him in such a bad position as N9 will be there for the spray down to carry the team over the line once again. BaiSha, they are looking to make a statement here in this series.
Yeah, I mean, again, so much goes wrong in this round for the Falcons. The early push out shut right down. Okay, maybe a little bit of a scuffle here. Trying to use these smokes to get players across. BaiSha somewhat aware. 577 wants to get out of there, but can't. And actually, YDSS going to go down as well in that exchange. So throwing a little bit of extra util here. That pays off for the Falcons. A little bit of an adjustment of their own. Works out really, really nicely. Using those extra smokes to make sure that they can cross into the back part of long A.
IceCube now entrenched here on this position. This approach coming up short. Try to maybe create some pressure here. As he does get spotted out.
Oh.
Swing around and Xiao. How does he continue to do this? How does he keep getting away with this? Rambo now dead. They know exactly where the player's at long, but he's completely opened up the short position, and Shady is not watching for it at all. Just finds another. And now, you've just got IceCube on a complete and utter island by himself. Xiao will finally fall. They get rid of the monstrous flanker. But at the same time, C4 is going to be planted in. Dola on the approach through the underpass. The other players from BaiSha are a world away. A 577 cannot hold this line. They're going to be scrambling a bit to try to get their way back into the site. And At 9, looking to try to just go ahead and peel off some of this pressure. Spots out one. 577, though, does not need the help. He will find all three remainders playing off the opening that Xiao provides. And that is BaiSha continuing to rack up the wins.
This just feels like a bit of a comms breakdown for the Falcons. Again, early good ideas, again, just not able to really follow through. They get this early kill. They're just not able to figure out what the heck Xiao is doing on the map. He just lurks in, I believe, through Catwalk or underneath the overpass. Not sure where he got through. They're going to lose the opening battle this round.
Just trying to recreate that early pressure, get that early pick, and while this time they do take YDSS down to 28, it's not the kill that they found in the previous round.
I like this pick and move from BaiSha. Now you can open up the map for Xiao. Keep your opponent guessing. Keep the Falcons trying to figure out where this hit is actually going to be landing. Smokes in mid again to obscure any idea what exactly BaiSha is going to be doing. They're making some noise just to pre-fire some angles, check some boxes where they have negative space that they're not too sure. You know, okay, did somebody from Falcons go there or not? Shove up Cat. Oh, Rambo wins it.
It's a good kill. Full HP members as well, so brings it to a 4v4 with an HP advantage here for Falcons. And 9 tucked here just below this window. Rambo creeping forward as a bit of backup. And 9's going to be able to make anything work here, make a go of this. And there's the spot out on the one, and there's the shot. Hand delivered by Rambo himself. Tucked one now, sent reeling back in towards that B side, trying to get himself alive. And M9 drags across the fives with 2 HP. The punish cannot come through. 2 remaining players going to be stacked up here in the right position as IceCube tries to go forward. Fight them here a little bit more early than they might anticipate, but that flash connecting denies him the kill. Eventually will find it. Xiao does fall, but the C4 now being brought over towards this A site. Several players low on health, but they've got these lurks that might go unanticipated.
Oh, they're doing it again.
Jump across, Tatuan into the corner, taken down, N9. No HP, no problem. IceCube need to try to make something happen, but he cannot. Every player from BaiSha seemingly in every right position at every right moment. They're playing damn near perfectly.
They're so tricky. In this round, you know, N9 tucking underneath the catwalk in mid, and then they're going to do it again on the way back through with YDSS. Already. Okay, that's the end of the round there. Replay, YDSS having a whale of a time. 6 kills for him, 11 for N9, 9 for Xiao. BaiSha just in cruise control as we get into the last round of the half.
Looking to make it 8-1. Like I said, BaiSha trying to make a statement. Let Falcons, let everybody else know they don't have a hope in hell in this tournament unless they're able to level things up. It is a completely different level of confidence to come into a tournament like this and have Falcons as, you know, kind of the home crowd here. Vietnamese squad, yes. Saudi org. and dispatch them with ease like this.
Up, catwalk, N9 making some noise. Good for a response. Doesn't really get much. Bit of fire, but that flicky hit right in this in this angle the last time was absolutely disgusting. Trying to buy a little bit of attention there.
Counter util dump. It gets a lot out of Falcons here.
Yes.
Not even really trying to challenge in for the corner, at least not on that play. It's just going to be another smoke tossed in, but it's a heavy stack. 3 players now on this advance. Xiao ready and waiting, but he's getting caught. It's a great shot from Dola. Stuck1 is able to find another, but the trade back ends up coming through, and BaiSha once again are going to be favored. It's YDSS. He's found Rambo. He's put him down to just about no HP remaining, 4 health, and there is the final spray down. N9 once again to close it out, as it is just nothing but dominance on display. Only the opening round lost here from BaiSha.
Unbelievable. What an unbelievable half. That round there, really interesting decisions from BaiSha. Kind of making some attention over towards that catwalk, towards short A, and then they're like, okay, let's actually try and push it, see what happens. They get a little util out, and then they disrespect the smoke as Falcons wants to challenge the A long angle. And even though they win that, they're not ready for BaiSha to just be full sending it. It just, it's so hard to read our BaiSha. I mean, the map information you give is so difficult to piece together what's actually going on. So smart about when they're going to make a little bit of sound, when they're going to hide players, when they're not. Every round, so varied, so interesting. Falcons over to this blacklist side now. It's going to be taking a peek around mid. Clearing out, but BaiSha is fully looking in towards their own spawn here at the underpass. Anticipating this mid hit. They've got this red.
Players here on the angle. There's the counter swing, 577 playing off the bait beautifully. Come away with 3. Dola, well, he's able to put him down. He himself is, yep. Just gonna be fragged out of position, 4 HP, no hope in hell. BaiSha Gaming, they are absolutely delivering on all of the hype.
Love that setup. And I love that you have so much confidence in Xiao there to lock down the A site by himself, that you can make these aggressive positions. Get into it. Falcons need to push space a little bit early, but not really getting much done out of it. Rambo taking some damage even.
You know, now run back 8 consecutive rounds here. BaiSha, once again, putting the forces in the right position. Might a little shift up here, though. Still 2 to try to stop any potential push coming into the B site here. Is just trying to see if he spots anything, catches somebody a little bit off guard. Everyone from BaiSha has just been dialed in round over round.
Say the least. Let's see what they want to do. I mean, Falcons are going to avoid that stack that BaiSha has there.
Moving right in towards Xiao, though, is going to be dialed in towards that angle.
Taking too long.
Or is now starting to get spotted. That's the push, and this is spot on the 1. Finds the kill, gets the follow-up. Woo! Oh, that is a quick shot from Xiao. Duck1 still trying to fight back. He's able to find 577. This push comes in from Dola, but just like that, all in the blink of an eye, they get overwhelmed, smothered out of this one. And BaiSha Gaming, they show up here in Group C, and they say, yeah, we are still the tournament favorite. They dispatch Falcons 2-0, only surrendering a handful of rounds across both maps.
4 rounds total is all they give up. Just really stellar stuff. I mean, you just have to be so impressed with this team. You knew they were going to be good coming into this, but we thought today would be a close match. We thought today, going up against Falcons, we might get 3 maps, or at least, you know, some really competitive first couple of maps. But to come in here, okay, you destroy on your map, you know, your map pick of sub-base, fine. But then you come through and absolutely obliterate Falcons on their pick, a Black Widow. Forget it.
Forget it indeed. And I mean, with how things transpired over on the other stream, it's just going to be a bit of a Chinese showdown there with Evolution Power. winning out over Inner Circle Esports. So I'm sure a very familiar opponent in BaiSha Gaming is who they're going to be playing up against next in the winners matches later on in Group C. But I don't know how comfortable I would be if I'm Evolution Power, because yeah, this was just nothing but dominance on display for the side of Falcons. Of course, a second life is available to them. They do fall to that lower bracket where they're going to go up against Inner Circle Esports, but that one's for all the marbles. That one is for the tournament life.
Yeah, you really want to keep going as the Falcons so you can get into at least some of those club championship points. Like, that's going to be so key for them.
Make the top 8.
Yeah, exactly. You got to get top 8. So you got to get the ball rolling here. But that'll be a banger against Evolution Power and BaiSha. Both of them handily dispatching their opponents. But so much to be impressed with. Obviously at 9, we sing his praises, but everybody had some really stellar rounds.
This map, it felt like it was
Xiao.
Yep. Just flanking from that attacker side, and then 5-7-7 holding things down from the defense.
And this just is so scary for anybody looking at them when you're going to be looking at these VODs, just being like, God, Xiao is going to be all over the map. How are we going to deal with that? What's going to be our plan of attack if they do come back to Black Widow again? Things like that just going to be really hard to deal with. When you have a sniper who can lurk like that and just take so much map control, find those extra angles, sneak underneath the opponent's noses because N9's directing traffic on the other side, that is such a difficult thing to deal with.
Oh, absolutely. Having that be your map pick and having it be that dominant, how much do you end up doubting, I think, is kind of my question when trying to dive into the psyche of the player. Do you still feel like, yes, okay, against a different opponent, that's going to be a good one for us, or do you maybe start to rethink that map draft? Hard to say, but either way, it's time to hear from one of our winners, because BaiSha Gaming, good God, what a way to kick things off here at EWC.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, there. Yeah, I'm joined by N9 from BaiSha Gaming and our translator, Wendy, here as well. N9, congratulations. An incredible display, dominant, in fact. Let's look at this year compared to last year. Last year hasn't been anywhere near as impactful as this year. Recent winners of AG.AL. What has been different between now and then? What's been a major difference in the team?
首先，恭喜你们获得了本场比赛胜利，这是一个绝对碾压式的胜利。那第一个问题想要问到的就是说，来到了今年，你们的状态非常的好。其实去年还有一些波动跟起伏，但你们今年拿到了 ACO 的冠军，来到这里，是什么让这2年的状态如此不同？
可能是因为我们战队有一个人员的变换嘛，然后加上就是去年的失利，让我们成长了很多，所以说今年表现会好一点。
So first of all, we got the roster change at first, and secondly, maybe the 2024 the VODs makes us grow a lot. So the two things makes us become better right now.
Yeah, you guys look incredible, unstoppable in fact as well. Looking at the rest of the competition, which teams outside of Group C are you most hoping to go up against in a challenge? Who would you like to fight next coming up outside of the group?
那我们现在把小组赛全部排开来，如果在小组赛之外你要选一个对手，你特别想要去挑战，会是谁呢？
可能是液体吧，因为他有我们的老朋友 Goken， 因为他实力很强，我们想挑战他。
Absolutely Team Liquid, because they got our old friend Goken and he's very strong player, so we want to challenge with them.
Excellent. And lastly as well, the experience at EWC here, I mean, CROSSFIRE, its first year here at the Esports World Cup. What's the experience been like for you and the team, and how great is it to have CROSSFIRE here as well?
因为穿越火线是第1年来到 EWC， 所以想问一下你和你的队伍第一次来到我们沙特，然后来到 EWC 打比赛，体验是如何的？然后是有多么美好的一个回忆跟现在的一个经验？
我们非常开心能来沙特参加电竞世界杯的比赛嘛，因为这个比赛也是我们第一次参加，然后也是第一次来沙特，有很多不一样的东西吧。首先是这边的环境，还有电竞氛围，其实跟国内比都有很大的差距嘛。来到这里非常开心，然后明年还想来。
So first of all, I'm so happy to travel with our teammates to Saudi Arabia, and this place is amazing. This is our first time to take part in the Esports World Cup, and all the things is so different, especially for the environment. And next year we want to take part in too.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Nine. Thank you, Wendy, as well. Congratulations to BaiSha Gaming. Stomp their way into the next round, into the bracket. They're the upper bracket. Let's see what they do next. For now, though, back to the desk. What a great victory, fellas.
Thank you, Adam Savage. There it is. BaiSha taking a tremendous win. And N9, I believe, is our post-match MVP. I mean, and rightly so. N9 leading the crew to victory. We put a big highlight on him, right? A big focal point on N9 and what he's done, not only in his CROSSFIRE career, but also, of course, with the roster in general, BaiSha Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, as a leadership figure, as a pillar, as the foundation of the side, as BaiSha, Mr. BaiSha himself, I mean, we're looking at what is, like we said, right, the GOAT of this game, the GOAT of his region, and it's sort of series of that, which is real proof in the pudding. This is a Falcon side that, technically, we're talking about this as the equivalent of the Summer Championships, are the reigning champs, and lost to Falcons in that previous Summer Champs in Vietnam, and look what happens now, right? 4 rounds across the series. Fellas, it feels like we were only here 5 minutes ago on the desk doing the pre-show, and look where we are now. So this is a BaiSha side who, I think they have a bit of a point to prove. Last year wasn't fantastic for them, a lot of underperformances, and there's been that cloud above them of, actually, are we still the best? Yes, I think is ultimately the answer.
Yeah, 10-3 on sub base, Black Widow 10-1. A dominating effect, a dominating effort. And when you think about it, 2 games back-to-back, you only get 4 rounds. If you're the Falcons and you're also trying to defend your club championship title, well, things start to get a bit sketchy. Now your tournament life is on the line. An early exit here could very well knock you down outside of the top 3. We're looking at the highlights from N9, and rightly so, your MVP. And Sneaky, this guy, man, again, competing since 2015, 4 championships to his name, looking to claim another one.
Yeah, just another day for the GOAT here, N9. And yeah, I mean, every single round, every single play, picture perfect. Granted, there was some mistakes, there were some rounds dropped, but I feel like that was just overconfidence from his side. But you know, it's just the consistency. This is what you get when you have N9 on your team, bro. Like, you have the entering, you have the rifling, the accuracy, the stability of the backline, but he can also provide, you know, the space for his team. He can basically do anything for BaiSha Gaming. And it's not just that, they have 2 Swiss Army knives on their team, N9 and YDSS. It's so easy to play.
So let me ask you this, right? Does this series showcase how strong BaiSha Gaming is, or how weak the Falcons really are?
I don't even think it shows how strong BaiSha is. I don't think they even really had to try that.
No kidding, really? That's a
like,
wild statement.
I think that's like BaiSha 70%. I think they were trying because they had a point to prove against Falcons specifically because of the Summer Championships last year. But I think as a whole, that was not BaiSha going into the depth of their strap book. That's not them going into even really the ability. I mean, like, Xiao played incredibly, and I think for me, you know, the most impactful player, but it's still not even his best performance. I've seen plenty better performances from Xiao, and that's, you know, this is only the surface level of BaiSha. There's so much more depth around this side. They haven't been tested yet, so I think kind of in that game, if they're not being tested, they don't need to go 100% because there's still a long tournament ahead here. BaiSha, of course, have had problems where groups have been good, but as we saw from 2024, when it went into towards playoffs, upsets would come through, and especially being single elim, I don't think they want to expend too much energy. And, well, if we're being frank, they don't need to.
Well, so then what does that say about Falcons? I mean, 70% of BaiSha Gaming, but are they just that good, or is Falcons also a respectable roster, but maybe drop the ball a bit? I mean, we did talk about Lucas being replaced, right? And once we discussed that, 6 rounds go by, and I'm looking at Duke Tuan, who's 0-6, right? So not the best performance. We called it a side grade. It might not have been.
Yeah, it's more towards a downgrade, unfortunately, here for Duke Tuan, right? I mean, if Lucas was on this team, the amount of space that he can get, especially in the map, just like sub-base.
You mentioned the flank as well.
Yeah, his flanking is really, really good, and especially on sub-base, I mean, he could have opened up a lot more, especially for the squad, knowing that he can open up A-side really well, he can play that locker's position, he can go into that second mid, and it's just lacking towards the side of Falcons, that spice that Lucas had for the squad.
I mean, we're looking at it as well where you could definitely tell, especially in terms of that rifling call, there's a lot of nerves. They didn't feel confident in what they were trying to bring to the table, and I think a lot of that comes down to not having a player like Lucas. I mean, Lucas was the epitome of die for the team, right? But it's, you know, the greater good in a sort of sense. Create a lot of space, maybe just go 1-for-1, but it's the information he gathers, it's the amount of control he gives in terms of the map towards the side. There was none of that. We're looking at a Falcon side who looked completely muted there, had so little to offer up, and it actually now puts a real dark cloud above them because
you know, that's a real kind of woeful performance. And on top of that, EP had a real great time on the B stream. So we're talking about now where there's a real world in which they get grouped. And Falcons, we've already spoken about at the start of the day, they need these club points, right? And they need a top 8 finish. They need to get out of groups. This all looks like a far stretch right now.
Yeah, well, Falcons definitely have to step it up. Not the performance they were wanting. 4 rounds across 2 games is abysmal. But Falcons, we know they can be better, but they're going to have to really pull themselves up by the bootstraps tomorrow if they want to stay alive, because after all, now their tournament life is officially on the line. For BaiSha Gaming, even if that was just 70%, that looks like a championship caliber roster, poised, ready to go, veteranship on their side, and the conversation of potentially about dynasty talk starting to come into play. But whenever it comes to the Falcons, I hope they learn how to fly high, because right now they are grounded. Let's go to our exit interview with the Falcons as we head to a break.
Hi, Wendy here with Rambo from Team Falcons. It's a pity matchup for Falcons, so some questions about this match. The first question is that what's wrong with you guys? What point you didn't do well to lead you to the victory?
Mình có một câu hỏi là chuyện gì đã xảy ra trận đấu vừa rồi và có cái điều gì mà tụi mình chưa làm được để mà có thể thắng được đội kia?
Em nghĩ yếu tố ngày hôm nay khiến bọn em thất bại với cái tỷ số sâu thế là bọn em đang bắn không đúng phong độ và có hơi chút chủ quan, vì nói chung là bọn em cũng đang nghiên cứu rất là rõ đối thủ bên BaiSha Gaming rồi, nhưng mà hôm nay phong cách chiến thuật của họ đánh khá nhanh nên bọn em khá bất ngờ. Bọn em sẽ cố gắng ở lượt trận tiếp theo.
We think the biggest factor is that we have been so subjective, and even though we have done a lot of research on them, but today they come with a really good performance, and as well they come with a really fast and in a rush tactic, so it's really surprised us, so that's why we lost.
Oh, but it's okay because the show need to go on. The matchup they still need to play. So the next question is gonna be your expectation on your upcoming matchups. What's your goal?
Vậy thì những cái trận đấu tiếp theo á, thì mình mong muốn có mục tiêu như thế nào?
Em hy vọng rằng có thể nhì bảng và vào được vòng 8 đội.
Of course, we would really hope that we can be at the second and make it our name into the quarterfinal.
Rambo, good luck to you guys and make the best wishes for your upcoming matchups. And that's all from us. Bye-bye.
A tough loss, but still feeling confident. We take a look at Group C. Naturally, BaiSha Gaming moved forward. Falcons would drop down, but on the B stream, it was Evolution Power Gaming moving up. They face off against BaiSha Gaming for that, of course, coveted playoff spot through the winner's bracket. For the elimination match, though, we got Falcons versus Inner Circle. A fun one. And of course, the loser, fortunately, will have their EWC run coming to a close. The winner, well, their journey isn't done just yet. They still have more work to do. Falcons Inner Circle. That's going to be a fun one. Going to be nice to see Inner Circle, right, coming from the western side of things. But I know you're laughing, man. They've got their struggles, but so does Falcons clearly. It's going to be tough, but Inner Circle, I don't know. I'm feeling an upset.
There's a lot of hopium.
I swear to you, I'm feeling an upset, baby.
Flying around this desk. It would need to be, I mean, it would probably be considered one of the biggest upsets of the entire tournament, if not in the last couple of years.
So maybe that's a bit too spicy.
Yeah, I mean, if we're being frank though, I mean, a Falcons side who obviously looked non-existent in towards that map, but I think that's more an indictment on just how good BaiSha are rather than sort of on how bad Falcons can be. And also, you've got the flip side of things. I think this is a Falcons side that don't look confident at all. They haven't really for this year. Even domestically, there's been struggles that they really shouldn't be having, especially considering we've already seen Twisted Minds are quite weak. You know, that whole region as a whole has been struggling, especially in terms of their depth. And that IC game, the big change-up, I think, for Falcons is they'll come in with relentless amounts of kind of confidence, aggression coming through, knowing that they are the better side and playing like the better side. They came in towards that and showed way too much respect to BaiSha. And this is the issue that I think a lot of teams are going to have. If they show respect to a side like BaiSha, to a side like EP, to a side like AG.AL, they are going to get destroyed. You have to come in towards this one. Honestly, in the kind of way that Rock did. Despite them losing, Rock live and die by the sword, right? They said, all right, we're going to play our game. Even if it doesn't work, that's
how we're going to fall.
I'll tell you what, Inner Circle doesn't show respect to anybody that they go against. We'll see how well they do against the Falcons. Naturally, that'll be taking place tomorrow. B-Stream, though, they've been keeping all the action going, much like we have. We have one more series apiece as we hop into Group D, but let's get caught up to speed. What's happening over on the B-Stream?
Hi everyone, I'm Wendy. At the secondary stage, Evolution Power just get their victory right now, and I'm here with Mino. Mino, congratulations on your win. And my questions for you is about that. What's your goal on the EWC road? 所以想问一下 Mino 选手，你们在 EWC 里面的整个的目标是什么呢？
来到这里就是为了冠军来的。
Come here for the champions. Oh, I like the answer. And that's all from the secondary stage. Let's keep in touch. Bye-bye.
Hey, thank you, Wendy, letting us know what is happening around the boulevard, including the Bravo station. Evolution Power saying we're coming for the championship. Well, with the 2-0 victory over Inner Circle, they're looking pretty good. Of course, their journey still has a long way to go, but they're looking to travel that road. And speaking of which, we move into our final match of the day. Group D, AG.AL versus VIRTUS.PRO. AG, a lot of conversation about them. You actually had them in your power rankings. You feel they could go all the way, which would be fun because they've got this rivalry against BaiSha Gaming.
Yeah, and it cuts so deep as well with BaiSha Gaming. You know a fun fact that ZY and N9 were born one day apart from each other?
Oh, no kidding.
That's how wild it is. That's how the story was already there back in 1999.
Wow.
And it's been brewing ever since. And it seems like it's one of the best rivalries, in my opinion, in esports because ZY obviously a person who's also just as mechanically gifted. Maybe not on the leadership side, but when it comes to mechanics, he's basically equal with N9. But it seems like N9 has just found better teammates and found better opportunities for himself. So ZY, he's definitely got the point to prove this EWC.
Is ZY the younger one or the older one?
He is I think he's the older one.
But respect your elders doesn't apply in this case. Okay, fair enough. Hey, Jamil Motorsport player arrivals, here they come. It's VIRTUS.PRO, it's AG.AL entering the venue, gearing up, and getting mentally prepared for the battle that is ahead of them. This is not going to be easy for VIRTUS.PRO. They need all the points they can get, and for AG.AL, well, they are making a decent run when it comes to the club championship trophy. 1,000 points would be quite nice. And I want to say, Neo, AG is one of our favorites as well to make it potentially into grand finals.
Yeah, I think overall we probably have to put AG.AL second best team overall. I think there is a bit of a toss-up, and I think it depends on who you ask, maybe even on the desk between them and EP. EP being kind of reigning champs in the grand finals, but AG generally seen as the better side overall, especially obviously recently domestically. So it's a spicy time, and there's even still the potential, while much, much smaller, that they could even upset BaiSha, right? Ooh. Later down the line. Granted, that would still be seen as an upset, but sure, it's a rivalry, as you said, that cuts so deep. And I think that's the sort of game where you get the extra 10% out, right? I think AG have been wanting to claim that title as we are actually the best, and for a long time, even despite BaiSha's underperformances in years prior, they still haven't kind of gained that notoriety around the scene. It's still always seen as, right, we're scared of BaiSha and AG rather than we're scared of AG. So I'm excited to see what they can do this tournament. They have a really decent opportunity to, like you said, get a lot of points and flat the rankings. They're in a position where I was just checking, it's below them there is not that much difference, but above them I think it's like the next 6 spots, it's like 100 points difference. So even just like a top 8 goes a long way for these guys.
Sure, top 8 is definitely the goal. That gives you a couple hundred points anyways. Final match of the day, it's Group D, and it's going to be AG versus VIRTUS.PRO. One match you do not want to miss out on. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Group D, we'll continue.
This land is calling.
大家好，我是来自 AG.AL 的 DO。今天我们要玩一个小游戏，叫做第4号带。我会选择一波冲进去拿 Ace， 因为这毕竟是一个团队游戏。然后个人主义的话，在这个游戏里面虽然是有吧，但我觉得更多的还要看团队配合。黑色城镇，因为黑色城镇比较大吧，然后狙击发挥的空间比较大，直接猛冲进去。因为我觉得我们队伍毕竟有年轻人，就要有年轻人的样子，就要用雷杀吧，因为用刀杀的话有点不太尊重对手吧，还是用雷杀比较好一点，赢死对头。因为对我们来说，我们也是属于第一梯队的，没有什么所谓的强队吧，我觉得。而且死对头的话，因为我们都是有来有往，有胜有负嘛，所以还是更想干死对头吧，更喜欢速战速决吧，因为能速战速决，证明实力有差距。然后打到下日赛的话，肯定是打得有来有回嘛，差距不是很大。如果打比赛的话，我会先选择禁掉自己不喜欢的地图，不拿手地图吧，因为如果对面真选出来了这张图，自己熟练度不是很高，然后可能发挥会导致队伍输掉。我会选择先开枪，因为看见人再开枪的话就晚了。更喜欢丢烟吧，因为现在这个烟雾机制修改了，瞄不到红名了。烟雾也相当于自己一个掩体吧。一上来就猛攻吧，先气势压倒对面。
Hi everyone, I'm Wendy. I'm here with AG.AL from AG.AL. So it's a long trip. After that trip, they come to Saudi Arabia for their tournament. This is the very first match of them. So first questions, how's their adjustment? 家宝想问一下，你们经过了非常长时间的飞行，来到了沙特，那现在你们调整是怎么样子呢？
我觉得调整的还可以吧，因为在这边时差的话，可能跟国内相差5小时嘛，然后。反正这2天感觉还是可以的，就是有点太热了。
Our form is pretty good because the jet lag, we got 5 hours gap from China, but it's okay for us, but the temperature is too high. So the second question for AG.AL is that can he give me the expectation of their performance of their match? 所以AG.AL想问一下，你们觉得这场比赛你们能什么比分拿下呢？
我觉得应该是2-0吧。
Okay, I think it's a clean 2-0. The last questions, can you give some messages to your opponents? 想给你的对手说点什么话吗？
希望他们也好好发挥，然后打出一个精彩的比赛。
Hope they can perform good because we won an excellent matchup today. So that's all from us. Bye bye.
Thank you, Wendy. There it is. AG.AL. We had a chance to obviously hear from them, and now we get a chance to watch them play against VIRTUS.PRO, a matchup, the final one of the day to decide who moves forward to the winner's match and who's going down to the elimination match. And also on the B stream, everybody, we have Na'Vi going against the Stallions. From what I'm hearing, the Stallions are currently leading. I don't know if they are now. At least just a couple minutes ago, they were leading 3-0. Stallions potentially knocking down Na'Vi a peg, which would be pretty big for them. But AG, VIRTUS.PRO, let's hone in on the conversation. Of course, I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. We got Sneaky, and then, we got Kyle back on the desk. What's going on, Kyle? How you feeling?
I'm excited for this one. I mean, all gamers have got their core roster back together. You have players coming out of retirement just for an event like this in the season. So I'm really excited to see this team. They've been on a bit of a tear, not currently #1 in their region, but they've quickly became #2 and could be well on their way to a title here.
Oh, on the way to the title. We're hitting the title conversation quite a bit for multiple rosters. And well, for AG, the conversation is very real. Okay, coming in, they could get a second place finish. In fact, we could get a grand finals, AG versus BaiSha. We learned about the age gap just a little bit ago, only 1 day between some of the top players. But let's hone in on AG, and I want to discuss, obviously, not only their aggressive, coordinated pushes, but also just who they are as a roster. What makes them so good?
I mean, it's 2 letters, man. ZY. I mean, ZY, just like how I said, generational talent. Basically, the closest rifler anyone has gotten to come close to N9's talent. I feel like I wouldn't say it's pretty much equal. Maybe N9 does have the slight edge, but having ZY on your team with his talent, his aim, his sense, and everything, he can basically do anything for AG, and that's what he's been doing for the past few years. And now with a great core with Jouet and Du, I feel like he's gonna be doing a lot more. No pun intended.
Can do anything except win a major. This roster hasn't won a major since the roster shift.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of this young talent on the lineup hasn't quite proven themselves, but I think the addition of 1222 to this lineup was a huge upgrade for them. They even signed one of their old players back and even didn't end up starting him because 1222 has just been so good for this team as a young player coming in.
Young player, so obviously he's got a lot of legs whenever it comes to CROSSFIRE. An old game, but still coming in with the new guard. You love to see that. Fresh blood, right? And that's just how good the game is. That's AG, but what about VIRTUS.PRO? What makes them a competitor that could potentially dethrone the Titans of AG? Well, obviously it was the old Thunder Talk roster, now coming in as VIRTUS.PRO. Now this team used to be, from what I'm hearing, a regional powerhouse, but as of recently, they've kind of fallen into the slump.
Yeah, I mean, they've fallen to the 3rd best team now in Vietnam, and yeah, ever since the roster kind of got shaken up. Yeah, it's been I wouldn't say it's been a disaster for the side of VP, but you know, they have looked infinitely weaker. The talent on the roster, I would say, not as strong as the other Vietnamese teams. Granted, I still do believe in LDX's leadership capability, but with GRK, you know, his performances outside of international, I don't really trust the team, in all honesty. But of course, they still do have the best player outside of Falcons, Humeo.
Well, and also Bao, I know you're going to be looking out for him, right? One of your favorite players out there. Let's go ahead and go to stage, get this started for Group D, AG versus VIRTUS.PRO.
Yeah, that's right. What a day it has been here as well. What a day. It hasn't finished yet. There's still more to go. 2 more teams here on the main stage coming your way. So it does not end here. There is so much more coming your way. I know I'm hyped for this. I know you're definitely up for this one too.
Yeah, that's right, Adam, because we have our 4th and final best of 3 for the first day of the CROSSFIRE competition at the Esports World Cup. Remind you, $2 million prize pool for this competition alone. $70 million prize pool across the past 6 weeks. And this is the final week. So you know what? I think we should introduce the teams.
I think we should too. We're not going to hold around here. We're going to get straight into this. First up, it's AG.AL. Welcome AG.AL to the stage. One of the most decorated teams in CFPL. They are tactical masters. China's crown, but the world's target. While others learn the game, they wrote the rule book. Can their legacy reach new heights here at the Esports World Cup?
And their opponents, it's VIRTUS.PRO. Underdogs in Vietnam to warriors on the world stage. They fought, they rebranded and risen, stronger than ever. This is their first step under a new banner, and they are here to make it unforgettable. Standing tall and ready for battle. Ladies and gentlemen, the final showdown of the day is here. Casters, take it away.
Don't mind if we do. Let's go ahead and get into this, round out our first day of action here at CROSSFIRE EWC. We've got AG.AL versus VIRTUS.PRO. Let's see who is going to be able to go ahead and claim that final victory here today. Major pressure going to be building up here, but AG.AL should be coming in maybe a little bit more confident. As the desk was talking about Virtus.PRO, this roster, they've certainly had their ups and downs.
Yeah, I think, to say the least, AG.AL going to be heavy favorites, especially after what we just saw with BaiSha versus Falcons. I mean, AG.AL right there at a similar level. So it's going to be Black Widow to start here. Virtus.PRO going to be leaning into that map, seems to be favored by the Vietnamese teams. AG.AL 2.0 is going to be our second map picked by AG.AL. And then Ankara, the decider. The ban here, I like the ban from AG.AL port, a map that actually Virtus.PRO is undefeated on. So certainly makes a lot of sense to just eliminate that from the map pool early and try to figure it out from there. And meanwhile, the AG.AL pick, also not too bad for the side of AG.AL, but not the strongest map for Virtus.PRO. They have struggled on that one, 3 wins, 4 losses this year. So definitely going to be an uphill battle. This first map already feeling like a must win.
No, for sure. I mean, there's just the players bringing of confidence here on the side of AG.AL. They do have, of course, that lineage, that legacy to uphold. Haven't quite been able to hit that same stride that they used to have when they were the dominant team. They were the face of Chinese CROSSFIRE. That's since been taken by BaiSha Gaming, but they are looking to try to regain it. And what better place than here at the EWC if they can go ahead and get that done. But Virtus.PRO just sat back here backstage, watching their countrymen fall to the hands of BaiSha Gaming. They are looking to make sure that the same does not happen to themselves.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it would be the upset of all upsets in this tournament if they can get it done. And JRK gets it started early. One of the players I was looking to for this squad to really have a big game. Him and Humeo often leading the charge in that respect. Tom, watching with the snipers. You got a couple of them here for the side of Virtus.PRO. They've just kind of settled back a little bit, pushed JRK up a little bit further forward after finding that opening pick. Util being thrown, but nobody there for the side of All Gamers. They're just taking their time here a little bit, to reassess the situation after losing that early battle through mid.
Yeah, with ZY down, and an immense amount of pressure here to the team. It's a big name to have lost early.
The biggest.
Slowing the approach, just gonna have Shui working forward here, just outside the double doors, waiting for the smoke to try to dissipate, but for now, everything nice and cozy here for Virtus.PRO. Tucked back, waiting to see what the approach from the opponents ends up looking like. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Just under that now, remaining here in the round. Is Tom on the angle. Trying to watch his approach. His frag grenade's gonna get lobbed in, and that does tag up Shui a bit. Down to about 80 HP.
Oh.
As LDX around the back, getting a catch here, and that's gonna be ZQ taken down. Nearly is able to find Shui for his troubles. It's a 44, but just like that, the pain continues, and now we're under 1 minute remaining for the side of AG, as Shui is gonna be taken down. It's just due, and 12:22 remaining. Try to see if they can somehow clutch their way back into this, but the C4 is still basically trapped here over at this cat position. JRK able to find the shot, and that's 12:22 dead. Leaving out just due all to his own devices with that TRG in hand to try to see if he can make it sing, but given the time, given the outnumber, given the surround here on his position, this is looking all VP all day long.
All right, a great start there. VP finding some really nice openers. The first kill going their way, just all the way in towards the BL spawn. And they try to make a move through catwalks in towards short A, and that's read just brilliantly. The noise made. Another nice shot from JRK to open these ego bigs. Not going great.
And that is a hellish way to start things off here if you are AG. Another early advantage. Virtus.PRO clearly feeling it here at the moment. Chokehold control, and I mean, it's similar situation to what you just saw there in the previous round. You get that early pick, you take down one of these players, and then it just seems like AG.AL just start kind of reeling from that one. Struggling to figure a way back into the map.
For sure. And they're just not able to establish any presence. So you have no idea what's going on. So it's going to be that much more difficult for you to really clear through the rest of the map to try to march your way forward onto something to get the job done. LDX going to be the one watching mid, and then it's a 2-2 formation otherwise. Just going to hold the line here, play the numbers game, our Virtus.PRO. just force All Gamers Global to make some kind of move, and LDX gets a big spot out in mid.
A good amount of information going to be gained there. And has them rotating now across in towards this B site. Still though, Neo just sat here on this left side flank, Tom, to take point, take that first contact, fight, and allow for his teammate to swoop in and clean up the rest. Once again, running this clock down here, RAG. On the angle, still starting to fly forward. There's a drop down. We'll find one. There is ZY, but LDX now making his way back in, looking for a little bit more of it. Shui persevering for one, 12-22, finding another. Nevis does manage to find a kill here on the Shui, so now into a 2v2. The C4 is still needing to be planted here on the site. Flash connecting, Nevis going to be held back by that for the time being. Spraying across, trying desperately. Just get a couple straight shots to connect, but 12-22 still going to be alive, tagged up, but still breathing.
Bit of a pause. Get the C4 planted. Nevis, 1v2 facing him, gonna try and go from a different angle. See if he can catch him sleeping a little bit.
Spot on the one, that's gonna be 12-22 to deliver. And the desk talking about it a bit there. This guy's addition, this guy's level up in performance has been a wonder for AG.AL. And it looks like that is going to continue here as they manage to go ahead and trade it back. And that's from that 4v5 deficit to be able to tie it.
Exactly, just a really good execute there from the side of AG.AL. Not gonna lose a player right off the rip this round, but they come on to that site so fast and furious, and then VP immediately tries to reinforce through their spawn doors, and they get shut down. AG.AL was so ready for that. It just stalled the round out, gave them the ability to get into that situation where they had to go for the plant. VP just caught. Trying to see if they could stall things out a little bit. Again, another slow start. This time, though, with the full 5-man for AG.AL. Just scoping around the map, looking for these snipers. They've been a real thorn in their side. It's been dual snipers for the most part. Two of those TRGs being wielded by VP. Tom back onto mid-duty here. Players from AG.AL starting to try to make their way a little bit further forward. Looks like it is
split.
Yeah, looks like it's setting up for an A hit if they go, but still a lot of time on the clock.
LDX still creep up there for a moment now. Util starts to fly. He has to drop down. ZY able to find one. Tom going to be taken down. Huimio similarly going to be eliminated here, but JRK comes up big. That crossfire at long range. Able to find himself 2 quick kills to keep it neck and neck here at a 3v3, but for the time being, have to go ahead and concede the A site as the C4 gets wrapped around and gets ready to be planted.
Yeah, the smoke does come down to cut off that angle, but it's late for AG.AL. Been giving these snipers some opportunities, and they've been capitalizing for VIRTUS.PRO. Send 2 around long, 1 through short. See if they can get this retake to go.
Do here in position with the TRG. Well, then onto the angle, but JRK. Well, just kind of ego peeks the angle and is able to win out the fight. Does eat a good amount of damage as 12-22 is going to be able to finish him off there. And now go down into a 1v1. 12-22 is frantically trying to crouch and somehow draws out the weapon to find the kill. Will die to fall damage, but it doesn't matter. Gets the round win all the same.
Oh, man. That's a nail biter for sure. Nice wrap. I mean, JRK, he is crying with that TRG right now. Absolutely going crazy.
All likelihood, VP would probably think that they were going to be favored there in that round, but now the push out, this aggressive crunch attempt out towards this A-long position, it's completely counteracted. Only a quick little touch of damage on the Shui. Otherwise, not much more to see from that, so it's a good early round advantage here to AG for pretty much the first time in this map.
Yeah, that's going to open up Du's angle. Be looking for an opportunity of his own. Try to get himself on the scoreboard with a frag. So far, him and ZQ both empty in that department. They are going to be changing positions just a little bit, though. Set up more for an A lean. Some of the riflers. But do watch the flank angle. But Huimio not too far away here around the corner, backpedaling a bit.
Working their way forward, though. As that's the shot getting connected. Great headshot there from Du. That opens things up a bit, and Tom only gonna be able to find the one out there towards long. So now, 4 players strong on the approach. Nevis able to go ahead and keep it to held back here for the moment. Forces that smoke out so he can safely try to go on the cross. Drops down. It's gonna be damn lucky to still be alive. Nevis, however, is still out on the hunt. Wants to try to find it, but only lines up the headshot once again. That's Nevis gone, and now is all down to JRK, who won't be able to make that pistol find the value that was needed. So AG now starting to string together several round wins.
Yeah, starting to pick up a little bit of steam now. Our AG.AL, it's a little rough there to start. VIRTUS.PRO had some really nice early round reads, but now they're starting to get dismantled in that regard themselves. Using that player early at long A. Corner smoke here.
Another aggressive fight. Ooh, pushed across. Just trying to make their way through this one. It looks like they will be able to get Nemeo into a good spot. Long control firmly in hands of VP.
That means quick rotations back towards mid for the other 2 players at long A. So we're going to be setting up for a B lean here. All going to be about that player that's tucked in. Look at Nevis right on top of the box. Falls back as soon as the util starts to come through.
Dodge and try to play anti here. Tom with a quick peek over the top. But look at this. Try to outdo him here on this sniper battle. Not getting any damage registered through quite just yet as Nevis is able to find one. That's going to be Shui dead on the entry here at the site. Swinging to the corner. ZQ somehow holding his own for a little bit longer. Then it's going to be ZY who ends up getting taken down as Tom now pushing forward. Finds a little bit of additional value, and just like that and 12-22 find themselves alone. As 12-22 completely corralled now into the corner. The swing coming through. And that will be him getting put down. So a good rally back here from the side of VP. They're keeping things neck and neck.
Yeah, this is really nice stuff from them. But Nevis's position isn't read until it's too late. And then AG.AL is scrambling to try to get through the door to get an entry into the site. Can't quite do it. Let's see early here. Challenge for this A long angle. So important on this map. Oh my God, Shui.
Yeah, frag grenades right there into the face. Shui surviving with 59. He's done his job, which is take control of this position.
Playing the tank role for the team there. Just eating through that damage to try to set up the map control. They at least got it going. You're going to have Du now. Going to be looking to swap places with him seemingly on the map. Now Tom so out here in the open, but able to tuck into the corner. Now they've got so much mid control. VP making a counter move on the map of their own.
Doesn't want to stay on this angle, though. It'll be a frequent nade spot to try to flush somebody out if they do get tucked. So just go ahead and back away, but it's good about it. Yep, that's what I was talking about right there. Would have been him dead to right, so wise that he had gone for the reposition.
Still hanging on to a little bit of util. Are all gamers waiting for their moment. VP able to get that early info, gonna fall back. 3 on site. Starting to fan out just a little bit now. Trying to figure out exactly what their opponents are up to, and smoke into mid and obscures that information. They even throw a smoke deep at A, so that's gonna pull extra rotations over. This is so smart from all gamers.
It is, but they're still continuing to run this clock down. They still have to try to get through LDX. Quick little tuck here along to the box, but they just pre-fire it, and that's gonna be a kill found. He gets taken down. To check out multiple other angles here on the site, do at the same time, trying to get it picked there through the doors at mid. He's unable to find one. Before, not yet on the ground, still has to make it across this doorway, and Nevis is able to find one. This is still very much in the realm of VP being able to close it out, especially as Du does get taken down on the rotation in. C4 now in play, but 12-22 eliminated. Down to ZQ and ZY. A 2v3 to try to see if they are going to be able to defend this position. Tom with a swing, instantly finds the kill, and ZY cannot do it all. VP, they will get the defuse, and they will tie it up at 3-3.
What a retake. What a retake for VP. Winning some big battles out on the extremities. Looked like that was going to be a pretty solid hit for All Gamers Global to just storm onto the site, get things planted, get things set up for your post-plant defense. Instead, it's quick reactions this time from VIRTUS.PRO. You're hitting some nasty shots with those TRGs. Tom having a really nice one there.
Well, going to be netted out of position. Pretty bad damage going to be suffered there, and 12-22 able to find this opening kill here. Looks like AG looking to very much just up the pace in this round. Not happy the VP have tied up affairs here.
Opening kill. Looking nice here now for All Gamers to kind of reestablish themselves, take the lead back into their own hands. I'm just gonna keep a couple players here at the front of B and then switch over to the other side of the map seemingly. Have to be careful. A lot of space given up, so you never know if somebody had pushed all the way through long A. Have to be really, really smart about this as Jue. He is being thoughtful. Tom back to his home, right on catwalks. So far, though, no big maneuvers being made, and you're just trying to assess the situation. So patient after making these big hits. Are All Gamers Global.
Look at the space opened up. Nevis now slotting forward all the way through long. He's gotten himself into the spawn, and he's going to continue to push. And if they don't read this at all, this could be their undoing. Right now, all these players completely, utterly surrounded. 12-22 turning back at the right time, is able to find one, but eventually he's going to get flushed out. ZQ and do at the same time, however. Able to find LDX and Nevis. Oh, now 4-2. And even with those numbers advantages, you can see AG maybe shook up a bit given the scoreline here. Still look to try to play this one a little bit more slowly. Tom, however, going to get caught into the open, but on the re-peek, redraws down with a TRG. Finds a kill on the ZY. The Z4 still going to be held back. JRK, he finds another. And just like that, this round is starting to get away from AG. I think that they're just slowing down the pace a bit too much.
Second guessing themselves, trying to make VP think, but VP happy to just let their natural skills shine through. They will finally work their way onto a site, but at what cost? They lost their man advantage that they had early. Here we go. Another big retake coming forward. Both TRGs, both snipers going to be in VP's hands to try to make a go of this versus two rifles.
About a fifth of the time gone. The peak coming in. JRK not going to be ready for that timing there, so it's well read by Shui. Puts them now into very advantaged position. Tom just at this 38 HP mark, and yeah, crossfire setup. Nigh impossible to break. It'll be AG.AL regaining the lead here, but only just.
See Dono there. Give him a little bit of encouragement. Crossfire at the end. Difficult to deal with, but really, that was a scrappy round. A lot of back and forth. Trying to figure each other out. As VP, you really want to get those snipers uncomfortable early. Even though they're able to find that first kill. They're left in awkward positions. Able to give Tom that opportunity while he's trying to reload. Ooh, a decent grenade. But you know, really giving Tom that opportunity to switch back over to his gun. Couldn't capitalize on the jump they had on him at the A site. That gave VIRTUS.PRO a little bit of hope. Still, All Gamers, all good in the end. Two players pushing out a short now, again, for VP. But you saw it in the previous round, like you mentioned. AG really diligent about that. Yeah, there goes some more. That's the smoke out in the mid, actually. Been pretty good about making sure that they're aware of this maneuvering that VIRTUS.PRO wants to do.
Diligent, and almost at times feels like it's to a fault. Now, big push up here through this cat position. Three players strong for the moment to try to gain this space, but he's got three on the opposite side from VP, ready to try to counteract, and one of them is Tom, and he's been hitting his shots, looking sharp. Swing coming through. Force him off the angle there for a moment, just trying to really corral in. Nevis there at stairs, is able to find one, but it's going to be traded back. They know that they've got this player widely contained here into a corner, but they're still losing players on the approach. JRK peek out through the window, able to find one, and now it's 12-22 to try to see if he can clutch things up here. Has the C4 in hand, brings it down to a 1v1. Drift across, the checks coming through. Spot out, but LDX playing this quietly, says, I don't really need to move a muscle until I hear that C4 get planted.
Oh, this is so tough to read.
Makes his way over, but does he just go for a full wrap? No, he's gonna drop down. He's in on top of the boxes, and he's read it so incredibly well. Oh! 12-22. Is narrowing down to every single last possibility. Flushes him out, and he saves the round.
That's the young gun there for All Gamers Global. Coming in with a heck of a play. I thought he was dead to rights here. Drops down onto the box. LDX none the wiser. Has kept himself obscured. Really nicely done. Good dump a util here. Take a little bit of A-long control. Again, trying to get those snipers uncomfortable, so a lot of smokes being used early to allow all gamers to sort of feel the map out a little bit, but it is very slow for them. Both teams playing very cautious here. Nobody really often going for big aggressive maneuvers. You see it maybe one round or two, but otherwise it's been very disciplined, very patient, really trying to use that time to their favor. Another smoke out. This time right down mid doors again. Just trying to take their time. Clear the corner with some util, but
Push up here. ZQ goes for a peek. It's going to be heavily at risk. Well, he's going to try to find it, but maybe able to just go ahead and turn. He collects both of them over here at long.
what in the world was that? That is disgusting from Yumeo. They're trying to set up a crossfire on him, and he just picks it apart. 1-2.
Not fast enough on that peak here. Now players collected forward. Still got LDX. He's just been standing here basically behind the door the entire time. Is now just starting to backpedal away from this position. AG, I mean, they need to make a go of this pretty damn soon. They need to find some kind of advantage, some kind of trade back. Marsh, position to try to clear out, and LDX, well, he makes sure that he doesn't get taken down for free. It's JRK, yeah, able to swing in, finds Dew, reloading the pistol, cleans him up. Just like that, VIRTUS.PRO continuing to fight back here in this map.
Yeah, 5-4 half though. Not bad at all for both teams, but really AG.AL put through the paces in some of these rounds. Good sniping in particular, being a real difference maker for VIRTUS.PRO. That last one, just Yumeo having a nasty double kill. Had to turn about 90 degrees for that. Still got the job done. Filthy stuff, but over on towards the GR side now for all gamers. Get 12-22, 15 kills in that first half. Absolutely frying. The desk was saying this young addition to this roster has really proved himself.
More kills than 3 of his teammates combined. It has been electric for them, but even then, it's just that 1 round lead that they have. Looks like VIRTUS.PRO poking and prodding over towards B, over towards water. Nothing going to be seen there. Now re-wrapping, and it's a very heavy shove. A 4-1 split with LDX trying to slink his way in through the double doors here. Shui and ZQ none the wiser at the moment.
A lot of pressure going to be put onto Dew potentially at the A side as well. Sitting with that sniper. LDX, is he going to read this push?
Smoke over towards that underpass. Dew up to the corner, instantly finds the shot, and ZY doubling up on the angle, doubles up on the kills. Nevis now dead, and that is a massive shutdown on this attack attempt here. AG looking right as rain. They say, yeah, we like to play it patiently on attack, but we're happy to play it patient, play it on the defense as well.
Yeah.
Sit back and wait for them to just collide.
I saw you guys putting on a show with the snipers on your defender side. Okay, our turn. Let's get it going with those TRGs. Just filthy stuff there. And VIRTUS.PRO just walks right into it.
Starts to lead now 6-4. Why? Pot shot's going to be sent out there. Is dropping back. He is under an immense amount of pressure. Trying to cut his way back through the doors here, out of that B side. Does manage to escape, but it's going to be a lot of presence now surrendered here. A lot of space given over to the side of VIRTUS.PRO as they try to bring that C4 forward. Still not yet in the sight. Got Yumeo now entrenched there in the back. Dew is just hoping that somebody peeks him here at the window, but I don't think that VP are going to give him that opportunity. C4 now brought across. Tom still a world away here from his teammates. He's trying to hold this line, but 12-22 able to push forward, finding one. Dew gets another. LDX fighting back. It's a couple kills. That leaves Dew now to his own devices, getting the spot out. LDX eliminated. Little tap there to try to get the bait forward. Tom being spotted. Flash lobbed in, and he's got the headshot pistol drawn in. Dew ends up falling, and that's going to be 1-1 here in the second half.
Yeah, Tom there with a really late hold of mid. I was watching him over in the BL spawn the whole time, just watching to see if anybody crossed. That gives you so much information to hold the line as VIRTUS.PRO at those choke points to protect that to protect against the retake. Oh, a little bit of damage, a lot of a damage.
A good amount of damage there. Yeah, Humia going to be able to find 2 quick kills. Dwayne 12-22, raid boss from the side of AG.AL, now going to be taken down. Look forward through that smoke attempt there from Do, but Tom susses it out, finds the shot. And that should pretty much be this round over. As VP will tie it up at 6-6.
Wow. Oh, okay, okay.
It's a good shot. A little bit of a wall bang action there, but oh, now ZQ needs to deliver 4 more just like it. C4 being brought across there towards A. ZQ needing to check every single angle as Nevis says hello, and we'll catch him on a timing.
All tied up, 6-6 now. VIRTUS.PRO starting to make a run, starting to really challenge all gamers. There you go, that last kill, but they're just hitting shots, man, like nasty reads. Oh,
just misses the timing there. ZY kind of just slotting along the wall, goes unspotted. Troy at the same time, doing very much the same there versus LDX. Nevix does manage to peel back a single kill there.
That's gonna bait out a little bit of util here from VIRTUS.PRO to have to clear that catwalk angle. Smokes came out as well to really keep things in the favor of All Gamers Global with their map control. They've taken a lot of it. They're pushed all the way out of B. Jouet locking down mid a bit, keeping those snipers in positions where they can do some damage over at A as well. Just one at catwalk, one at long. They're just gonna hold the line, look for that contact. See what they can get done off of that. Mayo has been a real difference maker. Oh, Tom again.
Absolutely insane little peek there. Pretty much 10 times out of 10, you would have favored ZY holding that angle. Nevis at the same time, he finds ZQ. Trying to go on a little bit of an exploration. And just like that, I mean, VP just pumped the brakes and they say, hey, just let them fight into us. We'll pick them apart. Now they find themselves advantaged, getting ready to maybe gain the lead here.
Oh boy.
Question is, where do they try to take this C4? Because they're lacking information on these remaining 2 players. Seems like maybe a bit of a distraction, as you know, we will have attack pause coming through off the back of this round. Again, Jouet just missing the angle. Able to find him, but Nevis wins out the fight. Leaves Do now to his own devices. 32 seconds remaining. Tom spotted there on the push, but now they have that final player position confirmed, so they can just go sprinting forward in towards this B site.
It's gonna be tough for Do. He's trying to get there as quick as he can. Smoke
Grenades
already
available.
Down. Yeah.
Smoke on the angle. Just trying to play himself in slowly here. He goes swinging forward, but Nevis, yep, it's got that covering fire. Just like that, VIRTUS.PRO now find themselves once again in the lead.
Yeah, dude, just looking for that quick kill. The time was ticking. Maybe if he could get that one and done and back out, might be able to get the round just on time alone. But yeah, timeout needs to be called here for All Gamers Global. They have been struggling to put it together on this defender side. It looked like after that first round, you're like, oh, the snipers are on lock. They're ready to rock and roll, but VIRTUS.PRO since then has just been reading them so well. This whole round is just all about patience for VIRTUS.PRO. They're just taking their time. They're saying, you guys are going to keep pushing, looking for that map control, looking for that space. We're happy to give that up to you. We've got snipers who can just shut you down. And we're just going to out-time you, out-lurk you. Positioning so good.
That, yeah, that patience conversation, likely something being had right now from the coaching staff of AG.AL. Don't know, likely saying, guys, we have an advantage. Why are we hunting like this?
Yeah. I think that's certainly something to think about. And for VIRTUS.PRO, you know, this could be one of those rounds where maybe you throw a quick hit at him, throw a rush at him. Something you haven't really shown yet. See if you could catch them sleeping a little bit too much if they do fall back. But just waiting to see what decisions are going to be made after this tack pause, because, you know, with the way that BaiSha versus Falcons went, we thought, oh boy, not going to be a good day but for Vietnam. But man, oh man, they have come to play at VIRTUS.PRO. They've got All Gamers Global on the back foot. Is there a map pick? Sure, but still. You were thinking 2-0 the whole way here as AG.AL. This is not the way you wanted to get this event started.
No, definitely not. And the X once again sprinting forward, do very far up here. As, yep, that's going to be 12-22, trying to go for the peak, ends up losing his life. A couple nades going to be exchanged here. Pistol drawn down, do able to hold them back for one. Can he stop the full scale forward is going to be the question. A couple more nades going to be invested here. Arcade just around the corner. Has he been spotted? No, not yet. But do a quick shot. Able to find it there as ZY at the same time takes down Tom. That has the last two players from VP contained back in towards the spawn. Dway scaling forward, gets a spot on the one, but WEIBO able to win out that fight. Nails the headshot. VP, where do you try to go from here?
Man, oh man. JRK, I liked that what he tried to do there. He used that smoke to keep himself hidden. Do hits an incredible flick. It turns the round on its head for VIRTUS.PRO. They're going to take their time again. I think they're just going to back into what had worked previously, you know, just wait this out. And you saw how aggressive Joy was. Like, why not just wait? Why not just kind of see if they try to push forward and get info?
Giving them an opportunity, though. You look at the HP here between Do and ZY. I mean, both of them half a bar. Either of them, that's going to be a key opener for you, or especially if you get ZQ. 55 seconds now remaining on the clock. Nevis, WEIBO grouping up once again, looking like they want to continue to try to scale forward, take a second crack at this B site.
Especially with Nevis, the rifle, find some damage out of those weak players. Be a difference maker. Mayo as well. Not about it.
Do position. Crouch walk across, just trying to deny him that angle. On the repeat, has he seen him? He says no. No, it's just, okay, re-swinging back around. It's another fantastic shot from Do. As he is going to be able to get all of them. Massive round there. To get AG.AL right back into the driver's seat. They tie it up once again. Let's see who's going to be able to regain the lead from here. Be 2 rounds away from potentially claiming the map, but given the way that they've been going back and forth, we could be in for overtime.
Yeah, for sure. This is really, really impressive stuff, but the start there, so scrappy for both sides, and that time finally AG able to win one of those skirmishes, give themselves that player advantage, in fact 2-player advantage. I'll boil down to it. Oh, JRK be tagged up early. The pressure now maybe a little bit our VIRTUS.PRO, so they're just gonna chill out, reassess the map a little bit. Look how far this has allowed AG to gather space. You want to see this early, that's fine, but you don't want to see that over-commitment, that over-aggression that we saw sometimes from AG.AL, where they were just continuing to just W key on the map, just thinking, okay, they're giving us the space, and surely we'll catch them off guard, but that was all according to plan for VIRTUS.PRO.
ZY here on the angle. To push 4 players around that corner. Getting slotted in around the back. There's the peak. It's going to be a bit of a delayed reaction. ZY unable to find the kill, but does manage to get away scot-free himself. At the same time, though, VIRTUS.PRO looking to really up the pressure. Quad push now through this cat position. Why rerouting? His eyes trained here. Trying to see if he can catch anybody on this peak. Nades flying through, first shot connecting. WEIBO dead, JRK finished off by 12-22, who does get traded out and traded up is Tom. Trying to keep them here in this round. Still at a player disadvantage. Nevis able to find ZY. It's now to a 2v2. Still the approach coming through. Jouet arriving from long, trying to see what he could spot out. The C4 now going to be planted, but Do arriving as soon as that bomb goes down. And the cleanup is going to be there. AG get the defuse. They get themselves back into the lead. 2 more rounds. Want to try to take away Black Widow from their opponents.
A good fundamental decision making this time from AG. It's Jouet being really patient with that lurk timing before he wraps all the way through spawn, knowing when they're more committed, waiting for that full information gather. You know, and you're able to do some damage on the site with those snipers, and then get Jouet into a position where he can backstab, get those freebies. A bit of spam damage. Look at how aggressive All Gamers Global are. Sway is
Big
out
change
there.
up. Potential little set play here for them. Really try to get themselves to that final hurdle. VP playing passively back. They do not get caught by this. Shui finds himself in a risky spot, as mentioned before. If those nades start flying towards him, that could be him dead to rights. But for now, it is going to be VP widely shoving these 4 players over towards long, where there is absolutely zero contest.
Yeah, they're giving up a lot of that long A space since they've claimed mid. I feel like they can play for a shutdown on the execute or a decent retake. Just a poke and a prod here. 5-man stacking our VIRTUS.PRO. They want to make sure that if they run into anything, should be the trade available. They're going to leave Tom out there. Take long A control with that sniper. Typical position that you're going to see players taking this spot.
It's out in towards mid. None of these towards Shui's position here for the time being. Still entrenched. Do they nade him out? They're about to swing into him. JRK, however, suspicious about it, but looks away at the last possible moment, and that leads to the kill going the way over towards Shui. ZY at the same time, able to find a kill. Trades it back up now, 4v3. C4 is still contained back here towards the spawn. A 2-1 split, worlds apart though, in ways that VP certainly do not want to be. Tom now will have to try to find his way back in to join in with the rest of the squad.
Now mid-crunch that worked a treat there for AG.
Oh. Goes for the peak, damage traded, but Shui finding the kill. As Shui is holding it down. 3 for him here in the round. Nevis swinging out to try to see if he can make a go of it, but he cannot. ZQ will take him out, and that is going to be AG.AL getting 1 round away from stealing Black Widow from out underneath VP's feet.
Yeah, now they're saying, okay, they're giving us the space, but let's just, again, make sure we're patient with it. We've seen it in the last couple of rounds where AG.AL, they're happy to take that early aggression, take a little bit of map control, but they aren't overextending anymore. They're holding their lines, and it's catching VIRTUS.PRO a bit off. You have to make a crazy move at the end, and no hope there. Jue just shutting that round down. When you're in that position in mid, and it's not really fully accounted for, like you said, it looked like it was checked, but it was too late. You know, you're kind of just flicking back and forth. You're like, okay, they're not here, they're not here. Oh, whoops, they're here. And I was already swinging the other direction with my crosshair. Makes things pretty difficult, but I think you don't need to do too much different now as AG.AL. Kind of found your footing, found your groove, found your rhythm, found what's working against VIRTUS.PRO. Put the impetus on them to make their move, to show their cards what this timeout is about. And then figure it out from there. Rely on these experienced players you have on this team who've been playing for so damn long to get the reads and get the adjustments.
Curious if AG.AL has anything up their sleeve, other little set strategy, something to try to catch VIRTUS.PRO off guard here. To seal the deal on this final round. Obviously, not wanting to show your full hand every single strategy. You want to be able to save some of those for the playoffs in particular. If you can get this map win here, take it away from your opponents, then get ready to go into your own, you're going to be feeling a hell of a lot calmer about your potential result, about that potential victory on the horizon as well. Okay. Well, that's just that's Dude dead. Just a big clash out here in mid. Trying to go for a timing peak, and he gets shut down. So on the back foot now, our AG.
Oof. Just a little too over-aggressive this time around. AG.AL on the set point. Gonna be on the back foot. One player down early. And again, it's right back to basics for VIRTUS.PRO. Looking for the aggression, finding that pick, and then just kind of piecing the map apart, piece by piece. Just figuring out, okay, well, is there going to be maybe an aggressive push out of B here? Are we going to be under pressure? A little bit of a trap setup, though. All this extra space. See the crossfire setup.
Shui was able to just tuck across this angle, utilizing that smoke. Primed and ready to strike, 3-2 split. As LDX maybe getting ready to try to make some noise over on this side of the map, cause a distraction. Flash over the top, getting a little connection there. Shui drops down, holds a much harsher angle now. Util dump is going to be coming through. They're really trying to sell this fake, but now the push coming through. Shui able to find one. ZQ from down below. Give himself a little bit of added value now. 3v3 as the dust does settle. C4 separated from the remainder of the team, and there's only 48 seconds remaining in this round.
12-2-2 now.
Fighting forward, changing some damage, winning out that fight, and LDX narrowly managed to come out on top, but he's got no HP behind this. C4 once again needing to be recovered. The time starting to very much get away from VP, and this is not how you want to go out, not on your map pick. Peek into mid, got it in hand, and needs to just run away. Lucky to still be alive, but ZY closely chasing in from behind. At the same time, you do have Tom forward now. At the ready, sniper in hand here on the A site. If CY can find this one, that might just be the round of the map. Over 10 seconds now remaining. Needs to try to recover this one, needs to stick in for the C4 plant, and he cannot. ZQ will take him down, and AG.AL 10-7 will collect their opponent's map pick.
And it was a little bit pressured there for a while. AG.AL were really pushed to the limits. VIRTUS.PRO coming in with a nice game plan, especially when they were on their GR side. I thought they really had a nice read on how to handle the way that AG.AL was going to want to maneuver around the map. Those snipers were doing some really good stuff early, but once Dew kind of got into action, things starting to crumble a little bit. Once AG.AL got their snipers into play, yeah, that's when things started to go the other way.
Not for sure, but that's that tenacity there from AG.AL. Maybe a bit of nerves. I mean, we talked about how young this squad is, bringing up the new iteration era of CROSSFIRE from China, trying to train them into monsters, make them bring AG.AL back, into that former glory where they used to dominate the entire scene. So maybe some nerves to start off here on the big stage, but it seems like they certainly did find their footing by the end. But now the pressure is going to be on the side of VIRTUS.PRO as they look to avoid falling into that lower bracket. Need to push this all the way to that third and final map if they want to be able to do so. Otherwise, it might just be another showing of Chinese CROSSFIRE dominance here at EWC.
Yeah, it's going to be tough going into a map that they struggle on and your opponents do not in Eagle Eye next. So AG knew it was going to be something that they could pick into their favor, and they've got a tough one.
Well, we'll see what the prep looks like here for VP when we come back after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are. you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are.
We are back in AG.AL. We're able to recover the map to start things off. A Black Widow taking it away from VIRTUS.PRO. Now we get ready to go into AG.AL's map pick themselves to see if they can close this out, deliver another 2-0 here to round out this first day at EWC.
Yeah, really excited to see what they're going to bring. VIRTUS.PRO, a lot of work to do. Coming up for a tough map for them in Eagle Eye. AG.AL just kind of found their footing eventually. Took a little bit longer than you might have expected. So, VIRTUS.PRO giving us a little bit of a show. Definitely having some moments. In particular, JRK and Tom really showing up big with those snipers. So that's something you might have to be thinking about. You might have to contend with. Making sure that util, especially early, is a little bit more well-placed to kind of cut off some of those angles. Give you a little bit of that map presence that you're looking for. Get a quick overview We go right into the action. AG.AL going to be starting on the blacklist side.
Already, big util dumps here from both sides. Just going to be some mid control here from the side of AG.AL to start things off. Looks like they're going to be eyeing up this A site though. Around towards long, where for the moment they only have Yumio in position to try to slow down this approach.
Heading up to the tower, playing a safe position. Still getting caught up by those flashes anyway.
A full connection there. As Smoke's now lobbed in, just cutting off that short as well. Is that okay? Defender side. Yumio, however, look at they're still trying to hold the line. It's going to be good for 2 kills and try to give the remainder of his team a bit of an opportunity. But 12-22, pushing forward, runs out of ammo, and JRK is able to go ahead and collect that. But Do dropping off the top with the pistol in hand, will be able to find it, and that's going to be AG.AL starting things off with a round win.
Man, Yumio has come up with some massive 2Ks for VIRTUS.PRO today. He may not be lighting up the scoreboard all the time, but when he does, it is so impactful. Still though, All Gamers Global able to respond quickly, giving themselves a brief advantage in that round. And it was almost turned on its head by VP. Nice early start for AG. We'll be taking some peeks with those snipers. Now deeper smokes coming through. Both teams starting to try to flex their muscles on the map a little bit. Leave the C4 in mid, give themselves some pivot options. See if they want to go into a different direction. And they're going to add a little bit of extra layer to the defense onto the A site as VP there. You're going to put Yumio and Tom over there initially. And you're going to have LDX not too far away either. Back it up if it is another A hit, but see, just looking to see if anybody's going to pop up on the roofs. For now, VIRTUS.PRO keeping themselves obscured, keeping themselves safe, just trying to set up for some good anti-hits. A flash sent out from AG.AL. And the smoke in response there, try to cut off A. You would think that'd give you a little bit more freedom to cover B here, but VIRTUS.PRO still playing pretty far back. Just gonna cut underneath the underpass.
Solid on the first map. If you can, just really let that clock get worked down. JRK repositioning. Maybe misses a chance to try to catch a do on that approach up and over the top, but ZY will go ahead and find his way forward for the first kill, but 22 going to get caught. Do able to find JRK there, opening up that potential long-standing flank that VP would have been banking on. Missed out on the opportunity with C4 planted here at B. Just going to hold close. The X there just around the corner. Struggle to try to push his way forward, especially now. And loses out on another teammate. Tom out here onto the bridge, eventually going to be found as Shui cleans him up. Just like that, it's going to be a 2-0 start here for AG.AL.
Yeah, this time just taking what they're given, our AG.AL. Good flash there as well to buy time for that plant. Keep VIRTUS.PRO from being able to try to send out a counter punch. Really good util coming through, and VIRTUS.PRO off on the wrong foot this time around. Down 2-0. They're getting aggressive at long B. Tons of util there, but nobody home for AG.AL. They're continuing this mid hold that they've been favoring throughout the start of this map. Just waiting their time, waiting for their moments. Again, feeling the map out, sending a little bit of fake util here and there in that previous round. Keep VIRTUS.PRO honest on the other side of the map from where they were really thinking about going, but they're tucked into their spawn with a couple players. Everybody else just holding the line in mid. A bit of a boost. Check the roof angle. Nobody there at all for VIRTUS.PRO, but the real thing is that you've got JRK so far forward over on the B side of the map.
This is where Do was able to get in for free, and then from there, take him down. Shot attempt, but shot goes wide. Opens up a bit more space here as Nevis now trying to hold from that top bridge position. Swing out, just a pistol. Good amount of damage going to be found there onto ZY, but cannot get that elimination. But LDX, able to fire back a bit. Keeps it now to a 3v3. Trying to tag it down. Still looking to try to hold this line, and he'll be able to find ZQ for his troubles. Gives his teammates a very strong opportunity to be able to try to close this one out. Do, at the moment, watching the wrong angle of approach. Eyes on the bridge. If that rewrap does come through, maybe he can find some value, but right now, his teammate gets overwhelmed and that's way taken down. Shot, however, connecting. LDX dead, tries to turn for the flash. It's blinded up a bit and draws down for the pistol. As do, oh, it looked like he was gonna be in such a bad spot. It looked like that should have been. VIRTUS.PRO getting themselves on the board, but it's a monstrous clutch.
VIRTUS.PRO makes some nice little micro adjustments in this round. They just get outdone by AG.AL. The way that they're so quick to react off of that pressure that GRK was facing. You know, AG.AL decided to turn up the tempo as soon as they caught that player so far forward in JRK. And they were right there to set up that crossfire towards the trolley. And it cut down a couple members of AG.AL, but they're just a little bit quicker to respond with some shots of their own and do with a huge clutch. I'm there in that angle. Not sure if Du saw him or not, but doesn't like it regardless.
Small scale forward for trying to take this forward position. Is able to find one, gets a headshot there to put down CY, but quickly is going to be traded out, not giving him that opportunity to pull off the heroics that we saw from the opening round. Tom, however, holding his own. Gets another with the pistol, gets a spot out there. Worried about this re-wrap, but goes for the drop down and the quick shot. Goes across as that's going to be 12-22 taken out, and Nevis will arrive. So on the board.
Hold the line from the tower. So well played by him. Hitting some crazy shots there. That's a nice one for VIRTUS.PRO to get themselves onto the board. Early push out from Humeo. Does find at least a little bit of a value. Gets traded, but more importantly, gives him the info. Again, AG.AL off of contact turns up the pace. This time, VIRTUS.PRO able to respond. And in big part by Tom, just so quick there with that sniper. Man, oh man. Now you're just kind of back to what we saw earlier a couple rounds ago with JRK way out there. Trying to hold down that angle. This time it is going to be the C4 that's actually closest to him. It's Dway, but he's not interested in that side of the map. They're thinking about the A side, but a bunch of util comes out and they're like, let's wait a little bit longer then. This is going to be a little bit more challenging than maybe we initially thought. Do a lot of pressure on him to win some of these sniper battles, especially against Tom. It's been really fearsome.
So far, though, AG.AL very slow go of it once more. Get a good amount of the util out from the side of VP. They still plenty behind, but haven't really been able to gain any kind of space control whatsoever. Just now starting to get clustered up on this approach towards A once more. You should know that that's where Tom's going to be.
Yeah, just lining up for the big executor.
He's now going to be sent in. Tucked in behind the box, the entry looking for it there, but Nevis able to hold his own for one. Eventually going to get flushed out, and does nail the shot. Tom dead there at the top of sight. Now primed for the taking and primed for the C4 plant. There's a 4-1 with LDX trying to see if he can find it, but it's going to be 12-22 coming out on top. So, okay, a little bit of push, but a lot of shove and response here. AG.AL, they drop one and they answer right back with a win of their own.
Yeah, the whole setup here is to just deal with Tom, basically. And you get some decent entries, but it's really just that util to keep Tom pinned there on the backside of the tower. Make his life uncomfortable, and then doing his job right when he needs to. Takes Tom down. That just ends the round, basically. Now he's just on to counter lurk duty here. Looking to see if anybody, seen it from Humeo, can get aggressive early. See what they want to do. Maybe spotted out Nevis there, just got a sense that he would be in that position, so get quite a bit of damage with those frags. Du has to be extra cautious here with that smoke there. Change positions a little bit. That's a deep one from VP. You have to be suspicious that maybe they're trying to sneak Humeo up again. That tip of the spear. In fact, we know he's behind the box.
Same spot that he found that opening kill from. Gonna look to try to do it again, but this time, flush him out. Too many targets. Ends up going to take it down. Tom going to be good for the one, but the pistol spray will eventually find him there from Shui. JRK caught with util in hand. Trying to offer up some peel here, some reprieve for a teammate that is already since dead. There's LDX with everything to do. Otherwise, AG going to be halfway to victory here. on AG.AL, and yep, it's just not going to be ready. This forward lurk from Do, so kill comes in. 5-1, AG.AL looking right as rain here on their map.
For sure. The one kind of piece of trickery that had thrown them off balance previously is shut right down. Not gonna let Humeo really do anything. They do tons of damage early to Nevis. I mean, you gotta like what you're seeing now. AG.AL gonna be challenged again here at A long. Oh my, it's an even exchange though. Not too bad for AG.AL actually. I thought that could have gone worse. Oh, it does.
Oh yeah, it does end up doing just that. Here behind the wall there, ZY has to pop out, is able to find one more. He's bounding across the gaps here, redraws the weapon, gets the spot on the Tom, and knows that he is widely boxed in here for the moment. Tom will be able to go ahead and clean him up, so that leaves ZQ now. Low HP on 2 of the players, but C4 still dropped there on the corner. Leaves it here for now, but all of VP circling around this position, ready for the fight. Quick flick up the top, able to find one, gets the second. He's looking for Tom. Can he manage to make it happen? Continuing to scale forward. Runs out of bullets, draws up to the pistol, and ZQ. Absolute masterclass clutch from him. A 1v3 to continue to stave off VP, to continue to knock them down peg after peg.
Oh, it's heartbreaking for Virtus.PRO. It looks so good. They just get aggressive. They double down on that aggressive push they've been setting up, that they've been conditioning with Humeo. And they've got extra players pushing in towards mid as well. But ZQ's having none of it. The 3K to end it for him. Unreal stuff. The positioning there that he uses to work around that box, so good. That opening headshot, absolutely filthy. And that's gonna bring out the tactical pause. Virtus.PRO finally found an answer on the macro scale, but could not get it done on the micro. Oh, that's such a rough way to drop that round. It was so close.
And what are you meant to say going into this tactical pause after a round like that, where it feels like you absolutely should be favored, you should be doubling up, you should be trying to close that gap, but you end up dropping a 3v1. Shows that the wheels starting to come off here for Virtus.PRO. Maybe just the opponents here, knowing who they're up against, knowing the legacy of AG.AL, maybe that's starting to really work against them, get in their heads, instill those doubts, stop them from basically reascending to the level of a team from Vietnam that we have witnessed in the past.
Right, for sure. I mean, this Vietnam region has shown us glimpses of greatness. And I thought after Black Widow, maybe they could do some damage here, but man, obviously there were concerns in the historical sense coming into this, and they're starting to rear their ugly head.
Well, 2 more rounds to be played out here in the half. AG going to be looking for that 8-1 scoreline. VP, best they can make it, be that 6-3, but that is going to be a rough start as ZQ immediately finds a headshot kill on the JRK.
Yeah. Kind of getting a sense that maybe they try to get aggressive into that long B area again, and shutting it right down early. Tough loss for Virtus.PRO.
Space is refilled here. LDX is able to scale out of Hotel. Maybe he can try to find a jump, but he could tell. I mean, AG.AL, dude, just keeping tabs on every little single possibility here with Jay watching this angle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that was part of the timeout discussion here for AG.AL. I mean, it's been such an aggressive defender side for Virtus.PRO. You would love to make sure that if they keep trying to dip into that well, you've got it on lockdown. You've got it on 22 lockdown. There. A little bit of damage. I think him and Nevis scraping up a little bit over in mid. Comes some stuns, some smoke there to cut off the connector over towards A. But for now, AG.AL not really showing much presence on the map. Still looking, still waiting. Virtus.PRO to get over aggressive. LDX has been mostly just holding this angle. He's trying to see if he can give himself that 2-piece maybe, give themselves that player advantage. Which you would expect to normally be kind of a one-and-done position. Spotted out. LDX has to retreat.
22 is able to find one. ZY gets another. It's just continuing the spiral. AG.AL, yeah, running the clock, but in firm control, and with Tom going down. Feels like that might just be the hopes really dwindling here for VP. Not just in this round, but in this map and in this series. C4 planted a world away. Yumio about to get caught off guard and taken down. ZQ will find it. 7-1, potentially that 8-1 ready to come through here for AG.AL as they look for damn near perfection on their map pick.
Yeah, and now they're starting to lose some of the 1v1 battles early. So VIRTUS.PRO struggling, find answers. A lot of util out there pushing mid hard. Oh my goodness, 2 down right away. JRK only gets 1, ZY gets 2.
Just absolutely shredding them here. Just meeting that aggression right back at him, and now Tom, in the blink of an eye, I mean, it's only been, what, 20 seconds into this round, and he's the last one standing. A 1v3.
Well,
if he could pull it off like dude did before.
C4's here.
He does, yeah, maybe he's gonna be able to get control of this one. Now knows it as he swings this corner. Yeah, double take, says, okay, I've got the bomb. Where are the opponents? Gonna swing back around in towards this mid main. Finds the first. They're just looking to collapse in upon him right as he tries to go for any kind of util that would provide any kind of reprieve. They don't give him the opportunity to really get that ball rolling. AG.AL looking firmly in control here on Eagle Eye.
Just exactly what you expected. Maybe some of the rounds didn't go how you would have expected for AG.AL when they were winning, and a few of them required some pretty massive individual displays of prowess, but they do in the long run come out with that 8-1 lead in the half. Humeo already getting clipped by a grenade, down to 77 HP. Continue their press forward.
Big hotel presence here. ZY, yep, able to find the first. It's going to be JRK taken out. DQ still holding here at the bridge. The swing coming in. Humeo just cannot find that opening. He cannot find that one displacement as EQ is now in around the back, and he is tearing them to pieces. Just like that, AG.AL. One more step towards closing this out in 2-0 fashion. Hard fought on that opening map, but here on Eagle Eye, they are looking right as rain, looking right at home, and now they're at match point.
ZQ's like, I dropped off the bridge. I got him. I got him.
Just cleaned him up, and VIRTUS.PRO here in this map, they just really have not gotten a grip of what's been hitting them. JRK. He is able to find one, reads that little corner hold quite well and displaces 12-22, so maybe not done with this one quite just yet. Duke, quick on the shot. Nevis dropped. He's back over the top, peek here for a little bit more, nothing spotted. And, just having to stay tucked here in this position behind the box. Maybe could go for a bit of a late lurk. Play off the rest of the team if they can try to find that opening over towards B site, and Tom absolutely has. White Dead, spam through, Shui taken down, ZQ still here, still fighting. He's able to find himself a second as Tom is gonna be dropped out, pushed from the window. Duke gets a jump on LDX, and suddenly it's Humeo left over on that side of the map by himself, now noted. Trying desperately to just get some kind of wall bang contact through, but he cannot. Minute and 18 seconds to try to play this one out, but very limited map space to try to make it happen, and there you go. A headshot to put him down, 10-1. Just like we saw from the series before, AG.AL following in their footsteps for the closeout. It's gonna be a 2-0 victory as they send VIRTUS.PRO down to the lower bracket here at Group D.
Yeah. Tough one here for VIRTUS.PRO. You really felt like maybe there was some hope on map number 1. But, going over to Eagle Eye, a map that, again, isn't one they play too great, even domestically. And here they just get rocked. AG.AL, so good on their second map. Just impressive displays of macro, of understanding the map, being able to shut down their opponents' quick hits. Multiple times they were able to handle that, and even some big clutches along the way. So, just incredible stuff.
A statement performance here from AG.AL, showing like, yes, we do have some rookies, yes, maybe some nerves on that first map, but we can still absolutely fry, we can still frag, and we can pretty much beat damn near anyone. That's what they're going to be looking to do, but a hell of a performance here. Wait for them to break out on this UWC stage. They still have to sit back and watch and see who their opponent's going to be there in Group D. I believe that series between Navi and Stallions is still ongoing. But with this one in the bag, I think AG.AL is going to be feeling pretty good about their chances.
Yeah, Navi and Stallions are tied up 1-1, so that one very much in the air. I'm curious how the last game of our day is going to shape out. Of course, that's over on the B stream. You should go check it out. You should go catch the action. If you were here on the A stream, make sure you see who exactly is going to come out ahead over there. This one done and dusted. The expected results here today, first match went kind of how we thought. This one at least had something going on that first map.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think even that first one, you know, for us, we should say the first series that we cast at BaiSha Gaming, I think maybe even more one-sided than we had anticipated. This one a little bit more contentious than we might have anticipated between the squads there. But I mean, ultimately, it's just looking like a damn good day.
Excited to be here. You know, it's been a while since we've been on an international stage or such a large stage. So being here, like the platform that's been given to us, it definitely makes us much more excited, much more, you know, enthusiastic to play.
Well, we definitely can see what you guys will pull off over the next coming days. Thank you very much, 122. Thank you very much, Jin, for joining us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap up. Before we leave, we are going to be heading over to the studio to wrap up day one of the competition. See you guys there.
Sandstorm, thank you very much. There it is. Group D has concluded, and therefore our first matches in each group are done with. AG.AL, no surprise, getting a big victory. They do it in 2-0 fashion. In fact, we only had one game that went the distance to map 3. Kyle, everything else was all 2-0s.
Yeah, honestly, a bit predictable in some games today. A few that went the distance, but honestly, this one a little bit shakier at times than I would have guessed as well. I mean, that first map very close in this final series of the day, but the second one, AG was just blazing through.
Yes, and by the way, ZQ clutched up, gets a 1v3, and he hit VIRTUS.PRO so hard in the mouth that they had to take a tech pause right after.
Hey man, Unk still got it.
Unk still got it.
Unk still got it. I mean, ZQ has been one of the best players for the longest time, and the fact that he's still this good at this point of his career is really, it's nice to see. It's nice to see ZQ being back, but at the same time, I feel like that first map, that Black Widow, especially with how it started, like straight up ZY getting killed off the jump in round 1, I was like, all right, this is going to be a long one. This is going to be a slugfest. But I did expect that AG was going to be a bit cold going into this series, considering that, you know, maybe, you know, just a bit of knowledge behind the scenes. But it seems like it just took a bit of maybe an 8-8 banger in order for them to get into that game number 2 to get warmed up. I mean, just like what 1222 said, they just needed to get a bit warmed up, and it seems like it worked for map number 2.
Yeah, 1222 was on fire. Like, that guy was playing so incredibly well. Map 1, map 2. What kind of player is he? Like, you know, I mean, historically, anyways, when it comes to CROSSFIRE, is he a type of guy that's reliable for a roster?
I think so. He's starting to look like the next N9 to me. I mean, he's very much on the come up, and I can see why even coming out of retirement to potentially play on this lineup, they kept 1222 for a reason, and we saw it in that matchup.
Wow, that's high praise coming from you, Kyle. The N9, the GOAT himself, the guy that's looking to cement a dynasty, right, with BaiSha. And wow, I mean, to say that is pretty crazy. But I believe it. 1222, crazy name, I'm not going to lie. There's a lot of numbers with these names, and I'm liking it from the CROSSFIRE side of things. But 1222 is a name I want to remember for sure. But it was a good game, at least from the side of AG.AL. VIRTUS.PRO, though, what do we think their chances are looking like moving forward?
Honestly, I actually see VIRTUS.PRO as a contender here now for the group in order to get that second spot, because I was actually surprised with how well they played in that first map, how well they adapted to the new weapons, the HK to the TRG. I was surprised on how effective JRK was on that TRG specifically, so I was like, okay, they got a bit of moves going on Black Widow. Granted, they got kind of dogged on the second map, but I feel like with that kind of potential, especially up against a team as good as AG, I mean, any other team that would face them is going to be a bit scared for sure.
Okay, well, and we'll talk about potential teams that might come and face them. Let's now look and discuss our MVP. Was it 1222? Was it ZQ with his clutch? Well, it turns out it's actually ZQ, and I think that's fair. Look, 1222 played well, but ZQ, series MVP, that 1v3, Kyle, that he pulled off was miraculous.
Yeah, it really was just the momentum killer they needed to close out this series. But even looking at the first map, he had a really standout performance, consistently hitting those entry frags, being that clutch player when this team needs it. That's why he's so valuable for AG.
Well, he keeps calling him Unk. How old is he? Is he like 30?
I think he's in his early 30s.
Yeah, he's early 30s, I believe, yeah.
So is he like one of the oldest competitors that we have,
for sure.
at least on that stage?
Yeah, I mean, he came out of retirement. He retired at the end of his final season in 2024 to bring back this lineup to close to its top form. And we see why now. I mean, I would say ZQ and ZY to me are one of the best duos of all time from the Chinese region.
And this probably wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for EWC.
Oh, for sure. I definitely agree on the part where ZY and ZQ, you know, one of the best duos of all time, and it wouldn't happen if it wasn't for EWC. I mean, you know, there's a lot of players that are kind of coming out of retirement. I mean, we saw ZQ, we saw Even, granted both of them are gonna go back to AG, and it seems like EWC has kind of sparked more excitement here for the boys.
Well, let's take a look in the past. We started today with Group A, and we had some great matches that ended up taking place. Obviously, two teams, moves down. One team, or two teams, I should say, move forward. Of course, AlQadsiah moved up after beating KINGZERO-eSports, and not a convincing fashion. You know, map 1 was convincing, but, you know, that map 3 was a banger. It went the distance, and it was back and forth. It could have been anybody's ball game. But the big upset, though, Kyle, was Gaming Gladiators taking down Twisted Minds 2-1.
Yeah, honestly, this is the most impressive win for the West region today. Rock had that disappointing performance themselves.
Sure.
So for GG to be the first West team to pick up a win is actually a massive step forward for them. Not only that, it puts Twisted Minds in a really difficult position now with KINGZERO also in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and also that you got to consider the club championship points as well. Twisted Minds are in the running, but will they be if they drop the ball here in competition? We move forward to Group B, Sneaky, and Q9 got a big victory over Rock. Team Liquid a 2-0 over EVOS on the Bravo stream.
I do not know what EVOS is doing, honestly, with the teams like 3 Scarlights, and it's like they're playing another game compared to everybody else. I saw that Team Liquid matchup, and yeah, it seems like it's a bit of experimentation here on EWC, which is not the time to do so. And EVOS, I'm just sorely disappointed, especially with the way that the team has been hyped. Team Liquid just kind of swept them aside. I expected more from them, man.
Well, we'll see what Rock can do against them. Obviously, their tournament lives are going to be on the line. And speaking of tournament lives, let's go to the bottom, Kyle, immediately. Team Falcons going against Inner Circle after losing to their respective teams up ahead. You know, one of the things about it, Falcons being in an elimination match this early on gives me cause for concern.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. You look at their match earlier, I think they put up a total of 5 rounds in 2 maps. That's a scary position to be in going into what could be your elimination match. Thankfully for them, it is against Inner Circle, who had an equally tough time against EP, but it's still a dangerous spot to be in.
Yeah, and BaiSha Gaming, though, without a doubt, looking like the best team out there, Sneaky.
Oh yeah, BaiSha Gaming by far. It's no one can hold a candle to the GOAT and his team at the moment, and they made Falcons look like nothing, basically, man.
Really did, and that was 70% from what I was hearing as well, which is crazy to me. And of course, Group D, that isn't finished just yet. We do know AG.AL has moved forward, VIRTUS.PRO moved down, but Team Stallions is putting up an epic fight against Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Team Stallions is the team I would expect to maybe win that one. They're my slight favorite in this one, but Na'Vi, honestly, from what I was able to catch a glimpse of, is putting up a really strong fight.
And Sneaky, how happy are you that Stallions performing as well as they are?
Yeah, especially in that second map, man. I was starting to lose hope in those last 2 rounds, and all of a sudden, Loy got like a 4K in Hotel. And yeah, I mean, granted, Na'Vi is looking very scary right now because Juan is actually living up to his expectations. So yeah, I would still be scared if I was a Stallions fan, but the belief is there considering how the map's going.
Fair enough. Well, it is Gaming Gladiators, I think, was the only upset today that we weren't expecting. Everything was business as usual, but we do have tomorrow coming up, which is going to be our elimination matches, and certain teams will unfortunately have their EWC run come to a close early on. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we'll also be moving some teams for the playoffs bracket tomorrow too. So tomorrow's going to be a big day for not only the fans at home, but also the competitors out on the stage. And we had plenty of big moments throughout the day. Let's take a look at our Kitty top plays because I want to see if that 1v3 ZQ clutch was in there. It should be. After all, he did get MVP for a reason, and that was one of the main reasons. Let's start taking a look, obviously, starting off with our first series of the day, Kyle.
Yeah, honestly, this series was a bit of a rough start, but at the end of the day, it's really the Brazilian squad stepping up in a massive way to get this one across the line. A lot of it came down to just the individual performance, though, that was missing in the beginning. They just closed it out so smooth with some amazing plays, but also you've got to look at Feifei as an AG.AL continuing to find ways to adapt as well.
Well, Sneaky, we also saw Rock in Q9. I wanted a little bit more from Rock, but we didn't get it, and the reason why is Q9 was popping off.
Yeah, for sure. I was actually fairly surprised that Koi was a bit quiet in that series. It was XMY and YU and YJ doing most of the heavy work, and I'm actually very happy that that panned down for Q9 because, you know, they've been kind of relying on Koi a lot back in CFBL, so it's nice that he's getting a bit of help.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to watch that. They were up 5-1 in that previous clip. They ended up losing 10-7, so only 2 rounds after that, and this was the finale of it. Actually, we ended up going into overtime, which was pretty spectacular. Wasn't expecting that to happen, but it didn't end in sensational fashion. It was still a closeout for Q9. Now, for BaiSha versus, of course, Falcons, this series was kind of underwhelming. I expected a lot more from Falcons, and we just didn't get it.
Yeah, I mean, BaiSha, they were just the steamroller they needed to be today, but looking at the final game, this was the one that had me question a little bit. I mean, VIRTUS.PRO putting up 7 rounds, a massive performance from them in the first game, but then the second they fall silent there, and it's just AG back on top, business as usual.
Business as usual indeed, and they look to, I don't know, be one of the favorites to go into grand finals. Of course, they're going to have to work a little bit harder. BaiSha, they're coming for you. They definitely want to beat you. That rivalry is there, and the age gap is real. By one day, okay? We'll be bringing that up, I'm sure, throughout the entirety of the broadcast. Again, one series is still taking place over on the Bravo stage, and I don't think it's wrapped up just yet. Actually, we'll do our picture-in-picture and get a chance to see it. Go ahead and pull that up big, man, because I want to know what the score is. And my eyesight at 33. There we are.
2-4.
Okay, 2-4, tied up 1-1.
Not a bad spot, honestly, for Stallions. I mean, being on GR side on first half, and as long as they can keep that kind of defense going, they're using the right guns. Thank the stars, right? But, I mean, 6-2 for Stallions, I would say they're looking pretty solid. I mean, Port is one of their better maps, especially with KLP.
And just so you guys know, this is live right now on the Bravo station if you want to follow along and catch up with it. It's a fun one. It's a good one going down, and it does determine who moves forward and is that much closer to earning a direct spot to the playoffs, and obviously whose job will get a little bit harder. We had plenty of matches take place, a lot of good moments. The question is, who is our MVP for the day? I don't know. It's hard to decide, guys. Kyle, who do we got?
Oh, it's got to be N9. I mean, they were just so dominant as a team, but N9, he is that key to victory for BaiSha. And, you know, you said it earlier, 10 years this guy has been on top of his game, and there's just no sign he's going to slow down anytime soon.
No, I'm not at all. He's been competing since, 2015, 4 championships under his belt. BaiSha looking to potentially become a dynasty, and N9 is a large reason for that, Sneaky.
Yeah, for sure. That's just what GOATs do. I mean, they take matters into their own hands. You know, you have to AG.AL, you have to frag, you have to be that guy. Ooh. And N9 is that guy. Look at those statistics, man. 2.98 KD with a 109 ADR.
Yeah.
Almost a kill guaranteed around. That's just GOAT stuff.
Yeah, it is. And given the fact, too, this series was the least amount of rounds that we witnessed, right? It was only a total of 4 rounds, I think it was, because it ended up, 24, because it was only 4 rounds gained by Team Falcons. That I think they ended up getting like 3 in round 1, and then, or in game 1, I should say, and then I think 1 in the next. So one of the quickest series, and still manages to get the highest KD, rightly so. N9 doing everything right. I liked how they did it. They just kind of rolled up, Kyle, and just said, hey, let's just finish our business. We got to get to whatever else is coming up next.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question now. Who is going to be the first big test for BaiSha? They look so dominant all year long, but I'm hoping there's some team just waiting to try and take them out later on.
Well, they got the biggest target on their back, you'd have to assume, right? Everybody's been wanting to beat them, Sneaky. Clearly, BaiSha is the top dogs. They have been the top dogs. So I think for everybody going against them, like, they want to be that team that dethrones them.
Yeah, for sure. I think one region's going to be extra hungry to actually beat China this time, and that is going to be Brazil. That is going to be AG.AL. AlQadsiah. They want revenge after that 2024 final, after being only one game away from having another Brazilian CROSSFIRE champion. So they have a mission in this tournament. But with how they looked in that first series, they still got a long way to go, my friend.
Okay, well, a long way to go indeed. And our tournament, at least for EWC, still has a long way to go. However, we've got updates for you, so you can join us on Discord by scanning that QR code. Doing so keeps you informed on everything that's happening at EWC. 3 more games still remain for the totem race. Who is going to pin their name up there and immortalize not only their name, but also potentially put their team or their organization in the position to win the club championship trophy with $7 million. Tomorrow, we've got 4 more great games coming your way. Let's take a look at our schedule. What you can see is going to be upcoming. And I do think, again, we will have some teams eliminated tomorrow and some teams that will be going directly into the playoffs. So starting off, we'll start with Group A in the lower bracket. It'll be KINGZERO-eSports versus Twisted Minds. For Twisted Minds, a big match for them. They've got to beat KINGZERO, who I got to admit did not look too bad in their first matchup against AlQadsiah. Rock Esports, EVOS Esports will go against each other in lower bracket. Again, another matchup where some teams will go home. In fact, every matchup is where teams will be going home. For Team Falcons Inner Circle, that's going to be a banger. I'm feeling an upset, boys. I think Inner Circle is going to upset the Falcons.
Make it.
I'm feeling it. I really am. And then for lower bracket, VIRTUS.PRO against to be decided, whether it be Na'Vi or Stallions. Sneaky, I know you're hoping it's going to be Stallions. I believe it.
Yeah, I hope that Stallions do go through, man, because after what I saw earlier, I mean, we're going to need to see a lot more from the Filipino teams. But, I mean, the other schedule is not too bad as well for Stream B, my friend.
No, Stream B's looking great, actually.
Those are bangers, too.
Yeah, they get, hey, what's going on? Stream B gets the good matches, and I'm loving it. They're obviously going to be looking at all the upper bracket, which means one team will be dropping down. Their tournament life will be on the line. For others who win, well, hey, they get the rest relaxed because they go directly into the playoffs. Team Liquid, AG.AL, AlQadsiah, there's going to be so many great teams performed well today. It's going to be a lot of fun. So tomorrow, Kyle, heartbreak and also elation.
Yeah, I'm excited to see who gets the first key crushed here because honestly, it could be a Chinese team, which would be super surprising.
Sure.
KINGZERO, they're up for grabs here.
That's right. KINGZERO would be a shock too. Would you be shocked if they got out this early?
Oh, absolutely. Especially when you look at the team they're up against, it would be a huge upset.
I think so. I think so. We'll see if Inner Circle manages to hold on to what they got. I've been pumping them up since another title. I'm going to continue to pump them up. That's my team until they're no longer in the tournament. It was a great day, though. Plenty of good matches, big moments, and clutches indeed. Final recap. Boys, I want to get your final thoughts before we head out of here. Sneaky, we'll start with you. What'd you think about day one?
It's a lot of it is expected with the exception of the Gaming Gladiators game, but you know, everything is going swimmingly as predicted for day one. Every team is just getting their due wins. Maybe there is some closer games, but at the end of the day, the results are pretty much the same.
And Kyle, great to have you on the desk, man. Obviously, tomorrow's going to be great. We've still got plenty more days to go for the first ever CROSSFIRE tournament at EWC. What'd you think?
It was honestly a fantastic day. The big thing I'm wanting to see in day two, though, is the Vietnamese region needs to pick up their first win. They had a 0-3 day across the region, so I'm hopeful at least one of those teams can step up in day two.
Well, day two is going to be coming upon us very, very quickly, and you do not want to miss out. Make sure you hit the follow, subscribe button wherever you are watching. We're on so many different platforms. And again, make sure you join that Discord so you can stay up to date with all EWC action. But day one has come to a close, but it was a great day. Day two is going to be even better. As I leave you guys, of course, I'm going to leave you with an exit interview from VIRTUS.PRO after their matchup with AG.AL. Let's take a listen.
Hi, I'm Wendy. I'm here with LDX from VIRTUS.PRO, and I've got several questions for the previous matchups. So the first questions, facing against with the one of the most strong Chinese team. So how's that feeling?
Khi mà mình đối mặt với một trong những đội mạnh nhất của Trung Quốc á, thì mình cảm giác như thế nào?
Thì em cảm giác cũng như mọi lần em thi đấu thì họ vẫn luôn là một đội tuyển rất mạnh, nhưng mà thì em sẽ cố gắng hết sức ạ.
Like the usual feeling that we usually have, like we always against all of the strong team around the world, so we just try our best.
Okay, so in the map one, we noticed that it's a very close matchup. So, but the result is not so good for you. I mean, what's the reason from your side?
Cái trận đấu đầu tiên á, thì là cái kết quả của mình đang rất là sát nút, nhưng mà cuối cùng thì nó lại không tốt, mình không thắng. Thì mình có nghĩ là lý do tại sao mình không thắng được không?
Lý do là tại vì trong những thời khắc quyết định thì bọn em thiếu tự tin và thiếu bản lĩnh hơn họ. Thì đấy là lý do vì sao bọn em thất bại ở mắt mình.
We think the reason is that in the decisive moment, we did not have the gut, we did not have the confidence to make that execution. That's why we lost.
But I think it's okay because we got another matchup in the group stage. So let's keep in touch with VIRTUS.PRO. That's all from us. Bye.
Contemplating all of my goals. Look, will I fold or will I chase them? I got adversity, two options. I can handle it purposefully or I can let it murder me. But sign up for war, point out the target, show me the giants. Hold your applause, just getting started, sending the lions. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me? With or without your end. Oh, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'm finding a way. With or without my sails. Oh, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say, but I'll find a way. Now I ain't looking for handouts, I'm looking to stand out. Got the vision, come and watch how it pans out. I've been writing my plans down, trying to stay focused, put out the notice. Who the GOAT is, me hands down, yeah. No time for arguments, I cut out the politics, no. It's all my competence, I could cause your apocalypse. Ambition, it ain't for the weak, get it even when I sleep. Ready and willing, what you ready to say? But I'll find a way, with or without your end. Oh, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'll find a way. With or without my sails. Oh, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say, but I'll find a way. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me? Oh, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'll find a way. With or without my sails. Oh, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say, but I'll find a way.
Hi, it's Wendy here. This is the recap of our day one, and welcome, gentlemen. Can you introduce yourself?
For sure. I'm Paper Thin, and this is Achilleos. We're the casters for CROSSFIRE.
Yes, good. So let's talk about our day one matchup of CROSSFIRE. So anything you want to say about this match? About the day?
It was just a really exciting day to start. The matches were really close, but as the day went on, kind of the favorites really started to rise up.
Yeah, I think that in the end, we kind of got all of the results that we had expected to see, but maybe not necessarily in the fashion in which we expected to see them. So, you know, very, very clean from BaiSha Gaming. I think maybe cleaner than we could have thought. Team Falcons didn't put up as much of a fight as we would have liked to have seen. But then we did have a good, really good little rally back from VIRTUS.PRO as well, really taking it to AG.AL, at least on that first map.
Yes, absolutely, because this is only the day one and the group stage is not yet, so we still need to wait for the result at the day two. Coming to the next questions, because at week 7, the things we cannot escape is the club champions, right? So if you put 3, 2, 1. If you go to the website of Esports World Cup, you can see the rank, and now the rank Team Falcons absolutely the number 1 and Team Liquid number 2. Of course, Twisted Minds and VP share the same score at number 4 and number 5. So those 4 teams are all the CROSSFIRE teams. Talking about those 4 teams, how's it going on?
Yeah, I mean, I think for Team Liquid, it's looking encouraging at the very least. For us on the A stream, we saw Falcons, Twisted Minds, and VIRTUS.PRO all go down today. So there's like room to grow here for Team Liquid. They could catch up potentially, especially maybe if none of those teams make playoffs.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a really tight-knit race at the end of it all. And, you know, if CROSSFIRE itself doesn't decide it, I think it's very much going to come down to CS2 to really determine who's walking away with, you know, this massive accolade of being the second ever club champion winner, as well as that massive prize pool. So Team Liquid, if they can get a very solid deep run here and maybe see, you know, Falcons make an early exit, I think they absolutely may be able to seal this away.
So absolutely, Team Liquid is the most focusing part on this competition. So of course, if you're curious about the club champions, you can log into the website of Esports World Cup. And of course, we are here to watch the CROSSFIRE with you. And that's all. That's all the recap. Bye.
See you tomorrow.